Dong Rinchi, who accidentally transmigrated, only wanted to lie low and be a happy lurker, but helplessly had only 0.1 years of lifespan left. So let this world be turned upside down. Tai Ching's sect scripture hall. Zheng Bai sat high upon the teaching platform, narrating his cultivation insights with relish and undisguised pride. Suddenly from below the stage came a most untimely sound of snoring. Everyone turned to look. There on the last row of cushions, a disciple as obese as a mountain sat with head drooped to his chest, sound asleep. Zheng Bai's enthusiasm vanished instantly. He rose angrily and strode toward the last row. Haha, Dong Rinchi caught in the act again. Let's watch the fun. This fat pig Dong only eats and sleeps. He's been an inner disciple for 6 years and is still at Qi refining level 1. A walking joke. A waste with 5 spiritual roots. Without his wealthy father, he wouldn't even qualify as an outer disciple. Now he sits arrogantly with us inner disciples. An insult to us all. The Tai Ching sect disciples whispered among themselves, some gloating, others cursing under their breath. Soon Zheng Bai reached Dong Rinchi's side and gave a heavy cough. That cough carried a precise amount of spiritual energy, piercing straight into Dong Rinchi's ears. Today Zheng Bai had decided to teach him a severe lesson. Like a thunderclap exploding in his ears, Dong Rinchi jerked awake, eyes wide open, then his head lolled, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, shaking the floor like a falling mountain of flesh. Haha. Fatty Dong is scared stiff, someone laughed. Zheng Bai frowned, kicked Dong Rinchi, and said with disgust, stop playing dead. Get up. But Dong Rinchi showed no reaction, lying completely still on the ground. Zheng Bai grew impatient. He channeled spiritual energy for a heavy kick, then suddenly noticed that Dong Rinchi's face was dark and his chest had no rise and fall at all. He quickly crouched, reached out to check under Dong Rinchi's nose, then snatched his hand back as if shocked. Dong Rinchi was dead, scared to death. Zheng Bai's face changed drastically, clearly panicked. A disciple with low talent who was lazy and gluttonous, dead from fright, so what? No big deal. But the boy's father was a senior elder of Tai Ching's sect, so this was no small matter. Although the father didn't favor Dong Rinchi, if his son was frightened to death, would he really let it go? Just then Dong Rinchi, who had no breath, suddenly stretched his arms and yawned, then opened his eyes. You scoundrel! Playing dead like that nearly scared me to death. Zheng Bai, seeing Dong Rinchi awake, was both relieved and angry. Dong Rinchi sat up, blinked his small eyes, and looked around, clearly disoriented. Dong Rinchi, 6 years of cultivation, and still at Qi refining level 1. You're shameless enough to sleep. You can't even sit properly. Sit up straight this instant. Suddenly the bewildered Dong Rinchi wore a look of sudden enlightenment. He stood up and directly gave Zheng Bai a sharp knock on the forehead. Clang. The sound was crisp and loud, echoing through the hall. Zheng Bai stood frozen. The other disciples were dumbfounded. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Little monkey, quite an act, huh? You went to all this trouble to hire actors, and you dare call yourself my master. Your skin is itching, isn't it? Not satisfied with the knock, Dong Rinchi reached out to choke Zheng Bai. But when he saw his own arm thicker than another man's leg, he froze on the spot. Meanwhile, a bump had risen on Zheng Bai's forehead. He snapped back to reality. Without any visible movement, he just snorted heavily, and the fat mountain that was Dong Rinchi flew backward through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? After hitting the ground, Dong Rinchi was filled with shock. He suspected it was a dream, but the pain told him it was real. 9 years. Chaos devouring heaven technique, not activated. Activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Fortunately, there isn't an urgent need for potential points at the moment. One day later, at the foot of Tai Ching's sect's mountain gate, a fat figure holding a broom and dustpan, sweating profusely while sweeping fallen leaves. That was Dong Rinchi. For publicly striking his master's head, Dong Rinchi was stripped of his inner disciple status and demoted to a menial laborer of Tai Ching's sect. Moreover, if not for his cheap father's influence, he wouldn't even be allowed to stay as a laborer. He would have been expelled directly from Tai Ching's sect. After sweeping all morning, Dong Rinchi finally finished his task. He tossed away the broom, sat down against a large blue rock, and looked up at the distant peaks piercing the clouds. That was the main peak of Tai Ching's sect. Yesterday, he had been an inner disciple on the summit. Today, he was a laborer at the foot of the mountain. Dong Rinchi hummed a tune under his breath, then silently cursed in his heart. He had always thought that the transmigration novels he read were just wishful fantasies scribbled by broke authors while eating instant noodles. But now transmigration had truly happened to him. A moment ago, he was singing with his buddy at the company's 5th anniversary party. Suddenly, everything went black. He had thought it was just a prank. Next moment, he was at Tai Ching's sect, giving Zheng Bai a knock on the head. Zheng Bai, truly not easy. But really it wasn't his fault. The coincidence was too great. Zheng Bai's face was at least 80% similar to his buddy's. After finishing his song, Dong Rinchi sighed in lament. Why am I so unlucky? Others transmigrate and become princes or emperors with armies, or immortal grandmasters who can shake the heavens with a snap of their fingers. I transmigrate and become a waste with 5 spiritual roots who barely qualifies to cultivate, and 300 genes of supersized waste at that. Old heaven, are you deliberately messing with me? Dong Rinchi struggled to stand pointed at the sky and roared, bad looks and a lousy body I can tolerate, but you gave me such an inappropriate system. Are you mocking me? At that moment lightning flashed across the sky followed by rolling thunder. Dong Rinchi turned pale with fright and quickly withdrew his finger. Then the lightning disappeared and the thunder ceased. Holy crap, it really was aimed at me. Dong Rinchi, still shaken, cautiously called out in his heart, system. Here. A crisp, sweet female voice immediately sounded in Dong Rinchi's heart. Then in his mind appeared a display panel similar to an LED screen, with lines of text, host Dong Rinchi, gender male, cultivation, talent rotten, cultivation, level chi, refining 1, lifespan 0. 1 year, chaos devouring art, not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment, potential points 0. Note: potential points can upgrade various aspects. Acquisition methods: devouring requires chaos devouring art activation or dual cultivation. Dong Rinchi read 0. 1 years 3 times to confirm his eyes weren't deceiving him, then protested indignantly. Adding points through dual cultivation goes against my principles, but I could force myself to accept it. However, this 0. 1 years of lifespan, isn't that a bit over the top? At this point Dong Rinchi was millions of miles away from foundation establishment, so he directly ignored the chaos devouring art. The sweet female voice continued, master the system's dual cultivation setting is entirely tailored to your habits and preferences. For example, even your name was carefully chosen, Dong Rinchi, one who understands wives. Stop. Dong Rinchi, face full of embarrassment, quickly interrupted the system. Let's focus on the lifespan issue. Don't bring up other useless stuff. Luo Feiping's statement clearly indicated her support for the Bamboo's Peak. Zhu Gitian and Dong Wanpeng furrowed their brows in unison. Qing Lu Peak and Bamboo's Peak had allied together, rendering 1 years of lifespan is already the maximum I could secure for you. Speaking thus, the system encouragingly added, though conditions are tough, if you never give up, there will always be a chance. I hope to accompany you longer. Keep it up. Little system, aside from encouraging me, can you give me some practical help? Like give me a lifespan extending pill, or directly add 2 or 300 years to my life? Dong Rinchi said, with full hope. Sorry, master. The road lies beneath your feet. You have to walk it yourself. The system replied without hesitation. Goodbye. Dong Rinchi cut off the connection without a second thought. Damn it. 0. 1 years is 36. 5 days. That's like the grave dirt already up to my ankles. Dong Rinchi patted his belly, which weighed at least 100 genes, feeling utterly depressed. There were many ways to extend life. For example, taking lifespan pills or raising cultivation level. But those methods were all far from his reach. Right now he was just a laborer, unable to even enter the outer sect. His family had abandoned him. Where could he get lifespan pills? Moreover, the original owner had given up on himself and hadn't cultivated for 3 years. His meridians were nearly blocked. With his nearly useless 5 spiritual roots, hoping to raise his cultivation in a little over a month was a pipe dream. Of course, there was another option, using the system's point addition to change his fate. But currently he couldn't activate the chaos devouring art, so he could only add points through dual cultivation. But given his current condition, any female disciple of Tai Ching sect would have to be blind to agree to dual cultivate with him. Use force. Forget it. With a body that gets winded after 2 steps, who could he possibly overpower? Fitness. Lose weight. After mulling it over, Dong Rinchi decided this was the most practical and feasible solution. Losing weight and getting fit wouldn't solve the root cause, but it could improve his physical condition a bit and push back his death date. As for how to truly cure the problem, he would have to take it 1 step at a time and find a chance amid the despair. The system is right. As long as I don't give up, there will always be a ray of hope. A fighting spirit ignited in Dong Rinchi's heart. Since heaven chose me in this life, I, Dong Rinchi, will live a thrilling and satisfying life. For 10 consecutive days on the 81 steps before the main gate of Tai Ching sect, a bulky figure could be seen climbing up and down breathlessly from before dawn each day. It was Dong Rinchi carrying out his weight loss plan. With a starting weight of over 300 gene, after 10 days of gradual exercise, his weight loss was remarkable. He had shed more than 30 gene, and his belly had shrunk by 1 size. Previously he would get winded after just 2 steps. Now he could manage at least 10 steps before panting. A significant improvement. Yet nearly a third of his remaining time had passed, and he had not seen any hope in his desperate situation. What was worse, hope never came, but trouble did. His daily climbing up and down the stone steps at the sect gate inevitably caught the attention of other Tai Ching sect disciples. On the 12th day after finishing his chores, Dong Rinchi began his daily stair-climbing routine. He managed over 30 steps in one go, then sat down panting, looking quite satisfied. More than 10 days ago, when he first started climbing, it was utterly miserable. He had to rest after every single step. Screw this weight loss, he had thought, even wanting to draw a blade and slice off the fat himself. Now being able to climb over 30 steps in one go was an improvement that rivaled a rocket launch. Just as he was feeling highly self-satisfied, a shrill, effeminate voice came from above. Dong Fatty, I think you've completely lost your mind. First flicking your own master's forehead, and now defiling the sect's stone steps. Hearing the voice, Dong Rinchi didn't even need to look up to know it was Yang Wei. Back in the inner sect, Yang Wei had been his archrival. The source of their enmity, Yang Wei, relying on his second uncle's position in Taiching sect, often bullied fellow disciples. Although Dong Rinchi had given up on himself, he was kind at heart. Whenever Yang Wei bullied others, he would step in. Over time, their conflict deepened. Previously, Yang Wei had feared Dong Rinchi's father, so despite being stronger in cultivation, he only threatened with words and never laid a hand on Dong Rinchi. Now that Dong Rinchi had been expelled from the inner sect and made a menial disciple, and word had spread that he was disowned by the Dong family, the vengeful Yang Wei would not miss his chance for revenge. Dong Rinchi stood up and saw Yang Wei, thin with triangular eyes, descending the steps flanked by two lackeys and a seductive, heavily made-up woman. The woman was named Dai Jiaojiao, Yang Wei's lover. She was pretty and lively but utterly shallow and heartless. Before Yang Wei, she had been with many Taiching sect disciples. Her only rule for choosing a man was not looks or character but status and background. She went with whoever had the most influence. If the original Dong Rinchi were still here, he would have sneered at Dai Jiaojiao. Although he was grotesquely fat and far from handsome, he had a powerful father, so he had once been one of her targets. However, when Dai Jiaojiao threw herself at him, he not only rejected her mercilessly, but also scolded her, leaving her so embarrassed that she didn't dare leave her room for half an hour. Dai Jiaojiao appearing here was surely for revenge. The original Dong Rinchi looked down on her, but the current Dong Rinchi almost had stars in his eyes when he saw her. Had he never seen a beauty? Of course not. The female models hired for the company's annual gala were all no worse than Dai Jiaojiao in appearance and figure. With enough money, 8 out of 10 could be private travel guides. The reason he was so excited now was naturally due to the system's dual cultivation reward. He wanted potential points. With potential points, there was hope to extend his life. He didn't care if she was a public bus or a private car. But what was once within easy reach was now unattainable. Dong Fatty, you seem a little slimmer. Could it be that the menial disciple's food is so bad it's starving you? Yang Wei didn't even let Dong Rinchi reply, continuing his taunts. That must be it. The menial disciple's rations are like pig swill compared to the inner sect, definitely not to your taste. But a fat pig eating pig swill is a perfect match. He burst into wild laughter. Dai Jiaojiao and the two lackeys joined in laughing loudly. Facing such humiliation, Dong Rinchi had only one thought: kill the men, and after dual cultivation kill the woman too. But unfortunately for now, he could only think about it. With his cultivation at the first layer of chi refining, any one of the four could knock him down with one hand. So impulse is the devil. Time to lie low. He wanted to be like the heroes in fiction. Kill dogs, kill gods, slaughter heaven and earth. But circumstances differ. Heroes have authors backing them. He only had a most improper system. If he didn't lie low now, he would likely be accidentally killed by Yang Wei, who had clearly come to pick a fight. Senior brother Yang, judging by your demeanor, have you come to trample on me in my fallen state? Aren't you a bit too eager? Dong Rinchi straightened his back and wore a sneer. My father told me to train here for a while. Once the dust settles, he'll have me return to the inner sect immediately. Do you dare touch me? When I get back, he'll personally settle the score with each of you. Hearing this, Yang Wei and Dai Jiaojiao's expressions changed instantly. Seizing the moment, Dong Rinchi raised his head and shouted, I'm standing right here, not moving an inch, not fighting back. If you've got the balls, make your move. In reality, if they did attack, whether he fought back or not, the result would be the same. Head get beaten to a pulp. Yang Wei and Dai Jiaojiao exchanged glances, looking hesitant. It seemed Dong Rinchi's bluff had intimidated them. A bunch of worthless trash. Overjoyed inside, Dong Rinchi's sneer deepened. If you don't dare, then piss off and stop bothering my training. With that, he lifted his foot and started walking up the steps, actively advancing toward Yang Wei's group. It had to be said, his performance perfectly captured the momentum. The steps were not wide, and with Dong Rinchi's size, if he went up, Yang Wei's group would have to step aside. His plan was clear: roll over them like a tank, force them to give way, and subdue them completely in one go. Conquering the enemy without fighting. How exhilarating. Soon only 6 steps separated Dong Rinchi from Yang Wei's group. But although they looked hesitant, they did not move aside. Dong Rinchi climbed unhurriedly, his face still full of contempt, but inside, he was burning with anxiety like an ant on a hot pan. Damn. Did I overplay this? But the tank had already started. It couldn't stop halfway, or else it would be revealed. No choice but to grit his teeth and continue climbing. Climbing 4 more steps, he was now right in front of Yang Wei and Dai Jiaojiao. At this moment, they stood firmly on the steps, their earlier hesitation gone, replaced by mocking smiles. Dong Fatty, you're quite the actor. Yang Wei laughed. If your cousin hadn't personally told me you were kicked out of the Dong family, I might have actually been fooled. Dong Qianli, the son of Dong Rinchi's uncle, was his cousin. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by the Dong family. He had good cultivation talent and was favored by Dong Renqi's father. You fat pig-brained, but still putting on a show. Dai Jiao added venomously. Dong Qianli, you ingrate bastard, I won't let you off. Dong Renqi cursed inwardly, then stared coldly at Yang Wei and Dai Jiao. So what if him disowned? The sect forbids private fights among disciples. Try me. Yang Wei burst into raucous laughter. Jiao was right to call you pig-brained. The sect does forbid private fights, but it depends on who's being fought. Now that you've lost the Dong family's protection and are just a trashy menial disciple, beating you up is an honor. Even if we kill you at worst, we'll be confined for a couple of days. At that he pointed his chin at Dong Renqi. Fatty, am in a good mood today. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and a man may be killed, but not humiliated. Rage surged in Dong Renqi's heart. He vowed silently that no matter how huge the gap in strength, he would bite a chunk of flesh off Yang Wei, even if it cost him his 300 body. Oh, looks like you're not willing to accept my kindness. Yang Wei sneered. Then I'll add another condition, 3 kowtows, and you also have to call me grandpa. Yes, my dear grandson. Dong Renqi responded seamlessly with a bright smile. You're asking for death. Yang Wei flew into a rage, forming a sword finger with one hand ready to strike. Just then Dong Renqi abruptly stepped up 2 more steps, and used his 300 body as a weapon, lunging directly at Yang Wei. He was only at the first layer of qi refining and hadn't cultivated for years. The meager spiritual energy in his body was far less effective than his 300 gene of fat. Striking first was certainly correct, but Dong Renqi's physical condition was too poor. Despite giving it his all, his speed was pathetically slow. Before he could even reach Yang Wei, the attacks from both Yang Wei and Dai Jiao struck first. With 2 thuds, Dong Renqi felt as if 2 heavy hammers had smashed into his chest and abdomen. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spewed a mouthful of hot blood. His 300 massive body flew backward. He crashed heavily onto the steps, rolled 5 times, and ended up battered and swollen. As he barely got up, Yang Wei was already before him, his sword finger rising for another strike, clearly intending to kill. At that moment, a sharp female voice urgently rang out. How dare you? A white figure swiftly landed in front of Dong Renqi. The newcomer was a young woman with a graceful figure, a face like a silver moon, brows like distant hills, and a white dress fluttering like an immortal descending to the mortal world. But at this moment her face was frosty, her eyes like blades, and she radiated killing intent. Sister, you've emerged from seclusion. Dong Renqi, upon catching sight of the white-clad woman, forgot even to wipe the trickling blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice brimming with delighted surprise. The woman was none other than Dong Renqi's elder sister, Dong Luiyue, the sole person in the entire Dong family who genuinely cared for him. Are you alright? Dong Luiyue saw her younger brother's disheveled state, and a profound tenderness filled her eyes, though when she spoke her voice was icy. Dong Renqi knew well his sister's nature, cold on the outside but warm within. He wiped the blood from his lips and grinned. Sister, I'm fine. With all this fat I can take a beating. Dong Luiyue drew a small porcelain bottle from her bosom, tipped out a single pill, and handed it to Dong Renqi. Take this at once. Then her gaze shifted to Yang Wei. Greetings, senior sister Dong. Yang Wei hastened to offer a respectful bow, his expression one of terror. Dai Jiao and the other 2 dared not dally either. They quickly followed suit, equally tense. Dong Luiyue was a core disciple of the Taiching sect, a rank far above that of inner disciples, and she had already attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Naturally, Yang Wei and his companions treated her with due deference. Moreover, they had just injured Dong Luiyue's own younger brother. You have quite the audacity. Dong Luiyue spoke coldly, a glint of frost shimmering in her eyes. Calm your anger, senior sister Dong. Yang Wei rushed to speak. This cannot be blamed on us. Dong Renqi provoked us first. Indeed, senior sister Dong. The 4 of us were passing by when Dong Renqi began cursing us for no reason. Only then did we strike. Dai Jiao and the other 2 chimed in quickly. Dai Jiao in particular vividly recounted how Dong Renqi had supposedly insulted them, painting a detailed picture. Is that so? Dong Luiyue turned her gaze to Dong Renqi. Sister, there's no evidence left to prove anything. They can say whatever they like. Arguing about it now serves no purpose, Dong Renqi said after swallowing the pill, the pain in his body easing somewhat. A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Luiyue's eyes. His response caught her off guard. Knowing her brother as she did in the past, he would have argued vehemently to prove his innocence. She quickly averted her gaze and looked back at the 4. Regardless of what happened, the fact remains that you injured. No matter his current status, he still bears the surname Dong. You cannot touch him as you please. As she spoke, an oppressive aura radiated from her, forcing Yang Wei and the others to stumble backward, unable to keep their footing. Just then Dong Renqi spoke up. Sister, dealing with these small fry doesn't require your personal attention. I can handle them myself. With those words he strode rapidly to Yang Wei. Yang Wei's face twisted in alarm. Dong Renqi, you wouldn't dare. Slap. Slap. Dong Renqi said nothing, answering only with his palm. 2 slaps later both of Yang Wei's cheeks had swollen grotesquely. Though Dong Renqi's cultivation was low, his frame was large, and his strength considerable. Yang Wei was furious, yet he dared not retaliate, nor even move. 4 Dong Luiyue was watching intently from the side. That look in your eye tells me you're not convinced. Seeing Yang Wei staring straight at him, Dong Renqi did not hesitate, and delivered 2 more slaps. Yang Wei's vision blurred, he collapsed to the ground, no longer daring to meet Dong Renqi's eyes. Dong Luiyue silently watched her brother's broad back, a puzzled expression in her eyes. She felt that her brother was markedly different from before. After dealing with Yang Wei, Dong Renqi turned his gaze to Dai Jiaojiao. She paled instantly, but as she turned she heard Dong Luiyue snort coldly, and a crushing pressure, like a mountain, descended on her shoulders, rendering her unable to move an inch. Then Dong Renqi's palm arrived. 2 resounding slaps sent Dai Jiaojiao tumbling onto the stone steps without a trace of gallantry. The remaining 2 Taiching sect disciples both turned pale and began to beg for mercy. Dong Renqi let out a cold snort. You were laughing the loudest just now. Now turn around for me. The 2 disciples, bewildered but not daring to refuse, hastily turned. 2 dull thuds echoed as Dong Renqi's swift kicks sent them sprawling, their faces battered and swollen. Then he lightly shook his hands, turning to Yang Wei and Dai Jiaojiao, who had now stood up. Both of you have such thick skin you've numbed my hands. Yang Wei, now a mix of shame and rage, avoided Dong Renqi's gaze and addressed Dong Luiyue instead. Senior sister Dong, may we leave now? Dong Luiyue lifted her eyelids slightly. Whether you can leave depends on Renqi. Dong Renqi immediately puffed out his chest and lifted his chin. I've sustained internal injuries from your beating. It will take years to recover. You think you can walk away after just a few slaps? There's no such cheap deal in this world. Yang Wei erupted in anger. Dong Renqi, don't push it too far. Before he could finish, a chilling glint flashed in Dong Luiyue's eyes, forcing him to shut his mouth at once. Dong Renqi let out 2 heavy coughs, his chin lifting even higher. You can leave, but only if you hand over all your pills, spirit stones, and anything of value, as compensation for my injuries. The faces of the 4 soured. They hesitated, but seeing Dong Liu's eyes begin to narrow, they quickly reached. Soon over a dozen items lay before Dong Renqi: pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some refining material. Is this all? Dong Renqi's heart was jubilant, but he wore a displeased expression, looking down at the 4. Yang Wei and the others nearly choked on their fury. These items were years of savings, all lost in one fell swoop. Senior brother Dong, I've handed over everything I have, Yang Wei said, bowing and scraping just to get away. Dong Renqi curled his lips. Senior brother Yang, that robe you're wearing, wasn't it a spiritual artifact your uncle gave you? Yang Wei's face turned deathly pale. After a moment's hesitation, he stripped off his robe, standing bare-chested, a rack of ribs exposed, shivering in the mountain wind. Dong Renqi then shifted his gaze to Dai Jiaojiao, his eyes unreadable. She tensed instantly. Senior brother Dong, what I'm wearing is just ordinary clothes. Dong Renqi's eyes roved over the 4 until their skin began to crawl. Then he said flatly, you can get lost. Hearing this, the 4 felt as if pardoned from a death sentence, and fled as fast as they could. Dong Renqi lifted his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Dai Jiaojiao's fleeing figure, particularly on the tightly skirted buttocks that swayed rapidly left and right. Inwardly he sneered. Damn woman, you dared to lay hands on me and slander me. Today you'll just collect some interest. Later on, if I don't squeeze a few potential points out of you, my name isn't Dong Renqi. Just then Dong Luiyue suddenly took a step forward, about to chase after the 4. Dong Renqi knew his sister's temper all too well, and quickly grabbed her arm. Sister, don't be impulsive. You can't be soft on your enemies. If we don't finish them off once I go into seclusion, they'll definitely come after you. Dong Luiyue frowned. Dong Renqi shook his head vigorously. Sister, if you kill them, the sect will impose severe punishment, at best confinement. Then you'll miss the sect grand competition and lose the chance to enter the Taiching secret realm. Miss this opportunity, and you may never have another. Dong Luiyue fell silent, her eyes flickering. Sister, they've been terrified today. They'll probably quiet down for a while. They'll be careful later, and won't give them a chance for revenge. Just focus on your cultivation. A faint smile crossed Dong Renqi's face. Dong Luiyue lifted her eyelids slightly. In half a year you seem to have changed a lot. People always grow, Dong Renqi said with a slight smile. Dong Luiyue let out a soft sigh. I told you many times, though your 5 spiritual roots talent is poor, it still surpasses countless mortals who lack the ability to cultivate. As long as you keep training, you will make progress. But you cared so much about others' opinions and looks that you gave up on. If you had persisted in cultivation all along, these people wouldn't dare bully you so openly. Sister, let the past be the past. I've awakened now. I'm working hard to lose weight and train. Can't you see I've already lost a lot? Dong Renqi sucked in his stomach. Dong Luiyue looked dubious. To her, 360 pounds versus 330 seemed barely different. Still severely overweight. Renqi, bear with it for a while longer. Once I earn a good ranking in the sect grand competition, I'll go to father and ask him to find a way to get you back into the inner sect. Dong Luiyue smoothed the rumpled front of her brother's robe, her tone much gentler. Dong Rinchi shook his head. Sister, it's no use. He has publicly declared that he has cut ties with me. If you bring this up to him, it will only make him dislike you too. Blood is thicker than water. He is still our father, Dong Luiyue said softly. Dong Rinchi bared his teeth in a grin. Sister, you're already a Qi refinement level 8 cultivator. How can you still believe that nonsense about blood being thicker than water? In his eyes, with my 5 spiritual roots, am the stain on his life, the stain on the Dong family. But, Dong Luiyue tried to persuade him further. Dong Rinchi shook his head. Sister, I think it's fine this way. Everyone is at ease. Even though the Dong family has severed ties with me, you will always be my sister. Go back and cultivate. Don't miss the sect competition. After a moment's hesitation, Dong Luiyue nodded. Rinchi, when I gain a higher status in the sect, they'll find a way to bring you back to the inner sect. With that, she waved her hand, turned, and walked away, looking back every few steps. Dong Rinchi stood rooted to the spot, watching the white figure recede into the distance. Several times he nearly called out, wanting to ask Dong Luiyue to procure some lifespan-extending pills for him. If he asked, she would certainly go to great lengths to obtain them, but the words caught in his throat. Why? Pills that extend life are exceedingly precious. Even for Dong Luiyue, acquiring such pills would demand a great cost. In the entire Dong family, and the entire Taiqing sect, only Dong Luiyue truly cared for him. He could not bear to see her pay such a heavy price on his behalf. Moreover, Dong Luiyue was now training against the clock, preparing for the sect grand competition. He could not allow this matter to distract her. In truth, Dong Rinchi had already prepared himself for the worst. If no turning point appeared within the month, he would simply leave the Taiqing sect and descend into the mortal world. If he could not engage in dual cultivation with a female disciple of the Taiqing sect, he would find a mortal woman. The system had not stipulated that his dual cultivation partner must be a cultivator. However, if he did so, he would be considered a deserter and would likely never be allowed back into the Taiqing sect. Leaving the sect would make obtaining cultivation resources tremendously difficult. It was a last resort. Surviving was paramount. As long as death did not claim him, there would eventually be a way. When Dong Luiyue finally vanished from sight, Dong Rinchi let out a long sigh. Yang Wei and his crew would surely not let the matter rest. He could no longer continue his weight loss exercises here. He needed to find a secluded spot to lie low for a while. With his deadline looming, ignoring his injuries, he began to scout the terrain around the Taiqing sect's mountain gate, searching for a remote place suitable for training and losing weight. It did not take long before he discovered a secluded valley. Inside, the trees were sparse, and at the rear rose a gentle cliff wall, perfect for climbing, which would both build his body and aid in shedding weight. From that day on, Dong Rinchi finished his duties as a miscellaneous disciple and then headed straight to the valley, where he climbed up and down the cliff wall. When he could climb no more, he sat cross-legged in meditation, picking up the cultivation he had neglected for years. Another 10 days passed. Dong Rinchi's weight had dropped below 300 pounds, a gratifying result, but his predicament showed no sign of easing. Sitting atop the cliff wall at the back of the valley, his face was laden with worry. With less than 10 days left of the month, he made a decision. He could no longer passively wait. He must take the initiative and find a way back to the main peak of the Taiqing sect. Just then he vaguely noticed a red cloud hurtling toward him from the horizon. As it drew nearer, it resolved into a human figure, one that was flying straight toward the valley at great speed. A golden core powerhouse. Dong Rinchi exclaimed under his breath. The newcomer was flying without the aid of any spiritual artifact, a capability possessed only by cultivators at the golden core stage and above. Without an instant's hesitation, he pressed himself flat against the rock, held his breath, and hid behind a massive boulder on the cliff face. Moments later, the figure in the sky flew directly above the valley, but for some reason it suddenly lurched, stumbled, and then tumbled headlong into the valley below. Lu Honglu. Ancestor Lu. Dong Rinchi nearly cried out in shock when he saw the face of the person who had fallen into the valley. The figure who had crashed into the valley was a beautiful woman in red robes. She was none other than the master of Dong Rinchi's former master Zhongbai. In other words, his former grandmaster Lu Honglu. Lu Honglu was an elder of the Taiqing sect, a status not far below that of Dong Rinchi's father. She was rarely seen, appearing and vanishing like a divine dragon. Dong Rinchi had only glimpsed her once from a distance 6 years ago, when he had formally become Zhongbai's disciple. That single glance had stayed with him for 6 years. The impression was simply too profound. He had originally assumed that Lu Honglu, at several hundred years of age, would be an old woman with a face full of wrinkles and a head of silver hair. But the real Lu Honglu possessed a countenance far younger than any of her fellow sect sisters and junior sisters. She was clad in a red gown, her skin as white as snow, and when she walked, her willowy waist swayed, carrying a fragrant breeze. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, revealed the majesty of one in power. The moment Dong Rinchi laid eyes on her, he was awestruck by her heavenly beauty. It was an image he could not forget for a long time. But now Lu Honglu was in a sorry state. She lay half-slumped against an old tree, breathing heavily, her hair disheveled, her forehead beaded with sweat, her red robe torn in many places, unable to conceal the alluring white skin beneath. She appeared to have suffered serious injuries. With the former Grandmaster in peril, Dong Rinchi naturally could not stand idly by. Just as he was about to emerge and lend aid, he saw another figure streaking across the distant horizon, landing swiftly in the valley and placing itself before Lu Honglu. The newcomer was an elderly man in black robes with inverted triangle eyes and a hideous flesh tumor on his forehead. A mere hair's breadth away, and you nearly slipped back to the Taiching sect. The old man burst into raucous laughter. Lu Honglu, you must never have dreamed, even in your wildest fantasies, that you would end up in my clutches. How do you find the joyous powder of our Hahuan sect? Does it suit your palate? Vile and shameless. I swear I will slaughter every last vermin of your Hahuan sect. Lu Honglu cried out in fury, her voice trembling noticeably. Without her realizing it, her lovely face had flushed a deep crimson. The potency of the joyous powder is already taking hold, yet you still speak so stubbornly. The black-robed elder continued his wild laughter. Let me see how long you can keep up that bravado, Lu Honglu. In a little while longer you, the fairy of Taiching, will be begging me to bestow my favor upon you. Suddenly a streak of red light shot like lightning from Lu Honglu's sleeve, piercing straight through the black-robed elder's chest. A king-rank talisman treasure. You actually possess a king-rank talisman treasure. The black-robed elder's eyes filled with unwillingness, then twisted into a ferocious expression. Lu Honglu, the joyous powder has already taken effect. Without coupling you will surely die. Killing me won't save you either. On the road to the Yellow Springs you'll have to keep me company. Before he could finish, the old man crashed to the ground with a thud, dead as could be. Lu Honglu let out a long sigh of relief, but her strength gave out, and she slumped against an old tree. Then an extremely strange sound escaped from her throat, as if she was struggling to suppress something. She began tearing at her red dress uncontrollably. Dong Rinchi knew of the Hahuan sect and had heard of the notorious joyous powder, so he understood Lu Honglu's predicament all too well. His heart was a turmoil of joy and fear. The long-dreamed-of opportunity for dual cultivation had arrived so suddenly. Potential points to defy fate and change his life were within easy reach. Happiness came knocking at his door without warning, leaving him utterly flustered. Yet the woman before him was once his grandmaster. Would taking advantage of her in her time of need bring down heavenly vengeance? Just as he was locked in an internal struggle, Lu Honglu's voice suddenly rang out. Dong Rinchi, get yourself over here at once. She noticed me long ago. She even knows my name. Dong Rinchi was stunned. Clearly he hadn't fully embraced his new identity. With his massive 300 frame, it was impossible for anyone not to remember him. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked toward the base of the tree. There Lu Honglu had untied her hair bun. Her jet-black tresses cascaded down to her slender waist. Her red dress was half open, revealing a glimpse of enticing flesh. She bit her delicate lower lip, her flushed face radiating a seductive charm that could steal one's soul. Thus Dong Rinchi wiped away the drool spilling from the corner of his mouth, leaped up without a second thought, caring nothing for Grandmaster or not, and charged down the cliff face toward the old tree, his speed far exceeding his usual pace. As the mountain of flesh that was Dong Rinchi lunged at her like a bear, a flicker of struggle flashed in Lu Honglu's eyes. Then, as if resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes in despair. In less than 6 breaths Dong Rinchi collapsed to the ground, only to be kicked flying 3 zhang away. Lu Honglu rose swiftly, tidied her hair bun and robes, and stared at Dong Rinchi with utter contempt from her beautiful eyes. She spat 6 breaths. Useless thing. Dong Rinchi blushed furiously with shame. He had done his best, but the original owner's body was far too weak. 6 breaths was his limit. At the same time his heart pounded with worry that Lu Honglu might discard him now that her need was fulfilled and kill him to silence him. Of course Dong Rinchi felt the odds of that were not too high. After all, he had saved her life, and Lu Honglu was known for having a good reputation within the sect, which was also why he had dared to act. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Lu Honglu fixed a hard stare on Dong Rinchi. If a third person finds out about what happened today, I will cut out your tongue. With those icy words, she snatched the black-robed elder's storage pouch into her hand, rose into the air, and flew away swiftly, her red dress fluttering like a celestial maiden. Too pathetic. I didn't even get to savor it. What a waste of such a golden opportunity. Dong Rinchi lamented as he watched Lu Honglu fade into the distance. Just then a crisp female voice echoed in his heart. Congratulations, host, for successfully engaging in dual cultivation with Lu Honglu. You are awarded 30 potential points. As this is your first dual cultivation, you receive an additional 60 potential points, 1 year of lifespan. A bonus for the first time plus the desperately needed lifespan. Dong Rinchi was overjoyed, but the system's next words froze the smile on his face. Because Lu Honglu is not a virgin, your first-time bonus is halved 30 potential points and 6 months of lifespan. This? Dong Rinchi felt like crying. Congratulations, host, on your first dual cultivation. You are awarded an immortal rank ocular art, fiery golden eyes. Fiery golden eyes see through illusions and discern truth, instantly perceive anyone's cultivation level, expose all disguises and phantasms. With that, the system ceased its mechanical announcement, marking the end of the rewards. Its voice then turned sweet. Master, a friendly reminder aside from the first dual cultivation, to earn additional bonuses your partner must possess a special physique, such as innate Tao body, impeccable saint body, Tying mystic body, Nineteen body, and so forth. Special physique. The sect's #1 prodigy Long Wu has a special physique, doesn't she? Never mind, she's an exalted fairy beyond my reach. I don't even qualify to meet her yet. Don't think too far ahead. Take it one step at a time. Still pained by the loss of 6 months of lifespan and 30 potential points, Dong Rinchi had no mood to chat further with the system and cut off the connection. At least the immortal rank ocular art hadn't been halved or discounted. That eased his heart somewhat. Cultivation techniques, spells, and artifacts are ranked from low to high as follows: Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Immortal, Divine, and Chaos. Each rank is further divided into 3 subgrades: low, medium, and high. Immortal rank techniques and spells. Even a major sect like Tai Ching would be hard-pressed to find even one. Of course, valuable as immortal rank spells are for Dong Rinchi, at the moment lifespan was the most precious. He had barely been awarded 1 year of life only to have it halved. Because Lu Honglu wasn't a virgin, it was an outrageous loss. After sulking for a good while, he managed to console himself with the thought of being content with what he had. Then he took out 2 items, a spirit supplement pill and its recipe. Both items had been obtained from Yang Wei. Yang Wei had 3 spiritual roots, not excellent talent, but far superior to Dong Rinchi's 5. Every spiritual root, regardless of type, also has grades low, medium, high, top, and the lowest, inferior. Generally speaking, the fewer spiritual roots a cultivator has, the higher the grade of each root. For single spiritual cultivators, their root is at least high grade. Meanwhile, multi-root cultivators often have very low-grade roots. Take Dong Rinchi for example. He possessed all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet each root was inferior, not even one low grade. It was the epitome of waste. If even one of his 5 roots had been low grade, he wouldn't have been stuck for years without making any progress. While in the inner sect, Dong Rinchi had struggled too. He scrimped and saved, once obtaining a medium-grade spirit supplement pill in hopes of improving his roots. But after taking it, there was no effect. Spirit supplement pills can repair and strengthen spiritual roots with a chance to raise their grade, but the odds are slim. Dong Rinchi examined the pill in his palm and sighed softly. Just a low-grade spirit supplement pill. The chance of improving my root grade is extremely low. System girl. Dong Rinchi summoned the system. How many potential points would it take to upgrade this low-grade spirit supplement pill to top grade? 20 potential points, the system replied instantly. 20. Dong Rinchi nearly jumped. I earned only 60 potential points from my first dual cultivation. Upgrading a single top-grade spirit supplement pill costs 20. System girl, aren't you being too merciless? The system spoke softly. Master, in the world you now inhabit, those capable of refining a top-grade spirit supplement pill are few and far between. Moreover, even if someone could, it would depend on luck and the whim of heaven. Thus, 20 potential points for a top-grade spirit supplement pill is perfectly reasonable. So 20 potential points for one top-grade spirit supplement pill. Fair and square. Just as Dong Rinchi was about to bid the system farewell, its voice rang again. Master, the pill recipe in your hand can also be upgraded. It can be enhanced to a perfect Dan recipe for only 10 potential points. With a perfect Dan recipe, refining top-grade pills becomes trivially easy. Upgrading a single pill costs 20 points, but upgrading the recipe costs only 10. System girl, isn't that a bit unbalanced? Dong Rinchi asked, deeply puzzled. It's balanced. Directly upgrading to a top-grade pill is an act of getting something for nothing, so it naturally requires more potential points, the system replied with righteous confidence. Fine, you say it's fair, so we'll take your word for it. Dong Rinchi's mental abacus began to clatter as he weighed. After a moment he asked again, System girl, tell me, how many potential points would it take to raise my alchemy skill from level 1 to level 3? Having no hope in cultivation, Dong Rinchi had once tried his hand at alchemy, but he proved equally talentless in that field. After years of toil, he barely managed to become a first-grade alchemist, and the one with the lowest pill success rate in Tai Ching sect's history. Even when he did produce pills, their quality never surpassed low grade. Alchemists and pills are divided into 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Each pill grade is further subdivided into 4 subgrades: low, medium, high, and top. The spirit supplement pill is a 3rd-grade pill, and one of the most difficult to refine within that grade, its difficulty nearly matching 4th-grade pills. Dong Rinchi raised the question because he intended to refine the spirit supplement pill himself. Even a top-grade spirit supplement pill only offered a higher chance of improving one's spiritual root quality. 1 or 2 such pills could hardly remove the label of cultivation cripple from him. Moreover, this Dong Rinchi was not the same as the former. He harbored vast ambitions. He wanted to become an unrestrained immortal in the world. Merely upgrading his 5 inferior roots to low grade would never support such a grand dream. Master advancing from a level 1 alchemist to a level 3 alchemist normally requires 200 potential points. However, as this is your first use of potential points, the system grants you a 5-fold discount, reducing the cost to just 50 points. Shall you proceed with the allocation to elevate your alchemy rank? The system's voice murmured softly within Dong Rinchi's mind. After a fierce internal struggle, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Yes. Congratulations, Master. Your allocation has succeeded. You have ascended to the rank of level 3. Within his mind, the system interface updated in real time. Cultivator Dong Rinchi. Gender male. Cultivation aptitude abysmal. Current realm chi refinement, first layer. Alchemy rank level 3. Remaining lifespan 0. Year 58. Chaotic heaven-devouring scripture inactive activation condition foundation establishment. Potential points 10. At last, one figure on this screen is finally worthy of a glance. Dong Rinchi exhaled in profound relief as his gaze lingered upon the alchemy rank entry, and immediately resolved, continue allocating points, to upgrade the spirit replenishing pill formula. The system responded instantly. The spirit replenishing pill formula has been upgraded to its perfect form, enabling flawless refinement of supreme grade spirit replenishing pills, with a 100 success rate. Simultaneously, Dong Rinchi noticed the formula in his hand had transformed, but when he glanced back at the system interface, his eyes widened in alarm. Wasn't there supposed to be a 5-fold discount? Why have all my potential points vanished? Master, the discount applies only to your first allocation. Upgrading the formula constitutes your second allocation, and thus qualifies for no discount. The system's tone turned abruptly mechanical. Dong Rinchi sighed faintly, already accepting the explanation, when the system added almost casually, had you allocated points to both your alchemy rank and the formula simultaneously, the discount would have applied to the combined total. Cough, cough, cough. A surge of rebellious blood rose sharply into Dong Rinchi's throat. System lady, tell me plainly, are you deliberately trying to drive me to despair? Do you wish to find a new master? Master, I merely seek to remind you transmigration is no trivial matter. Impulsiveness invites calamity, every action must be weighed thrice before execution. Farewell. 60 potential points, barely warmed in his grasp, had vanished in the span of a few sentences. After a pang of visceral regret, Dong Rinchi steeled himself and began plotting his next steps. With an additional half-year of lifespan secured, he now possessed precious breathing room. His most urgent task was clear, refined, supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills to elevate his spiritual roots' innate quality. Yet alchemy demands more than mere theory. It requires spirit herbs. When demoted to a menial disciple of the Taiching sect, Dong Rinchi had forfeited all possessions to the Dong family. What little he now owned had been seized from Yang Wei and his 3 companions. Alas, none among those spoils were the spirit herbs required for spirit-replenishing pills. To obtain them, only 2 places remained viable: the Taiching sect's treasure vault, or the night market. The Taiching sect's treasure vault overflows with cultivation resources, pills, formulas, cultivation manuals, arcane arts, and spirit weapons alike. Access is granted through 2 means: exchanging sect contribution points or purchasing directly with spirit stones. The lifespan prolonging pill formula, the very one Dong Rinchi coveted most, resides within that vault. Yet as a menial disciple he lacked even the barest authorization to enter. Minimum eligibility demanded status as an outer sect disciple. Moreover, the lifespan prolonging pill is a 6th rank elixir. Few within the entire Taiching sect possessed the mastery to refine it. He himself, empowered by the system, stood only at level 3, vastly unprepared for 6th rank alchemy. And even if attained, the lifespan prolonging pill grants but a single temporary extension, a palliative measure, not a cure. True longevity springs only from ascending one's cultivation realm. Thus he must remain grounded first, perfect the spirit replenishing pill, and heal his crippled spiritual root. To acquire the requisite spirit herbs, only the night market remained. The night market, a clandestine bazaar where Taiching sect disciples exchange goods, operates solely after dusk. Even menial disciples may participate provided they possess capital. As the hour approached, the hour of the dog lights began flickering to life within a valley not far from the Taiching sect's mountain gate. At the valley's entrance stood a waist-high bluish-black stone slab carved with a single character Fong, the official marker of the Taiching sect's night market. Dong Rinchi had initially intended to disguise himself, to veil his face and avoid enemies like Yang Wei. Yet his 300 frame was utterly singular across the entire sect. No concealment could erase such unmistakable presence. The market had just opened. Countless Taiching sect disciples rushed to claim prime positions, hastily laying out their wares, most simply spreading oilcloth upon the ground and arranging their goods atop it. Patrolling disciples of the Taiching sect moved intermittently through the market, maintaining order. Yet theirs was no selfless service. They collected fees for their labor. Their remuneration came in the form of stall fees, euphemistically termed protection fees. Those authorized to levy such fees naturally wielded considerable influence backed by powerful patrons within the sect. Dong Rinchi walked slowly past each stall searching diligently for the spirit herbs needed to refine spirit-replenishing pills. From Yang Wei and his companions, he had seized over 70 low-grade spirit stones. If fortune smiled, he might purchase enough herbs for 10 batches of spirit-replenishing pills. That he had recently overthrown his former senior ancestor Lu Honglu, in utter desperation spoke volumes about his current streak of extraordinary luck. Within less than half an hour he acquired 9 full sets of herbs, and even procured a passable alchemical cauldron retaining 6 low-grade spirit stones as surplus. One minor regret lingered: his storage pouch had been confiscated by the Dong family. Now forced to shoulder a 60 to 70 gene cauldron, his already conspicuous figure drew even more stares. Fortunately, he encountered no enemies like Yang Wei that night. With his errands complete, he departed without delay, striding directly toward the market's exit. 30 zhang from the valley's mouth, a single stall stood encircled by several burly Taiching sect disciples. A petite young woman knelt before the stall, her voice trembling with sorrow. "Senior brothers, please show mercy. Let me remain open just one more night. Once I sell these spirit herbs, I swear I'll settle my stall fee in full." You've uttered those very words for 3 nights straight, yet not a single herb has sold. A pale-faced young man stepped forward, his complexion unnaturally wan. "Out of pity I've allowed you to defer payment for 3 nights, yet still you beg to extend your debt further. What grand delusion do you harbor? Pay up, 4 low-grade spirit stones now. Senior brother Ma Tao, I am not willfully withholding payment. I truly possess no spirit stones." Lifting her delicate face, the young woman pleaded, "Might I offer these spirit herbs in lieu of the fee? These worthless herbs have sat unsold for 3 nights. Not a single sprig moved. Would exchanging them for your fee make you foolish? Or me?" Ma Tao sneered coldly. 10 breaths. Produce 4 low-grade spirit stones, or I shall detain you until payment is rendered." Her face paled. She dropped to her knees, bowing her head repeatedly. "Senior brother Ma Tao, you cannot detain me. My elder brother lies dying. He needs medicine to survive." Dong Rinchi had visited the night market several times before, and knew Ma Tao's reputation, while the undisputed local tyrant of the bazaar. Passing the stall, he overheard Ma Tao's exchange with the woman. Though sympathy stirred within him, he was himself a drowning man clinging to a single plank. Self-preservation dictated silence. Shouldering his cauldron, he quickened his pace. Seeing entreaty futile with Ma Tao, the young woman turned desperately to the onlookers, bowing her head again and again. "Senior brothers and sisters, please lend me a few low-grade spirit stones. My brother's life hangs by a thread, begging you please help." Hearing this, Dong Rinchi paused and turned. Her tear-streaked face, etched with utter desolation, evoked deep instinctive compassion. Strangely, her features bore an uncanny resemblance to a former girlfriend from his previous life, a relationship severed not by love's decay, but by material collapse. Love ultimately had succumbed to reality, a wound he kept deeply buried, a silent, aching scar. After brief hesitation, he resolved to part with 4 of his remaining 6 low-grade spirit stones. Just as he prepared to act, a hushed voice emerged from the crowd. "She's new here. Only arrived 3 nights ago. Rumor says her brother was poisoned by a spirit beast. He needs an antidote pill to live. Ma Tao clearly desires her." He lured her into deferring stall fees, then secretly blocked all potential buyers from approaching her herbs. Dong Rinchi sighed inwardly. Such sordid schemes plagued his former world. How disheartening that they followed him across realms. After another pause, he resolved to withdraw. Intervention would inevitably provoke Ma Tao, and given his precarious position, provoking trouble was tantamount to suicide. His strength offered no margin for heroic folly. After all, she merely resembled his former lover. Soon he exited the night market and hastened toward his residence. Burdened by the heavy cauldron, and weakened by obesity, frail constitution, and depleted vitality, he progressed slowly. Half a li into his journey, he halted to catch his breath. Seeking privacy, he veered into a grove beside the road. Scarcely had he settled beneath an ancient tree when footsteps crunched along the path, then entered the woods. A man and woman emerged, Ma Tao leading, the petite woman trailing hesitantly behind. It was unmistakably the same pair from the market. Why pursue her here? Is heaven itself sending me a sign? Dong Rinchi frowned. "Senior brother Ma Tao, what business brings you to this place?" The woman halted, refusing to advance deeper into the woods. "This spot serves well enough," Ma Tao replied, glancing around with a sly grin. "To earn your freedom, you must spend 1 night with me." Her expression shifted instantly to horror. "Senior brother Ma Tao, this is blatant abuse of power. Dare you fear no report to the sect? Did I force you, eh?" Ma Tao's lips curled into a chilling smile. "You followed me willingly. If you now refuse, walk away freely. But should you fail to produce 4 low-grade spirit stones, you will be detained, released only upon full payment. Grief and fury contorted her face, her gaze flickered with indecision. Ma Tao's eyes gleamed with raw avarice. One night of devoted service erases all prior debts, and I'll permit you to continue selling at the night market with stall fees deferred once more. Consider this: if detained, your brother will lie helpless, awaiting death. At the mention of her brother, tears flooded her cheeks. Her voice broke as she whispered, "Senior brother Ma Tao, have mercy. Grant me just a few more days. I swear I'll deliver the spirit stones." "Mercy?" Ma Tao scoffed. "If all behaved as you do, the night market would collapse. Speak further, or resist, and I shall detain you immediately. Let your brother wait for death." With a cruel chuckle he reached for her. Despair washed over her face, resignation settling in. Trembling, she closed her eyes. At that precise moment, a hoarse, low voice cut through the forest silence. "Ma Tao, humiliating a defenseless woman. Do you retain even a shred of honor?" Ma Tao quickly turned around, and was startled to see a half-figure and half-face revealed beneath an old tree not far away. To be precise, it was a small half of a figure and half of a face. Dong Renshi did not dare to reveal his entire figure. If he did, his identity would surely be exposed. "You cowardly rat, do you dare to show your true identity?" Ma Tao shouted angrily. After plotting for several days, he was just about to take down the beautiful girl in front of him, when suddenly an interferer appeared which naturally made him very furious. "Today I am giving your brother some face, and will not deal with you. Now get lost immediately." Dong Renshi squeezed his voice low and spoke coldly. He knew that Ma Tao was able to act recklessly in the night market because his brother Ma Xiaofeng was a core disciple of the Taiqing sect, and moreover, he was a prominent figure among the core disciples, a true genius. His status and reputation far surpassed that of his sister Dong Luiyue. Ma Tao's expression grew serious. From Dong Renqi's tone, it seemed that he was a figure of similar caliber to his brother. Such a person was someone he could never provoke. However, he was somewhat unwilling to give up on the beautiful girl that was within reach. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "You hide your face and only say a few words to make me leave. You really don't take me Ma Tao seriously, do you?" Dong Renqi snorted heavily. "With your mere breakthrough to the 6th level of qi refinement, who do you think you are to make me reveal myself? If it weren't for the face of Ma Xiaofeng with your actions today, I would have already crippled you. I can't be bothered to waste more words with you. I will count to 2. If you don't leave by the time I'm done counting, don't expect to walk away." Upon hearing this, Ma Tao's expression changed drastically. He had just broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement 4 days ago, a fact he had deliberately kept under wraps. At this moment, the person hiding behind the tree could accurately reveal his true cultivation level. In his eyes, there was only one explanation: the other party's cultivation and strength were far superior to his own. Just then Dong Renqi coldly shouted a single word, his voice filled with murderous intent and anger. With his thoughts racing, Ma Tao ultimately chose to back down, swiftly turned around, and fled, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Dong Renqi, who was hiding behind the tree, let out a breath, finally relaxing his tense heart. Earlier he had been able to discern Ma Tao's cultivation level due to his fire eye. Fortunately, the spiritual power required to activate the fire eye was minimal and mainly relied on soul power for support. Otherwise, with his meager spiritual power, he would have been unable to activate it. Having lived 2 lives, Dong Renqi's soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people, allowing him to activate the fire eye without issue. At the same time, he was prepared. If he couldn't scare Ma Tao off, he would shout loudly to alert the people in the night market. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving me." The petite girl remained pressed against the tree trunk, respectfully bowing. Dong Renqi did not see himself as a paragon of virtue. Given his urgent need for potential points, he naturally had thoughts of using the girl for mutual cultivation as repayment. However, in the end, he felt that he and Ma Tao were not of the same kind. Retaining some degree of morality, after a moment of hesitation, he threw the only 6 low-grade spirit stones he had in front of the girl. "Hurry and pay the stall fee, and do not set up shop in the market again. I can save you this once, but I cannot save you a second time." After speaking, he stepped out from behind the tree and, "Senior brother, I am the outer disciple Fang Xiao. May I ask for your name? I will surely repay your great kindness in the future." Fang Xiao spoke urgently, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Dong Renqi's large and stout figure already stepping into the night. The status of a servant disciple in the Taiqing sect was the lowest, but because the Taiqing sect's mountain gate was large enough, Dong Renqi was still able to have a separate courtyard. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already late at night. The alchemy furnace and spiritual herbs were ready, but he wore a troubled expression. Why? Alchemy can be performed using an open flame or spiritual power. Spiritual power is easier to control than open flame, and those with higher cultivation levels and deeper spiritual power tend to choose to refine pills using spiritual power. However, for someone like Dong Renchi with only the first level of chi refinement, using spiritual power to refine pills was simply a luxury. He could only use open flames. However, the open flame used for alchemy cannot be just any firewood. It requires earth fire or spiritual wood. Earth fire is born from underground fire veins and is rare and hard to find. If Dong Renchi wanted to refine pills, he would need to search for spiritual wood. Unfortunately, the nearest places with spiritual wood had already been controlled by the Taiching sect, and it was forbidden to cut it down privately. To obtain spiritual wood, one must either receive it from the sect or purchase or exchange it at the treasure pavilion. These two routes were temporarily unavailable to the servant disciple Dong Renchi, so he had to think of another way. The next day dawn broke. Dong Renchi got up early and went to the large house at the highest point of the Servant Peak. This was the residence of the steward of the Servant Peak. "Steward Tong, could you please assign me a different task?" Dong Renchi got straight to the point, stating his intention. Tong Qinghe, thin and small with a face resembling a monkey's, was clearly displeased when Dong Renchi woke him up early in the morning. However, despite Dong Renchi's current state, he still bore the surname Dong, which gave him a better chance of turning things around compared to other servant disciples. He forcibly suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Little Dong, you should know that cleaning is the easiest job on the Servant Peak. Do you know that the sect originally wanted to punish you severely and assign you the heaviest tasks? I stood up against all kinds of pressure to let you do the cleaning. You should know how many servant disciples are fighting for this job. Thank you, Steward Tong, for your consideration. I, Dong Renchi, will forever remember your kindness. If I return to the inner door one day, I will definitely repay you heavily. You don't need to be so polite, little Dong, and don't mention repayment." Tong King's smile became more genuine. "If one day you can return to the inner door, just coming back to see me will be enough." Dong Renchi naturally agreed wholeheartedly and returned to the main topic. "Steward Tong, I did not come today to ask you for an easier task. During this time under your guidance, I have realized the severe mistakes I made. Cleaning the mountain gate is insufficient punishment. I hope to exchange it for a heavier and more arduous task to punish myself and contribute more to the sect to compensate for my mistakes." Steward Tong, cutting spiritual wood is hard and heavy work, and it can also add spiritual wood to the sect. Please let me go cut spiritual wood. You want to go cut spiritual wood? Tong Qinghe looked at Dong Renchi in shocked confusion, filling his eyes. The Servant Peak needed to submit 1.0 gene of spiritual wood to the sect every month for the sect's disciples to refine pills. There were 10 disciples on the Servant Peak specifically responsible for cutting spiritual wood, with each needing to cut 1.0 gene per month. If they failed to complete the task, they would face severe penalties from the sect. Spiritual wood is hard and heavy, extremely difficult to fell. For servant disciples who are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, most of whom have not even entered the chi refinement stage, cutting spiritual wood is an extremely arduous and difficult task. Every month among the 10 disciples who cut spiritual wood, someone would always be punished for failing to complete the task. When dealing with some troublesome servant disciples, Tong Qinghe would often assign them to cut spiritual wood. But today Dong Renchi actively requested to go cut spiritual wood, which left Tong Qinghe both surprised and puzzled. Little Dong, realizing your mistakes and wanting to turn over a new leaf is a good thing. However, cutting spiritual wood is not only exhausting, but the task is also heavy. Although you have some advantages as a first-level chi refinement cultivator, your size is not suitable for climbing up and down in the mountains and forests. It's best to forget it. You are already in a precarious situation. If you fail to complete the sect's task, you will likely face severe penalties from the sect. Tong Qinghe tried to persuade him earnestly. Don't worry, steward. As long as you let me go cut spiritual wood, I will complete the task, even if I don't eat or sleep, Dong Renchi vowed earnestly. However, without thinking, Tong Qinghe immediately replied, Little Dong, the physical punishment is secondary. As long as you sincerely repent, that is enough. You should continue cleaning in front of the mountain gate. Seeing this, Dong Renchi realized that it was highly likely someone had instructed Tong Qinghe to keep him cleaning in front of the mountain gate. The only people who could influence Tong Qinghe and had a connection to Dong Renchi could only be from the Dong family. Meanwhile, cleaning in front of the mountain gate, seemingly easy, was in fact a humiliation for Dong Renchi. The only people who could influence Tong Qinghe and had a connection to Dong Renchi could only be from the Dong family. Cleaning in front of the busy mountain gate was a humiliation for Dong Renchi, a disgrace to the Dong family, and effectively closed off his path back to the Dong family. Compared to Dong Renchi, Dong Qianli excelled in every aspect with extremely high cultivation talent and handsome looks. Standing together, it was like the ugly duckling next to the beautiful swan. However, there was one thing that Dong Qianli could not compare to Dong Renchi. He was merely the nephew of elder Dong Wanpeng of the Taiching sect, while Dong Renchi was the son of Dong Wanpeng. Jealousy can sometimes be inexplicable. Although Dong Qianli was superior to Dong Renchi, in every way he envied Dong Renchi for being the biological son of Dong Wanpeng. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, Dong Qianli would make small moves to make Dong Wanpeng hate Dong Renchi even more. One could say that Dong Renqi's current situation was largely due to Dong Qianli's machinations. Thinking of this, Dong Renqi helplessly shook his head. Steward Tong, I have a close relationship with my cousin. Now that I have come to the servant peak, he must be worried, and has surely done some persuasion with you, asking you to assign me an easier task, right? Upon hearing this, Tong King's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he chuckled twice, indicating his tacit approval. Steward Tong, the concern of family can sometimes hinder one's growth. Now that I have made up my mind to repent, I cannot seek comfort. Please let me go cut spiritual wood. I not only want to cleanse my spirit, but also to temper my body. Rest assured, I will explain to my cousin, and will not let you be put in a difficult position. That may not be the best idea after all. Steward Tong, there is nothing wrong with it. My bond with Qianli is like that of brothers. He listens to me. Dong Renqi smiled broadly, while producing a piece of clothing in his hand. Steward Tong, this piece of clothing is a mid-grade spiritual artifact of the yellow level. You have taken care of me during this time. This is my small token of appreciation. In the depths of a secluded valley, the sound of clanging echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal, as the disciples of the Taiching sect diligently cut down spiritual firewood. In the innermost part of the valley, a portly figure, Dong Renqi, was sweating profusely as he chopped a brown tree trunk as thick as a bowl. Today marked the third day of his firewood cutting. Tong Xinghe had mentioned that chopping firewood was arduous, but he had no concept of it until now. After 3 days, he had gained a profound understanding. His entire body ached, and his palms were already chafed. Despite this, he had only managed to chop 600 pounds of spiritual firewood in 3 days, leaving a significant gap from the monthly quota of 10,000 pounds. However, since it was his first month cutting firewood, coupled with the effectiveness of his yellow-grade mid-quality clothing, Tong Xinghe had lowered his task requirement, allowing him to submit only 8,000 pounds of spiritual firewood for the first month. Even so, based on his current cutting speed, he still wouldn't be able to complete the task. Moreover, he had come to cut spiritual firewood with the purpose of refining pills. But before refining pills, he had to ensure he completed the sect's tasks. Thus, he had no choice but to exert the meager spiritual energy within his dantian to increase his cutting speed, sacrificing his sleeping time in the process. While other disciples took breaks, he continued to toil away. Another 3 days passed, and due to his increased proficiency in the utilization of spiritual energy, his cutting speed significantly improved, allowing him to chop nearly 900 pounds of spiritual firewood in the following 3 days. At this rate, completing the month's task was no longer a concern. Consequently, while working overtime chopping firewood every day, he secretly stashed some away in preparation for pill refining. Half a month slipped by, and Dong Renqi could now easily chop 400 pounds of spiritual firewood each day. Yet he still worked overtime every night, continuing to chop away while other disciples slept. In the span of half a month, he had stored over 100 pounds of spiritual firewood, which should suffice to refine a couple of batches of replenishing pills. Thus, one deep night when all other disciples were sound asleep, he quietly left the camp. 10 disciples from the Taiching sect responsible for chopping spiritual firewood dispersed during the day to harvest, but returned to the camp at night to stay together. This was mainly because wild beasts roamed the deep mountains at night, and staying together offered some safety. Dong Renqi made his way out of the camp, heading straight for the place where he had hidden the spiritual firewood, which also contained his secretly brought pill furnace and spiritual herbs. The night was deep as Dong Renqi ignited the spiritual firewood in a stone cave deep within the mountains, quickly running through the perfect recipe for the replenishing pill in his mind, then hurriedly set about refining it. As the spiritual firewood burned with vigorous flames producing no smoke, it quickly heated the pill furnace to a bright red. Dong Renqi relied on the system to forcibly elevate his alchemy skills from level 1 to level 3, a method that felt almost like cheating, leaving him somewhat anxious about his craftsmanship, fearing he might waste the spiritual herbs and firewood. However, as he began refining the pills, his hands moved with the fluidity of muscle memory, executing each action with precision. When it came to refining replenishing pills, his skill absolutely surpassed that of any equivalent level 3 alchemist. About an hour later, a faint aroma of the pills wafted from the furnace. Dong Renqi's expression brightened, and he quickly removed the firewood, waiting for the furnace to cool. Soon laughter echoed within the cave. Dong Renqi sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his fleshy palm to reveal 3 pitch-black, perfectly round pills that shimmered with a faint glow. These were the replenishing pills, and they were of the highest quality. A batch, and it's the highest quality. Amazing. Truly amazing. Dong Renqi exclaimed joyfully, but soon his brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered, "It's a pity the quantity is a bit low." As an alchemist refines pills, the number produced in each batch isn't fixed. Moreover, as the quality of the pills increases, the quantity produced per batch diminishes. Typically, a level 3 replenishing pill would yield around 6 pills, so 3 was indeed considered low. However, these were top-quality replenishing pills. The value of a single top-quality replenishing pill is incomparable to 10 mid-quality ones. Dong Rinchi initially thought to take advantage of the momentum and refine another batch, but glancing at the sky he realized there was less than 2 hours until dawn and time was running short. Thus he tidied up a bit, sat cross-legged, and directly swallowed one top-quality replenishing pill. Moments later a look of delight appeared on his face. With the consumption of one top-quality replenishing pill, his wood spiritual root surprisingly upgraded directly from inferior to low grade. Upon the improvement of his spiritual root quality, he immediately felt the surrounding would attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth begin to converge toward him, significantly enhancing his affinity. Top-quality pills are indeed extraordinary. Dong Rinchi wasted no time and immediately swallowed the remaining 2 replenishing pills. Quickly as the medicinal effects were consumed, joy reappeared on his face. This time his gold spiritual root upgraded from inferior to low grade, and his water spiritual root also experienced some changes, yet it was still a bit far from quality enhancement. Next he attempted to circulate the basic cultivation method of the Tai Ching sect, 9 cycles Tai Ching technique. He discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which used to require great effort to absorb, could now be drawn into his body with ease. After 3 breaths he concluded his cultivation, exclaiming in surprise, "The quality of my spiritual roots has improved, and my cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. Once I've refined all 9 batches of replenishing pills, at least one of my 5-element spiritual roots should be able to reach the mid-grade. With a mid-grade spiritual root, it should be no problem to elevate my cultivation to the 2nd level of Qi refinement within 6 months. From then on, Dong Rinchi became even more motivated, further squeezing his sleeping time solely focused on secretly stashing more firewood and refining the remaining replenishing pills. 10 days flew by and Dong Rinchi had successfully refined 4 batches of replenishing pills, each of the highest quality, and the quantity remained consistent with 3 pills each time, not a single more or less. After consuming 9 top-quality replenishing pills, he successfully upgraded all 5 of his elemental spiritual roots from inferior to low grade, yet unfortunately none reached mid-grade. He discovered that as time passed, the number of replenishing pills required to enhance his spiritual roots increased. He still had 5 portions of spiritual herbs to refine replenishing pills. If he consumed 15 more top-quality replenishing pills, at least one of his spiritual roots should reach mid-grade, achieving a small goal. One day while Dong Rinchi was chopping firewood in the mountains, he suddenly caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance wafting from behind him. He quickly turned around and was astonished to find a stunningly beautiful woman in white standing behind him. It was his sister Dong Luiyue. "Sister, why are you here?" Dong Rinchi exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly tossing aside his axe and rushing towards Dong Luiyue. However, as he approached, he halted, not wanting to get any closer. Why? At this moment he was drenched in sweat and feared he might offend his sister with his odor. "Isn't it better to just sweep the floors? Why did you come all the way here to chop firewood?" Dong Luiyue had initially intended to scold him, but upon seeing her brother drenched in sweat and noticeably thinner, the reprimand was swallowed back and tears welled in her eyes as she stepped forward. "Sister, please don't come closer. I'm dirty and smell bad." Dong Rinchi smiled broadly, waving his hands at her. Dong Luiyue, however, paid no heed, striding up to him, pulling out a handkerchief and unyieldingly wiping the sweat from his face, saying with concern, "When I came to find you, Steward Tong told me that you wanted to cut more firewood to make up for the sect. Rinchi, you mustn't be foolish. Does the sect really care about this bit of firewood? Do they care about your compensation? Your cultivation talent is low, and in the eyes of the sect you hold no value. No matter how hard you work, they won't take notice. Listen to your sister, don't tire yourself out. I will definitely find a way to get you back to the inner sect. Sister, whether the sect cares or not, I don't mind. Did you not see? I've chopped firewood for less than a month and I've lost at least 80 pounds of fat on my body, is much better than before." Dong Rinchi said, proudly puffing out his chest. Working overtime in the deep mountains not only had his spiritual root quality improved, but he also enjoyed unexpected benefits, shedding a considerable amount of fat. He now weighed just over 200 pounds, making him noticeably smaller. Dong Luiyue examined her brother from head to toe and smiled. "You've lost a lot of weight. With this weight loss, your eyes no longer look like squinty eyes, you've become much more handsome. If you could lose another size, my Rinchi would undoubtedly be a graceful and charming young man. Of course, with such a beautiful sister, how could I fall short?" Dong Rinchi responded proudly before changing the subject. "Sister, why did you come here, instead of closing up and breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? I told you I'm doing well on the servant's peak, so you need not worry about me." Dong Luiyue made a mysterious expression. "I have an important matter to attend to, and I brought you a gift. Quickly close your eyes and stretch out your hands. Sister, just give me the thing directly. Why all this mystery?" Dong Rinchi laughed in response. Dong Luiyue snorted. "Let's talk, hurry, and close your eyes." "Oh." Dong Rinchi dared not speak further, quickly closing his eyes and extending his hands. Soon he felt something cool fall into his palms. He quickly opened his eyes to see a white porcelain bottle. "Sister, what is this?" Dong Rinchi asked in confusion. Open it, and take a look, then you'll know. A gentle smile graced Dong Liyu's face. Dong Rinchi gently removed the stopper to find 10 small pills inside. Replenishing pills. Dong Rinchi was taken aback. These 10 pills were precisely the replenishing pills he had been refining for days. Dong Liyu's smile deepened. These are all mid-quality replenishing pills. After consuming them, you should have a chance to elevate one of your spiritual roots to low grade. As long as you possess even one low-grade spiritual root, I will have a greater chance of getting you back to the inner sect sooner. Sister, where did you get so many mid-quality replenishing pills? Dong Rinchi furrowed his brows as he asked. To Dong Rinchi, mid-quality replenishing pills were already beneath his consideration. Yet in the Taiching sect, they were rare treasures. Such pills could not be exchanged in the sect's treasure vault. Only through significant contributions to the sect could one be rewarded with a single pill. Now, however, Dong Liyue had produced 10 mid-quality replenishing pills in one go, leaving Dong Rinchi with doubts. Don't ask how I obtained these pills. Dong Liyue's smile faded, and she said with a serious expression, take them quietly. Don't let anyone know. First improve your spiritual root quality, then focus on cultivation and raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. Hearing this, Dong Rinchi was basically certain that the origin of these 10 superior grade spirit replenishing pills was problematic. So he turned serious as well. Sis, tell me the truth. Where did these pills come from? Just take them. Why do you need to ask so many questions? Dong Liyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. You don't think I stole them, do you? Of course not. Dong Rinchi chuckled. Superior grade spirit replenishing pills are extremely precious in the sect. I exerted immense effort just to obtain a single middle grade one before. You suddenly produced 10 superior grade ones, so am naturally suspicious. With that, he handed the porcelain bottle to Dong Liyue. Sis, if there's really something wrong with these pills, take them back. They'll find another way to improve my spiritual root quality later. Why are you so talkative today? I obtained these pills through great effort from the sect. Dong Liyue snorted. Before, when I didn't give you things, you'd snatch them. Now that I give you spirit replenishing pills, you want to give them back. Dong Rinchi, I seriously wonder if you're still my brother. Dong Rinchi's heart trembled. He quickly smiled apologetically. Before, most things weren't considered valuable, so I dared to take and snatch them. But superior grade spirit replenishing pills are too precious. I feel uneasy. Dong Liyue looked at her brother silently. After about 2 breaths, she let out a long sigh. Silly brother. Since mother left, you've been the treasure in my heart. No treasure is more important than you. What are mere 10 superior grade spirit replenishing pills? Be good and put the pills away. As long as you can improve your spiritual root quality and raise your cultivation, your sister will be happy and comforted. A warm current surged in Dong Rinchi's heart. From this moment, he fully recognized Dong Liyue. At the same time, memories buried deep in his heart surged forth that year when Dong Rinchi was 6. His mother passed away. He fainted from crying at the memorial hall. No one from the Dong family, including his father Dong Wanpeng, spared him a glance. Only Dong Liyue, who rushed over upon hearing the news, carried him away from the hall on her still weak shoulders. After that, Dong Rinchi became Dong Liyue's shadow, following her everywhere until he grew up. Dong Wanpeng detested Dong Rinchi, and he didn't have much fondness for Dong Liyue either. The reason was that although Dong Liyue's cultivation talent was decent, it was nothing in the Taiching sect where prodigies abounded. More importantly, she was a woman. The 2 children without their mother and disliked by their father had a life that was easy to imagine. In the Dong family, they often endured contempt and exclusion. But Dong Liyue gritted her teeth and tried to shield Dong Rinchi from the rain. Rapidly brushing away the memories, Dong Rinchi put away the pills and said with a wide smile, Sis, since the pills are fine, I'll take them. They'll listen to you and cultivate diligently. You need to participate in the sect competition, so don't come to see me anymore. Just focus on cultivation. I'll take good care of myself. Dong Liyue smiled radiantly, reached out to pat her brother's head, which was now half a head taller than hers, then waved and turned to leave. Watching Dong Liyue walk farther and farther until she disappeared into the distant dense forest, Dong Rinchi murmured softly, Sis, don't worry. I will cultivate hard and become the supreme powerhouse of this world, your protector. I won't let you suffer wrongs, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Time flew by, and another 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dong Rinchi could now easily handle the task of chopping spirit wood, and had finished refining the last 5 batches of spirit replenishing pills. After refining 15 spirit replenishing pills, he successfully raised his wood and metal spiritual roots to middle grade, exceeding his goal. However, this was not the end, but merely the beginning. His goal was to raise all 5 spiritual roots to supreme grade. The world said that 5 spiritual roots were weak, making one a waste in cultivation, but what about 5 supreme grade spiritual roots? However, 27 supreme grade spirit replenishing pills could only elevate 2 spiritual roots to middle grade. To raise all 5 to supreme grade would be a long and arduous journey, requiring a terrifying number of supreme grade pills. He now needed spiritual herbs, a massive amount of herbs, for refining spirit replenishing pills. To obtain herbs, he needed spirit stones, a lot of spirit stones. Staying on the servant peak, I can only do manual labor every day and earn no spirit stones. I must leave the servant peak and go to the outer sect. After some thought, Dong Rinchi made a decision. The Taiching sect had a rule: a servant disciple who reached the third level of chi refining could become an outer disciple. Now that two of Dong Rinchi's spiritual roots had become middle grade, his cultivation speed was incomparable. Every day after completing the spirit wood task, he would hide in the deep mountains to cultivate the 9 revolutions Taiching art, seizing time to raise his cultivation. After improving his spiritual root quality, his cultivation speed increased manyfold. Although the spiritual energy in the deep mountains was far less abundant than within the Taiching sect, his cultivation progress remained extremely fast. In less than half a month, his cultivation realm, which had made no progress in 6 years, finally broke through, and he successfully reached the second level of chi refining. At the moment of breakthrough, he eagerly opened the system panel: host Dong Rinchi, gender male, cultivation talent poor, cultivation, chi refining, second level alchemy, grade 3rd, lifespan 0. 59 years. Chaos, swallowing heaven, art, not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Seeing the lifespan column, he was instantly dumbfounded. Compared to a month ago, the remaining lifespan was system girl, what is going on? My cultivation has increased, why hasn't my lifespan increased? Dong Rinchi asked urgently. Master, there was an increase, but not much, just over a month, the system replied softly. Just over a month? Are you kidding me? Dong Rinchi was almost exasperated. In the chi refining stage, every advancement in cultivation realm adds several years of lifespan, at least 2 years, but you only give me a little over a month. That's like throwing scraps to a beggar. Master, you are a transmigrator. There are bound to be differences compared to the cultivators of this world, the system said unhurriedly. Dong Rinchi laughed bitterly. I can accept differences, but isn't this difference too great? Master, 2 months ago you had only 0.1 year of lifespan. Through dual cultivation with another person, you gained half a year of lifespan plus potential points and spells. Such treatment is something cultivators of this world wouldn't dare to dream of. The system paused and gave a light cough. Master, contentment brings happiness. Don't just envy others' advantages. Dong Rinchi's chubby face flushed slightly, and he admitted to himself that his mindset indeed needed adjustment. Master, as your cultivation realm increases, the lifespan gained upon each breakthrough will also increase accordingly. The future is still full of hope. Master, keep it up. The system's voice carried a hint of laughter. System girl, tell me, what exactly is the chaos swallowing heaven art? Dong Rinchi asked a question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. The system quickly responded, Master, you are still far from foundation establishment. Please don't aim too high. Another 20 days or so passed, and suddenly from deep in the mountains a joyful laugh rang out. The one laughing was none other than Dong Rinchi. His cultivation realm had broken through again, and he had become a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining, meeting the requirements to become an outer disciple. Slightly regrettably, the lifespan on the system panel had not increased much. Host Dong Rinchi, gender male, cultivation talent poor, cultivation, chi refining, 3rd level alchemy, grade 3rd, lifespan 0. 63 years. Chaos, swallowing heaven, art, not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Now that he could become an outer disciple, he naturally wouldn't continue holing up in the deep mountains chopping spirit wood. Shouldering the chopped spirit wood, he walked quickly toward the camp. As for the cauldron hidden in the cave, when he bought the cauldron, it was barely usable. After refining 9 batches of spirit replenishing pills, it was on the verge of cracking, so discarding it was not a pity. At dusk, the other 9 servant disciples who chopped spirit wood had returned to the camp one after another. Everyone, I'm leaving. You can divide this spirit wood among yourselves. Dong Rinchi gathered all 9 servant disciples and led them to a neatly stacked pile of spirit wood. Ever since he became a cultivator at the 2nd level of chi refining, his speed in chopping spirit wood had increased several times, and he could complete the assigned task in almost 10 days. However, he didn't idle. After completing the task in cultivation, he would continue chopping spirit wood. Why? Chopping wood could help him lose weight. During this period, a lot of fat on his body had been consumed. His weight had dropped below 200 gene. Although he was still somewhat fat, it was no longer as exaggerated as before. The spirit wood in front of him weighed over 10,000 gene in total, all chopped down during his weight loss period. These 9 servant disciples had treated him fairly well. As he was about to leave, this 10,000 gene of spirit would be his parting gift. Just as Dong Rinchi was about to part ways with the servant disciples, someone walked quickly from afar. As Dong Rinchi recognized the face of the approaching person, his brows immediately furrowed. The newcomer was a young woman who had once been his sister Dong Liu's maidservant for several years. At this moment, the young woman was walking hurriedly with an anxious expression. Sensing something was wrong, Dong Rinchi quickly asked, "Why are you here?" "Bad news. Sister Liu is in trouble. She's been locked up by the sect," the young woman said urgently. "Sis is locked up. What exactly happened? Dong Renqi's face turned pale. The woman quickly replied, Sister Luiyue stole the sect's superior-grade spirit replenishing pills, and the sect found out. Dong Renqi then learned that the 10 superior-grade spirit replenishing pills Dong Luiyue gave him were actually stolen from the sect. Where is my sister being held? Dong Renqi's face had turned pale. Stealing sect cultivation resources was a serious crime. The woman shook her head. I don't know exactly where she is held. I came to you because I guessed that Sister Luiyue must have given the pills to you. If you haven't used them all, give them to me quickly. He'll return them to the sect. This way we can reduce Sister Luiyue's punishment. I haven't touched a single pill. Take them back quickly. Dong Renqi quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and was about to hand it to the young woman. Suddenly he thought of something and said, I'll go with you to the main peak of the sect and hand the pills over to the sect's higher-ups. The woman shook her head repeatedly. You are a servant disciple now and don't have the qualification to go to the main peak. Give me the pills quickly. The deadline for the sect to reclaim the pills is today. There's no time to waste. Dong Renqi hesitated briefly, then finally handed the porcelain bottle to the woman. The woman took the bottle, turned around, and left. After walking about 3 zhang, a young man suddenly emerged from the turn ahead. The moment Dong Renqi saw the man, his expression suddenly turned ugly. The newcomer was none other than his cousin Dong Qianli. With a sweet tongue and a treacherous heart, he had previously had many conflicts with Dong Renqi. His appearance here could only mean trouble. Upon seeing Dong Qianli, the young woman quickly bowed respectfully and handed over a porcelain bottle containing 10 high-grade spirit replenishing pills. Dong Renqi's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward quickly. The woman turned to him, her expression filled with apology, and said, I'm sorry, I truly have no choice. Dong Qianli uncorked the bottle, and upon seeing the pills inside, a look of delight spread across his face. Dong Renqi was now standing 6 steps away from him, and he shouted angrily, Dong Qianli, quickly return the pills to me. Dong Qianli chuckled lightly, Cousin, don't misunderstand. I'm here to help cousin sister. I will deliver these pills to the higher-ups of the sect shortly. Help it? Dong Renqi scoffed coldly. If you were truly here to help, why would you deceive others to obtain the pill? Dong Qianli shook his head helplessly. Cousin, I have no other choice. You have always held a prejudice against me. If I didn't use some means, would you give me the pills? Dong Renqi furrowed his brows deeply, realizing that Dong Qianli was right. If Dong Qianli had come to ask for the pills, he certainly would not have given them. Cousin, it has been a long time since we last met, and I see you've lost so much weight and become quite dark. You must have suffered a lot. I have asked Uncle many times to bring you back to the Dong family, but his mind is made up, and it's hard to change it. Dong Qianli had a somewhat ordinary face, but was not displeasing to the eye. However, his voice had a noticeable softness. When he first saw Dong Renqi, he almost did not dare to recognize him. Dong Renqi had lost over 100 pounds, resulting in a significant change in his appearance. Moreover, Dong Qianli sensed that Dong Renqi's change extended beyond his physique. It also included his gaze and temperament. Cousin, let's not waste time on trivial matters. Return the pills to me, and I will find a way to send them to the main peak myself. There was a chill in Dong Renqi's voice. Dong Qianli sighed deeply. Ah, cousin, you surely do not yet understand the severity of the situation. Do you know where cousin sister is being held? Upon hearing this, Dong Renqi's face changed dramatically, and he trembled as he asked, What has happened to my sister? Where is she now? Dong Qianli feigned sorrow, and sighed. Cousin's sister has been imprisoned in the cold prison by the sect, and is awaiting her fate. Cold prison. Dong Renqi's face turned ashen. The cold prison is where the Taiching sect suppresses notorious evil cultivators and demons. It was transformed from an underground ice cave reinforced with powerful formations. The air inside freezes into ice, chilling to the bone. Countless infamous evil cultivators have been frozen to death in the cold prison. The thought of his sister being trapped in such a dark and forsaken place made Dong Renqi's heart ache like a knife. Dong Qianli had been watching Dong Renqi closely, and upon seeing his pained expression, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Sister is a disciple of the Taiching sect. How could the sect imprison her in the cold prison? Confusion and anger appeared on Dong Renqi's face. Dong Qianli sighed, deeply hesitating to speak. Dong Renqi nearly guessed the reason behind his expression. Dong Wamping, his father, held the key to the Taiching sect's secret vault. Dong Luiyue must have stolen the key to obtain the pills. Dong Wamping also bore responsibility for this matter. Imprisoning his own daughter in the cold prison was an act of great righteousness that could divert the sect's attention away from his own failings. Based on his understanding of his father, Dong Renqi felt that this was something Dong Wanpeng could indeed do. Dong Qianli changed the subject. Cousin, the higher-ups of the sect have stated that the more spirit-replenishing pills recovered, the lighter the punishment for cousin sister will be. You are currently a disciple of the miscellaneous workers and cannot go to the main peak. I will make the trip for you. Dong Renqi did not trust Dong Qianli, but But since the pills were already in Dong Qianli's possession and his cultivation was far superior, he had no way to retrieve them. At the same time, Dong Qianli was right. Without the sect's summons, miscellaneous worker disciples could not enter the main. Outer disciples could enter the main peak, but as a miscellaneous worker disciple he needed to undergo many procedures to change his status to outer disciple, taking up a lot of time that cousin sister might not have. Even if he recovered the pills, he would not be able to deliver them to the main peak in a short time. After a moment's thought, he bowed deeply to Dong Qianli. Cousin, I must trouble you with my sister's matter. If you help me this time, I will surely repay you in the future. Dong Qianli waved his hand. Cousin sister Luiyue is also my cousin. Helping her is a matter of course. There is no need for you to repay me. Moreover, cousin, you are merely a miscellaneous worker disciple now. Don't think about repaying me. I focus on how to take care of yourself instead. After speaking, he gave Dong Rinxi a faint smile, revealing a meaningful expression, then turned and said, Cousin, these pills are related to my sister's life. You must understand their importance. I hope you can deliver them to the higher-ups of the sect without losing a single one. Dong Rinxi stared intently at Dong Qianli's back and shouted, Cousin, I know the importance of these matters. You don't need to worry about it. What you need to do now is to focus on cultivating and improving your strength, striving to rid yourself of the identity of a miscellaneous worker disciple as soon as possible and not bring shame to your surname. Having said that, he shot Dong Rinxi a mocking glance before turning away and disappearing in no time. Dong Rinxi clenched his fists silently. After greeting the 9 miscellaneous worker disciples, he strode away from the camp, heading towards the miscellaneous worker peak. You have already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Tong Qinghe looked at the much thinner Dong Rinxi and yes, Dong Rinxi nodded. Please, Manager Tong, expedite my paperwork so I can enter the outer sect. Little Dong, if your cultivation has truly reached the 3rd level of qi refining, you can definitely leave the miscellaneous worker peak and enter the outer sect. However, you cannot just say you have reached this level. We need to test it with a method. Tong Qinghe smiled. If your cultivation has not reached the 3rd level of qi refining, yet I send you to the outer sect, it would be a serious mistake, and the sect will hold me accountable. Manager Tong, could you please expedite my cultivation test? Dong Rinxi was extremely anxious, eager to become an outer disciple and find out about Dong Luiyue. Tong Qinghe showed a troubled expression. Little Dong, the testing of cultivation at the miscellaneous worker peak is scheduled for the last day of each month. There are still about 10 days until then. Manager Tong, please make an exception for me. Dong Rinxi pressed a porcelain bottle into Tong King's hand. This contains 20 strong blood pills. Thank you for taking care of me these days. This bottle of pills was taken from Dai Jiaojiao. Dong Rinxi had initially intended to use them himself, but now to become an outer disciple sooner, he was willing to part with them. Little Dong, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the testing schedule is set by the sect, and I can't change it on my own, Tong Qinghe said with a difficult expression. Dong Rinxi took a gamble, bringing out everything he had obtained from Yang Wei and the others. Manager Tong, am about to go to the outer sect. Is it far from the inner sect? As he said this, he stared intently at Tong Qinghe. Helping others is helping oneself. A glimmer of joy appeared in Tong King's eyes, but he maintained a helpless expression and sighed. I really can't refuse you. Alright, I will make an exception this once, and give you a separate cultivation test. As he spoke, he subtly collected everything Dong Rinxi had given. Then he took out a green round stone the size of a goose egg, and placed it in front of Dong Rinxi. The test is simple. Just inject your spiritual energy into the testing stone. Dong Rinxi nodded, and placed his hand on the green round stone, preparing to channel his spiritual energy. Tong Qinghe spoke again. Little Dong, I must say this up front. If your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of qi refining, I will immediately prepare all the paperwork for you to go to the outer sect. However, if your cultivation has not reached the 3rd level, not only will you not be able to go to the outer sect, but the items you just provided will also not be returned. Dong Rinxi did not reply. Instead, he directly summoned the spiritual energy from his dantian and infused it into the testing stone. Suddenly, the testing stone emitted a brilliant green light. The testing stone can only test the cultivation of the qi refinement realm. The number of green flashes represents the level of qi refining you have reached. Tong Qinghe said softly. After the testing stone emitted 1 flash of green light, it quickly dimmed. After 2 breaths, it flashed twice more in succession. You have truly reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Surprise appeared on Tong King's face. He remembered clearly that when Dong Rinxi was sent to the miscellaneous worker peak, he had only been at the 1st level of qi refining. In less than 2 months, he had actually advanced from the 1st level to the 3rd level of qi refining. Are you really a 5-spirit root? Tong Qinghe looked at Dong Rinxi with eyes full of doubt. In his opinion, a 5-spirit root could not possibly have such rapid cultivation speed. Dong Rinxi sighed softly. I have been cultivating for 6 years. Those of my age have already reached the 6th and 7th levels of qi refining. I am still at the 3rd level, which is truly embarrassing. I hope Manager Tong does not laugh at me. Upon hearing this, the doubt in Tong King's eyes diminished, and he shook his head repeatedly. Your qualification as a 5 spirit root is already commendable to have reached the 3rd level of chi refining. Do not belittle yourself. Manager Tong, please hurry and process my entry into the outer sect, Dong Rinchi asked. Alright, you go back first. I will take care of the paperwork now. Once it's done I will find you, Tong Qinghe assured. Tong Qinghe was indeed a man of his word. After determining that Dong Rinchi was at the 3rd level of chi refining, he wasted no time and immediately began preparing the paperwork for him to enter the outer sect. What used to take 3 or 4 days to complete, Tong Qinghe finished in just half a day. By noon the next day, he handed a document with 5 or 6 seals to Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi thanked him and was about to leave when Tong Qinghe stopped him. Little Dong, remember to visit me often when you have. Tong Qinghe smiled and kindly reminded, it's best for miscellaneous worker disciples entering the outer sect to prepare some items like spirit stones or pills to avoid unnecessary trouble. Dong Rinchi was taken aback as he had given all his belongings to Tong Qinghe. However, it did not matter. He was, Manager Tong, could you lend me 10 strong blood pills? I promise to return at least 20 when I come back to the miscellaneous worker peak next time. Tong King's smile immediately froze on his face, wishing he could slap himself. Taiching Sect Outer Sect. Name. A middle-aged man in blue robes sat behind a desk holding a transfer order, his eyes glancing sideways at Dong Rinchi. The first line of the transfer order clearly bore the name Dong Rinchi in black and white. Disciple Dong Rinchi pays respects to Uncle Master. Dong Rinchi bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Seeming somewhat satisfied with Dong Rinchi's demeanor, the middle-aged man nodded. I am Xiang Hong, an outer sect steward responsible for registering you and assigning your tasks in the outer sect. However, before registration, I must test your cultivation level to confirm you have truly reached the 3rd layer of chi refining. With that, he placed a spiritisting stone on the desk and gestured with his chin toward Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi bowed once more in reverence, then placed his hand on the testing stone. Soon 3 streaks of green light rose consecutively from the stone. Your cultivation has indeed reached the 3rd layer of chi refining. Xiang Hong looked Dong Rinchi up and down. You spent 6 years in the inner sect stuck at the 1st layer of chi refining, yet after a few months on menial servant peak, you've broken through 2 realms. How peculiar. Dong Rinchi was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to have such influence, even in the outer sect. In reply, Steward Xiang, this disciple, was previously unaware of his blessings and failed the sect's expectations. Now, after deep reflection and diligent cultivation, I have made some modest progress. Dong Rinchi's attitude was exceedingly respectful. At that moment, he only wished to smoothly complete the procedures and then head to the main peak of Taiching sect. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiang Hong's mouth. Diligent cultivation is certainly commendable, but your 5-attribute spiritual root has already determined your ceiling. You'll likely remain in the outer sect forever. Regardless of your former status or past, now that you are in the outer sect, you must abide by our rules. Dong Rinchi quickly responded, this disciple will strictly observe all outer sect regulations and follow all of Steward Xiang's arrangements. Xiang Hong nodded with satisfaction. In our Taiching sect, the status of outer sect disciples is far above that of menial servant disciples. However, like the menial servants, outer sect disciples must also handle various affairs for the sect. Unlike inner sect or core disciples whose primary task is solely cultivation. He paused before continuing, nevertheless, outer sect disciples receive contribution points for their services, which can be exchanged for various cultivation resources at the treasure pavilion. Dong Rinchi remained silent, listening with a respectful air, inwardly hoping that Xiang Hong would finish the form. Yesterday, Dong Qianli should have already handed over the spirit supplement pill to the sect. The sect's verdict on Dong Luiwei should have been reached as well. He wondered whether she had been released from the cold prison. He was burning with anxiety, eager to rush to the main peak to gather news. Outer sect disciples may now receive instruction from the sect's masters and begin cultivating the sect's techniques and spells. However, the teaching method differs from the inner sect's personal apprenticeship. It is conducted through public lectures. The sect's masters will hold lessons at the outer sect, irregularly open to all outer sect disciples to attend. Xiang Hong spent about half an incense stick's time outlining the affairs of the outer sect, then turned his gaze to Dong Rinchi. Every outer sect disciple is assigned 1 or 2 sect tasks: patrol duty, guarding sect assets, or serving senior members. These tasks vary in difficulty, contribution, rewards, and danger level. The task you receive depends entirely on my assignment. At that, Xiang Hong deliberately paused, staring at Dong Rinchi with an unreadable expression. Steward Xiang, I am a newcomer to the outer sect and unfamiliar with this place. I humbly ask for your guidance. Dong Rinchi, understanding Xiang Hong's implication, promptly handed over a white porcelain bottle. Xiang Hong unhesitatingly opened the bottle in plain sight. Upon seeing the 10 blood-strengthening pills inside, he immediately frowned. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. You were once a son of the Dong family and spent 6 years in the inner sect, yet now that you're in the outer sect, you offer only 10 first-grade low-tier blood-strengthening pills. Are you trying to bribe a beggar? With that he tossed the bottle back to Dong Rinchi. Ha, accepting bribes so brazenly, and being so picky. What a miserable wretch. Dong Rinchi cursed Xiang Hong viciously in his heart, but maintained a fawning smile on his face. Steward Xiang, please don't misunderstand. When I was demoted from the inner sect, the sect, and my family confiscated everything I had. These 10 blood-strengthening pills were obtained through enormous efforts solely to honor you. Rest assured, once I earn contribution points in the outer sect, I will immediately exchange for higher-grade elixirs to make up for it. Xiang Hong snorted coldly. With your 5 attribute spiritual root, your cultivation will likely stall at the 4th layer of chi refining. At that level, how many contribution points can you earn? Don't try to paint me a pie. I've heard such words hundreds of times. Dong Rinchi's smile gradually faded, and he looked at Xiang Hong with a cold expression. Steward Xiang, as far as I know, there is no rule requiring menial servant disciples promoted to the outer sect to present gifts to you, is there? Since he could not satisfy Xiang Hong's greed, Dong Rinchi ceased to humble himself. Xiang Hong's expression showed clear embarrassment. Dong Rinchi, let me warn you. Leave your young master Dong arrogance behind now that you're in the outer sect. Then with a cold face he pulled out an outer sect disciple token from under the desk, tapped it a few times, and tossed it to Dong Rinchi. Your task in the outer sect is to assist Elder Chiu. Now go immediately with this token to report to him. His temper is notoriously bad. If you're late, you'll suffer for it. Dong Rinchi knew that Xiang Hong had assigned him an undesirable duty, but he showed no emotion and asked quietly, Steward Xiang, I am new to the outer sect. I do not know who this Elder Chiu is nor where he resides. You don't even know who Elder Chiu is. The rumors that you did nothing but eat and sleep in the inner sect must be true. A mocking smile appeared on Xiang Hong's face, and he waved his hand impatiently. Just ask anyone, you'll find where Elder Chiu is. Ridiculous not knowing Elder Chiu. But before he could finish, Dong Rinchi had already turned and strode out of the room. Xiang Hong's face flushed with anger as he snorted, a waste abandoned by the Dong family and expelled from the inner sect, still putting on airs in front of me. Sending you to assist Elder Chiu. Let's see how you die. Senior brother, may I ask where Elder Chiu resides? Shortly after leaving Xiang Hong's room, Dong Rinchi encountered 2 outer sect disciples. He hurried forward, bowed, and asked with a smile. The taller man quickly glanced at Dong Rinchi, then turned to point at a peak not too far away. See that peak? Elder Chiu lives up there. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Dong Rinchi expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. Senior brother, you look unfamiliar. May I ask why you seek Elder Chiu? Asked the shorter outer sect disciple softly. Dong Rinchi smiled faintly. I am an outer sect disciple newly promoted from menial servant peak. Under Steward Xiang's assignment, I am to assist Elder Chiu. You're going to assist Elder Chiu? The short disciple exclaimed. The tall one also looked surprised, tinged. Is there a problem, fellow brothers? Dong Rinchi sensed something amiss. The 2 outer sect disciples exchanged glances. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Xiang Hong emerging from a nearby building, so they quickly said in unison, no problem at all. With that they hurried away. Dong Rinchi, what are you dawdling for? Get to Elder Chiu's place immediately. Xiang Hong shouted loudly from the doorway, his voice laced with anger. But Dong Rinchi did not even glance at Xiang Hong. He simply quickened his pace and walked away swiftly. Is Elder Chiu at home? Dong Rinchi arrived at a courtyard atop a mountain peak and gently knocked on the half-open wooden door. There was no sound from within the courtyard. After waiting for a while, he was about to knock again when an irritated voice came from inside. Who is it? So tactless, disturbing me while I'm refining pills. As the voice fell, an old man with a messy head of white hair clad in a crumpled yellow robe stepped out of the courtyard. Behind the old man followed an outer disciple. This outer disciple was gaunt in appearance, his skin yellow tinged with black, and he walked feebly. From the look of him, he seemed to have been poisoned, and not lightly. Elder Chiu, disciple Dong Rinchi, reporting as assigned by the steward to assist you. Dong Rinchi surmised that the old man before him must be the Elder Chiu that Xiang Hong had mentioned. There's still 4 months left in the half-year term. Why has that boy sent a new person so soon? Elder Chiu muttered in confusion, then looked Dong Rinchi up and down. Not a bad build. Should be able to endure half a year. Just then the outer disciple behind Elder Chiu asked timidly, Elder Chiu, now that you have a new assistant, may I leave now? Elder Chiu snorted lightly. Useless thing. Others at least last 3 or 4 months, but you couldn't even make it 2 months, always whining and playing dead. You're an eyesore. Get lost. Upon hearing this, the outer disciple's face lit up with ecstasy. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to Elder Chiu, then scurried away towards the courtyard entrance. Thank heavens. I'm leaving this place alive. Leaving this den of devils. After dashing out of the courtyard, the outer disciple could no longer contain his joy and shouted at the top of his lungs, heedless of Elder Chiu's feelings. Den of devils. Dong Rinchi tensed up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Useless thing, if you keep howling like that you won't be leaving. Elder Chiu snorted coldly. The outer disciple immediately clamped his mouth shut, and scrambled down. Elder Chiu circled Dong Rinchi, his eyes scanning him from head to toe, a pleased expression spreading across his face. Not bad, this physique is certainly much better than those previous waists. What's your name again? Dong Rinchi felt a chill run down his spine under Elder Chiu's scrutiny, and quickly replied, reporting to Elder Chiu, I am Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi? Why does that name sound familiar? Elder Chiu furrowed his brows deep in thought. Suddenly realization dawned on his face. You're Dong Wanping's chubby little brat. Dong Rinchi was rather speechless. However, from this exchange, he managed to piece together some information. Dong Wanping was a high-ranking figure in the Taiching sect, yet Elder Chiu, an outer sect elder, dared to address him by name, without any trace of respect. This suggested that Elder Chiu also held a considerable status within the sect. Suddenly a spark of insight flashed through Dong Rinchi's mind, and he finally realized Elder Chiu's true identity. Elder Chiu, full name Chiu Deliang, held a high seniority in Taiching's sect. Even the sect master had to address him as Uncle Master. However, Chiu Deliang's cultivation aptitude was mediocre. Despite his high seniority, his cultivation level was unimpressive. Among his juniors, some had already reached the golden core stage, yet he remained only at the late foundation establishment stage. Originally, given his seniority, he surely could have resided on the main peak of Taiching's sect, but he stubbornly chose to stay in the outer sect. Whether it was because he felt embarrassed by his low cultivation level to mingle with the sect's luminaries, or for other reasons no one knew. At the same time, Chiu Deliang, aware of his lack of talent in cultivation, began to channel his energy into other pursuits. Alchemy, raising spirit beasts, refining artifacts, crafting puppets, and so on. After dabbling in many things, he felt he had a certain knack for alchemy, so he focused his efforts on pill refining. To be fair, Chiu Deliang indeed possessed some talent in alchemy. Within less than a decade, he became a fourth-grade alchemist. Had he diligently deepened his skills in alchemy, his achievements would have been extraordinary. But deep down, he was never one to follow the beaten path. When refining pills, he always took unconventional routes, ignoring the established methods and step-by-step improvement of alchemical arts. Instead, he spent most of his time researching new pill formulas. Yet developing new pills was no easy feat. Over the years, he had concocted many novel pills, but without exception, each had various flaws. At first, Taiching sect supported Chiu Deliang's research into new pills, and even allocated resources to him. But after an elder of the sect nearly died from consuming one of Chiu Deliang's new pills, the sect's higher-ups began to keep their distance from his creations. Having guessed Chiu Deliang's identity, Dong Rinchi instantly understood why that outer disciple looked as if he were poisoned. He wasn't just appearing poisoned. He was indeed poisoned by Chiu Deliang's pill toxins. Xiang Hong, you bastard. You actually sent me here to be Chiu Deliang's pill tester. Dong Rinchi cursed. Naturally unaware of Dong Rinchi's thoughts, Chiu Deliang smiled faintly. Dong family's chubby, brat, you sure know how to stir trouble, don't you? Demoted from inner disciple to menial disciple, and now you've landed in the outer sect. Dong Rinchi forced a flattering smile. Elder Chiu, I've been cast out of the Dong family now. You may address me by... Chiu Deliang chuckled lightly. Dong Wanping is no good bird. Being cast out of the Dong family might not be such a bad thing. And what good bird are you? Using sect disciples as guinea pigs. You old codger are no saint either. Dong Rinchi cursed inwardly. Dong Rinchi. That name sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? Chiu Deliang blinked, lost in thought. Dong Rinchi quickly added, Elder Chiu, my name is a bit tongue-twisting, but it'll roll off the tongue after a few. Chiu Deliang nodded. Dong Rinchi, it's your blessing to assist this old man. You may cultivate as usual on normal days, just lend a hand when I'm refining pills. Should I one day develop a miraculous pill that shakes the world, I'll surely credit you with a great contribution. Thank you, Elder Chiu. Your disciple will serve you wholeheartedly and never fail your trust. Dong Rinchi promptly thumped his chest, his expression brimming with joy and determination. But in his mind, he muttered darkly, old man Chiu, you've probably said these very words to countless outer disciples before. Where is your miraculous pill now? Anyway, I haven't seen any miraculous pill, but I did see an outer disciple with pill toxins sunk deep into his bones. Excellent. Dong Wanping may be a bad egg, but you lad I've taken a liking to at first sight. Chiu Deliang beamed, stood on his tiptoes to pat Dong Rinchi's shoulder, and clicked his tongue in praise. This build is truly something. You can take the strain. Having said that, he looked up at a cluster of small wooden cabins about 20-odd zhang from the courtyard. From now on you'll live there, and await my summons. You've just arrived today. Go rest first, and get familiar with the surroundings. When I need you, I'll call. Dong Rinchi, eager to head to the main peak to gather information, was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully to Chiu Deliang, and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he noticed a woman in a red dress with a slender figure and peerless beauty standing at the entrance. Lu Honglu. The moment Dong Rinchi saw her face, his plump body trembled with fright. For the woman was none other than his former grandmaster Lu Honglu. At the sight of Lu Honglu, Dong Rinchi initially thought she had come to settle scores with him. But then he reasoned that if she wanted to settle scores, she wouldn't have waited until now. So he forced himself to calm down. When Lu Honglu saw Dong Renqi, she frowned slightly, also taken aback, both by his presence here and by the change in his appearance. In just over 2 months his frame had shrunk by a size. Disciple Dong Renqi pays respects to Grandmaster. Having steadied himself, Dong Renqi composed his expression and bowed respectfully to Lu Honglu. Who is your Grandmaster? Lu Honglu snorted lightly, strolled into the courtyard, and gave a slight bow to Qiu Deliang. Honglu greets Uncle Qiu. Qiu Deliang nodded slightly, then smiled. I recall now. This lad used to be a disciple of your Bijou Peak, didn't he? The poor sod whose head he cracked is your apprentice, right? Lu Honglu's face flushed with embarrassment. Uncle Qiu is correct. He was indeed a disciple of my Bijou. Old man Qiu, aren't you just stirring up trouble for me? Do shut up. Dong Renqi tensed up, lamenting inwardly. Fearful that Lu Honglu might lash out, he quickly bowed again. Elder Qiu Gran. Lady Lu, I shall take my leave and not disturb you both. With that he turned to leave. But Qiu Deliang laughed heartily and waved him to stop. No need to be nervous, lad. The sect has already punished you for what happened on Bijou Peak. Now that you're under my wing, no one will hold you accountable. And you needn't fear Lu Honglu the girl. She's a golden core grandmaster, she has no time to bother with a small fry like you. Just focus on working for me. Dong Renqi nodded and bowed repeatedly, agreeing profusely. Hearing this, Lu Honglu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She looked at Dong Renqi suspiciously and voiced her question. Aren't you a menial disciple? How did you end up in the outer sect? Dong Renqi could only brace himself and answer, reporting to Lady Lu, I have broken through to Qi Refining Level 3 and have been promoted to an outer disciple. You broke through to Qi Refining Level 3. Lu Honglu's face showed surprise. She then flicked her sleeve. Dong Renqi felt his body stiffen and uncontrollably floated toward Lu Honglu. It's over. Is Lu Honglu about to turn hostile? Dong Renqi's face paled. He wanted to struggle, but with his meager cultivation, what right did he have to resist? The next moment, he landed before Lu Honglu. She extended her smooth, fair hand, gently placed it on Dong Renqi's wrist, and sent a wisp of spiritual energy into his body. Soon she withdrew her hand, waved her sleeve, and sent Dong Renqi 6 paces away. She snorted coldly. You spent 6 years on our Bijou Peak with 0 progress in cultivation, yet a few months on the menial peak, and you've broken through 2 realms. It seems we on Bijou Peak failed to teach you properly, and held you back. This disciple is foolish, having failed the teachings of Master and Grandmaster. Sensing the fury emanating from Lu Honglu, Dong Renqi hastened to speak in panic. Earlier, at the Azure Bamboo Peak, this disciple was remiss in cultivation. Lu Honglu waved her hand lightly. You are no longer a disciple of the Azure Bamboo Peak. There is no need to dwell on this. With these words, she scrutinized Dong Renqi from head to toe. Could it be that those high-grade spirit replenishing pills Dong Luiwe gave you have taken effect, and your spiritual root quality has improved? Oi. Hearing this, Dong Renqi's expression shifted abruptly, and he asked urgently, Elder Lu, please tell me, how is my elder sister? Has the sect released her from the cold prison? Released? Lu Honglu snorted coldly. Dong Luiwe stole 10 high-grade spirit replenishing pills from the sect's secret vault, and only 5 were recovered. Do you truly believe the sect will set her free from the cold prison? 5. Dong Renqi's entire body trembled, then rage surged within him, and he suddenly roared, Dong Qianli, you filthy beast. I will not spare you. His heart now consumed with fury, disregarding the presence of Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu, he swiftly turned, lifted his foot, and strode angrily toward the courtyard's exit. At Dong Renqi's sudden outburst, Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu were both startled and suspicious. Simultaneously, indignation stirred within them, for Dong Renqi's conduct was blatantly disrespectful. Stop! Qiu Deliang bellowed. You insolent wretch, where do you think you're going? Dong Renqi's form shuddered, and he halted his steps, realizing he had been somewhat impulsive. If he stormed out now in a fury, even if he found Dong Qianli, what could he accomplish? Though his cultivation had improved, he was still far from being a match for Dong Qianli. Moreover, Dong Qianli had secretly withheld 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills, and he possessed not a shred of evidence to prove it. At the same time, Dong Renqi realized he had been too naive, overestimating Dong Qianli's humanity. After a swift deliberation, Dong Renqi turned around abruptly, then dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, kowtowing to Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu. Elder Qiu, Elder Lu, I have not consumed a single one of the pills my sister gave me. I gave all 10 high-grade spirit replenishing pills to Dong Qianli yesterday untouched, and entrusted him to submit them to the sect's higher-ups. Little did I expect that this scoundrel would secretly keep 5 for himself. Please, Elder Qiu and Elder Lu, help me and seek justice for me. At this moment, Dong Renqi had no other way to save Dong Luiwe but to beseech Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu. Although he had met Qiu Deliang only today, and his relationship with Lu Honglu was fraught with complexity and animosity, the chances of their assistance were exceedingly slim. Yet as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try, even if it meant kneeling in supplication. Lu Honglu furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering. Qiu Deliang scratched his head and asked, Honglu, what is this about the spirit replenishing pills? Give me a general overview of the matter. Xiao Deliang spent his days in closed-door alchemy within the outer sect, seldom heeding sect affairs, so he knew nothing of Dong Liyu's theft of the pills. Lu Honglu gave a slight nod and promptly recounted the sequence of events. Dong Wampeng has muddled family matters with sect affairs. Xiao Deliang snorted coldly, then raised his eyes to Dong Renqi. You claim Dong Qianli secretly kept 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills. Do you have proof? Dong Renqi's expression froze, a tinge of regret coloring his voice. When I gave him the pills, only the 2 of us were present. I have no evidence. Fool. Xiao Deliang cursed. With no one to corroborate, even if I wish to lend a hand, there is no... Dong Renqi quickly explained. Elder Qiao, I had no choice but to entrust the pills to him. The sect's deadline for recovering the pills was yesterday, and I was still a menial disciple, without the qualifications to visit the main peak. Dong Qianli likely chose to come to me on the final day deliberately, leaving me no alternative but to hand... This is merely your side of the story. Lu Honglu said coolly. You have no proof whatsoever that you gave Dong Qianli 10 high-grade spirit replenishing pills. Moreover, your cultivation realm has suddenly advanced by 2 minor levels. Thus the sect will not believe your words, nor do I. Dong Renqi, the sect has only pursued the matter as far as Dong Luiyue, and has shown leniency by not holding you accountable. You would do well to remain composed and not invite further trouble upon yourself. Dong Renqi's expression shifted repeatedly. He knew Lu Honglu's words, though harsh, were true. After a struggle within, he rose to his feet, turned once more, and walked toward the courtyard exit. Where are you going? Lu Honglu demanded coldly. I wish to see the sect leader, to see the sect's higher-ups. My elder sister stole the pills for my sake. How can I allow her to suffer in the cold prison? Dong Renqi did not turn back, continuing onward. Fool. Xiao Deliang snorted. Do you think that with your current status you can simply meet the sect leader whenever you wish? Though my status is humble, I was born a man with duties to fulfill, and I cannot neglect them because of my low standing. Dong Renqi replied in a deep voice, his steps unceasing. This temperament is indeed far stronger than Dong Wanpeng's. A hint of a smile graced Xiao Deliang's face as he waved his hand lightly. Instantly Dong Renqi felt an invisible force pressing in from all sides, making his feet feel as heavy as lead, unable to move another step. Elder Qiao, if you want help me, at least do not hinder me. Dong Renqi rushed out. But before he could finish, an invisible power sealed his lips, rendering him speechless. Then Xiao Deliang waved his hand again, and Dong Renqi involuntarily drifted back, standing stiffly to the side, unable to move any part of his body except his eyes. Uncle Master Qiao, what is this? Lu Honglu's expression betrayed her confusion. This lad's frame is quite large, he should be well suited for pill testing. If he rushes to the main peak now, he will most likely be apprehended as an accomplice. Xiao Deliang glanced at Dong Renqi. I've finally found a promising candidate for pill testing. How could I let him escape? Dong Renqi's eyes darted wildly, inwardly cursing Xiao Deliang 100 times, yet unable to voice a word. Lu Honglu swept her gaze over Dong Renqi, then lightly clasped her hands toward Xiao Deliang. Uncle Master Qiao, have you made progress on the ice spirit pill you are developing? Xiao Deliang let out a soft sigh. When you first cultivated the 1000 serpent fire art, I warned you. Though this technique is powerful, if one trains carelessly, the fire poison will backfire. But you wouldn't listen, determined to go your own way and cultivate the 1000 serpent fire art. Uncle Master Qiao, what's done is done. Dwelling on it now serves no purpose. The fire poison within me erupts with increasing frequency, already eroding my meridians. If no way to suppress it is found within half a year, my cultivation may regress. Lu Honglu's face was full of worry. Has it become this severe? Xiao Deliang's brow furrowed deeply. He said in a heavy tone, although the ice spirit pill is only a 3rd-grade pill, it is my own creation, and several difficulties remain unresolved in the formula. But rest assured, I will accelerate my efforts and strive to produce a finished pill within 3 months, then test its efficacy. I am indebted to your efforts, Uncle Master Qiao. Lu Honglu respectfully bowed to Xiao Deliang. At that moment, Dong Renqi, who had been standing rooted to the spot, unable to move or speak, suddenly opened his mouth, blood streaming from its corners. His lips had been sealed by Xiao Deliang's yuan force, but he had torn them apart with brute strength. Elder Qiao, Elder Lu, if you are willing to rescue my elder sister from the cold prison, I can help you refine the ice spirit pill more quickly. Dong Renqi blurted out, disregarding the blood pouring down his face and the excruciating pain. At this moment, Dong Renqi's lips were a bloody mess, his appearance gruesome, causing Lu Honglu and Xiao Deliang to avert their eyes in discomfort. I summoned you here to assist me in alchemy. Who are you to negotiate conditions with me? Xiao Deliang said in a low voice. Dong Renqi quickly responded, Elder Qiao, when I say help, I don't mean merely testing pills. Stop! Xiao Deliang cut him off with a wave. In consideration of your deep affection for your sister, I will grant you one chance. State concisely how you can assist me in rapidly refining the ice spirit pill. Dong Rinchi wiped the blood from his chubby chin and said in a deep voice, I am a third-grade alchemist. I can help you resolve the issues with the ice spirit pill formula more swiftly. You are a third-grade alchemist. A third-grade alchemist. Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu both exclaimed in astonishment. Especially Lu Honglu, whose eyes fixed unblinkingly on Dong Rinchi, her face full of disbelief. Dong Rinchi had previously been a disciple of the Azure Bamboo Peak. Had he become a third-grade alchemist, the Peak could not possibly have been unaware. Moreover, she knew Dong Rinchi could practice alchemy. However, as far as she knew, he was only a first-grade alchemist with a pitifully low success rate, and even when he succeeded, the pills were often of inferior quality. Entering the path of alchemy is easy, but raising one's grade is exceedingly difficult. Take Dong Rinchi for instance. His talent in alchemy could almost rival his talent in cultivation. After years of toil, he could finally refine a few types of first-grade pills. Though his success rate and pill quality were abysmally low, he could still be called a first-grade alchemist. But after that, his alchemy skills stagnated, and he was ultimately forced to give up. Thus, while first-grade alchemists were not uncommon in Tai Ching sect, third-grade alchemists were relatively rare. This disciple would never dare deceive the two esteemed elders. I am indeed a third-grade alchemist now. Dong Rinchi spoke rapidly. If Elder Xiao and Grandmaster Lu do not believe me, I can refine a batch of third-grade pills right now. Xiao Deliang's brow relaxed, then tightened again. Dong Rinchi, even if you can refine third-grade pills, and are a third-grade alchemist, that alone does not qualify you to claim you can help me quickly resolve the ice spirit pill formula. Dong Rinchi gritted his molars fiercely. There is a high probability that I can refine high-grade spirit replenishing. Can you refine a top-grade spirit recovery pill? Xiao Deliang stared at Dong Rinchi in shock, then sneered mockingly. Aren't you afraid of bragging too much? I am a fourth-rank alchemist. Even for me, out of 100 batches of spirit recovery pills, getting one batch of top-grade is considered incredibly lucky. And you dare claim you have a high probability of refining a top-grade one. Alright, tell me just how high is this high probability of yours? Dong Rinchi hesitated briefly, then said in a low voice, maybe one batch out of 10. Xiao Deliang needed exceptional luck to produce one batch of top-grade spirit recovery pills out of 100. Dong Rinchi initially wanted to play it safe and say 1 out of 20, but to more convincingly persuade Xiao Deliang, he chose 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. Xiao Deliang laughed heartily. Boy, are you pulling my leg. His eyes turned cold. Dong Rinchi, I'll give you 30 chances. If you fail to produce a top-grade spirit recovery pill, I'll personally kill you. Lu Honglu said softly. Uncle Xiao, there's no need to take a brat's wild talk seriously, nor waste your time and spirit herbs on him. Brat. Dong Rinchi stole a glance at Lu Honglu. This brat is the one who pushed you. Even if only for 6 breaths, it still counts. It won't take long. If you have things to do, go ahead. I'll refine the ice spirit pill as soon as possible. Xiao Deliang replied softly. Lu Honglu hesitated briefly, then turned her gaze to Dong Rinchi, her voice laced with sarcasm. I have nothing to do today, so I'll stay and watch how you manage to refine a top-grade spirit recovery pill. Moments later, Dong Rinchi appeared in the alchemy room within the small courtyard. Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu stood to the side, both staring at him coldly. My alchemy room is fully stocked with all kinds of spirit herbs, including those needed for spirit recovery pills. Find them yourself. Don't tell me you can't identify these spirit herbs. Seeing Dong Rinchi standing still without making a move for a long time, Xiao Deliang spoke with a contemptuous expression. Uncle Xiao, please wait a moment. Let me familiarize myself with the environment first. Dong Rinchi looked around, seemingly observing his surroundings. In reality, his mind was rapidly planning how to refine a top-grade spirit recovery pill. With the perfect pill formula, producing an extreme-grade spirit recovery pill would be effortless for him. However, an extreme-grade spirit recovery pill would be far too shocking. He didn't want anyone to know he could refine. Given his current strength, if this information leaked, it would inevitably lead to endless trouble. He might even be imprisoned and forced to refine spirit recovery pills day and night. After a quick deliberation, Dong Rinchi decided to work on the pill formula. Spirit recovery pills refined with the ordinary formula were mostly low-grade, while those using the perfect formula were all extreme-grade. He rapidly compared the ordinary and perfect formulas in his mind, and discovered 13 differences between. Dong Rinchi, how much longer do you need to familiarize yourself? Xiao Deliang grew impatient and urged again. Done. Dong Rinchi finally moved, striding to the area where the spirit herbs were stored, and precisely and quickly taking out over a dozen herbs. Xiao Deliang's eyes flickered. The herbs Dong Rinchi had taken were exactly what was needed for the spirit recovery pill. Not one more, not one less. Clearly, Dong Rinchi had either refined spirit recovery pills before, or had at least studied them. With the spirit firewood in place and the herbs prepared, Dong Rinchi began lighting the fire and heating the furnace. His strategy was clear: first refine a batch using the ordinary formula, then gradually move closer to the perfect formula. There were 13 differences between the two formulas. He planned to reduce 1 or 2 differences with each subsequent batch until he successfully refined a top-grade spirit recovery pill. After the furnace was preheated, Dong Rinchi immediately started the formal alchemy process. His technique is so skilled, he must have refined spirit recovery pills before. Could he actually be a third-rank alchemist? As the saying goes, an expert reveals themselves with a single move. Just a few of Dong Rinchi's actions made Xiao Deliang's face show surprise. Lu Hongla's expression also turned serious. Though she didn't practice alchemy, she could sense that once Dong Rinchi entered the alchemical state, he became intensely focused. Coupled with his large build, he exuded a calm, mountain-like steadiness. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, a medicinal fragrance drifted from the furnace. Opening the furnace to retrieve the pills, there was no surprise. This batch was only low-grade. A full batch. And you produced 10 pills in one go. Dong Rinchi, you really are a third-rank alchemist. Xiao Deliang stared at the 10 low-grade spirit recovery pills in his hand, exclaiming repeatedly. Lu Honglu was also stunned, staring at Dong Rinchi in disbelief. However, Dong Rinchi paid no attention to their reactions. He cleaned the furnace and immediately began refining the next batch of spirit recovery pills. This time he reduced 3 differences between the 2 formulas at once. In less than half an hour, the second batch was ready. It was still low-grade, but the quality had improved compared to the first. Without pause, he continued refining, reducing 1 difference between the 2 formulas with each successive batch. When only 7 differences remained between the 2 formulas, the pill quality finally improved. He produced medium-grade spirit recovery pills. The moment the medium-grade pills emerged, Xiao Deliang's gaze toward Dong Rinchi visibly changed. His eyes lit up as if looking at some rare treasure. Lu Honglu, however, showed a look of annoyance, silently cursing Zheng Bai for driving away a third-rank. Dong Rinchi was not yet 20 years old and already a third-rank alchemist. One more step would make him a 4th-rank alchemist. If Green Bamboo Peak had a 4th-rank alchemist stationed there, it would undoubtedly secure more resources for the peak. And when they occasionally needed uncommon pills, they wouldn't have to go begging everywhere. Naturally, Dong Rinchi was unaware of what Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu were thinking. His mind was entirely on the spirit recovery pills. He had only one thought: to refine a top-grade spirit recovery pill and rescue his sister from the cold prison. Time passed slowly. When only 3 differences remained between the 2 formulas, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the alchemy room. Xiao Deliang was even more excited than Dong Rinchi, his face revealing wild joy. He had refined spirit recovery pills many times and was all too familiar with this scent. It was the unique fragrance of top-grade spirit recovery pills. Before the furnace had even cooled completely, Xiao Deliang strode over before Dong Rinchi could act, waved his hand lightly, and lifted the lid. 7 pitch-black, perfectly round and shiny pills leaped out of the furnace and slowly landed in Xiao Deliang's hand. Top-grade spirit recovery pills. Xiao Deliang exclaimed excitedly. Out of 7 batches, 1 is top-grade and 3 are medium-grade. He then stood on his toes and gave Dong Rinchi a heavy slap on the shoulder. Dong Rinchi, you are clearly an... Dong Wampeng was truly blind, driving an alchemy prodigy out of the Dong family like a waste. And Green Bamboo Peak was also blind, losing such a fine disciple. Suddenly realizing Lu Honglu was still there, Xiao Deliang quickly stopped himself and gave her an awkward smile. Honglu, your uncle is just too happy. Excuse my indiscretion. Uncle is right to scold us. Green Bamboo Peak indeed lacks discernment. Lu Honglu turned her gaze to Dong Rinchi and asked softly, would you be willing to return to Green Bamboo Peak? Dong Rinchi's heart trembled. For a moment, he almost blurted out yes. In his mind, he even wondered if Lu Honglu was summoning him back, because she had developed feelings for him. After all, they had once shared an intimate moment. But quickly he came to his senses. He knew that Lu Honglu wanted him back only because he could refine top-grade spirit recovery pills. It was purely a matter of interest and value. At the same time, the scene of his expulsion from Green Bamboo Peak flashed before his eyes. He vividly remembered his master Zheng Bai's relief and emancipation and his fellow disciple schadenfreude and mockery. He felt no nostalgia for Green Bamboo Peak. Dong Rinchi quickly made a decision. Just as he was thinking how to refuse Lu Honglu, Xiao Deliang anxiously interjected. Girl Honglu, what are you doing? Rinchi is now my assistant. If you take him back to Green Bamboo Peak, who will help me refine the ice spirit pill? At this point he had already changed his address to Dong Rinchi, using an extremely affectionate tone. A third-rank alchemist under 20 who could refine top-grade spirit recovery pills. His alchemy talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Having such a person by his side to assist would undoubtedly make researching new formulas twice as effective with half the effort. Naturally, Xiao Deliang didn't want Lu Honglu to take Dong Rinchi back to Green Bamboo Peak. Uncle Xiao, his returning to Green Bamboo Peak doesn't conflict with helping you refine pills. I can reinstate his status as a Green Bamboo Peak disciple and then assign him to assist you. Wouldn't that work? Lu Honglu said with a faint smile. Xiao Deliang hesitated briefly, then turned his gaze to Dong Rinchi. Rinchi, if you're willing to stay by my side, I will spare no resources in nurturing you, and impart all my lifelong knowledge to you. Seeing Lu Honglu frown, he added, of course if you want to return to Green Bamboo Peak I won't stop you. But you should know that Green Bamboo Peak focuses more on cultivation, they can't offer you much help in alchemy. Old Xiao, my main focus is cultivation, you know. Dong Rinchi muttered inwardly. Then respectfully bowing to Lu Honglu he said, Disciple, thanks Senior Lu for the invitation. However, a good horse never turns back to graze on an old pasture. I, Dong Rinchi, am a man of honor. Green Bamboo Peak cast me out publicly. How could I shamelessly... Indeed, a man must be tough if he is at others' beck and call. He is a spineless coward who earns no respect. Xiao Deliang, seeing Dong Rinchi reject Lu Honglu's request, beamed with delight. Junior uncle. Lu Honglu protested in dissatisfaction, her eyes locked onto Dong Rinchi. Won't you reconsider? Senior Lu, I have made my decision. At least for now, I do not wish to return to Bijou Peak. Dong Rinchi chose his words carefully, leaving room for compromise lest he provoke Lu Honglu. Honglu, since Rinchi is unwilling to return to Bijou Peak, for now, do not press him. His heart still harbors resentment, but once his anger subsides he may be willing to return. Xiao Deliang chuckled. Lu Honglu sighed softly and fell silent. Elder Xiao, Senior Lu, I have proven my ability to expedite the refinement of the Ice Spirit Pill. Please lend me your aid to rescue my sister from the cold prison. Dong Rinchi bowed respectfully to Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu. Lu Honglu frowned slightly and turned her gaze to Xiao Deliang. Xiao Deliang scratched his head, then weighed the 7 top-grade spirit replenishing pills in his hand. Extracting someone from the cold prison is no simple matter. But since I have promised you, I will give it my full effort. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Dong Rinchi was overjoyed. Do not thank me yet, this may not succeed. Xiao Deliang waved his hand. To save your sister, these 7 top-grade spirit replenishing pills cannot be kept. I must submit them to the sect to compensate for the losses your sister caused. Are you willing? No problem. I would give anything to save my sister, Dong Rinchi replied without hesitation. Xiao Deliang nodded. At the same time, when submitting these pills we must not mention that Dong Qianli embezzled the pills, nor let the sect know that you refined these 7 top-grade pills. Otherwise, if the matter involves Dong Qianli and the Dong family, it will create complications and become far more troublesome. After a moment's hesitation, Dong Rinchi said, I will follow Elder Qiu's arrangements completely. As for Dong Qianli, even if he escaped the sect's punishment, Dong Rinchi would not let him off. Xiao Deliang looked at Lu Honglu. Honglu, the Ice Spirit Pill was refined for you. You cannot be a mere spectator. You must also lend your strength to this matter. When the time comes you will help me by supporting from the sidelines. Lu Honglu nodded slightly. If we do not pursue Dong Qianli's embezzlement, Dong Wanpeng should not interfere. The only problem now is Yang Qingqi. It was Dong Wanpeng and Yang Qingqi who insisted on imprisoning Dong Luiyue in the cold prison. Hearing this, Dong Rinchi furrowed his brows. Dong Wanpeng had sent Dong Luiyue to the cold prison to distance himself from the matter. As for Yang Qingqi's motive, Dong Rinchi understood it well. Yang Qingqi was Yang Wei's second uncle, and his actions were clearly taken to avenge Yang Wei. This thought deepened Dong Rinchi's guilt. The cold prison is no place for a human. We must go to the main peak at once and strive to rescue Dong Luiyue as soon as possible. Xiao Deliang, clearly an impatient man, was about to leave with Lu Honglu. Elder Xiao, could you let me see the recipe for the Ice Spirit Pill? I wish to help Senior Lu refine the Ice Spirit Pill as soon as possible, Dong Rinchi quickly interjected. Hearing this, Lu Honglu's eyes flickered, and her gaze toward Dong Rinchi grew visibly complicated. Without a word, Xiao Deliang lightly brushed over a silver ring on his left middle finger. 2 sheets of yellow paper covered in inked characters materialized in his hand. A storage ring. Dong Rinchi's eyes fell on the ring in Xiao Deliang's hand. A dimensional storage. Storage rings and storage pouches were both spiritual tools used by cultivators to store items. However, a storage ring's internal space was far larger than a storage pouch and easier to carry. Of course, refining a storage ring was far more difficult than making a storage pouch. Both were rare and priced. Dong Rinchi had once owned a storage pouch, a gift from his father Dong Wanpeng on his 10th birthday. It was also the only truly precious gift Dong Wanpeng had ever given him. Ever since he was found to have 5 spiritual roots, Dong Wanpeng had never given him anything again. After being expelled from the Dong family, even this sole precious gift was taken back. I am going to the main peak. I may not be back for a while, perhaps even several days. Study the recipe first, record your questions and insights, and we will discuss them when I return. Xiao Deliang gently handed the recipe to Dong Rinchi. Elder Xiao, while you are away, may I come here to practice alchemy and improve my skills? Dong Rinchi then asked. Xiao Deliang hesitated, not immediately responding. If I can still refine top-grade spirit replenishing pills, we'll split them half and half, Dong Rinchi added. After watching Lu Honglu and Xiao Deliang disappear into the distance, Dong Rinchi immediately returned to the alchemy chamber, racing against time to refine spirit replenishing pills. In Qiu Deliang's alchemy chamber, there were at least 40 portions of spiritual herbs for refining spirit replenishing pills. How could he miss such an excellent opportunity to enhance his spiritual roots? Soon the spiritual firewood in the furnace was rekindled and Dong Renqi continued refining spirit replenishing. From noon to night through the night until dawn Dong Renqi worked without rest continuously refining pills. He produced 30 batches of supreme-grade spirit replenishing pills with 3 pills per batch, totaling 90 pills. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully collected the 90 supreme-grade pills and continued refining. However, he stopped refining supreme-grade pills and instead produced several batches of top-grade, medium-grade, and low-grade pills. Counting the final results, 23 top-grade, 30 medium-grade, and 11 low-grade spirit replenishing pills. He had exhausted all 40-plus portions of spiritual herbs. Afterward, he left the alchemy chamber, walked to his wooden hut, and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. He did not wake until the following noon. After a quick wash, he took out the ice spirit pill recipe and skimmed. Improve the recipe? He certainly could not. The reason he dared to make such a bold claim was that he possessed the system. System, can you upgrade this recipe? Dong Renqi summoned the system. As long as you have potential points, it can be upgraded. However, this recipe is of low quality, so upgrading it to a perfect one will require a fair number of potential points, the system replied softly. Dong Renqi thought for a moment. It doesn't need to be a perfect recipe, just ordinary enough to produce usable. The system's voice came quickly. Master, it will cost 15 potential points. 15? That much? Dong Renqi asked in confusion. According to Qiu Deliang, both the ice spirit pill and spirit replenishing pill were third-grade pills. Back then, upgrading the ordinary spirit replenishing pill recipe to a perfect one had only cost 10 potential points. Master, as I just said, this is a shoddy recipe that cannot produce useful pills. Naturally, upgrading it requires more potential points, the system explained patiently. Dong Renqi sighed deeply. Potential points, potential points. Before the chaos-devouring art is activated, I can only obtain them through dual cultivation. Where am I supposed to find 15 potential points? He had promised Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu that he would devise the ice spirit pill, so he had to deliver. Failing to do so would have dire consequences. However, opportunities like Lu Honglu's previous initiative were rare and unpredictable. He had to think of a way and take the initiative himself. After sighing, he took out a large porcelain bottle containing 90 supreme-grade spirit replenishing pills. Let's see how much these 90 pills can upgrade my 5 spiritual roots. Dong Renqi sat cross-legged on the bed and began consuming the pills while circulating his energy. Time passed slowly, and soon it was dusk. Without pause, he refined all 90 supreme-grade spirit replenishing pills into his body one after another. All pills have some toxicity, and consuming them in such a manner was akin to slow suicide. However, these were supreme-grade pills. What made supreme-grade pills truly supreme was their complete lack of pill toxicity. That was why Dong Renqi dared to consume them so freely. The results were gratifying. Among his 5 spiritual roots, the metal and wood roots had both been elevated to top grade, while the water, fire, and earth roots had all reached medium grade. Top-grade spiritual roots were already considered the mark of a cultivation genius. In the Taiching sect, even the single spiritual cultivators hailed as prodigies had only top-grade roots. Now that Dong Renqi's metal and wood roots had advanced to top grade, his cultivation aptitude had surpassed that of many so-called geniuses. The difference was palpable. Without him even activating the 9 revolutions Taiching art, the ambient metal and wood attributed spiritual energy instinctively gravitated toward him, even showing a tendency to seep into his body. Such strong affinity with spiritual energy. My cultivation speed is now more than 10 times faster than before. No wonder those single spiritual cultivators always walk around with their noses in the air. As soon as Dong Renqi began circulating his technique, the spiritual energy around him poured directly into his body, with metal and wood energy accounting for the majority. His cultivation speed had increased more than tenfold. If top-grade spiritual roots were this formidable, what must supreme-grade roots be like? At this thought, Dong Renqi's heart burned with fervor. He resolved to persuade Qiu Deliang to procure more spiritual herbs for refining spirit replenishing pills as soon as he returned. He continued cultivating for another half an hour, by which time it was completely dark. Having had nothing to eat or drink since yesterday morning, his stomach grumbled involuntarily. He still intended to lose weight, but absolutely refused to starve himself. So he ended his cultivation session to prepare some food and reward himself. Fortunately, the hut was well stocked with daily necessities. He hastily made a simple meal and then prepared to resume cultivation. Now that his aptitude had surpassed that of ordinary prodigies, and the spiritual energy here was richer than at the servant peak, he naturally had to seize the opportunity to raise his cultivation level and enhance his ability to protect himself. But just as he sat up, he heard footsteps outside the door. Elder Qiu is back. Dong Renqi quickly rose and opened the wooden door. It was indeed Qiu Deliang outside, but his face was dark and his mood foul. Seeing his expression, the joy Dong Rinchi had felt over his improved spiritual roots vanished instantly, and his heart sank. Xiao Lao, how is my sister? Dong Rinchi suppressed the myriad of dark thoughts swirling in his mind, and asked cautiously, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Deliang looked up at Dong Rinchi's lips covered in scabs, a look of guilt spreading across his face. He said in a low voice, Rinchi Hong Lu and I did our best, but we still couldn't save your sister. Dong Rinchi's body stiffened. He immediately lifted his foot and stepped forward, ready to go out the door. Where are you going? Xiao Deliang grabbed Dong Rinchi tightly. I'm going to save my sister. With her cultivation base, she won't last long in the cold prison. Dong Rinchi said urgently, his heart filled with regret and remorse. Why are you rushing? Listen to me first. Xiao Deliang held Dong Rinchi firmly. Although Hong Lu and I couldn't rescue your sister, we managed to persuade the sect to release her from the cold prison. She has now been transferred to Sigue Valley. My sister is out of the cold prison. Dong Rinchi's face lit up with surprise and joy. Xiao Deliang nodded. Originally, after handing over 7 top-grade replenishing spirit pills, the sect leader agreed to leniency and ordered your sister's release. But that bastard Yang Qingqi insisted on a severe punishment, saying it would serve as a warning to others. Yang Qingqi, just wait. I won't let you off. Dong Rinchi swore silently, then asked, Xiao Lao, how long does my sister have to stay in Sigue Valley? Xiao Deliang's face showed shame. 10 years. 10 years. Dong Rinchi's expression changed instantly. He exclaimed, Sigue Valley is cut off from heaven and earth's spiritual energy, making cultivation impossible. If my sister stays there for 10 years, her cultivation might regress. And isn't a 10-year punishment too severe? Xiao Deliang's old face flushed red, and he was too embarrassed to respond. Seeing this, Dong Rinchi quickly calmed down and said softly, my sister being out of the cold prison is already a huge improvement. I was being too greedy. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Xiao Deliang. Thank you, Xiao Lao and Ancestor Lu, for rescuing my sister from the cold prison. What is there to thank? Your sister has to stay in Sigue Valley for 10 years. How can I accept your gratitude? Xiao Deliang waved his hand repeatedly. Leaving the cold prison at least ensures her safety. Later there may be a chance to shorten her confinement. Dong Rinchi paused, and then asked in a low voice, what was my father's attitude during all this? Xiao Deliang snorted coldly. What attitude could he have? He had already distanced himself, acting indifferent and aloof. From start to finish, he didn't utter a single word. Dong Rinchi was silent for a moment, then handed 3 porcelain bottles to Xiao Deliang. Xiao Lao, I've refined all 40+ batches of spirit herbs for the replenishing spirit pill in the alchemy room. I obtained 23 top-grade pills, 30 mid-grade pills, and 11 low-grade pills. I kept 11 top-grade pills for myself. You finished refining over 40 batches of spirit herbs so quickly. Xiao Deliang exclaimed in surprise. Dong Rinchi looked embarrassed, thinking Xiao Deliang was upset about the herbs. I was worried about my sister, my mind in turmoil, so I kept concocting pills. I accidentally used up all the spirit herbs. Please forgive me, Xiao Lao. What are a few spirit herbs? Refining over 40 batches in one go puts enormous strain on your body. Even though you're young, you can't exhaust yourself like this. Xiao Deliang shook his head, and ultimately only accepted the 12 top-grade replenishing spirit pills. Keep these mid-grade and low-grade pills for yourself. Now that you can refine top-grade replenishing spirit pills, you naturally look down on these mid-grade and low-grade pills. But if you sell them to the treasure pavilion, you can earn a considerable amount of contribution points and spirit stones. There are many disciples in the sect who need replenishing spirit pills. Although the chance of improving one's spiritual root quality with these pills is very low, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, people will flock to them. Thank you, Xiao Lao. Dong Rinchi did not stand on ceremony and put the pills away. He then asked, Xiao Lao, can I now reveal the matter of refining replenishing spirit pills to others? Of course. Xiao Deliang nodded. I had to have a reason for intervening to save your sister. I've already informed the sect leader and the high-ranking members that I've accepted you as a nominal disciple and am teaching you the art of alchemy. Dong Rinchi was startled at first. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and cupped his hands about to perform the disciple's bow. Hey, it's just to deal with the sect's higher-ups. Don't take it seriously. Xiao Deliang quickly stopped him. You can refine top-grade replenishing spirit pills at such a high rate. That's something far beyond my ability. How could I presume to be your master? Dong Rinchi had no desire to acknowledge this cheap master either, so he laughed it off and let the matter drop. Rinchi, have you looked at the ice spirit pill formula I gave you? Have you found anything? Hope shone in Xiao Deliang's eyes. Dong Rinchi nodded. I've got a few preliminary ideas, but they're not mature yet. Give me a bit more time. I'm 70% confident I can perfect the formula. Really? Joy appeared on Xiao Deliang's face. He said in a rush, no hurry, we still have time. As long as we can refine the ice spirit pill within 3 months, it'll be fine. Take your time and think it through as thoroughly as possible. Dong Rinchi hummed in acknowledgement, then asked again, Xiao Lao, is there any way to shorten my sister's confinement or even rescue her from Sigue Valley? Qiu Deliang's face showed awkwardness. To transfer your sister from the cold prison to Sigue Valley, I already exhausted all the face I have left. Dong Rinchi waved his hands repeatedly. Qiu Lao, you misunderstand. I don't mean to trouble you again. I'm just asking if there are any other ways. Qiu Deliang's expression relaxed. He thought for a moment. I spend all my time in the outer sect alchemy hall and rarely get involved in the affairs of the main peak. I really don't have a clue about this matter. How about this, when Hong Lu comes over you can ask her. Dong Rinchi nodded. For now this was the best he could do. After Qiu Deliang left, Dong Rinchi sat on the bed, his mind churning with countless thoughts. 10 years was far too long. He could not allow Dong Luiyue to be trapped in Sigue Valley for a decade. Dong Luiyue had originally planned to participate in the sect's grand competition a year later, aiming for a top 100 ranking to qualify for the Taiching Secret Realm. The Taiching Secret Realm was the sacred ground of the Taiching sect, sealed within the void by the great formations and extraordinary means of the sect's predecessors. It opened once every 20 years, and only Taiching sect disciples with cultivation levels from the 6th to the 9th layer of qi refining could enter. Within the secret realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally dense, dozens of times richer than on the main peak of the Taiching sect. Practicing there for a single day equaled over a month of cultivation outside. Moreover, before sealing the Taiching secret realm, the sect had transplanted a vast number of rare spirit herbs and medicines, and also released many young spirit beasts with scarce bloodlines for future disciples to collect and tame. For Taiching sect disciples, the Taiching secret realm was an immense opportunity. Many disciples who could have already reached foundation establishment deliberately suppressed their cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refining just to enter the secret realm. Dong Luiyue wanted to enter the Taiching secret realm to find and tame a spirit beast, the Fenglei cat. Why? Dong Luiyue had an unusual spiritual root, and moreover a dual unusual spiritual root. Unusual spiritual roots were special roots formed by the combination of 2 or more of the 5 elemental attributes, such as lightning, poison, wind, ice, and darkness. Unusual spiritual roots had high potential and fast cultivation speed comparable to single-element roots, and were extremely rare. However, Dong Luiyue possessed dual unusual roots of wind and lightning, which resulted in both roots being of only mid-grade quality. As a result, her cultivation aptitude was only average, and her cultivation speed could not match that of those with single-element roots. The Fenglei cat was a wind-lightning dual-attribute spirit beast. If she could tame one, it could complement her abilities and enhance the cultivation speed of both. Dong Luiyue was at the 8th layer of qi refining with unusual wind-lightning roots and unique attack methods. Her combat power exceeded that of cultivators at the same level, and barring accidents, she could secure a top 100 spot in the sect competition. But now she was imprisoned in Sigue Valley for 10 years, which would inevitably cause her to miss the Taiching secret realm. Her current predicament was all because of Dong Rinchi, filling his heart with immense regret. Fortunately, there was still a year until the sect competition. Dong Rinchi still had time, and he planned to rescue his sister from Sigue Valley before the competition. However, his status was low, and his strength was pitifully weak at the moment. He simply had no feasible way to save Dong Luiyue. Focusing on improving my own strength is the right path. As for the way to save my sister, I'll ask Lu Honglu when she comes. Unable to think of a solution, Dong Rinchi stopped dwelling on it, and began to cultivate circulating the 9 revolutions Taiching art. The next morning, Dong Rinchi woke from his meditation, a joyful expression on his face. Possessing 2 top-grade spiritual roots and 3 mid-grade roots truly made a difference. His cultivation speed was tens of times faster than before. After a night of cultivation, his qi refining 3rd layer cultivation had improved significantly. He estimated that he would break through to the next level before long. Satisfied, he stepped outside and began running laps around the house. While his cultivation progress was gratifying, he had not forgotten his weight loss plan. The system had given him a dual cultivation setting, but his appearance was a severe hindrance, making it much harder to attract dual cultivation partners. Moreover, recalling the 6-second incident with Lu Honglu, he felt utterly ashamed. Therefore, losing weight and strengthening his physique were urgent matters. After just 4 laps, Qiu Deliang walked over from the small courtyard looking puzzled. Rinchi, what are you doing so early in the morning? Dong Rinchi stopped, panting heavily. Exercising and losing weight. This flabby fat is too troublesome. I need to get rid of it. It's affecting my alchemy. Qiu Deliang chuckled. Running is a terribly inefficient way to lose weight. I can recommend a method, but you'll need to endure hardship and persist to see results. And the effects are astonishing. Qiu Lao, what method? Tell me quickly. Dong Rinchi's face lit up with joy, and he asked eagerly. Ever since his weight dropped below 200 gene, he found the weight loss effect had plummeted, and his current approach urgently needed adjustment. Qiu Deliang smiled slightly. Body refinement. Do you mean body cultivation? Dong Rinchi asked Qiu Deliang with a puzzled look. Refining the body is a path of cultivation devoted entirely to tempering the physique. Those who lack spirit roots or whose spirit root aptitude is poor, like Dong Rinchi, and yet yearn to cultivate often choose to become body cultivators. However, compared with training spiritual energy, strengthening the body is far more arduous and grueling. Cultivating spiritual energy mainly involves seated meditation and breath regulation. Cultivating the body, by contrast, demands training through the bitterest winter and the fiercest summer, day after day, employing every means to temper and grind the physique. Without iron resolve, few can endure it. Moreover, breakthroughs in body cultivation come much more slowly than in spiritual cultivation. Hence, many who choose the body path are unable to persist and abandon it halfway. Yes, the cultivation of the physique, Xiao Deliang said with a smile. There are body cultivation manuals you can redeem in the sect's treasure pavilion. Centuries ago, the foremost body cultivation sect, Liuli sect, allied with the demon clans, and was routed when Taiching's sect joined forces with several great sects to breach their mountain gate. From then on, they were wiped out. The sect's senior masters recovered some body refining techniques from Liuli sect and placed them in the treasure pavilion. Over the years, disciples have tried them in turn, but none achieved anything notable. If you want to lose weight, practicing the Liuli sect's body cultivation methods would suit you perfectly. The foremost sect of body cultivation. Dong Rinchi brightened immediately and asked, Elder Chiu, do you think my Buling Dan spiritual replenishing pills could be exchanged for a body cultivation manual? Seeing Dong Rinchi's earnest expression, Xiao Deliang shook his head repeatedly. I was only teasing you. You actually intend to cultivate the body. Without a second thought, Dong Rinchi said, body cultivation can slim one down and raise combat strength. Of course I want to try it. If you pursue body cultivation now, you'll be losing a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Xiao Deliang smiled wryly. You can already refine superior Buling Dan. Those pills have a significant chance to improve spirit root quality. With your current condition, even if you stack pills aggressively, you could at least elevate one spirit root to lower grade. Once a spirit root reaches the lower grade, your cultivation speed will increase tremendously. Foundation establishment would no longer be out of reach. After a pause, he continued, those who choose body cultivation do so because they lack aptitude or possess very poor aptitude. There is no other recourse. What you should be doing now is refining more superior Buling Dan to raise the quality of your spirit roots, and meanwhile strive to cultivate spiritual energy. When your cultivation advances and your store of spiritual energy grows, you will no longer need spirit wood. You can refine pills directly with your spiritual energy. Refining with spiritual energy may yield pills of even higher quality. Dong Rinchi chuckled. Elder Chiu, I will work hard on my spiritual cultivation, but I still want to try the slimming body cultivation techniques. Young man, you are refining pills, cultivating your spiritual power, and now want to train your body as well. Remember, a person's energy is finite. Do not bite off more than you can chew, Xiao Deliang warned softly. I know. My main purpose in training my body is to lose weight. Once I shed this fat, I might well stop body cultivation, Dong Rinchi replied. At that point, his tone shifted. Elder Chiu, you still haven't told me. Can my Buling Dan be exchanged for a body cultivation manual? If you want to make a fuss, make the most of your youth and do so, Xiao Deliang said with a shake of his head. The last time I saw those body cultivation manuals was over 60 years ago. Whether they remain in the treasure pavilion now, I cannot be certain. If you truly intend to cultivate, go and look for yourself. Very well, I will go now. Dong Rinchi was about to leave when he suddenly remembered. Elder Chiu, we've run out of spirit herbs for refining Buling Dan. Shall we restock? Of course we must restock, Xiao Deliang said with a pleased chuckle. I was just about to discuss this with you. Elder Chiu, I'm only here to assist you. For something as important as restocking, you decide. There's no need to consult me, Dong Rinchi said, feeling a vague unease. Xiao Deliang shook his head again. No, your role is important. I will certainly consult you. He cleared his throat twice and explained, in the past when I needed spirit herbs for pill refinement, I simply requested them from the sect. But things are a bit different now. I must exchange pills for herbs. Take Buling Dan for example. 2 superior Buling Dan can be exchanged for 100 portions of spirit herbs. The herbs you used earlier were obtained with superior Buling Dan. I exchanged for them. At this revelation, Dong Rinchi's heart leaped with joy. 2 superior Buling Dan for 100 portions of herbs. If anyone else made that deal, they might hesitate, but to Dong Rinchi, it was an absolute bargain. Considered Xiao Deliang, after 100 refineries, he might not even produce a single superior pill. The sect's conditions for him were naturally harsh. Dong Rinchi, however, could produce 1 in a single batch. He was also worrying about how to obtain more Buling Dan. Now the problem was solved. Elder Chiu, didn't I give you 12 superior Buling Dan yesterday? You could exchange them for 600 portions of spirit herbs, Dong Rinchi said with a light laugh. Xiao Deliang wagged his head like a rattle and replied, superior Buling Dan are precious. With them I can obtain many urgently needed spirit herbs from the treasure pavilion. The ice spirit pill, the grand explosion pill, the Vajra pill, and other medicines I am developing are all short of herbs right now. Hearing this, Dong Rinchi realized Qiu Deliang had designs on his superior Buling Dan. Although he could not use the pills himself at present, they could be exchanged in the treasure pavilion. Dong Rinchi was naturally reluctant to give them up, and said, Elder Qiu, do the math. If you use 2 superior Buling Dan to buy 100 portions of herbs, and even with poor luck I can still refine at least 2 batches of superior pills that yields at least 10 superior Buling Dan. We split them 50-50, you would get 5. Subtract the 2 pills used to buy the herbs, and you still net 3. If you exchange 600 portions of herbs, that's a net gain of 18 pills. A guaranteed profit. Would you turn that down? Qiu Deliang's eyes brightened for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. Although your chance of producing superior Buling Dan is high, it's ultimately dependent on luck. If after exchanging for 600 portions of herbs not a single superior pill is refined, I would suffer a heavy loss. Dong Rinchi was left speechless. Rinchi, I'd rather be prudent. I will take these 12 superior Buling Dan to the treasure pavilion to exchange them myself. Qiu Deliang's tone was firm. You mean you want me to use your superior Buling Dan for the exchange? Dong Rinchi glanced at him askance. Yes. Right now you need superior Buling Dan most of all, so it makes sense for you to hand them over for exchange, Qiu Deliang declared with conviction. After a moment's thought, Dong Rinchi bit his lip and said, fine, I will give them. Moreover, if not for his cheap father's influence, he wouldn't even be allowed to stay as a... That's unacceptable. Qiu Deliang protested, shaking his head. I won't split everything with you, but for every 100 portions of spirit herbs you receive, you must give me 1 superior Buling Dan. On what grounds? Dong Rinchi raised his voice. Qiu Deliang tilted his chin and said, without me, could you have used 2 superior Buling Dan to obtain 100 portions of spirit herbs? Dong Rinchi retorted angrily, superior Buling Dan are rare and hard to come by. If I sold them myself, 2 superior pills could surely buy 100 portions of herbs without exchanging with the sect. You can try selling them yourself, but it's time-consuming and laborious, and the price you fetch is uncertain. After selling the pills, you'd still have to buy herbs, wasting even more time. With that time, you could have refined several more batches of superior Buling Dan, Qiu Deliang replied with a laugh. Dong Rinchi frowned. Oh, Qiu Deliang's argument had merit. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I could sell them to the treasure pavilion and then redeem herbs there. Qiu Deliang's mouth curved. The treasure pavilion is run by the sect. Do you really think you can exchange 2 superior Buling Dan there for 100 portions of herbs? Dong Rinchi sighed helplessly. At last he took a porcelain jar from his purse and poured out a superior Buling Dan, and then handed the jar to Qiu Deliang. These are 10 superior Buling Dan. Qiu Deliang snatched the jar and laughed. I will take them to the sect and exchange them shortly. 500 portions of spirit herbs for refining superior Buling Dan. There will not be so much as half a sprig missing for you. Also, next time you let me go exchange herbs, remember to give me 5 superior Buling Dan. Dong Rinchi replied sullenly. If I refine 500 furnaces and not a single superior pill results, how will I give you 5 superior Buling Dan? Qiu Deliang chuckled. If no superior pills appear, there will at least be medium-grade ones. I'll give you a concession. If there are no superiors, you must give me 50 medium-grade Buling Dan instead. You're such a schemer. Dong Rinchi gave Qiu Deliang a thumbs up, then turned and strode off. Where are you going? Qiu Deliang called loudly. To the treasure pavilion, to exchange for a body cultivation manual and lose weight. Dong Rinchi replied, marching off without looking back. Watching Dong Rinchi's brisk retreat, the corners of Qiu Deliang's mouth lifted like an old fox's. Yet he could not have imagined that the apparently sulking Dong Rinchi was walking away with a similar smile, radiant with satisfaction. Taiching Sect Treasure Pavilion. Since it was still early, Dong Rinchi found the pavilion empty when he arrived. Behind the counter, an old white-haired man lay half reclining. Dong Rinchi was no stranger to the treasure pavilion. He had been here several times before. He also recognized the white-haired elder behind the counter. This man was called Sun Sihai, an elder of Taiching Sect in charge of the treasure pavilion, low in rank but weighty in authority. He was somewhat like Qiu Deliang, not high in cultivation but high in seniority. Elder's son. Dong Rinchi approached the counter, and seeing the elder's eyes half closed and the faint sound of snoring, called softly. Perhaps his voice was too soft. Sun Sihai did not move. Dong Rinchi raised his voice. Elder's son. Sun Sihai opened his eyes and sprang up from his chair with a scowl. Why are you shouting so loudly, you brat? Do you think my ears are deaf? Sorry to disturb your rest, elder. Dong Rinchi apologized quickly. Rest? Sun Sihai's brow knit. What nonsense are you spouting? How can I rest while on duty? Do not think that because you are of the Dong family I will not discipline you. Keep this up and I will throw you out right now. Elder, please calm down. Dong Rinchi hurriedly bowed and apologized, saying, ever since Elder's son took charge of the treasure pavilion, its business has flourished, bringing abundant wealth and elevating the strength of our Taiching sect to new heights. Elder's son is a model and paragon of our Taiching sect, deserving of respect and emulation from everyone. In the original owner's memories, Sun Sihai enjoyed flattery, so Dong Rinchi would naturally not hesitate to lavish praise without concern for spirit stones. As expected, upon hearing these flattering words, the displeasure on Sun Sihai's face faded away, replaced by a beaming smile, as he said, "Forget it, seeing that you are still sensible, I shall spare you this time." "Elder son, from what you just said, it seems you know me," Dong Rinchi cautiously inquired. "In the entire sect, you are the most rotund, being the son of Dong Wanpeng. Not long ago, you even made a fool of your master in the lecture hall. With such a famous person as yourself, how could I not know you?" Sun Sihai snorted lightly and sat back in his recliner. Dong Rinchi showed an awkward expression and quietly argued, "Elder son, I am currently on a successful weight loss journey. I shouldn't be the most rotund in the entire sect now, right?" Sun Sihai scanned Dong Rinchi up and down and teased, "You have indeed lost quite a bit of weight, but the title of the most rotund in Taiching sect still belongs to you. There's no need to be modest." "Dong Rinchi, I heard you moved from the miscellaneous peak to the outer sect, and even became a disciple of Chiu Deliang?" Sun Sihai asked in a low voice. Dong Rinchi nodded. "That's correct. What were you thinking? Chiu Deliang is currently a madman. He has good pills, but insists on researching new ones. With his limited intellect, can he really produce new pills? He is quite muddled. You, being so young, are also making a foolish choice by following him into madness." Sun Sihai looked at Dong Rinchi with confusion. "Hey old man, aren't you being a bit too nosy?" Dong Rinchi cursed inwardly, but wore a smile on his face, saying, "This matter is complicated. If elder son has time another day, I will report it to you in detail. Today I want to exchange some items in the treasure pavilion." "Exchange items?" Sun Sihai adjusted his posture slightly. "What do you have? Show it to this elder." Dong Rinchi quickly took out a low-grade spirit recovery pill. "I wonder how many contribution points or spirit stones this pill can be exchanged for." "A low-grade spirit recovery pill." Sun Sihai glanced at the pill, then said, "If you want to exchange it for contribution points, it's worth 10 points. If you want to exchange for spirit stones, I can give you 8 low-grade spirit stones." Dong Rinchi was secretly delighted. 8 low-grade spirit stones exceeded his expectations. Then he took out another pill. "Elder son, how about this medium-grade spirit recovery pill?" Sun Sihai's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he said softly, "It seems Chiu Deliang treats you well, actually giving you a medium-grade spirit recovery pill." A medium-grade spirit recovery pill can be exchanged for 80 low-grade spirit stones, or 100 contribution. Dong Rinchi's face lit up with joy as he quickly took out 2 porcelain bottles. "I have a total of 30 medium-grade spirit recovery pills and 11 low-grade spirit recovery pills. Please, elder son, exchange them all for spirit stones." "So many medium-grade spirit recovery pills." Sun Sihai was somewhat unsettled, looking at Dong Rinchi with a suspicious expression. "That old man Chiu Deliang is a miser. How could he possibly spare you so many medium-grade spirit recovery pills at once? Could it be that you have some special relationship with him?" "Elder son, these pills were not given to me by my master, but rather I refined them myself." Dong Rinchi quickly explained, not wanting to be misunderstood by Sun Sihai. At the same time, he also intended to reveal his alchemy skills to prepare for future plans. "You refined these? You are now a third-grade alchemist?" Sun Sihai asked in shock. Dong Rinchi smiled shyly. "I only recently managed to advance to a third-grade alchemist." "A third-grade alchemist before 20. Sun Sihai took a long time to calm down. "No wonder that old guy Chiu Deliang took you as a disciple. You really made him a lucky old fool." At this point, an inexplicable expression appeared on his face. "The Dong family and Buzhu Peak regarded you as a waste of 5 spiritual roots and expelled you one after another. A little did they expect you to be an alchemy genius. What a huge joke." Saying this, he waved his sleeve and put the spirit recovery pills away. "Dong Rinchi, aren't you planning to exchange for contribution points? It's more advantageous to exchange items in the treasure pavilion with contribution points than with spirit stones." "Is that so?" Dong Rinchi pondered. "Then let me exchange for 400 low-grade spirit stones and convert the rest into contribution points." Sun Sihai took out a square jade stone engraved with complex patterns from under the counter and handed it to Dong Rinchi. "Place your waist token on top of it." Dong Rinchi quickly removed his waist token and gently placed it on the jade stone. Sun Sihai formed a seal in the air and then rapidly tapped on the jade stone. "All right, 2,610 contribution points have been allocated to you." After speaking, he took out 400 low-grade spirit stones and pushed them in front of Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi retrieved a prepared cloth bag and stuffed the spirit stones into it before placing it in his pocket. "As a third-grade alchemist, you don't even have a storage ring or a storage bag." Sun Sihai glanced at Dong Rinchi sideways. Dong Rinchi chuckled. "I just became a third-grade alchemist not long ago. Once I earn enough spirit stones, I will buy a storage bag. There are storage bags in the treasure pavilion. If you wish to exchange one, I can offer you a discounted price of 20,000 contribution points." 20,000. Dong Rinchi shook his head repeatedly. "Where can I get that many contribution points right now?" Sun Sihai smiled. If you go back and refine more spirit recovery pills, if you are fortunate enough to refine a batch of upper-grade spirit recovery pills, you won't have to worry about a storage bag. An upper-grade spirit recovery pill can be exchanged here for 3,000 contribution points. 3,000 contribution points, that's a lot. Dong Rinchi exclaimed in surprise. A medium-grade spirit recovery pill could only be exchanged for 100 contribution points, while an upper-grade spirit recovery pill could be exchanged for 3,000 contribution points, a 30-fold increase. Scarcity makes things valuable, Sun Sihai smiled slightly. If you can't refine it yourself, you can ask your master for it. He is a 4th-grade alchemist and has a higher chance of refining upper-grade spirit recovery pills. Dong Rinchi smiled shyly. My master is busy researching new pills and doesn't have much time to refine spirit recovery pills, so I can only try to see if I can refine upper-grade spirit recovery pills myself. At this point he asked, Elder Sun, is there a physical cultivation technique from the Lioli sect in the treasure pavilion? I'd like to exchange for a copy. Physical cultivation technique. You want to cultivate your physique? Sun Sihai looked at Dong Rinchi with suspicion. Dong Rinchi nodded. I heard that cultivating the physique can help with weight loss, and I want to shed this excess weight. Sun Sihai chuckled softly. People cultivate physiques to enhance their combat power, yet you do it to lose weight. However, cultivating the physique is indeed a good way to lose weight. I just wonder if you have the willpower to stick with it. As he spoke, he left the counter. Soon he returned with 3 yellowed scrolls and placed them on the counter. The 3 scrolls looked very old, covered with thick dust. These 3 scrolls contained 3 physical cultivation techniques from the Lioli sect. Sun Sihai pointed to the leftmost scroll. This is a yellow-level low-grade technique requiring 300 contribution points. The middle one is a ground-level low-grade technique, and if you want it, it will cost you 2,000 contribution points. However, since you are only cultivating the physique to lose weight, the yellow-level low-grade technique should suffice. Dong Rinchi hesitated briefly, and then looked at the rightmost scroll. Elder Sun, what about this technique? Sun Sihai raised an eyebrow. This is a defective physical cultivation technique missing its latter half. If you want it, it will cost you 5,000 contribution points. 5,000. Dong Rinchi was taken aback and then asked in confusion, a defective technique actually costs 5,000 contribution points. Defective or not, this is the foundational technique of the first physical cultivation sect, the Lioli sect, the 7 treasures, Lioli body, a quasi-immortal grade technique. Sun Sihai sighed. If the latter half of the 7 treasures Lioli body hadn't been destroyed in the war back, then how could the sect have thrown a quasi-immortal grade technique into the treasure pavilion? Dong Rinchi's mind raced. With the system, he had a great chance to restore this 7 treasures Lioli body, and even elevate its grade, directly upgrading it to an immortal grade technique. An immortal grade technique is something that even the Taiching sect does not possess. Exchanging 5,000 contribution points for an immortal grade technique, even if it's a physical cultivation technique, would still be a tremendous gain. However, he currently only had 2,610 contribution points. To exchange for the defective 7 treasures Lioli body, he would have to put out his upper-grade spirit recovery pills. One upper-grade spirit recovery pill can be exchanged for 3,000 contribution points, just enough to trade for the 7 treasures Lioli body. Just as Dong Rinchi was hesitating, a group of 4 entered the treasure pavilion, 1 girl and 3 boys, all young. Among them, the girl wore a purple long dress, tall and slender with an attractive appearance, but her sharp face and thin lips gave off a mean impression. The other 3 young men walked behind her, likely followers, while the young man in white walked beside the girl, grinning and chatting, flattering her like a sycophant. The girl held her chin high, occasionally responding to the young man in white with a few words, her demeanor cold and arrogant. Yet the more she acted this way, the more eager the white-clothed sycophant became. The 4 walked straight to the counter, and upon seeing Dong Rinchi blocking the way, the girl frowned. The sycophant in white, noticing the situation, strode forward and rudely attempted to push Dong Rinchi aside. However, he overestimated his strength and underestimated Dong Rinchi's weight. With one push, Dong Rinchi remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Feeling embarrassed, the young sycophant immediately channeled his spiritual power, intending to deal with Dong Rinchi. Yet Dong Rinchi stepped aside first. He was currently contemplating the immortal grade technique and had no time to waste with a petty sycophant. You're not as foolish as I thought. The little sycophant gave a cold snort at Dong Rinchi, then smiled obsequiously at the woman. Junior sister Shuefu, whatever you need, just say it, and your senior brother will buy it for you. The woman in the purple dress finally revealed a smile, quickly stepped forward, and respectfully bowed to Sun Sihai. Disciple, Zhao Shuefu pays respects to Elder Sun. I wish to exchange for a medium-grade spirit recovery pill. However, Sun Sihai didn't even glance at Zhao Shuefu, but shifted his gaze to Dong Rinchi. What kind of martial art do you want, kid? If you don't want it, I'll just put them back. Elder Sun, I want that incomplete martial art. Dong Rinchi made a decision and took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, handing it to Sun Sihai. Sun Sihai took the porcelain bottle, gently opened it, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A high-grade spirit recovery pill. You actually have a high-grade spirit recovery pill. Zhao Xuefu and the other three were shocked upon hearing the words high-grade spirit recovery pill, and they all turned their gazes toward Dong Rinchi. However, Dong Rinchi ignored the four of them and handed his waist token to Sun Sihai. Elder Son, 1 high-grade spirit recovery pill, plus 2,000 contribution points. Is that enough to exchange for the martial art? Enough. Sun Sihai was in a good mood after receiving the high-grade spirit recovery pill, smiling broadly as he waved his hand accepting the pill and deducting 2,000 contribution points before returning the waist token to Dong Rinchi. Then he used his spiritual power to send the incomplete 7 treasures glazed body to Dong Rinchi, saying in a deep voice, "Pour your soul power into the scroll." Dong Rinchi nodded and carefully sent his soul power into the scroll. Soon a wave of information composed of text and images surged into his mind, which was the incomplete 7 treasures glazed body martial art. When all the information had entered his mind, the yellowed scroll suddenly exploded with a loud pop, bursting into countless paper scraps, which then turned into dust and vanished. Thank you, Elder Son. Dong Rinchi cupped his hands in salute to Sun Sihai, and then stepped aside, not intending to leave. Do you have more to say? Sun Sihai asked softly. I still want to exchange for a spell, but I haven't thought of one yet. Let me think first, Dong Rinchi replied quietly. Sun Sihai nodded, and then turned his attention to Zhao Xuefu. What did you say just now? Zhao Xuefu quickly withdrew her gaze from Dong Rinchi, and said with a hopeful expression, Elder Son, I want to buy the high-grade spirit recovery pill you just received. The high-grade spirit recovery pill is not for sale. If you want it, you need to make a significant contribution to the sect, and have it rewarded to you. Sun Sihai spoke indifferently, his tone extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Xuefu showed a disappointed expression, and then said, Elder Son, I want 3 medium-grade spirit recovery pills. Sun Sihai raised an eyebrow. Are you exchanging with contribution points, or purchasing with spirit stones? 120 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit recovery pill. 100 low-grade spirit stones can buy 1 medium-grade spirit recovery pill. To sell you a medium-grade spirit recovery pill, it's 100 contribution points, or 80 low-grade spirit stones. Reselling it will cost you 120 contribution points, or 100 low-grade spirit stones. The treasure pavilion is too greedy. Dong Rinchi stared at Sun Sihai, feeling indignant. Sun Sihai clearly sensed Dong Rinchi's burning gaze, turned his head, and gave a slight smile, as if to say, come on, bite me. At that moment, a man in white who had been standing next to Zhao Xuefu spoke up. Junior Sister Xuefu, I don't have enough contribution points. He'll buy with spirit stones. After speaking, he directly took out 300 low-grade spirit stones, and said respectfully, Elder Son, please give me 3 medium-grade spirit recovery pills. Sun Sihai accepted the spirit stones, and then took out a porcelain bottle, one of the 2 he had just received from Dong Rinchi, pouring out 3 pills, and handing them to the man in white. The man in white received the pills, and hurriedly presented them to Zhao Xuefu. Zhao Xuefu took the pills, glanced at Dong Rinchi again, and then left the treasure pavilion, surrounded by the 3 men. Dong Rinchi had already thought of the spell he wanted to exchange for, and was about to approach Sun Sihai to talk, when he saw a petite girl rushing in a hurry. The world is both vast and small. The girl was none other than Fang Xiaoro, whom Dong Rinchi had saved that night outside the night market. Fang Xiaoro hurriedly walked to the counter, not noticing Dong Rinchi standing aside. Elder Son, I want 200 respite pills. Fang Xiaoro bowed respectfully to Sun Sihai, and spoke her. What quality? Sun Sihai asked quietly. Fang Xiaoro quickly replied, without hesitation, low grade. 12 low-grade spirit stones, or 18 contribution points. Sun Sihai's voice revealed no emotion whatsoever. Fang Xiaoro's face showed difficulty as she pleaded. Elder Son, I only have 10 contribution points, and 3 low-grade spirit stones. Please can you sell them to me cheaper, just 2 low-grade 100 respite pills. Fang Xiaoro, I helped you twice because I felt sorry for you and saw how devoted you are to your brother. But the treasure pavilion is not a charity. If everyone were like you, would the treasure pavilion still be able to operate? Fang Xiaoro showed a look of shame, and then tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Elder Son, please, my brother's condition is getting worse. Without 200 respite pills, he won't last a few days. I beg you. Sun Sihai sighed softly. Fang Xiaoro, your cultivation talent is quite good among the outer disciples. If you focus on your cultivation, you will surely achieve foundation establishment in the future. However, you have not properly cultivated for a year for the sake of your brother with 4 spirit roots, and your progress has stagnated. If you continue like this, not only will you be unable to save your brother, but your own path of cultivation will also be cut off. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down Fang Xiaoro's beautiful face as she sobbed. Elder Son, my brother's cultivation talent is low, but he is a good brother. If he hadn't sheltered me from the wind and rain, I would have starved to death on the streets and never been able to join the Taiching sect. The reason my brother was bitten and poisoned by a spirit beast is that he was looking for cultivation resources for me. Elder son, please give me 200 respite pills. I cannot lose my brother. By the end of her speech, Feng Xiaoro was already sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Sihai shook his head. Alright, I'll give you 200 respite pills. Thank you, elder son. When I have spirit stones, I will definitely repay you. Feng Xiaoro broke into a smile, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Sun Sihai accepted the spirit stones and contribution points, and turned to head behind the counter. At this moment, Feng Xiaoro finally noticed Dong Renqi standing nearby. She hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face, her expression filled with shyness. Dong Renqi quietly watched the girl before him, who bore a striking resemblance to a certain ex-girlfriend from his past life. Seeing her tear-streaked face, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Feng Xiaoro was hustling to save her brother, going to the night market to sell goods, and seeking Sun Sihai at the treasure pavilion. Meanwhile, he was also busy trying to save his sister. In this situation, they seemed to share a common plight. It's you. You're the one who saved me that night outside. Feng Xiaoro's face suddenly lit up with surprise, and she hurriedly bowed respectfully to Dong Renqi. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. I was actually recognized by her. Dong Renqi was slightly surprised, and said, Junior sister, you might be mistaken. Feng Xiaoro shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother, although you've slimmed down quite a bit since that night, your figure is still unique in the sect. I absolutely did not mistake it. It was you who saved me. Realizing she had said something wrong, she quickly corrected herself. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to say you were fat, I'm just trying to say you. Dong Renqi cut her off with a wave of his hand, sighing, forget it, you don't need to explain. I know very well whether I am fat or not. Having said that, he no longer denied it. What happened that night is already in the past. I just lent a helping hand, you don't need to take it to heart. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. I don't want to be targeted by Ma Tao. Senior brother, rest assured. I will absolutely keep it a secret. Feng Xiaoro nodded. Although it was just a small favor, you saved my life. I will always remember your kindness and will repay you in the future. At this point she became serious and asked, may I ask what is your name, senior brother? Dong Renqi, he replied. Thank you for saving my life, Dong senior brother. Feng Xiaoro bowed respectfully to Dong Renqi. As for the 6 low-grade spirit stones, I will repay you as soon as I have some extra. Just as Dong Renqi was about to speak, he saw Sun Sihai walking out from the treasure pavilion and coming to the counter. Feng Xiaoro, your brother has already missed the best treatment opportunity. Now to remove the poison from his body, only a top-grade 100 respite pill will work. However, high-grade 100 respite pills are hard to come by, let alone top-grade ones. Moreover, even if there are top-grade 100 respite pills, given your siblings' financial situation, I fear you won't be able to afford them. Sun Sihai handed 2 pills to Feng Xiaoro, shaking his head with a sigh. The low-grade 100 respite pills can only provide a temporary relief, merely buying him a little more time. So you need to be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoro's expression dimmed and tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, elder son. I didn't expect you to have such compassion, kid. Sun Sihai smiled slightly at Dong Renqi, and then strode into the inner chamber of the treasure pavilion. Senior brother Dong, you've already saved me once. How can I let you spend more? Feng Xiaoro, realizing what Dong Renqi was about to do, spoke with a face full of guilt. Since you've helped once, helping again is no trouble at all. Our meeting here signifies our fate. Dong Renqi smiled faintly. Feng Xiaoro's pretty face turned slightly red as she softly said, Thank you, senior brother Dong. Your great kindness I will surely repay. Dong Renqi was silent for a moment before he spoke softly. I have some confidence in obtaining a top grade by shouldn't. Feng Xiaoro's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Really? Senior brother Dong, please, you must save my brother. As she spoke, she was about to kneel before Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi quickly grasped her arm to support her, preventing her from kneeling. Although Feng Xiaoro was petite, her arms were soft and plump in his grip. Suddenly grasped by a stranger, Feng Xiaoro's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly wriggled free from Dong Renqi's hold, taking several steps back with her head lowered, feeling shy. Dong Renqi also felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. Junior sister Feng, I only mentioned I have some confidence in obtaining the top grade by shouldn't. Oh, it still requires your cooperation. My cooperation? Feng Xiaoro's face showed a look of confusion. Dong Renqi nodded. This is not the place to discuss matters. Do you know where Elder Qiu Deliang lives? I know. Feng Xiaoro quickly replied. Dong Renqi continued. Tomorrow evening you go there to find me, and I will tell you how you need to cooperate. Feng Xiaoro hesitated for a moment. Can it be during the day? Dong Renqi's plump face twitched slightly as he gently coughed a few times. The top grade by shouldn't is of great importance. Oh, I don't want others to know about this matter. Just then footsteps approached, and Sun Sihai returned, handing 3 middle grade by shouldn't to Dong Renqi. Contribution value is 240 or 210 low-grade spirit stones. Dong Renqi took out his identity waste token and transferred 240 contribution points. At this moment, he still had 370 contribution points left. He then handed the 3 middle grade Baishuden to Feng Xiaoro. Naturally, she was overjoyed, and after expressing her gratitude profusely she left. Her brother's condition is such that without the top grade Baishuden, he can only wait for death. Even if you give her 3 middle grade Baishuden, it will only prolong his time a little. Sun Sihai spoke in a low voice. Their sibling bond is touching, deserving of my help. Elder son has been helping her all along, hasn't he? Dong Rinchi, I would like to exchange for the Fireball Technique. Fireball Technique, a mid-level yellow spell. With Dong Rinchi's reserves of spiritual power, the Wind Blade Technique was the strongest spell he could currently cast. During his time in the inner sect, as his cultivation stagnated at the Qi refining first level, he was only given a low-level yellow spell, the Wind Blade Technique. However, at that time, even casting a single Wind Blade Technique was laborious for him. The Fireball Technique requires 400 contribution points, Sun Sihai said softly. Dong Rinchi frowned slightly. He currently had only 370 contribution points in his waist token, meaning he would need to add some spirit stones to exchange for the Fireball Technique. How many spirit stones do I need to add to the 370 contribution points? Dong Rinchi asked softly. Forget it, since I took so many recovering pills from you today, they'll give you a discount of 30 contribution points. Sun Sihai waved his hand and went into the inner chamber of the treasure pavilion. When Dong Rinchi came out of the treasure pavilion, the blazing sun was already high in the sky. Half a li away from the treasure pavilion at the corner, 4 individuals suddenly appeared, blocking Dong Rinchi's path. 1 girl and 3 boys, precisely Zhao Xuefu and her companions. Senior brother, let me introduce myself. I am the outer sect disciple Mu Yuan, and I would like to be friends with you. The boy in white, a sycophant, approached Dong Rinchi with a beaming smile, no longer the arrogance he displayed during their first meeting. Is there something you need? Dong Rinchi replied, faintly, having guessed that Mu Yuan and Zhao Xuefu were waiting for him, likely for the top-grade recovering pills. What is your name, senior brother? Mu Yuan still wore a smile. Dong Rinchi slowly stated his name. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm in a hurry. Is there any top-grade recovering pill left? Mu Yuan's smile faltered slightly, but he still maintained a facade. Senior brother Dong, if you have any, just state a price, I'll buy it. I don't have any, Dong Rinchi replied nonchalantly, with 2 words, lifting his foot to leave. Mu Yuan's smile immediately faded, and he stepped forward to block Dong Rinchi, coldly stating, Dong Rinchi, I've already given you enough face, you should learn to appreciate it. I'll ask you one more time, do you have any top-grade recovering pills? Dong Rinchi frowned, and at the same time his eyes slightly reddened as he activated his Fire Eye Golden Eye. In the next moment, the cultivation levels of the 4 individuals before him were clear at a glance. Mu Yuan and Zhao Xuefu were both at the Qi refining 4th level, while the other 2 boys were at the same level as Dong Rinchi, Qi refining 3rd level. My cultivation is still too low, I must rely on words today, not actions. Dong Rinchi sighed inwardly, then maintained his expression and said, I've already answered you. I don't have any top-grade recovering pills on me. Then where did the top-grade recovering pills you sold to the treasure pavilion come from? Mu Yuan asked coldly. Since we are both outer sect disciples, do I have an obligation to answer you? Dong Rinchi snorted coldly. With your attitude, even if I had top-grade recovering pills, I wouldn't give them to you. You are seeking death. Mu Yuan was furious, emitting a fierce wave of spiritual power. At the same time, the other 2 boys quickly moved to Mu Yuan's side, clearly ready to act. Zhao Xuefu stood aside, her cold gaze fixed on Dong Rinchi, showing no reaction. Take action, Dong Rinchi snorted coldly. I am a disciple of Elder Qiu Deliang. Even if you had 100 times more guts, would you dare to touch me? With that, he waved his sleeves and strode forward. Hearing this, Mu Yuan and the other 3's expressions changed drastically. Their spiritual power fluctuations immediately subsided, watching Dong Rinchi leave, without daring to stop him. At that moment, Zhao Xuefu spoke, Senior brother Dong, please stop. As she spoke, she quickly walked towards Dong Rinchi, halted his steps, turned around, and looked at Zhao Xuefu with an indifferent expression. Senior brother Dong, Mu Yuan is usually impulsive, please bear with him. Zhao Xuefu stood before Dong Rinchi with a charming smile, then looked at Mu Yuan with displeasure. Mu Yuan, why don't you apologize to senior brother Dong? Mu Yuan was momentarily stunned, anger flashing in his eyes, but under Zhao Zufa's burning gaze he hesitated slightly, unwillingly bowing to Dong Rinchi. Senior brother Dong, I was rude earlier, please forgive me. Dong Rinchi scoffed. An apology requires sincerity. Your unwillingness means there's no need for us to discuss the matter of the top-grade recovering pills any further. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zufa's eyes visibly lit up, then she coldly said to Mu Yuan, if you don't get senior brother Dong's forgiveness today, I will ignore you forever. Mu Yuan's face turned pale immediately, and he hurriedly ran to Dong Rinchi, bowing deeply. Senior brother Dong, I was wrong earlier. I sincerely apologize to you, please forgive me. Your current attitude is mediocre at best. Dong Rinchi looked at Mu Yuan indifferently. I will forgive you for now, but I want to discuss important matters with junior sister Zhao, So you take your two companions and step back a bit, so as not to affect my mood. Sycophants end up with nothing. Dong Rinchi chuckled coldly as he watched Mu Yuan's retreating figure. No wonder senior brother Dong can possess top-grade recovering pills. It turns out he is a disciple of Elder Qiu. After Mu Yuan and the others left, Zhao Xuefu immediately smiled, her expression bright as a blooming flower. Dong Rinchi chuckled softly, offering no response. Zhao Xuefu, not receiving a response from Dong Rinchi, appeared somewhat surprised. As a well-known beauty among the outer sect, she had many admirers, including sycophants like Mu Yuan. She was used to men approaching her. Rarely did she take the initiative to talk to them. But today she was so proactive, yet Dong Rinchi seemed indifferent. Damn fatty, if it weren't for your top-grade recovering pills, this fairy wouldn't even glance at you. Zhao Xuefu cursed inwardly, yet maintained a smile. Senior brother Dong, do you still have any top-grade recovering pills? If you do, please sell me one. I'm open to negotiation on the price. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. I don't have any right now, but if I think of a way, I should be able to procure one or two. Zhao Zufi's charming face immediately lit up with uncontainable joy, and she hurriedly said, Senior brother Dong, please sell me a top-grade recovering pill. Name your price. Dong Rinchi raised his eyelids slightly. Junior sister Zhao, you should know that for disciples of the Taiching sect, the only way to obtain top-grade recovering pills is by achieving great contributions for the sect. If you can't do this, no matter how many spirit stones you have, you won't be able to obtain top-grade recovering pills. Zhao Zufi's smile dimmed a little as she cautiously said, Senior brother Dong, instead of selling the top-grade recovering pill to the treasure pavilion, why not sell it to me? I will offer a higher price than the treasure pavilion. Dong Rinchi waved his hand to interrupt. Zhao Xuefu. Junior sister, Zhao, haven't you understood? Top-grade recovering pills cannot be measured with spirit stones. Zhao Xuefu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she continued, Senior brother Dong, if you don't want spirit stones, I can offer something else in exchange. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to satisfy you. Dong Rinchi slowly looked Zhao Xuefu up and down, evaluating her. In his heart, long legs, slender waist, curvy, in all the right places, fair-skinned, and beautiful, not inferior to a grade models from his past life. Zhao Xuefu felt Dong Rinchi's unabashed gaze and felt a surge of annoyance, but for the sake of the top-grade recovering pills, she suppressed it, forcing herself to maintain a smile. Dong Rinchi's gaze was intentional. He was testing Zhao Zufi's limits and probing the value of top-grade recovering pills in her heart. Zhao Zufi's response satisfied him. Junior sister Zhao, whether it's a lower-grade spirit-nourishing pill or an upper-grade one, both only have a probability of enhancing the quality of one's spiritual roots. Even if I sell you an upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill, there's no guarantee it will improve your spiritual root quality. Why are you so fixated on the upper-grade one? Dong Rinchi withdrew his unrestrained gaze, looking at Zhao Xuefu with a calm expression. Zhao Zufi's eyes flickered, but she did not immediately respond. Dong Rinchi pressed on, Junior sister Zhao, obtaining an upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill is no easy feat for me. If you don't have a sufficiently convincing reason, I'd rather not go through all that trouble. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xuefu lowered her voice. Senior brother Dong, the reason I must have an upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill is. It turned out that Zhao Xuefu possessed the spiritual roots of water fire, and would all of which were of lower grade, making her cultivation aptitude quite poor. She came from a distinguished family with substantial wealth. Over the years, through much maneuvering within the Taiching sect, she had managed to contact a high-ranking elder who could transfer her from the outer sect to the inner sect. However, the high-ranking elder had set a condition: within a year Zhao Xuefu must at least possess one medium-grade spiritual root. Thus the Zhao family spared no expense, spending a fortune on spirit stones to purchase a large number of spirit-nourishing pills to help her improve her spiritual root quality. In the past year, Zhao Xuefu had consumed no fewer than 800 spirit-nourishing pills, draining the Zhao family's resources considerably. As a result, the quality of all three of her spiritual roots had improved, yet it seemed both close to and still far from further enhancement. At the same time, she noticed that as she consumed more pills, the effect of the spirit-nourishing pills on her spiritual roots diminished. Of course, the pills she had taken were only of lower or medium grade. Moreover, due to the excessive consumption of pills over the year, a large amount of pill toxicity had accumulated in her body, beginning to erode her health. What was worse, the one-year deadline was fast approaching. To improve her spiritual root quality, she could only obtain a higher-grade spirit-nourishing pill. After listening to Zhao Zufi's story, Dong Rinchi seemed thoughtful and asked, Junior sister, Zhao, how much time is left before the deadline set by that high-ranking elder? Less than a month. A look of urgency crossed Zhao Zufi's face. Senior brother Dong, my family has spent a fortune to improve my spiritual root quality. I've consumed so many spirit-nourishing pills in such a short time that my body is now filled with pill toxicity. My family and I have paid a heavy price. I cannot bear to see all our efforts come to nothing. Senior Brother Dong, please help me. Give me an upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill, and I am willing to pay any price. Dong Rinchi frowned, putting on a troubled expression. Zhao Xuefu stared at him intently, her face tense with anxiety, fearing he might refuse. After a long moment, Dong Rinchi let out a deep sigh. Considering your sincerity, junior sister Zhao, I will think of a way regarding the upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill. How about this? Come see me tonight. Whether I can get you an upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill, you'll have an answer by then. He lowered his voice and asked, I live on the peak where Elder Chiu resides. You should be able to find it, right? Zhao Zufa's face lit up with joy. I can find it. Senior Brother Dong, rest assured, I will definitely come. Remember, come alone. It's best to arrive after the hour of the high, the later the better. The upper-grade spirit-nourishing pill is no trivial matter, and I don't want others to know. Dong Rinchi gave a serious admonition, then turned and strode away. When Dong Rinchi returned to his dwelling, Xiao Deliang had also just come back from the main peak. Rinchi, I've brought you the 500 portions of spirit herbs for refining spirit-nourishing pills. You can now focus on alchemy, but don't forget about the ice spirit pill as well. Xiao Deliang, seeing Dong Rinchi return, took out a pile of jade boxes from his ring of holding. Dong Rinchi was inwardly delighted, but his face showed a frown. Elder Chiu giving me so many spirit herbs at once. Where am I supposed to put them? Xiao Deliang looked him over. True, you don't have a storage artifact. How about this'll keep them for you? Come to me. Dong Rinchi shook his head repeatedly. You'll be refining pills almost every day. How can I trouble you every day? If I disrupt your train of thought on developing new pills, that would be a grave offense. That's also true. Xiao Deliang nodded. How about this? I'll put all these spirit herbs in the alchemy room. Elder Chiu, I paid a high price for these herbs. I wouldn't feel safe leaving them in the alchemy room. Dong Rinchi shook his head again. If they get lost, my hope of improving my spiritual root quality will vanish. This is my territory. How could they possibly get lost? Xiao Deliang immediately retorted. Better safe than sorry. It's wise to be cautious. Dong Rinchi said with a smile. If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, what do you want me to do? Xiao Deliang frowned. Dong Rinchi's gaze fell on Xiao Deliang's hand, directly targeting the ring of holding on his finger. Absolutely not. Xiao Deliang quickly hid his hand behind his back. This ring of holding cost me a fortune. I can't give it to you. Dong Rinchi quickly said, Elder Chiu, you misunderstand. I know my place. I wouldn't dare covet your ring. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't dare wear it. If I did, I might get ambushed and robbed before long. At least you have some self-awareness. Xiao Deliang's expression visibly relaxed. He had indeed been worried that Dong Rinchi would pester him for the ring, especially since he and Lu Honglu were relying on Dong Rinchi to perfect the spirit-nourishing pill formula and couldn't afford to refuse outright. Dong Rinchi chuckled. Elder Chiu, I wouldn't dare ask for the ring. But could you give me one of those old storage pouches you've discarded? I don't mind. You don't mind? Xiao Deliang rolled his eyes. That storage pouch of mine was custom-made by an artifact refiner with real gold and silver. In terms of quality, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better one in the entire Taiching sect. Its storage space is almost as large as some ordinary rings. Many people have asked to buy it, but I've never sold it. Dong Rinchi kept grinning. Your things are naturally of the highest quality. But since it's just sitting there and used, why not give it to me? With a storage pouch, it'll be much more efficient, and naturally my mood will improve. And with a better mood, I might be able to perfect the ice spirit pill formula sooner. Xiao Deliang laughed. You little rascal, you've been circling around just to get your hands on my storage pouch. He cleared his throat and continued. I can give you the pouch, but it has been with me for nearly a century and cost a lot to make. I can't just give it away for free. If you take my storage pouch, you'll have to give me 10 upper-grade spirit-nourishing pills. 10 upper-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Dong Rinchi put on a shocked expression. Elder Chiu, I'm not even sure if I can refine an upper-grade pill yet, and you're asking for 10 right off the bat. Where am I supposed to get 10 upper-grade spirit-nourishing pills? You don't have to give them all at once. You can pay in installments within a year. Xiao Deliang added. Dong Rinchi pretended to think, then, as if making a great decision, said in a firm voice, 5. At most I can give you 5 upper-grade spirit-nourishing pills. No. Xiao Deliang shook his head immediately. The spirit stones I spent on this pouch could buy 30 upper-grade pills. You have to give me at least 8. 6, no more. 7. Deal. The price was settled. The ever-stoic Xiao Deliang suddenly grinned. 7 pills for an exceptional storage pouch. You've hit the jackpot this time, boy. Seeing Xiao Deliang's reaction, Dong Rinchi felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, Xiao Deliang lightly brushed his hand over the ring. A storage pouch materialized in his hand. The moment he saw it, Dong Rinchi was dumbfounded. The pouch in Xiao Deliang's hand was crumpled and a sickly yellow-brown. If hung on a belt, it would look from a distance like a lump of. Seeing Dong Rinchi's stunned expression, Xiao Deliang coughed in embarrassment. Rinchi, this pouch wasn't originally this color. It's just changed over the years. Don't judge by appearances. Channel your spiritual energy into it, and you'll see I wasn't lying. If he hadn't been unable to afford a new storage pouch, Dong Rinchi would have absolutely refused this lump. He took the pouch and slowly infused his spiritual energy. He found that Xiao Deliang had indeed not exaggerated. The internal storage space was more than 10 times that of his previous pouch. This improved Dong Renqi's mood slightly, and he directly fastened the pouch to his belt. Not bad. With the pouch on, your whole demeanor has been elevated. Xiao Deliang circled him, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent. This pouch matches your temperament perfect. Dong Rinchi waved his hand lightly, storing the pile of spirit herbs for refining spirit nourishing pills into the pouch. Then he turned and walked to his small wooden cabin, pulling out a cleaver. What are you up to? Xiao Deliang asked, puzzled. Building a new house. These few shacks are too run down. They leak wind and rain, and the location is no good. Dong Rinchi replied, quickly striding off into the distance. Need a hand. Xiao Deliang, having traded a lump for 7 pills, was in a noticeably good mood. You'd better rest. Dong Rinchi didn't look back and soon disappeared from sight. Building a new house was not a whim, he had long planned it. Given the current situation, he would be staying in this place for a considerable time. He couldn't allow Xiao Deliang to discover his secrets. The small wooden cabin he now lived in was too close to Xiao Deliang, and it lacked an alchemy room. Quite unsuitable. Moreover, he might soon be making some sounds not suitable for children, so he had to keep his distance from Xiao Deliang. Since guests would be arriving, that evening time was exceedingly tight. From noon till dusk, Dong Rinchi worked without pause, selecting the site, designing, leveling the ground, and constructing the dwelling, busy beyond measure. In his past life, he had started as a day laborer on construction sites, later became a contractor, and then moved into interior design. He was thoroughly experienced in building houses. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the dwelling he constructed adhered to the style of this world, with only minor alterations in certain details. With the aid of spiritual energy, his construction efficiency far surpassed that of his previous life, rivaling the combined efforts of a dozen vigorous young men. In less than half a day, he had erected 2 rooms in a secluded forest by the river, enough for habitation. The kitchen, alchemy chamber, storage room, pavilion, garden, and so forth would have to be developed gradually. Without stopping to catch his breath, Dong Rinchi went to his former wooden hut and moved all his belongings to his. At the same time, he visited Xiao Deliang's alchemy room and took several cauldrons and other items necessary for alchemy to prepare for setting up his own alchemy chamber. Xiao Deliang followed Dong Rinchi to his new residence, and upon seeing the 2 wooden rooms that had seemingly risen out of nowhere, looked at him with newfound respect and praised him repeatedly. However, after touring the rooms, he felt something was strangely off about the dwelling, but could not pinpoint what it was. The night deepened and silence reigned in the forest. Dong Rinchi sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed, cultivating the 9 revolutions of supreme purity art. Before him lay a pile of fine black powder. This was the impurity left behind after the spiritual energy within the spirit stones had been absorbed. That day, Dong Rinchi had obtained 400 low-grade spirit stones from the treasure pavilion specifically for cultivation. Spirit stones contain pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, which can be directly absorbed into the body and converted into spiritual power, greatly accelerating the pace of cultivation. As the hour approached, high footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Dong Rinchi opened his eyes and joy appeared on his face. Is senior brother Dong here? Soon a woman's voice came from outside. Crisp and melodious, the voice of Zhao Xuefu. Come in. Dong Rinchi remained seated on the cushion and lightly waved his hand to open the door. Zhao Xuefu stepped slowly into the room. No lamp was lit, and she could only see a massive figure seated on the ground. Senior brother Dong, can you obtain a top-grade spirit replenishing pill? Zhao Xuefu was extremely anxious and asked urgently as soon as she entered. Dong Rinchi rose unhurriedly and lit the oil lamp on the table. Zhao Xuefu was not wearing the purple dress she had on during the day. Instead, she donned a long robe embroidered with white lotuses, accentuating her graceful figure. Her lovely face, illuminated by the lamplight, was captivating. If nothing goes wrong, I'll have the top-grade spirit replenishing pill by noon tomorrow, Dong Rinchi said slowly. That's wonderful. Zhao Xuefu exclaimed joyfully. Then she asked, Senior brother Dong, whatever conditions you need, just say the word. I'll do my utmost to satisfy them. Dong Rinchi raised his eyes slightly and fixed a burning gaze on Zhao Xuefu, a strange light gleaming. Zhao Xuefu was all too familiar with such a look from a man. In her heart, she sneered, stupid fatty with that hideous appearance, you actually dare to covet this fairy. Utter delusion. From her expression, Dong Rinchi could almost read her thoughts. He spoke in a low voice, 1 top-grade spirit replenishing pill, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000. That much. Zhao Xuefu was greatly shocked. Even if the Zhao family went bankrupt, they could not come up with so many low-grade spirit stones. Senior brother Dong, although a top-grade spirit replenishing pill is precious, it's not worth so many low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Xuefu frowned, her voice tinged with annoyance. If you can buy a top-grade spirit replenishing pill at a lower price, please go ahead. Dong Rinchi made a gesture of, Senior brother Dong, can you lower the price a little? I really can't afford so many spirit stones, Zhao Xuefu said, with a pleading tone. Dong Rinchi looked at her expressionlessly, and said flatly, I want to see the spirit stones by noon tomorrow. If not, this matter is dropped. His voice was low and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Zufa's expression turned bitter. She knew full well Dong Rinchi's intention in being so extortionate. After an inner struggle, she gritted her teeth, and with a face full of shame and indignation, said, Senior Brother Dong, if you give me the top-grade spirit-replenishing pill, I'm willing to serve you once. Serve me once for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dong Rinchi was ecstatic inside, but wore a mocking expression on his face. Junior sister, Zhao, do you overestimate yourself that much? Hearing this, Zhao Zufa's pretty face flushed crimson. She wanted to speak, but stopped. Junior sister Zhao, since you can't come up with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, please take your leave. Dong Rinchi said calmly. Zhao Xuefu did not leave. Her expression changed rapidly, and finally, for the sake of the top-grade spirit-replenishing pill, she threw caution to the wind. Senior Brother Dong, how many times must I serve you before you give me the pill? Junior sister Zhao, I Dong Rinchi am a gentleman of honor. You insult me. Dong Rinchi put on a stern face, and said with righteous indignation, I only want spirit stones, not your service. Zhao Xuefu lifted her fair neck. One service for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, she pulled aside the hem of her white gown, revealing a pair of long pale legs that dazzled Dong Rinchi's eyes. Dong Rinchi could not help swallowing his saliva. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Junior sister Zhao, I Dong Rinchi am a true gentleman, unswayed by temptation. Your tricks have no effect on me. I only want spirit stones. Zhao Xuefu pulled open the collar of her dress, revealing a patch of snowy skin. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per service. Dong Rinchi could barely tear his eyes away, but he shook his head in feigned helplessness and let out a long sigh. Junior sister Zhao, with such earnestness, how can I refuse? 5,000 it is. You have to show me the top-grade spirit-replenishing pill first, Zhao Xuefu added. You saw it today at the treasure pavilion. Besides, as Elder Chio's disciple, would I go back on my word? Dong Rinchi declared proudly. Zhao Xuefu said slowly, be that as it may, I can only rest easy after seeing the pill. I will have the pill for you to see by noon tomorrow, Dong Rinchi said with certainty. Then I'll come back at noon tomorrow. Having said that, Zhao Xuefu prepared to leave. Wait. Dong Rinchi stopped her. Junior sister Zhao, since we're making a deal, shouldn't you pay a deposit first? Deposit? Zhao Xuefu frowned. The corners of Dong Rinchi's mouth lifted slightly. 5,000 per service, 20 times total. How about this, you pay the deposit for one service tonight? Zhao Xuefu furrowed her brows and said coldly, Senior Brother Dong, don't think of touching me before I see the pill. Is that so? Dong Rinchi laughed coldly. If you're not even willing to pay a deposit, I doubt your sincerity. In that case, this deal is off. Junior sister Zhao, please go. I need to rest. You. Zhao Xuefu was filled with shame and anger. After a struggle, she said furiously, Dong Rinchi, if I don't see the top-grade spirit-replenishing pill tomorrow, even if you are Elder Chio's disciple, it'll make you pay a heavy price. Dong Rinchi waved his hand. Stop blathering. If you don't want to give a deposit, leave now. If you do, strip and... Zhao Xuefu clenched her silver teeth in rage. Finally, she stomped her foot fiercely, hurried to the bedside, quickly slipped into the blanket, and threw off her white gown in a few swift motions. Then she stared at Dong Rinchi with cold eyes, as she watched Dong Rinchi's hulking frame, heavier than a bear, slowly approach the bed. Despair filled her face, and she closed her eyes tightly. 8 breaths later, Dong Rinchi clambered off the bed, panting heavily. Meanwhile, he secretly gloated, compared to last time, I lasted 2 more breaths. Clear progress. Ding dong. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully dual cultivating once. Reward 10 potential points. Host Dong Rinchi. Gender male. Cultivation aptitude average. Cultivation level chi refining 3rd layer. Alchemy grade 3rd grade. Lifespan 0. 581 years. Chaos devouring heaven art, not activated. Activation requirement foundation establishment. Potential points 10. Why only 10 potential points? When I dual cultivated with Lu Honglu, I got 30 potential points. Dong Rinchi asked urgently in his mind. 10 potential points were not even enough to perfect the formula for the Ice Spirit Pill. Master Lu Honglu is a golden core cultivator. Zhao Xuefu is merely at the 4th layer of chi refining. There's no comparison, the system replied quickly. So the reward for potential points depends on my partner's cultivation level. Dong Rinchi continued. Naturally, there is some relation, the system said with a hint of amusement. Damn, only 10 points. Not even enough to perfect the Ice Spirit Pill formula, let alone upgrade the 100 dredging pill. No, I need to collect another deposit. Dong Rinchi turned around, intending to renegotiate the deposit with Zhao Xuefu. Before he could speak, Zhao Xuefu looked up at him, her eyes brimming with contempt. Only 8 breaths. You can collect several more deposits tonight. Dong Rinchi's face reddened instantly. Then he unbuckled the belt he had just fastened and pounced on her. Unfortunately, fighting consecutively this time, he could not even hold out 8 breaths. he only lasted 7. What distressed him even more was that the system awarded him only 5 potential points and informed him that dual cultivation with the same partner a second time or more would yield only 5 points each time. After 2 rounds, Dong Renqi was gasping for breath and had earned only 15 potential points, just enough to perfect the ice spirit pill formula with nothing left over. Moreover, Zhao Xuefu, her cheeks faintly flushed, had just begun to feel a spark of interest. She stared straight at Dong Renqi with undisguised contempt and uttered 5 words flatly, all talk no stamina. Dong Renqi's pride took a severe blow. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he went all out, determined to make up for quality with quantity. He lunged at Zhao Xuefu once more. After completing the 4th round, Dong Renqi was exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, utterly unable to move. Moreover, the 4th round had already dropped below 6 breaths, directly sliding down to 4 breaths. He simply had no strength to continue fighting. At the same time, Zhao Xuefu had grown impatient, quickly dressing and walking towards the door. As she stepped over the threshold, she said, without looking back, "Senior brother Dong, I will see you at noon tomorrow for the high-grade spirit recovery pill. Within half an hour I can settle the remaining balance in one go." Dong Renqi was so furious that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Zhao Xuefu had already exited, disappearing into the woods. "Brother, you are too disappointing." Dong Renqi hung his head, feeling immensely ashamed. But soon he lifted his head again. "Zhao Xuefu, just you wait. This grudge will not go unavenged." After a round of self-encouragement, he opened the system panel and found that his potential points had increased to 25. These 25 potential points were hard-earned. He had risked his life to perform dual cultivation 4 times in one breath. System perfect. The ice spirit pill recipe. Dong Renqi spoke softly. 15 potential points were quickly deducted, and the ice spirit pill recipe was upgraded. He then took out the recipe for the 100 dispersing pill. He had requested this recipe from Qiu Deliang when he visited the alchemy room during the day to gather materials. Since he had already promised Fang Xiaoro, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. The 100 dispersing pill, like the spirit recovery pill, was also a 3rd-grade pill, and 10 potential points were just enough to upgrade it to a perfect recipe. Thus, the hard-earned 25 potential points were squandered. Spending money is easy, but earning it is hard. Dong Renqi sighed deeply and asked System how many potential points are needed to perfect the physical cultivation technique. 7 treasures, glazed body. 1,000 potential points, the System replied softly. 1,000. Dong Renqi exclaimed in shock, immediately dumbfounded. He and Zhao Xuefu earned only 5 potential points from one dual cultivation session. 1,000 potential points meant he would need to engage in dual cultivation 200 times. System, are you mistaken? I can't even earn 2,000 potential points in a whole year of continuous effort. You need 1,000 potential points to perfect one technique. Dong Renqi voiced his dissatisfaction. Master, the 7 treasures glazed body is an almost immortal level technique, so perfecting it naturally requires more potential points. Moreover, I can upgrade this technique to celestial or divine level. Of course, that would require even more potential points, the System patiently explained. Upgrading? I can barely even perfect it right now, Dong Renqi responded irritably. The System quickly reassured him, Master, you should know that you are not limited to earning potential points only through dual cultivation. You still have the chaos devouring heaven technique. By devouring and dual cultivating, your potential points will surely increase significantly. Dong Renqi thought for a moment and felt that what the System said made sense. His frustration eased slightly, and he got up slowly, walking out of the room. After being scorned by Zhao Xuefu, he had lost his desire to meditate or sleep. He was determined to work hard, lose weight, and enhance his combat strength as a man. By the river in front of the house, a small open space had been cleared and carefully leveled. This was deliberately designed by Dong Renqi for practicing the 7 treasures glazed body. 7 treasures glazed body is a physical cultivation technique that refines the body through stance practice and boxing techniques. This technique is divided into 7 realms: copper body realm, silver body realm, golden body realm, immaculate realm, flawless realm, diamond realm, and glazed realm. Correspondingly, there is a set of boxing techniques called glazed fist. The glazed fist consists of 7 moves casually named glazed first fist, glazed second fist, and so on up to glazed 7th fist. Accordingly, the copper body realm can only perform the glazed first fist, the silver body realm can at most perform the glazed second fist, and only by reaching the glazed realm can one perform the final move, the glazed 7th fist. Since Dong Renqi only had half of the 7 treasures glazed body, he could reach, at most, the golden body realm. To cultivate the remaining 4 realms, he needed to perfect the technique. However, for Dong Renqi, at present, even half of the 7 treasures glazed body was completely sufficient. Even if he could only cultivate the first realm, it was more than enough. After repeatedly reviewing the 7 treasures glazed body in his mind, and confirming there were no issues, he bent down and opened his stance, following the technique's instructions to begin practicing. Despite having reduced his weight to 200 pounds due to the original Boda's poor physical condition, Dong Renqi could not even complete a single round of practice. He was gasping for breath, feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he forced himself to continue gritting his teeth and striving to perfect each movement. The set of stances in Seven Treasures' glazed body demands the utmost engagement and exertion of the bodous muscles and bones, stimulating and refining to the maximum extent. Many movements contradict human anatomy, making it exceptionally difficult for anyone to cultivate, let alone for someone as heavy as Dong Renchi. After spending a full quarter of an hour, Dong Renchi barely completed one round of practice, drenched in sweat and feeling sore all over. He collapsed directly onto the ground, unable to move, panting heavily. Is cultivating the body really this difficult? Just completing one round nearly cost me my life. It's far more exhausting than dual cultivating 4 times. No wonder most people give up on physical cultivation halfway. Dong Renchi murmured to himself, lamenting his situation. However, after about 10 breaths of time, he struggled to get up and began the second round of practice. After being relentlessly criticized by Lu Honglu and Zhao Xuefu, his self-esteem had taken a serious hit. He needed to work hard to regain his masculine vigor and dignity. More importantly, the system's settings made it inevitable for him to engage in dual cultivation with other women in the future. If he could not improve his physique, he would continue to be ridiculed. The entire Taiching sect was shrouded in darkness and quietude, while Dong Renchi tirelessly punched in front of his small room. He only stopped when dawn broke, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. As soon as he stopped, he immediately felt a tingling and itching sensation all over, like thousands of caterpillars crawling over him. This tingling sensation lasted for half an hour before gradually fading. Dong Renchi was utterly exhausted and could not move at all. Only after the tingling sensation subsided did he slowly rise. As he stood up, he immediately felt that his body seemed much lighter and his strength had increased somewhat. Is the effect really this good? Dong Renchi stood up and tried to feel it carefully, but the feeling of lightness and strength was no longer as clear. After taking a shower to wash off the sweat, Dong Renchi returned to his room to practice the 9 turns Taiching skill. Thinking of how Dong Luiyue was currently confined in the Reflection Valley, he dared not slack off and continued his training. After a simple breakfast, Dong Renchi set up the alchemy furnace by the river and began refining pills. Zhao Xuefu was coming over at noon, so he needed to refine the high-grade spirit recovery pill first. Now he was already quite familiar with refining the spirit recovery pill. The first furnace succeeded, producing a total of 7 high-grade pills. Without pausing, he continued to refine 3 more furnaces, again producing high-grade spirit recovery pills, 6 pills in one furnace, 8 in another, and 7 in the last. In total, he had 28 high-grade spirit recovery pills. After deducting the 12 that had to be given to Qiu Deliang, he was left with 16, which was more than enough. After storing those high-grade spirit recovery pills, he continued refining. However, the next pills he was refining were top-grade ones. Now that he had 500 spirit herbs, he needed to seize the time to refine the spirit recovery pills and improve his spirit root quality. Time flew by while refining pills, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours had passed. Dong Renchi looked at the sky. There was not much time left until noon, so he put away the alchemy furnace and ended the pill refining session. When refining top-grade pills, the yield was fixed. 2 hours had passed. Dong Renchi looked at the sky. There was not much time left until noon, so estimating that 36 top-grade spirit recovery pills should allow him to acquire an additional high-grade spirit root, he was pleased. Just before noon, Zhao Xuefu arrived, entering Dong Renchi's room without even knocking. Dong Renchi, where are the pills? Zhao Xuefu asked, straightforwardly, staring intently at him. Dong Renchi, sitting on the cushion, slowly opened his eyes and saw that Zhao Xuefu had changed her outfit, swapping her white lotus dress for a floral skirt. Even from 10 steps away, he could smell a strong fragrance similar to the scent of herbs, which came from her bathing products. Zhao Jr.'s sister came to see me, all fresh and clean. How grand of you. Dong Renchi smiled slightly, his eyes wandering unabashedly over Zhao Xuefu. Zhao Zufa's face showed anger as she coldly snorted, of course. After returning last night, I spent a full hour washing off the stench of a certain person. Wasn't it all for nothing? You still owe me 16 payments. Dong Renchi's smile did not fade. Zhao Zufa's eyebrows shot up. Dong Renchi stopped the nonsense and quickly handed over the high-grade spirit recovery pill. All right. Dong Renchi smiled slightly and took out a porcelain vial from his storage bag. Perhaps due to the daytime, Zhao Xuefu noticed the storage bag at his waist. Storage bags were rare items among outer disciples. Almost no one could possess one. However, upon seeing the dirty yellow lump inside, Zhao Zufa's envy faded, replaced by a look of disdain. Dong Renchi noticed Zhao Zufa's reaction and sighed inwardly, but outwardly remained calm as he slowly opened the porcelain vial and took out a round pitch-black pill. High-grade spirit recovery pill. Zhao Zufa's face lit up with joy as she quickly walked up to Dong Renchi, reaching out to grab the pill. However, Dong Renchi was quicker, placing the pill back into the porcelain vial and returning it to his storage bag. Zhao Xuefu stared intently at the storage bag at his waist, her eyes flickering. What? Zhao Jr.'s sister, are you planning to steal my storage bag? Dong Rinshi smiled as he stood up. The storage bag was given to me by Elder Chiu yesterday. If you want to steal it, I assure you I won't resist. Zhao Xuefu paused for a moment, then coldly snorted and walked toward the bed. Zhao Junior sister, what are you? Dong Rinshi asked deliberately. Zhao Xuefu, filled with shame and anger, coldly replied, pay the remaining balance. Junior sister Zhao, isn't this inappropriate? It's broad daylight now. Dong Rinshi said with a smirk and a teasing expression. The angrier Zhao Xuefu became, the more brilliantly he smiled. What does it matter? In less than half an hour, he'll be able to settle the full balance. Zhao Xuefu had already gotten under the covers, looking at Dong Rinshi with a face full of scorn. Dong Rinshi was speechless. After a long while, he let out a light laugh. The final payment isn't something you can settle just because you want to. I'm a bit tired today. Come back another time. Zhao Zufa's face showed urgency. I only have less than a month now. I can't delay any further. You know time is running out, don't you? Dong Rinshi sneered. Zhao Xuefu, I am the one helping you with this matter, yet you put on an attitude as if I am the one begging you. Don't you understand the situation? Hearing this, Zhao Xuefu jolted and sat dazed on the bed. Dong Rinshi continued, Zhao Xuefu, if the final payment is not settled, don't even think about getting the superior grade spirit replenishing pill. If you want to settle the balance earlier, then show the attitude you should have. Zhao Zufa's expression shifted repeatedly. After about 3 breaths, the coldness on her face faded and was replaced by a bright smile. She bowed her head to Dong Rinshi and said, Senior brother Dong, this junior sister has realized her mistake. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Let me serve you well. Sensible. Dong Rinki's lips curled up high as he strode towards the bed. After 30 breaths of time, the battle declared over. Normally 30 breaths of time is still somewhat short, but compared to last night's 8 breaths, it was several times stronger. How can it be this strong? Dong Rinshi was quite surprised by his own progress. After thinking it over, there was only one possible explanation: the 7 treasures' glazed body. However, having achieved such results after only a few hours of cultivation made him somewhat hesitant to confirm. Zhao Xuefu was clearly also surprised. The feeling of 8 breaths was completely different from that of 30 breaths. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at Dong Rinshi with eyes full of confusion. In such a short time, Dong Rinki's performance was like a different person, which puzzled her greatly. Afraid that this was an illusion or just a coincidence, Dong Rinshi made a slight adjustment and immediately plunged into the second battle. This time there was slight progress. He lasted 31 breaths. Greatly encouraged, Dong Rinshi then fought 2 more times consecutively, and the duration stabilized at 30 breaths. After gaining 20 potential points, Dong Rinshi sounded the retreat, ending today's battles, and told Zhao Xuefu to come back at noon tomorrow. There is never land that is ruined by plowing, only oxen that die from exhaustion. Dong Rinki's physical constitution was already poor. If he wasn't moderate, problems would surely arise. Although Zhao Xuefu wanted to obtain the superior grade spirit replenishing pill sooner, she dared not defy Dong Rinki's wishes. Moreover, 4 times a day at this pace, she could get the pill in 3 days. Not too late, and she could accept it. After Zhao Xuefu left, Dong Rinshi immediately summoned the system. Tongnyo, upgrade the formula for the chi-enhancing pill to perfection. The system's voice quickly sounded and deducted 10 potential points. At the same time, the perfect formula for the chi-enhancing pill appeared in Dong Rinki's mind. The chi-enhancing pill is a pill that increases the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with effects similar to spirit stones, and it is a 3rd-grade pill. Dong Rinki's spiritual root aptitude was steadily improving, and he estimated that before long the concentration of spiritual energy in the outer sect would no longer meet his cultivation needs, requiring spirit stones and pills as supplements. He still had 10 potential points left, but there were many places he needed to use them. For example, the more urgent ones: upgrading the 9 cycles Tai Ching art, upgrading the formula for the blood-strengthening pill, and so on. The gap in potential points was still huge. Tongnyo, how many potential points are needed to upgrade the 9 cycles Tai Ching art? Dong Rinshi asked softly. Master, the 9 cycles Tai Ching art can be upgraded to the 10 cycles Tai Ching art, 100 cycles Tai Ching art, and 1000 cycles Tai Ching art, requiring 30, 100, and 300 potential points respectively. The system replied softly. It can be upgraded that many times? Dong Rinshi asked in surprise. The system raised its volume slightly. Although the 9 cycles Tai Ching art is just the basic cultivation technique of the Tai Ching sect, it is of earth-grade quality. During the process of cultivating spiritual power, it compresses and refines the spiritual power 9 times, making the spiritual power of cultivators who practice it far denser than that of their peers. This is also the reason for the Tai Ching sect strength. After upgrading, the number of compressions increases as well. Having condensed and dense spiritual power is naturally a good thing, but it also slows down the cultivator's advancement speed. However, this point had little effect on Dong Rinshi. His current metal and wood spiritual roots were both high grade, and the other 3, water, fire, and earth, were also medium grade. His cultivation speed already far exceeded that of ordinary prodigies. Not to mention his spiritual root quality was still steadily improving. His goal was to become an unprecedented perfect 5-element spiritual root. Therefore the compression and refinement of the 9 cycles Tai Ching art was just right for Dong Rinchi. Do 100 cycles and 1,000 cycles really compress 100 times and 1,000 times? Dong Rinchi asked softly. If all 5 spiritual roots were upgraded to perfect grade, even if spiritual power were compressed 100 times, he was confident his cultivation speed would not be slower than most of his peers. But if the compression exceeded 1,000 times, he wasn't sure. The system said slowly, both the 100 cycles Tai Ching art and the 1,000 cycles Tai Ching art are actually just general terms. The actual number of compressions does not exceed 100. However, masters should know that although the 9 cycles Tai Ching art can compress spiritual power 9 times, the vast majority of Tai Ching sect cultivators have not compressed it to 9 times. There are 2 reasons. First, compressing spiritual power slows down cultivation speed. Second, the more times spiritual power is compressed, the greater the difficulty, and it imposes strict requirements on the cultivator's physical strength, soul power, and willpower. Among Tai Ching sect cultivators, most only compress spiritual power 2 to 3 times, yet when facing cultivators of the same rank, they often overwhelm their opponents in terms of spiritual power. Are you saying that 9 cycles is already enough for me? Dong Rinchi asked in a deep voice. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. He had been cultivating the 9 cycles Tai Ching art for 6 years, and had never even compressed his spiritual power once. At least that's the case for now, the system said frankly. Tongnyo, do you realize what you're doing? Dong Rinchi's face showed indignation. You are belittling a man who will one day look down upon the world. The system's voice suddenly turned mechanical. Now is now, and the future is the future. Since we live in the present, let's talk more about reality. Dong Rinchi snorted. How many potential points are needed to upgrade the blood-strengthening pill to a perfect formula? Reporting to master the blood-strengthening pill is a first-grade pill. Upgrading it to a perfect formula only requires 3 potential points. The system's voice became sweet again. So cheap. Upgrade it. Dong Rinchi made the decision without hesitation. The blood-strengthening pill can enhance one's blood and qi. Since Dong Rinchi was now starting to train his physique, such pills were essential. At this point, he already held 4 perfect pill formulas: blood-strengthening pill, qi-enhancing pill, spirit-replenishing pill, and 100 unclogging pill. At the same time, after deducting 3 potential points, he had 7 points left. Dong Rinchi decided to save the 7 potential points for now, planning to accumulate 30 to upgrade the 9 cycles Tai Ching art. He wouldn't think about 1,000 or 100 cycles for now, but he at least needed to get to 10 cycles. Otherwise, how could he stand out? In the evening, Feng Xiaoro would come over. Dong Rinchi tidied up a bit and left the small hut. A moment later, he arrived at Xiao Deliang's residence. Rinchi, have you managed to refine any superior grade spirit replenishing pills? Xiao Deliang asked with a laugh as soon as he saw Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi sighed lightly. Senior Xiao, it's a matter of probability. How could it be that easy? These past 2 days I've refined dozens of batches, but not only did I not produce a single batch of superior grade pills, I actually wasted many spirit herbs. Xiao Deliang showed a disappointed expression, then comforted him. This is a normal phenomenon. I often, for now, don't keep struggling with the spirit replenishing pill. Take a rest, and do something else to adjust. Try again in 2 or 3 days. Dong Rinchi nodded. That's what I was thinking. That's why I came to ask you for some spirit herbs to refine other pills. Hearing this, Xiao Deliang's expression stiffened, and he said urgently, Rinchi, I'm short on spirit herbs myself right now. If you take them, how will I research new pills? Dong Rinchi said bluntly, don't be so stingy, old Xiao. You traded the 12 superior grade spirit replenishing pills I gave you for quite a few spirit herbs, didn't you? Yes, I traded quite a few, but you should know that researching new pills consumes the most spirit herbs, Xiao Deliang quickly replied. Don't worry, I'm not taking much, just a few portions. Dong Rinchi chuckled. I'm taking these spirit herbs just to get back into the groove of refining the spirit replenishing pill. If I manage to refine some superior grade ones, you'll soon get over a dozen more, and then you'll be able to obtain even more spirit herbs, right? Seems reasonable. Xiao Deliang scratched his head. Alright, what spirit herbs do you need? I'll go to the alchemy room and pick them myself. Dong Rinchi was about to head to the alchemy room. There are no spirit herbs left in the alchemy room. They're all in my storage ring, Xiao Deliang called out to stop him. Dong Rinchi was stunned. Don't you always keep the spirit herbs in the alchemy room? Why are they in your storage ring now? Easier to access. Xiao Deliang chuckled. Dong Rinchi snorted. You're guarding against me, aren't you? Senior Xiao, I never expected to be such a person in your heart. I didn't mean that, it's just for convenience, Xiao Deliang quickly explained. Dong Rinchi raised his voice. Senior Xiao, you are measuring a gentleman's heart with your own mean measure. If I wanted to take your spirit herbs, I could have emptied your alchemy room when you went to the sect's main peak a few days ago. But think for yourself, did I take a single spirit herb from you, eh? Xiao Deliang coughed awkwardly. Weren't you without a storage pouch back then? Dong Rinchi. That should be enough, right? You only need to take the spirit herbs for refining Ichi pills and Baishu pills. Why are you taking so many herbs for Chanshua pills? Seeing that Dong Rinchi showed no sign of stopping, Qiu Deliang finally could not help speaking out and began to put the spirit herbs back into his ring. Dong Rinchi quickened his movements, snatching away over a dozen spirit herbs in the blink of an eye, and said, "Am I not currently cultivating my physique? I need to have some Chanshua pills on hand." Qiu Deliang put all the spirit herbs back into his ring, his expression visibly relieved. "You've only just begun your training, and your body is still so stout. Why would you need Chanshua pills now? Wait until you shed this excess flesh before preparing them. Better to be prepared than sorry." Dong Rinchi chuckled, then asked, "Master Qiu, when will ancestor Lu?" He wished to see Lu Honglu naturally regarding his elder sister Dong Liu's matter. "Soon. She's anxious about the Bingling pill and should come down to inquire within the next 2 days." Qiu Deliang raised his eyelids slightly. "Has there been progress on the Bingling pill formula?" Dong Rinchi said softly, "The thoughts are becoming clearer. It shouldn't be long before we have a clue." "Excellent." Qiu Deliang's face lit up with joy. He naturally understood why Dong Rinchi was eager to meet Lu Honglu, so he said, "Wait patiently. Once Honglu arrives, I will inform you immediately." Dong Rinchi nodded. "Master Qiu, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." "Hey, you little rascal, you're quite the opportunist. As soon as you get what you want, you run off." Qiu Deliang scolded with a laugh. Before he could finish, Dong Rinchi had already walked several zhang away. Back at his residence, Dong Rinchi immediately started the furnace to refine pills, beginning with the Baishu pills. He had only obtained 3 sets of spirit herbs for Baishu pills from Qiu Deliang. He refined them all at once, yielding 3 cauldrons of supreme-grade pills. Baishu pills were antidote pills capable of dispelling many kinds of poisons. Afterward, he began refining Ichi pills and Shanshua pills, producing over a dozen supreme-grade pills of each before stopping. The alchemy room, kitchen, and other areas in his residence were still not properly arranged, so he had to continue working. It was not until night had fully fallen that Dong Rinchi stopped modifying his dwelling. After a quick wash, he began swallowing supreme-grade Bulin pills to enhance the quality of his spiritual roots. Having fully refined the 36 supreme-grade Bulin pills he had made that morning, his fire spiritual root successfully advanced to the upper grade. Thus his metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots were all of upper grade. Although his water and earth spiritual roots were still only middle grade, with several hundred portions of spirit herbs on hand, having all 5 spiritual roots reach upper grade was just a matter of time. With one more upper grade spiritual root, Dong Rinchi's cultivation speed increased significantly, and the spiritual energy of the outer sect could no longer keep up. Fortunately, he had prepared well. He had both spirit stones and supreme-grade Ichi pills to compensate for the lack of natural spiritual energy. Near the end of the Su hour, a petite figure appeared before Dong Rinchi's residence. It was Feng Xiaoro. Feng Xiaoro stood at the doorway, twisting the hem of her garment with her hands, hesitation written on her face. "Junior Sister Feng, since you're here, please come in." Dong Rinchi's voice came from inside, and an oil lamp was lit. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaoro walked toward the door. Dong Rinchi had summoned Feng Xiaoro naturally for the matter of the supreme-grade Baishu pills. However, when he had invited Feng Xiaoro, he had not a single potential point left, and could not refine supreme-grade Baishu pills. At the time, his idea had been to dual cultivate with Feng Xiaoro to obtain potential points. This approach had an element of coercion, but Feng Xiaoro was different from Zhao Xuefu, and Dong Rinchi felt some unease. Fortunately, Zhao Xuefu had appeared out of nowhere, resolving the problem of potential points. "Junior Sister Feng, you seem a bit nervous." Dong Rinchi let out a light laugh when he saw Feng Xiao's obvious unease. "You flatter me, senior brother Dong." Feng Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Coming to senior brother's residence so late, I can't help but feel a little nervous. Are you worried that I have ulterior motives?" Dong Rinchi was clearly a bit guilty and tried to mask it with laughter. "Since you're worried, why did you still come?" Feng Xiao grew even more flustered. "Senior brother Dong saved my brother's life, so naturally, I had to come." After a pause, she added, "Besides, senior brother Dong is a good person. I trust you." "A good person?" Dong Rinchi was momentarily stunned. Then he took a porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and sent it floating before Feng Xiao with spiritual energy. Feng Xiao caught the bottle and immediately opened the stopper, tipping out 3 pills that were pitch black and round with a lustrous sheen flowing over their surface. Upon seeing these 3 pills, ecstasy flooded her face. 3 supreme-grade Baishu pills. They will be more than enough to expel the beast poison from your brother's body. Remember, you must never mention the supreme-grade Baishu pills to anyone. Otherwise, it will bring great trouble to both you and me. Dong Rinchi spoke slowly. He was a 3rd-grade alchemist now. If someone discovered these 3 supreme-grade Baishu pills, he could explain it away, though it might arouse some suspicion. But if Feng Xiao leaked this matter, proving herself an ungrateful wretch, Dong Rinchi would certainly retaliate. "Thank you, senior brother Dong. Your great kindness Xiao will never forget." Feng Xiao quickly put the pills away and bowed repeatedly to Dong Rinchi. Senior brother, please rest assured. I will never speak of tonight's events to anyone. Dong Rinchi nodded and was about to sit down to cultivate when he noticed that Feng Xiaoro showed no sign of leaving and her expression grew even more tense. You have the pills now, why aren't you hurrying back to detoxify your brother? Dong Rinchi asked, puzzled. Feng Xiaoro hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Senior brother Dong, is there nothing else? Dong Rinchi felt a little awkward and cleared his throat. Junior sister Feng, I called you here solely to give you the pills. There is nothing else. You may leave now. Feng Xiaoro looked surprised. After a second of silence, she gritted her teeth and blushing said, Senior brother Dong, you have helped me many times. You are my brothers and my great benefactor. I have nothing else to repay you with, so I can only offer you this body. Dong Rinchi was taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Junior sister Feng, you misunderstand. I asked you to come at night to avoid being noticed. Dong Rinchi quickly explained, his voice filled with guilt. Senior brother Dong, I am not mistaken. I know that you are an honorable man who would never use pills to coerce me. Feng Xiao's face had turned as red as an apple. This is my own choice. Deeply ashamed, Dong Rinchi waved his hands. Junior sister Feng, I helped you not for any repayment. Please don't feel burdened. Feng Xiao's face showed shame. Senior brother Dong, I know, I am only of average looks, probably not to your taste. Junior sister Feng, I didn't mean that. Dong Rinchi waved his hands repeatedly. Feng Xiao interrupted him. Senior brother Dong, though I am not particularly attractive, I possess the 9-yin constitution, an excellent vessel for dual cultivation. Whoever takes my virginity in dual cultivation will gain tremendous benefits. 9-yin constitution, a special physique. Dong Rinchi's heart jolted. The system had told him that dual cultivation with someone of special constitution would yield additional rewards. The additional rewards were extremely generous. His immortal level spell Fiery Golden Eyes had been obtained through such an extra reward. Seeing that Dong Rinchi did not respond, Feng Xiao continued, Senior brother Dong, rest assured, I only wish to repay your kindness. I will not cling to you. Dong Rinchi waved his hands again. Junior sister Feng, that's not what I mean. Then he changed the subject. Junior sister Feng, who else knows about your 9-yin constitution? My master. Had she not pointed it out, I would not have known myself that I possessed the 9-yin constitution. Feng Xiao's face showed indignation. My master wanted her nephew to become my dual cultivation partner. I detest that nephew of hers, so I have never agreed. But her pressure is growing more intense. Rather than give my vessel body to someone I despise, I would rather dual cultivate with you, Senior brother Dong. Once I have done so, my master will naturally stop forcing me. She changed the subject, saying, Now it is rumored in the outer sect that Master Chiu has taken a disciple. That must be you, Senior brother Dong. As Master Chiu's disciple, even if my master finds out that you and I have dual cultivated, she will surely not make trouble for you. Dong Rinchi looked quietly at the gentle frail woman before him, and an inexplicable pain struck his heart. Feng Xiao was offering her chastity to repay a debt of gratitude, and she was even worried whether Dong Rinchi might suffer retaliation from her master. Kindness was a virtue, but in this cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, kindness could very well be the original sin that cost one's life. Junior sister Feng, are you certain you want to dual cultivate with me? Dong Rinchi looked straight at Feng Xiao. You must understand your 9-yin constitution is a rare treasure. If you are willing, you can make many people pay a huge price for it, and you could obtain vast resources and a bright future. Faced with a special constitution, Dong Rinchi naturally would not refuse. However, for the sympathetic and kind-hearted Feng Xiao, he showed considerably more patience and goodwill. Feng Xiao nodded. I am certain. Though I am humble and weak, I will never turn myself into good. Senior brother Dong saved me, and now you have saved my brother. If my 9-yin constitution can be of some help to you, Xiao feels at ease and does so willingly. Aren't you afraid that your master will be disappointed or punish you? Dong Rinchi pressed. Feng Xiao shook her head. My master took me as a disciple probably because she had her eye on my 9-yin constitution. When my brother was poisoned, I begged her many times for help, but she set a condition, that I agree to become her nephew's dual cultivation partner. Over the years I have served my master wholeheartedly, and I believe I have not failed her. Moreover, choosing whom to dual cultivate with and to whom to offer my 9-yin constitution is my freedom. My master has no right to interfere and no reason to punish me. As she spoke, she lifted her watery shimmering eyes and bravely met Dong Rinchi's gaze. Senior brother Dong, I made my decision before coming here. I willingly dual cultivate with you. With that, she bit her lip gently and slowly began to remove her garments. Perhaps it was due to the complex emotions contained within Feng Xiao, or perhaps it was because she was willing, but Dong Rinchi performed exceptionally well. It pushed the record forward significantly, lasting a full 40 breaths of time. Ding dong, congratulations to the master for successfully engaging in dual cultivation, with Feng Xiao rewarding you with 10 potential points. Feng Xiao, being of the 9-yin body, grants an additional 60 potential points. Before Dong Rinchi had even gotten out of bed, the system's voice echoed in his heart. 60 potential points. Wow, that's too valuable. It's worth 12 times. Dong Rinchi was overjoyed. Moreover, the rewards were not yet over as the system's voice continued. Your dual cultivation partner is of the 9 body, granting an additional godly spell, the Death Substitute Technique. The Death Substitute Technique can immunize against a fatal blow, but it requires a cost of 10 years of lifespan to cast. Moreover, it can only be used once a month. Really? Is this a godly spell? Dong Rinchi felt quite frustrated. He had initially hoped that dual cultivation with Feng Xiaoro would yield some extraordinary rewards, but instead he received a spell that was practically useless for him at the moment. Casting the Death Substitute Technique would consume several years of lifespan, and for Dong Rinchi's current condition, using it was no different than committing suicide. System, I finally encountered a special physique, and you reward me with such a useless spell? Dong Rinchi questioned with great dissatisfaction. The system did not respond immediately. After about a breath's time, its mechanical voice resounded in Dong Rinchi's heart. Master, you are still quite weak right now. Giving you the Death Substitute Technique is indeed a waste, but once you become strong enough you will understand how extraordinary this technique truly is. Dong Rinchi was nearly ready to jump in frustration, but he knew the system's words were quite fair, so he had no retort. He was just about to get out of bed when he suddenly felt a movement in his dantian, quickly sitting cross-legged and shutting his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes with joy. True to its reputation, the 9 body made for an excellent furnace. After just one session of dual cultivation, Dong Rinchi's cultivation level unexpectedly broke through 2 small realms, jumping from the 3rd level of Qi refinement directly to the 5th. He turned to look at Feng Xiaoro, who was also sitting cross-legged on the bed, her spiritual energy fluctuations rapidly strengthening. Clearly she was not the only one benefiting from this, as Feng Xiaoro's cultivation level was also rising swiftly. Dong Rinchi made no noise and opened the system panel in his mind. Host Dong Rinchi, gender male, cultivation talent above average, cultivation level 5th level of Qi refinement, alchemy level 3, lifespan 1 year, chaotic devouring technique not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment, potential points 67. Finally, my lifespan has exceeded a year. That wasn't easy. Dong Rinchi felt quite relieved, but when he focused on the cultivation talent section, he felt a bit dissatisfied. In the Taiching sect, and indeed across the entire world, there exists a type of superior spiritual root, which is of high cultivation talent, and can be termed as a cultivation genius. However, Dong Rinchi currently possessed 3 superior spiritual roots, yet the system's evaluation of his talent was only above average. System, is your standard for talent too high? I already have 3 superior spiritual roots, yet you only rate me as above average. Master, without an ultimate spiritual root your talent will remain at that level in my eyes, the system replied softly. Fine, you win. 30 potential points were deducted, leaving him with 37. Just as Dong Rinchi was about to continue distributing points, he noticed 30 potential points were deducted, leaving him with 37. Just as Dong Rinchi was about to continue distributing points, he noticed that Feng Xiaoro had opened her eyes. 7th level of Qi refinement. Dong Rinchi quietly activated his insightful eye and discovered that Feng Xiaoro's cultivation had actually surged 3 small realms, advancing from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 7th. As soon as Feng Xiaoro opened her eyes, she saw Dong Rinchi staring directly at her, causing her cheeks to flush. As she quickly adjusted her clothes, got up from the bed, greeted Dong Rinchi, and prepared to leave. Feng Jr. sister, please wait. Dong Rinchi had unexpectedly gained much tonight, and his fondness for Feng Xiaoro had increased, feeling that he should compensate her after all she had offered her precious 9 body. Take this bottle of spirit replenishing pills. They are effective before foundation establishment and can help enhance your spiritual root talent. Dong Rinchi handed a porcelain bottle to Feng Xiaoro. Inside the porcelain bottle were 16 superior spirit replenishing pills. He had originally intended to use these pills to exchange for resources in the treasure pavilion, but in a moment of impulse he decided to give them all to Feng Xiaoro. Senior brother Dong, you don't have to do this. I participated in dual cultivation willingly. Feng Xiaoro shook her head in refusal. Take them, giving you the pills is my choice, Dong Rinchi said with a gentle smile. What I have inside is not ordinary spirit replenishing pills, but superior ones. Superior spirit replenishing pills. Feng Xiaoro's face lit up with surprise, but then she shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother Dong, they are too precious, I cannot accept them. Take them. You must understand that these superior spirit replenishing pills have a good chance of enhancing your and your brother's cultivation talent. At this point, Dong Rinchi reminded, just like the ultimate Baishudan, do not let anyone know their origins, including your brother. Upon hearing the mention of her brother, Feng Xiaoro no longer hesitated, accepted the pills, repeatedly thanked Dong Rinchi, and left with a grateful expression. Dong Rinchi had gained a lot that night. His emotions were stirred, and unable to calm down, he left the room, and began practicing his punches outside on a small flat area, cultivating the 7 treasures, glazed body. After 10 rounds of practice feeling utterly fatigued, he stopped, activated the system, and spent 3 and 4 potential points to upgrade the Wind Blade technique and Fireball technique respectively to Great Wind Blade technique and Great Fireball technique. At this point, he still had 30 potential points remaining. Subsequently, after exhausting his physical strength from the training, he began to practice the Great Wind Blade technique and Great Fireball technique, simultaneously refining both his physique and spiritual energy. From then on, Dong Renqi's days were extremely busy and fulfilling. Building a residence, practicing the 10 turns Tai Ching technique, training the 7 treasures, glazed body, mastering the Great Wind Blade technique and Great Fireball technique. He also needed to refine pills, primarily focusing on creating superior spirit replenishing pills, most of which he consumed himself, leaving only a small portion. Since he had given all the surplus superior spirit replenishing pills to Feng Xiaoro, he specially refined 10 batches of superior spirit replenishing pills for backup. Meanwhile, every noon, Zhao Xuefu would arrive punctually to continue paying her debts, and Dong Renqi's potential points steadily increased. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. As noon approached, Zhao Xuefu dressed and got out of bed, showing a relaxed expression on her face along with some confusion. The reason was that she noticed Dong Renqi's male prowess increased significantly day by day, from the initial 8 breaths to a quarter of an hour, having basically reached an average level. The final payment is complete. Here are the superior spirit replenishing pills you requested. Dong Renqi got out of bed and immediately handed a small porcelain bottle to Zhao Xuefu. Zhao Xuefu snatched the porcelain bottle, impatiently opened it, and upon seeing the superior spirit replenishing pills inside, her face filled with ecstasy. Then she accepted the pills without even glancing at Dong Renqi and turned to leave. Truly heartless, after having 20 moments of intimacy, she doesn't even say goodbye. Dong Renqi shook his head and sighed, feeling a bit reluctant. Of course, he was not reluctant about Zhao Xuefu, but rather about the inability to consistently acquire potential points. After 3 days, he had saved up 60 potential points, and with the previous 30, he now had a total of 90 potential points. It seemed like a lot, but it was hardly enough. His next plan was to upgrade his alchemy skills, aspiring to become a 4th-level alchemist to refine foundation establishment pills. Now he had already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, and his spiritual root talent was steadily improving, making foundation establishment not too far off. Only after foundation establishment could he activate the chaotic devouring technique. With the chaotic devouring technique, he would be able to increase his potential points through devouring and would no longer have to rely solely on dual cultivation. Additionally, his sister Dong Luiyue had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and was only one small realm away from foundation establishment. She was likely already preparing foundation establishment pills. He wanted to provide his sister with the best foundation establishment pills, the ultimate ones. However, it seemed that a significant number of potential points would be required to become a 4th-level alchemist. He had spent 50 potential points to upgrade from a 1st-level alchemist to a 3rd-level alchemist, but that was a disc. In reality, upgrading from a 1st-level alchemist to a 3rd-level one requires 200 potential points. Now upgrading from 3rd level to 4th level might require over 200 potential points. Moreover, upgrading the formula for the foundation establishment pills would also require potential points. Knowing that his 90 potential points would definitely not be enough to elevate his alchemy to 4th level, he decided not to consult the system, and instead focus on steadily accumulating more potential points. Dong Renqi stepped out of the room, and saw Zhao Zufi's figure disappearing around the corner of the forest path. One superior spirit replenishing pill may not be enough to elevate your spiritual root to a medium quality. Zhao Xuefu, do I hope that your spiritual root talent cannot improve, or that it absolutely should not improve. After walking a few rounds sweating profusely, Dong Renqi took a shower and then left his residence. Not long after, he arrived at the treasure pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Sun Sihai was still seated behind the counter. Upon seeing Dong Renqi arrive, Sun Sihai hastened his speed, quickly sending away a few Tai Ching disciples at the counter, and then flashed a broad smile, waving repeatedly at Dong Renqi. Greetings, elder son. Dong Renqi quickly walked to the counter and respectfully bowed to Sun Sihai. Little Dong, did you come today to exchange for items? Do you still have superior spirit replenishing pills? Sun Sihai rushed to ask before Dong Renqi could finish his greeting, looking quite anxious. Elder son, do you urgently need high-quality spiritual restoration pills? Dong Renqi observed the anxious expression on Sun Sihai's face, filled with doubt. Sun Sihai was at the foundation establishment stage, and surely did not need the restoration pills for himself. At the same time, if it were the sect's treasure vault in need of high-quality spiritual restoration pills, he wouldn't be so eager. Therefore, Dong Renqi speculated that Sun Sihai was likely preparing the pills for someone else. Sun Sihai waved his hand impatiently and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me, do you have any high-quality spiritual restoration pills?" Elder son, you shouldn't be so temperamental when asking for help. I want to indulge you. Dong Renqi thought to himself while maintaining a smile. Elder son, I do have high-quality spiritual restoration pills. Ooh, I happened to refine a batch yesterday. Sun Sihai's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly said, quick, give them to me. 3,000 contribution points for each pill. However many you have, I want them all. If you want spirit stones, it's 3,300 low-grade spirit stones for one high-quality spiritual restoration pill. Elder son, you know my talent is of the 5 spirit roots. High-quality spiritual restoration pills are crucial for me as well. If it weren't for the urgent need for certain cultivation materials from the treasure vault, I definitely wouldn't sell them. Dong Renki's expression turned difficult. Sun Sihai's face changed slightly. Little Dong, am not asking for all of them, just 6. No, I only need 5. Dong Renki shook his head. Elder son, refining high-quality spiritual restoration pills is not easy for me, and I only have 7 in a batch. 5 won't do. Then I'll take 3. Sun Sihai interrupted Dong Renki with a wave of his hand. Dong Renki hesitated for a moment. Elder son, your urgency for the restoration pills must have some hidden reason, right? If it's convenient for you, you can tell me. If there's a real difficulty, I can consider selling you 3 high-quality spiritual restoration pills. Sun Sihai hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, my granddaughter has been taking spiritual restoration pills for years, but her spirit root hasn't changed at all. A few days ago, after she took the high-quality spiritual restoration pill you provided, her spirit root quality finally changed. If she can take a few more high-quality spiritual restoration pills, there is a good chance her spirit root quality will improve. Dong Renki looked up at Sun Sihai and chuckled lightly. Elder son, so you were hoarding the high-quality spiritual restoration pills I exchanged for the treasure vault to give to your granddaughter. Sun Sihai's old face flushed slightly. What hoarding? You brat, don't speak nonsense. I need to pay contribution points and spirit stones for anything I take from the treasure vault. It's just that I manage the treasure vault and have certain privileges allowing me to exchange items at a discounted price of 30 off. 30 off. Dong Renki couldn't help but exclaim, a discount like that was practically a gift. After a moment's thought, he feigned a reluctant expression. Elder son, concerning your granddaughter, I should help, but could you reconsider the price? 3,000 contribution points seems a bit low. Dong Renki now understood why Sun Sihai, as an elder of the sect, would want to stay in the treasure vault. There was too much profit to be made. In that case, he would naturally not be polite with Sun Sihai and would try to extract as much as possible. Sun Sihai frowned slightly. Add 200 contribution points for each pill. That's 3,002. Dong Renki chuckled. The sect distributes contribution points with little cost. Elder son, why not be generous? How about 5,000 contribution points for each pill? You brat not only asked for a high price, but also plays dumb. Sun Sihai snorted lightly. While the sect distributes contribution points with little cost, once the contribution points are in your hands, they can be exchanged for real cultivation materials from the treasure vault. Stop wasting time. Oh, I can only add 200 more contribution points, making it 3,004 for one pill. If you keep haggling, don't blame me for being an elder who bullies the young. Dong Renki, however, remained unfazed, chuckling. For 1,000 for one pill, ooh, I can sell you 6 high-quality spiritual restoration pills at once. He actually wanted to sell a few more, but worried that too many would raise Sun Sihai and the sect's suspicions. Sun Sihai's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he said, deal. Dong Renki secretly pinched his thigh. How pathetic. Why not hold out for 5,000 each? Then the two exchanged pills for contribution points. Suddenly 26,000 contribution points appeared in Dong Renki's waist token, and he felt a surge of confidence, immediately going on a shopping spree. Spirit weapons, spells, spirit herbs, and alchemical recipes. Anything usable now or in the near future was exchanged without hesitation. After a shopping spree, the 26,000 contribution points vanished from his waist token in less than half a stick of incense and returned to the treasure vault. At the same time, his empty storage bag finally had some items to weigh it down. Didn't you say you only refined 7 high-quality spiritual restoration pills? Are you willing to give me 6 in one go? Sun Sihai looked at him suspiciously. I clicked with Elder Son when we first met. Your granddaughter's matter is my matter. Am willing to endure some losses to help solve your granddaughter's issue. Get lost. Sun Sihai raised his white brows. Your granddaughter's matter has nothing to do with you. I misspoke. Dong Renki quickly apologized with a smile. Elder Son's matters are indeed my matters. Today, thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't sell a single high-quality spiritual restoration pill to anyone else. Sun Sihai looked at Dong Renki with a sidelong glance. I find you never speak a word of truth. Is there anything else? If not, hurry up and get lost and don't delay me from doing serious business. Alright, then you carry on, or I will take my leave now. Dong Renki laughed, awkwardly bowed to Sun Sihai, and turned to leave the treasure vault. Watching Dong Renki step over the threshold and walk away, Sun Sihai couldn't help but smile. This kid is quite interesting. Why doesn't Dong Wampung understand and decide to expel him from the Dong family? And what about Bamboozle Peak? Have their eyes grown in the back of their heads? After Dong Renki left the treasure vault, he didn't delay and headed straight for the outer gate. After walking 2 miles, he encountered 2 people slowly walking towards him, a man and a woman. The man was thin with a pair of slanted eyes, while the woman was enchanting with heavy makeup. It is said that enemies are bound to meet. The two were none other than Dong Renqi's old rivals Yang Wei and Dai Jiao Jiao. Dong Fat Pig, I've finally caught you. From 10 yards away, Yang Wei immediately recognized Dong Renqi and quickened his pace, striding towards him. Dai Jiao Jiao also spotted Dong Renqi, and a flash of hatred crossed her eyes as she too quickened her pace to block Dong Renqi's path. Dong Renqi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to run into these two here. At the same time as Yang Wei and Dai Jiao Jiao approached, he quietly activated his Fire Eye Golden Sight. Still at the Qi refining stage 4. Ah, with this level of cultivation, they dare to come and trouble me. Aren't they just asking for trouble? Dong Renqi felt a surge of superiority, facing Yang Wei and Dai Jiao Jiao at this moment. Dong Fat Pig, your sister Dong Luyu is currently imprisoned in the Reflection Valley. Today let's see who you can rely on to save you. Yang Wei looked at Dong Renqi with eyes full of hatred and a cruel smile on his lips. You fat pig dared to slap my face. Today I will break your hands. Dong Renqi stopped in his tracks, looking at Yang Wei with a calm expression. Brother Yang, aren't you curious how I got here? As he spoke, he revealed his outer sect disciple token from his waist. You're now an outer sect disciple. Yang Wei was surprised at first, then snorted. So what if you're an outer sect disciple? Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, he probably couldn't save you. I will definitely cripple you today. Dong Renqi's face showed a hint of panic. Brother Yang, this is the main road to the treasure vault. If you attack me here, aren't you afraid of being seen by others? Yang Wei turned his head to look around, slightly furrowing his brows. Brother Yang, there's a grove over there, but it's just... Dai Jiao Jiao coldly stared at Dong Renqi. Let's knock him out first, and then take him to the grove to deal with him slowly to settle the score for last time. Jiao Jiao is right, let's do it this way. Yang Wei grinned widely, and then with a surge of spiritual power, he prepared to strike at Dong Renqi. Brother Yang, please don't act just yet. Oh, I apologize, and can offer you compensation, alright? Dong Renqi displayed a pleading expression. Compensation? You dare slap my face? Oh, I won't let your pig head go until my grudge is resolved. Dai Jiao Jiao spoke coldly. Dong Fatty, weren't you quite proud and tough last time? How come you're acting all submissive now? Without the Dong family and Dong Luyue, you are nothing but a complete waste. Yang Wei taunted, then formed a sword finger with his hand ready to strike. Dong Renqi repeatedly cupped his hands. Brother Yang, sister Dai, let's speak nicely. It's better to resolve enmity than to create it. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Yang Wei snorted, coldly stepping forward to attack Dong Renqi. Brother Yang, wait a moment. Dai Jiao Jiao suddenly spoke, then glanced into the distance. In the distance, a disciple from the Taiqing sect dressed in white was striding over, presumably heading for the treasure vault. Seeing the approaching figure, Yang Wei immediately halted his actions. This place was already within the main peak area of the Taiqing sect. If an internal conflict was caught, the consequences would be dire. Dong Renqi, didn't you just say you would offer compensation and that we could negotiate? Well, then I'll give you a chance to see what kind of compensation you can offer. Dai Jiao Jiao waited for the disciple in white to pass by, then spoke softly. Yang Wei looked at her with a puzzled expression, not understanding. Dai Jiao Jiao winked at Yang Wei and then said, let's go over to that grove and discuss things properly. Dong Renqi turned to look at the grove in the distance, fear showing on his face. Sister Dai, you aren't trying to trick me into the grove to attack me, are you? With a waist like you, I can take you down with one hand anywhere. Why would I need to trick you into the grove? Yang Wei wore a mocking smile. Jiao Jiao is beautiful and kind-hearted. She has given you a chance. If you keep stalling, I will cripple you right now. Dai Jiao Jiao followed up. Dong Renqi, I'm in a good mood today and willing to give you a chance. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, if you don't go to the grove yourself, I and Brother Yang will attack immediately. Sister Dai, Brother Yang, please don't be angry. I'll go now. As soon as Dai Jiao Jiao finished speaking, Dong Renqi hurriedly turned around and hurriedly headed towards the grove. Yang Wei and Dai Jiao Jiao watched Dong Renqi's panicked retreat, both wearing mocking expressions. Waste. Fool. Deep within the woods, all was silent and the light was exceedingly dim. Stop, this is far enough. No need to go any deeper, Yang Wei said coldly. Dong Renqi turned back. Senior Brother Yang, Senior Sister Dai, let's go a bit further in. It's quieter there, and we can discuss the compensation matter better. Fatty Dong, do you really think we brought you in here to discuss compensation? Yang Wei sneered scornfully and said coldly, Dong Renqi, kneel down now and kowtow 100 times to me and Jiao Jiao. I might consider going easy on you. Senior Brother Yang, Senior Sister Dai, you just promised you would accept my compensation. You can't go back on your word. Dong Renqi raised his voice, his tone noticeably trembling, his expression tense. Fool. Dai Jiao Jiao's lips curled upward. Whatever we say, you believe it. Now do as Senior Brother Yang says, kneel and kowtow 100 times. Perhaps we'll spare one of your hands. Both of you, I have shown enough sincerity. Are you sure you don't want to negotiate properly? The tension on Dong Renqi's face quickly faded and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Dai Jiao frowned, her eyes flickering with doubt and a hint of vigilance. Fat pig, are you putting— Yang Wei snorted coldly. He'll give you one last chance. Kneel now. Otherwise it'll not only cripple your hands, but also your feet. Completely ruin you. Is that so? Dong Renki's lips curled upward. I'm quite curious to see how senior brother Yang will cripple me. You're courting death. A grim expression flashed across Yang Wei's face. Spiritual energy surged around him, and his wrist turned swiftly as he executed a sword finger technique aimed directly at Dong Renki. Dai Jiao struck at the same time, rapidly unleashing a wind blade technique, slashing fiercely toward Dong Renki. Dong Renki gave a light snort, swiftly mobilizing the spiritual energy in his dantian and executing his own wind blade technique. The next moment, Yang Wei's sword finger and Dai Jiao's wind blade collided heavily with Dong Renki's wind blade. With two muffled thuds, Yang Wei's sword finger and Dai Jiao's wind blade dissipated almost simultaneously. Dong Renki's wind blade only paused for a moment before roaring forward again, slashing fiercely into Yang Wei's chest. Blood sprayed from Yang Wei's mouth as he flew backward heavily and crashed onto the ground. How is this possible? Yang Wei struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Dong Renki, what level of cultivation are you at now? Layered 5 of Qi refining. Would you believe me? Dong Renki's lips curled slightly. Yang Wei shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. You're a waste with 5 mixed spiritual roots destined to reach only layered 3 of Qi refining. How could you cultivate to layered 5? Dai Jiao stood frozen on the spot. She could hardly believe her eyes. Dong Renki smiled faintly. Since you don't believe it, get up and try again. Yang Wei indeed struggled to his feet and began forming hand seals again. But before his sword finger could condense, a wind blade cut through the wind, striking heavily on his chest. Yang Wei flew backward once more, crashing heavily into an old tree, then slid down the trunk to the ground. He struggled several times before finally sitting upright against the tree. When he looked at Dong Renki again, his eyes held not only shock and bewilderment, but also a touch of fear. Dai Jiao stood rigidly in place, her gaze flickering, her expression shifting repeatedly. Dai Jiao, I advise you to stand still and behave. If you dare make a move, your fate will be no better than Yang Wei's. And if you try to run, I'll break your legs first. Dong Renki spoke coldly. Hearing this, Dai Jiao shuddered, her body stiffening in place, not daring to move. You chose a good spot. An excellent place for business. Even if we make a huge ruckus, I doubt anyone will know. A cold smile appeared on Dong Renki's face. What do you think? If I kill you both, bury you, and erase all traces, no one would know, would they? Yang Wei and Dai Jiao's faces turned pale simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. Senior brother Dong, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Spare me, and I swear I'll never trouble you again, Yang Wei said hastily. Senior brother Dong, I know I was wrong too. Please show mercy. I vow never to harass you again, Dai Jiao followed. With such paltry cultivation, you think you're worthy of troubling me? Dong Renki's face showed scorn. I remember last time you also begged for mercy. But what did you do today? Yang Wei's thin face reddened. Senior brother Dong, please trust me one more time. This time I mean it. If you spare me, I'll walk around whenever I see you from now on. Dong Renki sneered. Your words aren't worth half a spirit stone. I heard you clearly just now. You wanted to cripple my hands and feet. Since that's the case, he continued, slowly stepping toward Yang Wei. You wanted to cripple my hands and feet. I won't be excessive. It'll only cripple your limbs in return. Senior brother Dong, please spare me this once. Yang Wei tried to struggle to his feet, but his injuries were too severe. After several failed attempts, he clung to the old tree, staring at Dong Renki in terror. Dong Renki walked unhurriedly toward Yang Wei, a cruel smile on his lips. With each step he took, the fear on Yang Wei's face intensified. When only 10 paces remained between them, Yang Wei blurted out, Dong Renki, my second uncle, is an elder of the Taiching sect. If you cripple my hands and feet, he will never forgive you. Just as I suspected. I knew you would bring up your second uncle sooner or later, Dong Renki said. Dong Renki stopped in front of Yang Wei, looking down at him coldly. Don't worry. Even if your second uncle doesn't come for me, I certainly will go find him. Because of Yang Kinki's insistence, Dong Luyue had been confined to the Reflection Valley. Dong Renki naturally would not let Yang Qingqi off easily. With a wave of his hand, Dong Renki produced a dark red longsword from his storage pouch. A fire tribute spiritual weapon of yellow grade mid-tier, which he had just exchanged at the treasure pavilion. In fact, he had exchanged not just one sword, but 5. The 5 swords, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, together formed the 5 elements spirit swords. He had spent several thousand contribution points to acquire them, intending to cultivate a certain attack technique, the 5 elements sword formation. The 5 elements sword formation was both a formation and a spell. It was a cooperative formation. If 5 cultivators with different spiritual roots worked together, its power was immense. Moreover, the stronger the 5 cultivators, the greater the formation's power. However, the formation had a drawback. Its upper limit of power depended on the weakest among the 5 participants. For example, if the highest cultivator was a golden core expert, but the lowest was a chi refining disciple, the formation's power would only be at the chi refining level. Why? The 5 elements sword formation required balance. The 5 elements power must be equal for the formation to take shape and unleash its strength. Dong Rinchi had exchanged for the 5 elements spirit swords and the 5 elements sword formation to test whether he could execute the formation alone. Being a 5 spiritual root cultivator, he had all 5 spiritual roots meeting the formation's requirements. What he lacked now was cultivation level. His spiritual energy was insufficient to control all 5 spirit swords simultaneously. Once his cultivation advanced further, he could test this idea. Of course, many cultivators had 5 spiritual roots, but only Dong Rinchi dared to conceive of executing the 5 elements sword formation single-handedly. Why? Other 5 spiritual root cultivators were typically limited to chi refining layer 3 or 4, at most far too weak, to wield the formation alone. But Dong Rinchi had supreme-grade spirit restoration pills at his side. The quality of his 5 spiritual roots steadily improved, and his cultivation progressed accordingly. Mastering the 5 elements sword formation alone was not a distant dream. Dong Rinchi weighed the fire tribute spirit sword in his hand, a cruel smile on his lips. Senior brother Yang, which do you think I should sever first? Your hand tendons, or your foot tendons? Yang Wei's face was ashen, his lips trembled violently in fear. Senior brother Dong, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare again. Never again, he pleaded, his voice now tinged with tears. Dai Jiaojiao still stood rigidly in place, her pretty face pale, not daring to move. If only you had realized this earlier. Dong Rinchi twirled the sword, his expression cold. Since you want shoes, I'll decide for you. It'll start with your foot tendons. Left foot or right foot first? No, don't. Yang Wei struggled to escape, but after being struck twice by wind blades to the chest, he was severely injured and could not stand. He could only crawl on the ground, leaving the tree behind. Dong Rinchi strode forward and stepped on Yang Wei's right hand. Your hands are quite agile. Then he'll start with your hand tendons. With that, he thrust the spirit sword rapidly, aiming directly at Yang Wei's right wrist. Yang Wei struggled desperately to pull his hand back, but it was pinned firmly under Dong Rinchi's foot, unable to budge. The next moment, the slightly warm dark red sword tip pressed against Yang Wei's wrist. With a single flick, his right hand would be crippled. No! Yang Wei, his face drained of color, cried out in agony. Simultaneously, a gurgling sound arose. He had wet himself in terror. Then a foul stench emanated from his trousers. Not only had he urinated, but he had also soiled himself. What a complete coward! Dong Rinchi cursed softly. Having lost all interest in retaliating against such an opponent, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Yang Wei in the neck. Yang Wei grunted and immediately fell unconscious. Dong Rinchi did not spare him another glance. He walked away quickly, his face full of disgust, and said to Dai Jiaojiao, with a smile, "You really have good taste in men." Dai Jiaojiao stood rooted to the spot, her pretty face flushed, both ashamed and angry. Dong Rinchi kept walking until he was more than 10 zhang away from Yang Wei, then stopped. He turned his gaze to Dai Jiaojiao. "What are you still standing there for? Are you so enamored of Yang Wei's stench?" Dai Jiaojiao stood speechless, her charming face turning crimson, a mix of shame and fury swirling within her. Dong Rinchi kept a distance of over 10 zhang from Yang Wei before stopping, then fixed his gaze on Dai Jiaojiao. "What are you still doing standing there? Are you reluctant to leave the stench of Yang Wei's filth?" Dai Jiaojiao walked stiffly to Dong Rinchi's front, her eyes brimming with tension and fear. "Now we have an account to settle." Dong Rinchi gazed at Dai Jiaojiao with an indifferent expression. A shiver ran through Dai Jiaojiao as she forced a fawning yet aggrieved smile onto her face. "Senior brother Dong, I am but a frail woman. What happened earlier was my fault. I beg you to spare me this once. I swear I will never dare offend you again." Dong Rinchi let out a cold laugh. "It was this frail woman who tricked me into the woods just now, offered me leniency, and demanded to keep one of my hands." Dai Jiaojiao swallowed hard, frantically rummaging through her belongings. She produced a few low-grade spirit stones and several vials of pills, speaking hastily. "Senior brother Dong, if you let me go, I will give you all these." Dong Rinchi cast a dismissive glance at the items in Dai Jiaojiao's hands, his eyes filled with contempt. "Are you truly presenting such meager offerings?" Then his gaze turned icy. "Just now you intended to take my hand. Now I will take one of yours. Choose for yourself. Which hand do you wish to keep?" Dai Jiaojiao's face drained of color as she pleaded repeatedly. "Senior brother Dong, we are fellow disciples after all. I implore you to forgive me once more. The reason I caused you trouble was because Yang Wei forced me. I never wished to make things difficult for you." Dong Rinchi waved his hand impatiently. "Do you want me to wake Yang Wei right now and confront you about this?" Dai Jiaojiao immediately fell silent. After a long while she spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Senior brother Dong, I am merely a weak woman with no background. I struggled to join the Taiching sect, and earn the chance to cultivate. If you cripple my hand, my path of cultivation will end, and my life will be ruined. So you understand that losing a hand spells your doom. Dong Renki's eyes narrowed. When you wanted to sever my hand, did you ever consider that I would also be destroyed, eh? Dai Jiaojiao's face turned pale. She blurted out urgently. Senior brother Dong, I truly realize my mistake. I beg you to let me go. I will reform from now on. If my fist weren't stronger than yours today, I would have been ruined by your hands. A few light words, and you expect me to let you off? Absolutely not. Dong Renqi raised his brows and fixed a piercing gaze on Dai Jiaojiao. If you can match Yang Wei's skill and perform a spectacle of bursting excrement right before me, then I will spare you. Upon hearing this, Dai Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and indignation over. After a long pause, she spoke in a pitiful tone. Senior brother Dong, just tell me what I must do to earn your forgiveness. Whatever the condition, as long as I can fulfill it, I will comply without fail. But I truly cannot do what Yang Wei did. Any condition, you say? Dong Renqi raised his chin slightly, appraising Dai Jiaojiao. The moment he saw Dai Jiaojiao today, he recalled the vow he had made in his heart last time to extract several potential points from her. To be fair, in terms of appearance alone, Dai Jiaojiao was slightly superior to Feng Xiaoro. Her features were alluring, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. However, her ruthless and unscrupulous approach to matters between men and women left much to be desired. Yet that was of no consequence. In Dong Renqi's eyes, Dai Jiaojiao was merely a tool for contributing. Truth be told, he harbored some resistance toward this tool, but during the growth phase, being overly picky was unwise. Dai Jiaojiao dared not hesitate for a moment. She nodded repeatedly. Whatever the condition, as long as I can do it, I will agree, senior brother Dong. Dong Renqi cleared his throat lightly and spoke coldly. Kneel. Lie down. After a brief hesitation, Dai Jiaojiao knelt down, propping herself on her hands. Congratulations, master, for successfully dual cultivating with Dai Jiaojiao. Reward 10 potential points. Congratulations, master, for successful dual cultivation. Reward 5 contribution points. Congratulations, master, for successful dual cultivation. Reward contribution points. When the system's announcement echoed in his mind 5 times, Dong Renqi ended the battle panting heavily. From 5 dual cultivation sessions, he had harvested a total of 30 potential points. Dong Renqi straightened his clothes and was about to leave. But then something occurred to him, and he muttered, Fortunately, I suffered from similar matters in my past life. Following that, he took out 10 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, tossed them at the feet of Dai Jiaojiao, who had collapsed to the ground, and strode away without looking back. At this moment, Dong Renqi's potential points had surpassed 100, reaching 120. Truly a cause for celebration. Whistling a little tune all the way back to the outer sect, he was about to return to his dwelling when he spotted someone pacing anxiously on the flat ground before his small hut. It was none other than Zhao Xuefu. Seeing this, the corners of Dong Renqi's mouth tilted upward slightly. Zhao Zuf's appearance here could only mean one thing: the superior grade spirit replenishing pill from yesterday had failed to elevate her spiritual root quality. Senior brother Dong, you're back. Zhao Xuefu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Dong Renqi return. Dong Renqi nodded impassively and walked straight into the room. Zhao Xuefu quickly followed him in and asked, Senior brother Dong, do you have any more superior grade spirit replenishing pills? Dong Renqi sat down in a reclining chair and asked softly, did your spiritual root quality not improve? Zhao Xuefu nodded and repeated her question, Senior brother Dong, do you still have any superior grade spirit replenishing pills? I certainly do. Dong Renqi smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Xuefu with unbridled boldness. A flicker of disgust passed through Zhao Zuf's eyes before she put on a sycophantic smile. Senior brother Dong, please give me another superior grade spirit replenishing pill. The terms remain the same, I will serve you 20 times. Dong Renqi shook his head. I'm sorry, but the price has changed. Add 10 more times. Serve me 30 times, and I'll give you 1 superior grade spirit replenishing pill. 30 times. Zhao Xuefu frowned. Senior brother Dong, you cannot raise the price so drastically. A full 50% increase. We have shared intimacy, aren't you being too heartless? Dong Renqi gave a light laugh. Yesterday, after receiving the pill, junior sister Zhao left without even a word. If your spiritual root quality had improved and you entered the inner sect, you would probably never come to me again. It's not that I am heartless, it is junior sister Zhao who is too cold. With that, his tone turned stern. If junior sister Zhao finds the price unreasonable, feel free to go. I shall not see you off. After some hesitation, Zhao Xuefu gritted her teeth and said coldly, 30 times then. You men are all the same. From birth to death, you only hustle for your lower halves. With that, she began to remove her outer garment. Hold on. Dong Renqi spoke up, his voice filled with amusement. Junior sister Zhao, let's skip today. You can come. Zhao Xuefu was clearly taken aback, but quickly concluded that Dong Renqi was deliberately toying with her. After a moment's thought, she put on a conciliatory smile. Senior brother Dong, I was wrong before. I apologize. Please be magnanimous and allow me to serve you. Her time was running out. If she did not hasten to improve her spiritual root quality, she would lose the chance to enter the inner sect. Naturally, she had to humble herself. Junior sister, Zhao misunderstands. I simply have no interest at the moment. Dong Renqi said softly. He was not lying. Having dual cultivated 5 times with Dai Jiao in the woods, just now he had neither the interest nor the stamina and capability. Senior brother Dong, please forgive me. I will serve you well. Zhao Xuefu lowered her posture even further. My time is limited now, will I beg senior brother Dong to have mercy. Dong Renqi shook his head. Junior sister Zhao, you truly overthink things. I really don't have much interest in your body right now. Come back tomorrow. I will let you serve me 5 times a day. In 6 days you will obtain the superior grade spirit replenishing pill. There should still be enough time. By now Zhao Xuefu could tell that Dong Renqi was not toying with her, but was serious. For no reason a strong sense of defeat welled up in her heart. However, she refused to give up. A seductive expression appeared on her face. Senior brother Dong, I know how to arouse your interest. Junior sister Zhao, as a woman, shouldn't you exercise some restraint in such matters? Dong Renqi frowned, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Zhao Zufa's pretty face flushed red, a flash of anger and shame fleeting through her eyes. Then she bowed respectfully to Dong Renqi. Senior brother Dong is right to admonish me. This junior sister will take her leave and will trouble you again tomorrow. Dong Renqi yawned and waved his hand without even glancing at Zhao Xuefu. Zhao Zufa's face reddened even more, her heart seething with shame and fury, yet she dared not show a hint of it. She forced a smile and backed out slowly. When Zhao Xuefu had disappeared into the distance, a mocking expression crept onto Dong Renqi's face. Trading with your body and still pretending to be virtuous. Having exchanged enough spiritual herbs at the treasure pavilion, Dong Renqi spent his days cultivating refining pills and occasionally improving his living quarters. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuefu arrived punctually every noon, and his potential points steadily grew by 25 each day. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Xuefu finally obtained the superior grade spirit replenishing pill she desired. On the 6th day, Dong Renqi's masculine prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. He could now last a full quarter hour, a remarkable improvement. 5 battles would thus span over half an hour. At the same time, whether due to the frequency of intimacy or having learned from the previous lesson, Zhao Xuefu did not turn and leave after receiving the pill. Instead, she made a point of greeting Dong Renqi. Senior brother Dong, if nothing unexpected happens, taking this superior grade spirit replenishing pill will elevate my spiritual root quality. Zhao Xuefu bowed slightly to Dong Renqi, her gaze enigmatic. If my spiritual root quality improves, I will likely leave the outer sect soon for the inner sect, and may not be able to visit here often. Dong Renqi was a bit taken aback. He faintly sensed that Zhao Xuefu seemed to harbor a slight reluctance. Could sleeping together have bred feelings? He speculated inwardly, then smiled. I wish junior sister Zhao a rise in spiritual root quality and honor as an inner disciple. I thank senior brother for the blessing. Zhao Xuefu gave a slight smile. Senior brother Dong, being accepted as a disciple by Master Chiu means your alchemy talent must be considerable. I also hope that senior brother Dong will advance swiftly on the path of alchemy, climbing ever higher. If you ever require pills in the future, I hope senior brother Dong will not refuse. So she still has her mind on pills. I almost thought she had developed feelings from the transaction. Dong Renqi felt relieved and said with a smile, rest assured junior sister. You can come to me anytime for pills. As long as the price is right, I will oblige without fail. Zhao Xuefu chuckled and asked, Senior brother Dong, there is a question I have always wanted to ask, but I'm unsure if I should. Haven't you already asked? Dong Renqi smiled slightly. Zhao Xuefu hesitated no longer. Is senior brother Dong practicing a dual cultivation technique? Dong Renqi was taken aback, thought for a moment, and asked, why do you ask such a question? Zhao Xuefu looked directly at Dong Renqi's face. After all, I have served senior brother 50 times, you are not a lecherous person, and sometimes it is clear that you are forced to engage in this. I can sense that much. Dong Renqi shook his head repeatedly, seriously stating, the recent occurrences have been too frequent, and it is inevitable to feel fatigued at times. Zhao junior sister, please do not overthink. A dual cultivation is something only practitioners from heretical sects like the Hahuan sect engage in. As a true disciple, how could I practice dual cultivation techniques? Zhao Xuefu smiled slightly. Senior brother Dong, there is no need to be wary. The harmony of yin and yang is the right path. Cultivators do not reject dual cultivation. An important reason many renowned sect cultivators become partners in practice is that it accelerates both parties' cultivation speed. For instance, within our Taiching sect, there are quite a few elders who practice dual cultivation techniques. The Hahuan sect is labeled a heretical sect because they often employ various means that violate the wishes of their dual cultivation partners, coercing others into dual cultivation. Dong Renqi turned his gaze towards Zhao Xuefu and asked with a smile, If I were to use pills as a condition to have Junior sister cultivate with me, would that also imply coercion? Zhao Xuefu was momentarily stunned, then smiled slightly. We are both seeking something. It is a transaction, not coercion. Good that it is a transaction. If it were coercion, I would be no different from the heretical cultivators of the Hahuan sect, becoming someone everyone wants to strike down. Dong Rinchi responded with a light laugh. Zhao Zufa's lips curled into a smile. Senior brother Dong, I will take my leave now, until we meet again. After saying this, she lifted her foot and walked towards the door. As she stepped over the threshold, she turned her head back and smiled charmingly. Senior brother Dong, your features are quite good. If you continue to lose weight, you will definitely become a handsome man. After cultivating with you so many times, I actually have not lost out. As her voice faded, she quickened her pace, swiftly crossing the small flat ground, and stepping onto the path in the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. This little lady, aside from being a bit pretentious, isn't so annoying after all. Dong Rinchi watched as Zhao Xuefu vanished, the corners of his mouth gently lifting. After 6 days of continuous dual cultivation with Zhao Xuefu, he had acquired 150 potential points. Coupled with the previous ones, he now possessed 270 potential points, feeling as if he owned the entire world. He immediately awakened the system and asked, System, how many potential points are needed to upgrade from a 3rd-level alchemist to a 4th-level alchemist, and to upgrade the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill to perfection? The system's mechanical voice immediately responded, to upgrade from a 3rd-level alchemist to a 4th-level alchemist requires 240 potential points, and 30 potential points can upgrade the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe to perfection, totaling 270 potential points. Why is it exactly 270 potential points, not one more or one less? When Dong Rinchi heard the number 270, a thought flashed through his mind, and he said urgently, System, let me ask you, is this deliberate? Why is it exactly 270? Master, if you are truly dissatisfied with the number 270, I can make a slight modification. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. If the master wishes to modify it, I can execute it right now. Dong Rinchi felt his blood pressure spike instantly, took a moment to stabilize himself, and after a few breaths of silence helplessly said, Upgrade, elevate both the alchemist level and the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe for me. Soon the system's prompt sounded in his heart again. 270 potential points were deducted, and Dong Rinchi felt as if he had returned to square one, losing the entire world. After calming his emotions slightly, he opened the system panel. Host Dong Rinchi. Gender male. Cultivation aptitude above average. Cultivation level 5th stage of Qi refinement. Alchemist level 4th level. Lifespan 1. 9 years. Chaos devouring heaven technique, not activated. Activation condition, Foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Fortunately, there isn't an urgent need for potential points at the moment. Dong Rinchi muttered to himself. My main task now is to establish my foundation as soon as possible. Once the Chaos Devouring Heaven technique is activated, obtaining potential points will not be as difficult as it is now. He then left his residence to find Qiu Deliang, wanting to ask when Lu Honglu would come over. According to Qiu Deliang, Lu Honglu would come to the outer sect every few days. However, since the last goodbye, it had been nearly half a month since Lu Honglu last visited the outer sect, which felt unusual and unsettling. When Dong Rinchi found Qiu Deliang, he was in the alchemy room, studying the ice spirit pill, his hair a mess, and he reeked of sweat, likely having not bathed or changed clothes for several days. Old Qiu, why hasn't Ancestor Lu come yet? Dong Rinchi dared not stay too close to Qiu Deliang, as the smell was unbearable. Qiu Deliang scratched his head, and said with a weary expression, I guess we still have to wait a bit longer. Why, oi? Dong Rinchi asked urgently. Dong Luyue is currently locked in the Reflection Valley, which lacks spiritual energy, having to sit in silence every day. Whenever he thought of this, Dong Rinchi would become restless. He was eager to see Lu Honglu, hoping she could come up with a way to rescue Dong Luyue soon. Qiu Deliang sighed softly. The girl Honglu has triggered her fire poison and is currently in seclusion dealing with it. Just wait a bit longer. Once she suppresses the fire poison, she will definitely come to find me in the outer sect. When approximately will Ancestor Lu be able to come down? Dong Rinchi asked next. There is no definite time, as she might come down tomorrow, or it could take another 10 days, or half a month. As Qiu Deliang said this, he glanced sideways. You brat, don't just think about your sister. The girl Hongla's fire poison has been acting up more frequently. To perfect the recipe for the ice spirit pill sooner, I haven't slept for several days. While speaking, he took out the recipe for the ice spirit pill. Quickly tell me what discoveries you have made. Dong Rinchi now had no heart to discuss the ice spirit pill. Old Qiu, you continue your research. I have also been thinking about the ice spirit pill. I will head back first. When Ancestor Lu comes, you must inform me at the first moment. After saying this, Dong Rinchi turned to leave. Without any news of Lu Honglu, he was unwilling to stay there and endure the stench of sweat. Without Lu Honglu's guidance, he had no idea how to rescue Dong Luyue. Now all he could do was remain still and focus on cultivating and refining pills. The next day at noon Dong Rinchi, neither cultivated nor refined pills, sitting in a newly built pavilion by the river, occasionally craning his neck to look at the path in the forest. Unfortunately, the midday hour had passed, and there was no commotion on the forest path. The person he was waiting for had not arrived. The person Dong Rinchi was waiting for was Zhao Xuefu. Zhao Xuefu not arriving indicated one thing: the high-quality, supplementing spirit pill from yesterday had taken effect, and her spiritual root quality had improved. The stable influx of potential points is gone. Dong Rinchi sighed deeply, left the pavilion, and headed to the small flat ground to practice his punches. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 10 days had passed. Dong Rinchi's daily routine was methodical. Either he was cultivating or refining pills. After 10 days he had made significant progress, advancing his spiritual power to the 6th stage of Qi. At the same time, his spiritual root quality had also improved, with the water spiritual root successfully upgraded to high quality. Now possessing 4 types of high-quality spiritual roots, his cultivation speed accelerated again. The spiritual energy in the outer sect was no longer sufficient for his cultivation needs. Fortunately, he had exchanged for plenty of spiritual herbs in the treasury, and he had stocked up on premium vitality pills without hindering his cultivation. However, after practicing the 7 treasures glazed body for half a month, he had yet to touch the threshold of the first realm, the copper body realm. Somewhat comforting was that since he began practicing the 7 treasures glazed body, his stagnant weight had started to drop again. Especially in the last 10 days, his weight had decreased noticeably. At this point his weight had dropped below 180, no longer classified as fat, but simply overweight. If he were to lose another 20 pounds at nearly 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, would make his physique basically standard, completely shedding the label of being overweight. Now his system panel had also undergone some changes. Host Dong Rinchi. Gender male. Cultivation aptitude above average. Cultivation level 6 stage of Qi refinement. Alchemist level 4th level. Lifespan 1. 21 years. Chaos devouring heaven technique, not activated. Activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Having advanced a small realm, the spiritual energy in his dantian had been significantly replenished. Dong Rinchi decided to try out the 5-element sword formation. He discovered that with his current spiritual energy, he could not control 5 spiritual swords simultaneously, and needed to raise his cultivation level further. At the same time, although he had upgraded the 9 turns Tai Ching technique to the 10 turns Tai Ching technique, he had not yet compressed his spiritual energy. The reason was that he was currently facing the threat of lifespan depletion. Only by rapidly advancing his cultivation level could he secure more lifespan. His plan was to push his cultivation to the 9th stage of Qi refinement without hesitation to alleviate the lifespan crisis, then compress the spiritual energy in his dantian. Starting the compression from the 1st stage of Qi refinement would be easier due to the smaller amount of spiritual energy, but Dong Rinchi's current condition dictated that he could only choose the more difficult method. Lu Honglu still had not come to the outer sect. Although Dong Rinchi was anxious, he did not go to find Xiao Deliang again. He knew that Xiao Deliang was also anxious. Once Lu Honglu came down, he would definitely be the first to find him. Dong Rinchi was certain that the person knocking at the door was not Xiao Deliang, a conviction that was soon validated. "Senior brother Dong, are you there?" A soft feminine voice came from outside the door. It was Fang Xiaoro, whom he had not seen for days. Dong Rinchi quickly rose and opened the door. There stood Fang Xiaoro, her face etched with astonishment. "Junior sister Fang, what expression is that?" Dong Rinchi, seeing Fang Xiaoro standing rigidly at the doorway staring at him with a stunned gaze, could not help but ask in bewilderment. "Senior brother Dong, it has been over half a month since we last met. How have you lost so much weight? I almost didn't recognize you." Fang Xiaoro looked him up and down as if he were a stranger. "Is being thinner not good?" Dong Rinchi offered a gentle smile. Fang Xiaoro blurted out, "Of course it is good. Now that you've lost weight, you are countless times more handsome than before. Throughout the entire outer sect, no, the entire sect, there is none more handsome than senior brother Dong." At this she realized she had been a bit too excited. She quickly coughed and changed the subject. "Senior brother Dong, I came today to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" Dong Rinchi was very surprised. "Junior sister Fang, where are you going?" "Senior brother Dong, I am going to the inner sect." A glint of joy appeared in Fang's iris eyes. "My cultivation has reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Moreover, thanks to the top-grade spiritual nourishment pills you gave me, I was fortunate enough to acquire a top-grade spiritual root. The sect has made an exception to admit me into the inner sect." Hearing this, Dong Rinchi sighed deeply at the desperate disparity between people. When he had obtained his first top-grade spiritual root, he had consumed at least 100 ultimate-grade spiritual nourishment pills. Yet Fang Xiaoro, with merely 16 top-grade pills, perhaps she had not even used all of them, had already obtained a top-grade spiritual root. Such a gap left Dong Rinchi feeling deeply humbled. "Congratulations, junior sister Fang. Once you enter the inner sect, your status and authority will rise, and your cultivation resources will double. Your path of cultivation is sure to be smooth. Dong Renqi was genuinely happy for this kind-hearted girl. Xiao owes all of today's achievements to senior brother Dong's help. Fang Xiao bowed respectfully to him. Junior sister Fang, you need not be so polite. Dong Renqi waved his hand repeatedly and admonished. Once you enter the inner sect, the cultivation conditions will greatly improve, but at the same time the competition will be fierce. Just like the outer sect, strength reigns supreme. Junior sister must never slack off. Having spent 6 years in the inner sect, he was qualified to say such things. Fang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Senior brother Dong, rest assured. I will not be negligent in the slightest. I will cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. After a slight hesitation, she asked cautiously, Senior brother Dong, I heard from people in the outer sect that you were once an inner sect disciple. Dong Renqi did not conceal it. That's right. I was indeed an inner sect disciple before, and moreover, I am the son of the sect elder Dong Wanpa. But that is all in the past. I have now been expelled from the Dong clan, and have just risen from the servant peak to the... Fang Xiao had already heard many rumors about Dong Renqi these days, but hearing him admitted himself still... After a brief silence, she looked at him with encouraging eyes. Senior brother Dong, you are a good person. You are definitely not the waste they speak of. I believe that one day you will make everyone look at you with new eyes. Finished speaking, she took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Dong Renqi. I used only 3 top-grade spiritual nourishment pills to elevate my spiritual root to top grade. There are 13 left inside. Senior brother Dong, take them back. You have 5 spiritual roots, you need them more. She only used... Dong Renqi was shocked inside, but he did not reach for the bottle. He said softly, Junior sister Fang, do you not know the value of top-grade spiritual nourishment pills? 13 of them could procure many cultivation resources in the treasure pavilion. Of course I know their value. It is precisely because they are precious that I must return them to senior brother Dong. Fang Xiao did not hesitate in the slightest. Dong Renqi smiled faintly. What is given cannot be taken back. Rest assured, since I could give them to you, I have enough for myself. If you do not need them, you could give them to your brother. Fang Xiao shook her head. I did consider that, but after much thought I decided not to. My brother is good in every way except that he cannot keep his mouth shut. I fear that giving him the top-grade pills out of kindness would bring him trouble. A flicker of surprise passed through Dong Renqi's eyes. He now realized that Fang Xiao was not only kind-hearted, but also possessed her own resolve and principles. Junior sister Fang, you did the right thing. Dong Renqi nodded. Keep these pills for yourself. You may continue to take them or sell them to the treasure pavilion. However, if you decide to exchange them for resources at the treasure pavilion, be sure to have a plausible explanation ready to answer any questions about the pill's origin. These were a gift from senior brother Dong. How could I ever sell them? Fang Xiao replied without a second thought, her pretty face flushing with shyness as she spoke. Dong Renqi noticed the change in her expression and smiled. When do you leave for the inner sect? Tomorrow, Fang Xiao answered softly. Then both of them fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Fang Xiao's face grew even redder, and she visibly grew more nervous as she had been the first time she came here. Senior brother Dong the master still has some matters to discuss with me. I must take my leave. Fang Xiao became increasingly flustered, and finally unable to stay any longer found an excuse to say goodbye. At the doorway she turned back to look at Dong Renqi, and said in a louder voice, Senior brother Dong, I believe in you. One day you will make everyone look up to you. Dong Renqi said nothing, only wore a broad smile as he watched Fang Xiao leave the house and gradually disappear. Another 3 days passed. Dong Renqi was practicing his boxing stances on a small flat ground. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and quickly turned his gaze toward the woods. There on the forest path 2 people were walking one after the other. It was Qiu Deliang and the long-awaited Lu Honglu. Old ancestor Lu, is your fire poison all right now? Dong Renqi put away his boxing stance and hurried over. Lu Honglu did not speak. Instead, she scanned him up and down with her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Dong Renqi, not understanding why, was about to ask. Qiu Deliang, however, circled around Dong Renqi, clicking his tongue in admiration. Renqi, in just half a month you've managed to shed all that fat. Your figure and looks are not a few shades inferior to mine in my youth. Tisk, from now on many female disciples in our sect will be smitten. He then knocked several times on Dong Renqi's chest, arms, back, and other places. And it's all muscle. It is all thanks to your advice, Elder Qiu, that I was able to lose this fat so quickly. Dong Renqi repeatedly thanked Qiu Deliang. Cultivating a body refining technique really can make you lose weight. And it works this well. Qiu Deliang looked astonished. Doesn't cultivating a body refining technique make you lose weight? Dong Renqi stared wide-eyed at Qiu Deliang. Realizing his slip, Qiu Deliang coughed lightly. It can, of course it can. Otherwise, how could you have turned out like this? Cultivating the body does not always lead to weight loss. I once saw a body cultivator who was mountain-like in size, covered in fat, even larger than your heaviest. However, that layer of fat was astonishingly protective, even a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment expert might not inflict much damage. Lu Honglu spoke softly, the doubt in her eyes fading. Old man Xiao, you half-baked charlatan, you nearly got— Dong Renqi raised his voice, glaring at Xiao Deliang with displeasure. Thank goodness I chose a body-refining technique that helped me lose weight. If I had picked one that made me gain weight, I would not have let you off lightly. At that moment Dong Renqi felt both relief and after fear. Disregarding Xiao Deliang's status as an elder of the sect, he stared straight at him. Xiao Deliang was not annoyed, and just chuckled. It wasn't your good choice. There were only weight-loss body-refining techniques in the treasure pavilion, all right. Otherwise why would I have sent you there? I don't believe you for a second. Dong Renqi retorted. Lu Honglu slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Body cultivation requires tempering the physique and refining the body, which needs strong blood energy to support. Hence body cultivators either take pills that boost blood energy or consume large amounts of meat-rich. Some body cultivators become obese precisely because they ingest too much meat. Therefore obesity or thinness has nothing to do with the technique itself. This statement clearly proved that Xiao Deliang's knowledge of body cultivation was indeed half-baked. Xiao Deliang had nothing to say, laughed ruefully, and closed his mouth. Dong Renqi heaved a great sigh of relief. Since it has nothing to do with the technique, I am reassured. As long as I do not overindulge in meat, I will be fine. Lu Honglu's lips curved upward. Dong Renqi, you really are a restless one. Cultivating spiritual energy, learning alchemy, and now training the body. Even the genius disciples with single spiritual roots in the sect dare not spread themselves so thin. Do you think your 5 spiritual roots are too extraordinary? Dong Renqi gave an awkward smile. Many skills are never a burden. Lu Honglu pursed her lips. The fact that you lost all that fat so quickly proves that the body refining technique you cultivate is of high grade and consumes an enormous amount of blood energy. If you cannot replenish that blood energy in time, your body will rapidly grow emaciated and eventually become nothing but a rack of bones. What? Is that really the case? Dong Renqi exclaimed, quickly asking, Old Ancestor Lu, how can I supplement blood energy without becoming obese while ensuring I have enough? Lu Honglu's eyes sparkled. I already mentioned 2 methods: consume pills rich in blood energy, or eat meat. However, pills have their own toxicity. Taking too many will accumulate pill toxins in your body, endangering your health. Eating too much meat will make you fat. The best way to cultivate the body is to consume heavenly treasures rich in blood energy or the flesh and blood of spirit beasts. Dong Renqi fell silent. Whether it was obtaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures infused with blood energy or spirit beasts, both seemed exceedingly challenging for him at present. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures infused with blood energy are rare and hard to come by. They occasionally appear in the sect's treasure vault, but their prices are always steep, and many seek them, leaving you with slim chances. As for spirit beasts, their combat power typically exceeds that of cultivators of the same rank. Even a spirit beast at the chi refinement stage might be beyond your ability to handle. Liu Honglu's gaze was indifferent as she looked at Dong Renqi. Thus, if you wish to continue cultivating your physique, you have only 2 methods to replenish your blood energy. Either you consume a large amount of pills that will bring you pill poison, or you eat excessive amounts of ordinary wild or domestic animal meat, becoming a chubby person once more. Moreover, as your physique cultivation realm increases, the amount of blood energy required will also grow. Xiao Deliang took over the conversation. Renqi, your initial intention in cultivating your physique was to lose weight. Now that you have successfully lost weight and transformed into a handsome man, you should cease your physique cultivation. Focus on cultivating your spiritual power and on alchemy. Dong Renqi agreed on the surface, but thought to himself, with the system at my disposal, high-quality pills without pill poison, such as the strong blood pill, are easily available, so why should I worry about blood energy? However, these thoughts he could only keep to himself. Alright, let's not discuss physique cultivation any longer. Let's talk about the ice spirit pill. Xiao Deliang directed his gaze toward Dong Renqi. I've been studying it tirelessly lately, but I still have some distance to go before perfecting the pill formula. How about you? I have not failed you. Dong Renqi smiled, faintly retrieving a pre-prepared pill formula from his storage bag and handing it to Xiao Deliang. Xiao Deliang eagerly took the pill formula and quickly browsed through it. Soon a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face, followed by hearty laughter. So it turns out adjustments are needed in these areas. This is how it is. Liu Honglu's expression also turned excited. Master Qiu, can this pill formula produce the ice spirit pill now? Xiao Deliang stored the formula and nodded, saying, there should be no problem. He then slightly rose on tiptoe and gave Dong Renqi's shoulder a hearty pat. Good lad, you really have done well. After saying this, he turned and left. You all discuss the matters regarding Dong Luiyue first. I will go verify the pill formula now. Without waiting for his words to settle, he had already dashed up the forest path like the wind. Liu Honglu's face revealed an uncontainable joy. With the ice spirit pill, the problem that had troubled her for many years finally had a solution, and she was naturally overjoyed. After a slight hesitation, she looked at Dong Rinchi with a complex expression. Thank you for the ice spirit. Dong Rinchi quickly put on a fearful expression. To relieve the worries of Elder Liu is my honor. How could I possibly deserve a thank you from you, Elder? Liu Honglu was evidently very satisfied with Dong Rinchi's response. Her smile grew noticeably warmer, like a blossoming flower. Seeing this, Dong Rinchi quickly added, Elder, although I have been expelled from Bamboozle Peak in my heart, you will always be my elder. No matter how the mountains and rivers change, or how the heavens and earth shift, this will never change. Liu Honglu raised her eyelids slightly. Enough with the flattery, let's discuss the matters concerning Dong Luiyue. When I arrived, Elder Chiu had already mentioned that you have been eager for me to come specifically for your sister's matter. Dong Rinchi hurriedly shook his head with a sincere expression. It's definitely not just about my sister, there is also the matter of the ice spirit pill. Upon hearing that Elder's fire poison had acted up, I was frantic, only thinking of quickly researching the ice spirit pill formula. The reason my weight has dropped so quickly is partly due to cultivating the physique technique, but more importantly, it's because I was worried about your safety, unable to eat or sleep well. Now that I see you safe and sound, still full of vigor, the stone in my heart has finally fallen. Liu Honglu, upon hearing this, felt that there was something hidden within his words. She quickly glanced at Dong Rinchi with her beautiful eyes and suddenly realized that the now slim Dong Rinchi was indeed quite handsome and pleasing to the eye. Looking at him a few more times brought her comfort. She smiled lightly. You are quite thoughtful. Dong Rinchi felt that Liu Honglu's coldness towards him had diminished significantly. He quickly replied respectfully, to relieve the worries of Elder is my duty and honor. Liu Honglu nodded and did not speak further. Dong Rinchi knew to stop while he was ahead and immediately shifted the topic. Elder, do you have a way to rescue my sister from the Valley of Reflection? The sect's grand competition is about to begin and my sister wants to participate in the competition to enter the Ta-Ching secret realm. Liu Honglu sighed lightly. Previously, in order to transfer your sister from the cold prison to the Valley of Reflection, I used all my strength. Now to rescue your sister from the Valley of Reflection, it seems I am powerless. Elder, I would already be immensely grateful if you could get my sister out of the cold prison. How could I possibly ask for more? Dong Rinchi quickly shook his head. I do not mean to ask Elder to act again. I would like to consult Elder on what methods there are to rescue my sister from the Valley of Reflection. Liu Honglu pondered for a moment. The decision to confine your sister in the Valley of Reflection was made collectively by the sect leader and several high-ranking members. To rescue your sister, this decision must be overturned. To overturn this decision, a council of elders must be convened. With my influence and that of Master Chiu, it is impossible to convene a council of elders for the sake of your sister. Furthermore, even if a council of elders is convened, the likelihood of persuading the senior leaders to release your sister from the Valley of Reflection is also extremely low. Dong Rinchi fell silent for a moment and asked quietly, who has the authority to convene a council of elders? The sect leader or an elder at the nascent soul stage? Liu Honglu frowned. The decision to confine your sister in the Valley of Reflection was made by the sect leader and several elders. The possibility of having the sect leader convene a council of elders in the near future is virtually non-existent. At the same time, the senior figures at the nascent soul stage are mostly in seclusion, rarely seen throughout the year. The chances of having them convene a council of elders are even lower. Dong Rinchi frowned tightly. Is there really no other way? After some thought, Liu Honglu sighed. If Master Chiu's alchemy skills were to improve by 2 levels, and he became a 6th-level alchemist with his seniority, there would indeed be a chance to convene a council of elders. Even so, without other powerful figures supporting us, the chances of me and Master Chiu rescuing your sister— Dong Rinchi said nothing further, his face darkened. Seeing this, Liu Honglu gently comforted him. Do not worry too much. Aside from not being able to cultivate life in the Valley of Reflection is no different from the outside world. Your sister will not suffer there. This matter is still at the center of attention. Once things calm down a bit, Master Chiu, and I will certainly find a way to rescue your sister from the Valley of Reflection. Dong Rinchi's face showed joy as he eagerly asked, will I be able to have my sister catch up to the sect's grand competition? Liu Honglu shook her head. At least it will take 2 more years. Dong Rinchi's face fell with disappointment, his eyes dimmed immediately, and his fists clenched tightly. As his chest began to heave violently, his expression turning cold. Seeing this, Liu Honglu quickly spoke. Dong Rinchi, you must not do anything foolish. With your current strength, if you recklessly rush to the Valley of Reflection to rescue your sister, you could very well be killed by the experts guarding the valley. Dong Rinchi slightly raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. Elder, rest assured, I am not that foolish. Then what were you planning just now? Liu Honglu asked in confusion. Naturally, I was preparing to work hard. Dong Rinchi's gaze became resolute. To convene a council of elders, we need the sect leader or an elder at the nascent soul stage or a 6th-level alchemist. Compared to them, I am currently insignificant. Therefore, I have decided to work hard in my cultivation to refine pills and to elevate my standing within the sect. You just said it right. Even if a council of elders is convened, without the support of powerful figures, you and Elder Chiu would also be unable to have the sect release my sister. I have made up my mind, I will double my efforts and become that powerful figure. Liu Honglu first paused, then smiled faintly. Having such ambition is indeed commendable, but do not put too much pressure on yourself. The path of the strong requires climbing step by step. You must be steady and not aim too high. It was evident that she did not have much faith in Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi seemed to have anticipated Liu Honglu's reaction, smiling slightly, and said, Elder, do you not? Liu Honglu's beautiful eyes twinkled. Of course I believe in you. You are a third-level alchemist at such a young age, and you can even perfect the pill formula for the Ice Spirit pill. It is clear that you possess outstanding talent in alchemy, and given time you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments in the path of pills. However, you are still young. It is unrealistic to expect to become a figure who can influence the sect's decisions in a short time. Dong Renqi did not dispute this, but quietly asked, Elder, how long do you and Elder Chiu need at the very least to have a chance to convene a council of elders? Liu Honglu thought for a moment. At least 2 years. 2 years. Dong Renqi's mouth curved in a slight smile. Elder, shall we make a bet? Liu Honglu raised her eyelids slightly. What do you want to bet on? I bet that within 2 years I will become someone who can influence the sect's decisions to a certain extent. Dong Renqi's tone was filled with confidence. Liu Honglu chuckled lightly. You must understand that to become that kind of person, your cultivation must at least reach the golden core stage, or you must become a 5th-level alchemist. In 2 years, are you sure you want to bet with me? Bet. Dong Renqi replied with a single word. Liu Honglu's eyes showed surprise. After a brief pause, she said softly, in that case, Elder will accompany you for a bet. What do you say? If you lose, what will you do? If I lose, the conditions are up to Elder to propose. Dong Renqi responded without hesitation. Liu Honglu obviously had an answer ready, and immediately said, if you lose, you must return to Bamboozle Peak. It's a deal. Dong Renqi nodded, looking directly at Liu Honglu. What if Elder loses? You want to become a golden core cultivator or a 5th-level alchemist within 2 years? It's utterly impossible. How could I possibly lose? Old ancestor, nothing is absolute. What if I win? Dong Renqi chuckled, looking at Liu Honglu. Let's first confirm the bet to avoid any disputes when the results come out. Nonsense. I am a dignified golden core cultivator. Would I renege on a bet? Liu Honglu huffed lightly. If you can win, you can propose any condition you want. Old ancestor, any condition is truly acceptable. Dong Renqi asked cautiously. Liu Honglu frowned slightly. It must be something I can fulfill. You can definitely accomplish it. You absolutely can, Dong Renqi replied, repeatedly, a smile on his lips. Liu Honglu nodded. Then tell me, what condition do you want? Dong Renqi hesitated for a moment, and whispered, if I say it, old ancestor must not get angry. Speak quickly. Liu Honglu raised her brows, clearly a bit impatient. Dong Renqi cleared his throat, gathering his courage. I hope old ancestor can give me a chance to redeem myself. A chance to redeem yourself? Liu Honglu frowned, asking in confusion, could you clarify that a bit more? Dong Renqi chuckled, old ancestor, about that day near the mountain gate. Regarding the 6 breaths, I hope you can give me a chance. I assure you I won't be just 6 breaths again. Upon hearing the words 6 breaths, Liu Honglu's face immediately flushed crimson, and a powerful suffocating aura surged from her, forcing Dong Renqi to retreat repeatedly. Dong Renqi, are you seeking death? Liu Honglu's brows furrowed, her voice filled with anger, and a dense killing intent instantly locked onto Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, old ancestor, you just promised not to get angry. Liu Honglu's chest heaved violently, as she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger. Seeing this, Dong Renqi let out a sigh of relief. The reason he brought up the bet and why he mentioned that specific matter was intentional. Without Liu Honglu's help, it would be difficult to resolve the issues regarding Dong Luiyue. However, because of that incident involving 6 breaths, there had always been an invisible barrier between him and Liu Honglu. No matter how much he avoided it, the issue and barrier remained. Instead of avoiding it, it was better to confront it directly. To eliminate the barrier and ensure Liu Honglu would do her utmost to rescue his sister, Dong Renqi decided to take the risk. Fortunately, Liu Honglu's rationality prevailed, and she did not take action against Dong Renqi. Of course, Dong Renqi was also prepared to take risks. The Ice Spirit pill formula he gave to Chiu Deli was merely an ordinary recipe that could suppress Liu Honglu's fire poison, but could not cure it completely. If Liu Honglu truly wanted to turn hostile, he could throw out the perfect formula for the Ice Spirit pill to resolve the crisis. Seeing Liu Honglu's emotions stabilize with her anger gradually fading, Dong Renqi cautiously said, old ancestor, if you are worried about losing the bet, I can change my condition. Change what? It's as you said. Would I lose to you? Liu Honglu slightly raised her chin, glancing sideways at Dong Renqi. You daring thing, just wait. When you lose and return to Bamboozle Peak, let's see how I deal with you. With that, Liu Honglu soared into the air, flying toward Chiu Delion's residence. She floated in midair, the mountain wind blowing against her, her hair fluttering, and her red dress swirling, appearing ethereal like an immortal. Dong Rinchi felt joy swelling in his heart as he pondered that Lu Honglu still wanted him to return to Bamboozle Peak at this juncture, which indicated one thing: she was not yet at the point of wanting him dead, and perhaps she didn't even harbor hatred. Thinking of this, he looked up at the woman in the sky resembling a fairy, and his lips curled into a broad smile. Old ancestor, please rest assured. Since you have given me a chance to redeem myself, I will seize it well. I will turn 6 breaths into 600 breaths. No, 6,000 breaths, 10,000 breaths. At that moment, Lu Honglu's cold voice interrupted his fantasies. Dong Rinchi, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry and go to Master Chio's alchemy room to see if the ice spirit pill has been refined yet. As Dong Rinchi arrived at Chiu Delang's small courtyard, he saw Chiu Deliang walking back and forth looking anxious, while Lu Honglu sat cross-legged on a stone chair not far from him, her hands folded over her abdomen, palms facing each other, eyes tightly closed. Old Chiu. Dong Rinchi walked slowly into the courtyard. Chiu Deliang gestured for silence, and said softly, she just took an ice spirit pill, and is currently absorbing its medicinal power. Dong Rinchi nodded, directing his gaze toward Lu Honglu. He saw her brows tightly knit, her face slightly flushed, appearing somewhat pained. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Lu Honglu's brows relaxed, the redness on her face gradually fading, and she opened her eyes. How is it? Is there any effect? Chiu Deliang hurriedly approached, asking anxiously. Lu Honglu stood up joyfully, stating it works. It can suppress the fire poison. Thank you, Master Chiu. Chiu Deliang sighed in relief. You should thank Rinchi instead. If it weren't for his recipe, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to refine the ice spirit pill. Lu Honglu turned her gaze toward Dong Rinchi, her lips curling slightly. Dong Rinchi quickly said, Old ancestor, don't thank me. This is what I ought to do. Being able to relieve your worries is my fortune in 3 lifetimes. Moreover, I merely assisted. If it weren't for old Chiu having already developed the preliminary form of the ice spirit pill, how could I have written out the recipe? Modesty is rare. Chiu Deliang gave Dong Rinchi a thumbs up. Having such a mindset at your age is rare in our sect. You have a promising future. Master Chiu, you must not exalt him too highly, and be careful that if he gets too proud, he won't even know how much he weighs. Lu Honglu interjected, rolling her eyes at Dong Rinchi. Chiu Deliang frowned. You young people should be encouraged for their achievements, not suppressed. With your attitude, it's no wonder you can't keep him at Bamboozle Peak. Saying this, a smile returned to his face. It's fortunate you all at Bamboozle Peak let him go, otherwise how would I— Master Chiu, can't you say something else? Always bringing that up, Lu Honglu pouted, looking displeased at Chiu. At this moment before Chiu Deliang, Lu Honglu had completely shed the demeanor of a golden core expert, appearing almost like a little girl. You girl, I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just speaking the truth. Chiu Deliang replied softly. You still say? Lu Honglu huffed lightly. Master Chiu, if you don't apologize to me, I won't talk to you again. Chiu Deliang scratched his head. Honglu, how old are you now? Already a golden core expert, yet you still act like a little girl when you get upset. Will you apologize or not? Lu Honglu glared at him with her beautiful eyes staring intently at Chiu Deliang. Chiu Deliang sighed helplessly. All right, I was wrong, I apologize. That's more like it. Lu Honglu smiled, her face full of pride. Seeing Lu Honglu's demeanor, Dong Rinchi wondered in his heart, is the current Lu Honglu genuinely revealing her true self? If so, this dish seems to be quite to my taste. Honglu, is there any possibility that the ice spirit pill can completely expel the fire poison from your body? Chiu Deliang asked softly. Lu Honglu shook her head. The medicinal power is still lacking to it, can only barely suppress it, and cannot completely expel the fire poison. Chiu Deliang frowned. If that's the case, you cannot continue cultivating the 1000 serpent fire technique. Lu Honglu responded without hesitation. This fire attribute technique was painstakingly found by my master, and is a gift she gave me before passing. I will not give up on cultivating it. You girl, why are you so stubborn? Chiu Deliang sighed deeply. I know you have deep feelings for your senior sister, and care for her. However, although the 1000 serpent fire technique is an imperial level technique, it is incomplete. If you continue to cultivate it, the fire poison will only grow stronger, and if even the ice spirit pill cannot suppress it, it will be dangerous. Imperial level technique. Dong Rinchi was secretly astonished. An imperial level technique was already the pinnacle of skills in Tai Ching sect. Lu Honglu unexpectedly cultivated such a technique. It is slightly regrettable that it is a flawed imperial level technique, and cultivating it would cause her body to suffer from fire poison. However, if he could obtain the 1000 serpent fire technique, the fire poison issue could be easily resolved. He could use potential points to perfect and upgrade the technique, thus eliminating the fire poison issue. Of course, he was only thinking about it. If others knew he could perfect an imperial level technique, his secrets would definitely be exposed. Master, you don't need to worry. I will control it well, and won't let the fire poison grow stronger. Lu Honglu solemnly assured. Control? How will you control it? Chiu Deliang snorted coldly. When you first started cultivating, you said the same thing to me. But what was the result? You only came to me for help when the fire poison became uncontrollable. You stubborn girl, your temper is just like your master's. If it weren't for this stubbornness, how would you have suffered such a huge loss at Li Muyun's hands? Upon hearing the name Li Muyun, Lu Hongla's face suddenly turned cold, and she said coldly, "Master, I do not want to hear the name Li Muyun. If you mention him again, I will really ignore you from now on." Xiao Deliang realized he had misspoken and hurriedly smiled, gently fanning his mouth with his hand repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry, master. How could I bring up that ungrateful little beast? Girl, please don't be angry. I promise I will never mention his name again." Seeing Lu Honglu's reaction, Dong Renqi immediately guessed that this Li Muyun must have done something to harm Lu Honglu, and it was not a minor injury. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. After he and Lu Honglu practiced together, the system rewarded him with 60 potential points and a year of lifespan. However, because Lu Honglu was not a pure maiden, he directly lost half of it. The one who caused Lu Honglu to lose her purity must be Li Muyun. Dong Renqi angrily scolded inwardly, "Li Muyun, you truly are a beast. I only have 0.1 years of lifespan left, and after adding a year you caused me to lose half of it. This debt I will remember. When I encounter you in the future, I will definitely not spare you." Dong Renqi had arbitrarily recorded a grievance against Li Muyun, the ostensible reason being that Li Muyun had cost him half a year of lifespan and 30 potential points. Yet the deeper cause ran far more personal. Lu Honglu was his first dual cultivation partner after his transmigration, but Li Muyun had defiled her, leaving Dong Renqi deeply unsettled and seething with resentment. "Honglu, since the ice spirit pills have proven effective, I shall return to the alchemy chamber immediately." Xiao Deliang, noticing Lu Honglu's face still clouded with frost, seized the excuse and vanished in a flash toward the pill refining chamber. As he departed, he tossed a parting remark to Dong Renqi. "Renqi, please attend to Elder Ancestor Lu on my behalf." With that, he flickered away, gone in an instant. "Old Master Qiao, you, a venerable elder of our sect, have no shame at all, to provoke trouble and then flee. How dare you?" Dong Renqi seethed inwardly. After a moment's hesitation, he plastered a broad smile across his face and addressed Lu Honglu. "Elder Ancestor, truth be told, Elder Qiao is quite right. Though the Thousand Serpent Flame art is an emperor tier technique, it carries severe backlash upon its practitioner. For now, I urge you to suspend cultivation entirely, especially until you obtain its complete version. Combat prowess is vital, yes, but your own safety remains paramount." Lu Honglu gazed silently at Dong Renqi, saying nothing. Dong Renqi's heart leapt with alarm. He feared she might vent her wrath upon him. Instantly the notion of slipping away crept into his mind. "The Thousand Serpent Flame art was unearthed by my master from the desolate wastes. To acquire its complete version, one must enter those wastes themselves. Yet the desolate wastes drift within the void, appearing without pattern or warning. To obtain the full art, a near impossible feat. Elder Ancestor, if your insistence on cultivating this art stems solely from loyalty to your master's expectations, or from sorrowful remembrance of her, I must respectfully suggest such devotion warrants profound reconsideration." Seeing no shift in Lu Honglu's expression, Dong Renqi pressed on. "Were your master still alive, she would never wish to see you endanger your life for this art." Lu Honglu let out a soft sigh. "My resolve to cultivate the Thousand Serpent Flame art runs deeper than the reasons you've cited." She paused, then cast a faint detached glance at Dong Renqi, before turning and walking slowly toward. Dong Renqi watched her slender silhouette recede, and unexpectedly he sensed in that quiet, backlit figure an aching loneliness, a crushing remorse, and a trembling helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, he called out, voice rising, "Elder Ancestor, may I know the true reason?" Lu Honglu halted, but did not turn. Her voice light as falling ash drifted back. "Excessive curiosity before one possesses sufficient strength invites death." Without pause, Dong Renqi replied, "My curiosity is modest, yet when it concerns you, Elder Ancestor, I fear no calamity." Lu Honglu remained silent for 2 breaths, then murmured, "Walk with me." Overjoyed, Dong Renqi hurried forward, stepping just half a pace behind her, never daring to walk abreast. They left the courtyard and walked wordlessly toward the small river behind the mountain. Lu Honglu spoke no more. Dong Renqi dared not break the hush. In silence they reached the riverbank. Lu Honglu sat upon the grassy shore, drew her knees to her chest, and rested her chin upon them, her gaze fixed unblinking upon the flowing water. Dong Renqi stood behind her, silent and still. After a long while, Lu Honglu spoke, voice low and distant, "What I tell you today, if you breathe a single word of it to another, I will show you no mercy. Elder Ancestor, rest assured, I shall seal these words within my belly, never to surface again." Dong Renqi pledged fervently. Lu Honglu fell silent once more, then began, voice quiet as mist, "I was an orphan. My master took me and taught me cultivation, raised me to adulthood. In those days I knew no sorrow, until Li Muyun appeared." Dong Renqi's suspicion had been correct. Li Muyun had indeed defiled Lu Honglu and wounded her soul. Li Muyun deliberately approached her, weaving schemes to win her heart, not for love, but to gain access. Why? Because Li Muyun was in truth the son of his master's greatest enemy. Having deceived both master and disciple into trust, Li Muyun laid a trap, gravely wounding Lu Honglu's master, who succumbed within half a year. Consumed by remorse, Lu Honglu devoted herself utterly to cultivation, her sole purpose vengeance for her master. Yet Li Muyun's realm surpassed hers. In repeated confrontations, she fled each time, narrowly escaping death on more than one occasion. To slay Li Muyun and avenge her master, Lu Honglu risked cultivating the Thousand Serpent Flame Art, a forbidden emperor tier technique that uniquely countered his cultivation. Li Muyun possessed a water attribute spiritual root. His techniques were overwhelmingly aquatic in nature. Li Muyun, you disgrace your own bloodline. Vengeance is one thing, but to manipulate a woman so cruelly, you are less than beast. Hearing this, Dong Rinchi cursed inwardly. It is my fault. If only I had not existed, my master would never have perished. Had I not sworn to kill Li Muyun for my master's sake, what right would I have to remain alive? Her chin still rested upon her knees, her eyes burned red, tears shimmering, trembling on the edge of fall. Dong Rinchi spoke gently. Elder ancestor, what's done is done. Do not torment yourself further. Silence. I require only your ears, not your words. Lu Honglu cut him off coldly. She had spoken so much today not to seek counsel, but because her heart, long burdened with unspeakable grief, had finally found a vessel for release. Understanding her state, Dong Rinchi snapped his mouth shut and listened, still attentive. I hate myself. How could I have trusted that monster? I was blind, utterly blind. She continued, lost in anguish, until at last tears spilled over, and she wept, shoulders trembling softly. A golden core elder ancestor, weeping like a broken girl. Were any witness to see it, their jaws would drop in disbelief. Watching her slender frame shudder with sobs, Dong Rinchi felt boundless tenderness rise within him. Strip away her golden core cultivation. She was in that moment simply a sorrow-stricken young woman drowning in regret. More than once he nearly stepped forward, to gather her into his arms, to offer warmth, to lend her the strength of, yet he held himself in check, knowing full well that such a gesture would likely earn him a brutal takedown, followed by being stomped into the ground like a rag, and tossed headfirst into the river. A full quarter-hour passed before Lu Honglu's sobs finally stilled. She swiftly wiped her tears, rose, smoothed her crimson robe, and turned, her gaze slanting coolly at Dong Rinchi. In that instant, she was once more the aloof, peerless golden core elder ancestor. Dong Rinchi, if even a whisper of today escapes your lips, you will bitterly regret ever having drawn breath. With those icy words, she prepared to depart. Elder ancestor, I may have found a way to completely eradicate the fire toxin of the Thousand Serpent Flame Art. Dong Rinchi suddenly spoke. Truly. A spark of astonished delight lit Lu Honglu's face. Tell me, what is your method? I believe the Ice Spirit Pill formula can be refined further, enhancing its potency sufficiently to purge the fire toxin from your body entirely. Dong Rinchi spoke slowly. That Lu Honglu had entrusted him with such vulnerability revealed something significant. He held a place, however small, in her heart. Though that place might not yet be deep, it was real, founded on trust. And for that reason alone, Dong Rinchi resolved to aid her. Wonderful. Her joy deepened. How certain are you of improving the formula? I dare not claim absolute certainty, but I am 80% confident. Dong Rinchi smiled. Elder ancestor, if you vow not to cultivate the Thousand Serpent Flame Art for 6 months, I swear to devote every waking hour to refining the Ice Spirit Pill, and deliver the perfected version within that time. You presume to make demands of me. Lu Honglu frowned. Dong Rinchi shook his head. Not demands. Though your master has passed, others still cherish you deeply. Elder Chiu for one. He paused, then added quietly, and I too. Brat, you mistake your ability to refine Ice Spirit Pills for license to test my limits, again and again. Having witnessed her fragility moments earlier, Dong Rinchi no longer flinched at her threats. His voice lowered, steady and sincere. Elder ancestor, I harbor no intention to test you. This is pure, unvarnished truth. I hold no ulterior motive, only the earnest wish that you safeguard your own well-being. And should you choose to disregard my plea and resume cultivation regardless, I shall labor day and night over the Ice Spirit Pill formula, striving to perfect it as swiftly as possible, so you may be freed from the Fertoxin's scourge without delay. Lu Honglu regarded him in silence, her gaze inscrutable. Dong Rinchi met it unflinchingly, his eyes unwavering, brimming with sincerity. After a long pause, she whispered, You have shown great thoughtfulness. A radiant smile bloomed across Dong Rinchi's face. To ease your burdens, even for a moment, is a fortune I could not have earned in 8 lifetimes. Smooth-tongued flatterer. Lu Honglu scoffed, yet though her voice held chill, the faintest trace of a smile curved her lips. Dong Rinchi, attuned to her every nuance, caught that subtle upturn instantly, and hastened to say, Elder ancestor, these are no empty words. They spring from the very core of my being. Master Chiu's earlier assessment of you was grievously flawed. With that face, and that tongue, The sect's female disciples won't merely swoon, they'll suffer catastrophe. Dong Rinchi blinked, about to reply, when Lu Honglu shot him a look of cool disdain. That charm may suffice for young maidens. But against an elder ancestor who has weathered countless autumns, it holds no power whatsoever, only invites self-inflicted ruin. Brat, focus your energy on cultivation and alchemy. Spare your cleverness for matters that truly matter. Ancestor, in my heart, you are not old at all. You are more youthful and beautiful than any woman in the sect. The first time I laid eyes on you, I wondered how such a stunning woman could exist in this world. Dong Rinchi leaned slightly closer to Lu Honglu, having now fully thrown caution to the wind, completely unleashing his true self. That very same line you just spoke was once uttered by Li Myun. Lu Honglu's expression suddenly turned icy. Sensing danger, Dong Rinchi's heart jolted, and he quickly forced a smile, shifting the topic. Ancestor, I guarantee that within half a year, I will successfully refine the improved ice spirit pill. The chill on Lu Honglu's face slightly faded as she gave a faint nod. Ancestor, there is a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Dong Rinchi spoke in a low voice. Speak. Lu Honglu's voice was indifferent. Dong Rinchi lifted his eyelids slightly. Could Ancestor find a way to let me visit my elder sister in the Valley of Reflection? Lu Honglu mused for a moment. I can try, but this matter might take some time. You will have to wait. Thank you, Overjoyed, Dong Rinchi quickly cupped his hands in gratitude. Lu Honglu shook her head. You need not thank me. You helped me refine the ice spirit pill, and are now improving its formula. It is only right that I help you. With that, she soared into the air, flying toward the main peak of Taiching's sect. Ancestor, please do not forget the 2-year bet between us. As Lu Honglu flew about 10 zhang away, Dong Rinchi shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Honglu halted midair, then turned back, her gaze piercing like a blade at Dong Rinchi. However, Dong Rinchi wore a brilliant smile devoid of any fear. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Honglu let out a cold snort, and suddenly accelerated, vanishing beyond the horizon within a few breaths. Where there is sincerity, even metal and stone yield. With a good hoe, no wall cannot be toppled. Dong Rinchi watched Lu Honglu disappear into the distance, his lips curling upward. For a woman of such high status and authority, perpetually cold-faced, yet strikingly beautiful, men always harbor a fierce desire to conquer. Dong Rinchi was no exception. He then returned to Qiu Deliang's small courtyard and strode straight into the alchemy room. Has Honglu left? Qiu Deliang, seeing Dong Rinchi enter, immediately dropped his work and asked urgently. She's gone. Dong Rinchi replied with a cold expression. Qiu Deliang pretended not to notice his frosty demeanor. When she left, was she still angry? So you knew she was angry? Dong Rinchi said irritably. You provoked her, and then slipped away, leaving me to deal with the fallout. Now you have the nerve to ask me. Qiu Deliang put on an apologetic smile. Rinchi, I was just eager to refine the ice spirit pill. I swear it will never happen again. You think there will be a next time? Dong Rinchi rolled his eyes, then handed a porcelain bottle to Qiu Deliang. Qiu Deliang took the bottle, opened it, and his face lit up with joy. So many top-grade spirit replenishment. Apart from your share and the 7 pills in the storage pouch, there are 20 left. Take some time and exchange them for 1,000 sets of spirit replenishment pill herbs. The sooner the better. Dong Rinchi spoke softly. Just how many batches of top-grade spirit replenishment pills did you refine? Qiu Deliang asked, full of curiosity. That's none of your concern. I haven't shorted you a single pill. Dong Rinchi's tone still carried displeasure. How is it none of my concern? Qiu Deliang kept a smile on his face. Rinchi, don't misunderstand. I have no designs on your top-grade pills. I only wanted to remind you that while top-grade spirit replenishment pills are of high quality, they still leave behind pill toxins. You must not take them recklessly in your eagerness to improve your spiritual root quality. Once too much pill toxin accumulates in your body, it will bring great trouble. Dong Rinchi's expression softened slightly, and he said in a low voice, Qiu, rest assured, I will be careful about controlling my pill intake. There is one thing I ask of you, please cover for me. The top-grade pills I refine are not only for my own use, I will also exchange them at the Treasure Pavilion for cultivation resources. If I exchange too many pills, it will inevitably attract the sect's attention and suspicion. I ask that you take credit for this and claim that you gave me these pills. Being able to refine top-grade spirit replenishment pills with high probability is a feat that would make you famous in the sect. Why do you wish to conceal it? Qiu Deliang asked, puzzled. The time is not yet right. I need to focus on cultivation and alchemy without disturbance. Dong Rinchi replied softly. Approval flickered in Qiu Deliang's eyes. To possess such a state of mind at under 20 is truly admirable. Qiu, please stop flattering me. Dong Rinchi gave a slight smile and changed the subject. Regarding the ice spirit pill, I believe it can still be improved. If perfected, it stands a great chance of purging the fire poison from Ancestor Liu's body. It can be further refined. Delight spread across Qiu Deliang's face. Does Honglu know about this? I have already informed Ancestor Liu. Dong Rinchi nodded. I promised Ancestor Liu that I would refine an improved ice spirit pill within half a year. At the same time, I asked her not to practice the 1,000 serpent fire art during these 6 months. I don't know if she will heed my advice. Xiao Deliang shook his head and sighed softly. That girl is stubborn, it's hard to say. Pausing, he looked at Dong Rinchi with hope. Do you truly believe you can refine the improved pill in half a year? At least a 60% chance. Dong Rinchi deliberately lowered the success rate to avoid discouraging Xiao Deliang, who couldn't even produce a standardized spirit pill recipe. 60%. That high. Xiao Deliang was taken aback, then a joyful expression spread across his face. He scratched his head. Many in the sect consider me talented in alchemy, but compared to you, I am 100,000 miles behind. Rubbing his hands together, he added, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. They'll come at your beck and call. Dong Rinchi shook his head decisively. Xiao, what I need you to do now is to quickly exchange the herbs for the spirit replenishment pills. I will handle the ice spirit pill on my own. You refuse me without even a moment's thought. Xiao Deliang's eyes were full of reproach. I am after all a 4th-grade alchemist, I can be of some help. Dong Rinchi smiled lightly. Xiao, improving a formula requires deep contemplation. I need an independent, quiet space. In this matter, you truly cannot be of much help. Very well. Xiao Deliang let out a soft sigh. Originally, I wanted you to assist me, but now you find even my assistance lacking. Life is always so unpredictable and full of ups and downs. Xiao, there is something I wonder if I should mention. Dong Rinchi lifted his eyelids slightly. Xiao Deliang waved his hand grandly. Given our bond, now what is there to hesitate about? Speak your mind. Dong Rinchi cleared his throat softly. Xiao, about using outer disciples as test subjects for your pills, I feel you should stop that practice. It goes against the will of heaven. Xiao Deliang's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he said quietly, I don't want to either, but without trial subjects, how can I develop new pills? Take the ice spirit pill, for example. Without continuous human trials, it could never have been created. Dong Rinchi nodded. Trials are indeed necessary, but they need not involve humans. Xiao Deliang blinked. You mean using spirit beasts? Dong Rinchi smiled. Xiao is wise. You guessed it in one. Spirit beasts can indeed be used for trials. Xiao Deliang frowned slightly. However, there is still a considerable gap between beasts and humans. The results may not be accurate. Dong Rinchi's smile did not fade. I'm sure Xiao has heard of the little spirit monkey. Its body structure is similar to that of humans, making it the ideal test subject. Moreover, as spirit beasts, they possess stronger physiques than human cultivators and are better suited for trials than outer disciples. Xiao Deliang nodded. Little spirit monkeys are indeed better suited than outer disciples, but these beasts are naturally alert and extremely skilled at concealing their tracks and aura. If one doesn't know their specific habitat, finding them is extremely difficult. Close at hand, yet far away. Xiao overlooks what is right under his nose. Have you forgotten a certain place? Dong Rinchi's lips curved upward. Xiao Deliang pondered for a moment, then said with delight, You mean the Taiching's secret realm? Dong Rinchi nodded without speaking. Xiao Deliang shook his head repeatedly. Your suggestion is completely unworkable. To enter the Taiching's secret realm, one's cultivation must be below the foundation establishment stage. I cannot enter the secret realm. You cannot enter, but I can. Dong Rinchi replied with a chuckle. You? Xiao Deliang continued shaking his head. Only the top 100 disciples from the sect's grand competition can enter the Taiching's secret realm. To participate in the competition, one's cultivation must be between the 6th and 9th tiers of qi refining. You don't even meet the entry requirements. I may not qualify now, but there are still about 9 months until the competition. In 9 months, I will surely be. Dong Rinchi was brimming with confidence. It is good for a young man to have confidence. Xiao Deliang sighed softly. But you are currently only at the 3rd tier of qi refining. To advance to the 6th tier in 9 months is difficult. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. Where there's a will, there's a way. How will I know if I don't try? Seeing the confidence in Dong Rinchi's eyes, Xiao Deliang's eyes lit up. Has your cultivation level increased again? With that, he reached out to grab Dong Rinchi's wrist to probe his cultivation. Among cultivators, to discern someone's cultivation level, one must judge from the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them. Of course, this requires one's own cultivation to be higher than the others. If the other person does not mobilize any spiritual energy, the only way is to channel one's own spiritual energy into their body to probe. Dong Rinchi dodged just in time and laughed. Xiao, if you want to see my cultivation, wait until 9 months later, and I will show you myself. For now, just be prepared when registration opens. Put my name forward for the sect's grand competition. In the Taiching sect's grand competition, disciples from the 6th to the 9th tier of qi refining may participate, but outer disciples also require a recommendation from someone of sufficient standing. Xiao Deliang, with his seniority and status, carried enough weight. Dong Rinchi suddenly brought up the matter of the little spirit monkey solely to take part in the sect competition. Given the current circumstances, Dong Liyu's chances of making it into the competition were exceedingly slim. Therefore Dong Rinchi immediately adjusted his plan. He would enter the sect competition himself, use the chance to enter the Taiching secret realm on behalf of Dong Liuyue, and seize a wind thundercat for her. Rinchi, even if you raise your cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement within 9 months, making it into the top 100 of the sect competition will still be extremely difficult. Xiao Deliang counseled softly, your talent for pill refining is so extraordinary, devoting more time to alchemy will surely bring you remarkable achievements. Why waste so much time on cultivation? Elder Qiu, the Taiching secret realm is our sect's holy ground, and opens only once in 20 years. Since I have the opportunity, of course I wish to see it. Dong Rinchi showed a resolute expression. If I enter the Taiching secret realm, I will spare no effort to bring you a little spirit monkey. Seeing Dong Rinchi so determined, Xiao Deliang ceased his objections. Very well, I will recommend you. But whether you qualify for the sect competition and whether you can break into the top 100 depends entirely on your own ability. I cannot help you with that. After leaving Xiao Deliang's small courtyard, Dong Rinchi walked straight back to his residence, his mood heavy the entire way. His concern, of course, was his sister Dong Liuyue. According to Lu Honglu, he could not rescue Dong Liuyue from Sigua Valley in the short term. Moreover, even if Lu Honglu and Xiao Deliang could convene the Elders' Council 2 years from now, there was little guarantee they could persuade the sect to release Dong Liuyue from Sigua Valley. Thus Dong Rinchi could not pin all his hopes on Lu Honglu and Xiao Deliang. He had to hurry to raise his standing and influence within the Taiching sect. To achieve that, he had 2 paths: quickly advance his cultivation to the golden core stage, or raise his alchemist rank to level 5. A golden core cultivator or a 5th level alchemist would carry a measure of authority within the Taiching sect. Reaching the golden core within 2 years would be difficult, though if he could raise his spiritual root quality early to a supreme 5-root constitution, it might not be impossible. As for advancing his alchemy to level 5 within 2 years, he was confident. Given sufficient potential points, he could become a 5th level pillmaster. Upgrading from a 3rd level alchemist to 4th level required 240 potential points. Going from 4th to 5th would demand an even greater sum. Relying only on the 5 or 10 potential points earned from each dual cultivation session would leave Dong Rinchi exhausted. Besides, he would need potential points for other matters over the next 2 years, which increased the difficulty. Moreover, even if he worked like an old ox unafraid of hardship day and night, there simply might not be enough opportunities for him to cultivate. Fortunately, once he successfully completed foundation establishment, he could activate the Hundun Tunshin Ju Chaos Devouring technique, using devouring to increase potential points. Therefore, his immediate task was to speed up his cultivation and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Xiao Deliang acted quickly, and the next day sent 1,000 portions of spirit herbs for refining superior spirit replenishing pills. With ample herbs, Dong Rinchi wasted no time. Whenever not cultivating, he bent himself to pill refining. Most of the supreme spirit replenishing pills he refined, he consumed himself, a small portion, he said. He also remembered to set aside some superior spirit replenishing pills to give to Xiao Deliang, both to exchange with the sect for spirit herbs and to serve as Qiu's commission. Another portion he took to the treasure pavilion to exchange for supplies. After 10 days, Dong Rinchi finally succeeded in raising all 5 spirit roots to the upper grade, achieving an unprecedented supreme 5-root constitution. His cultivation speed leapt forward once more. The outer sect's ambient spiritual energy could no longer keep pace with his training. Thankfully, he had refined a plentiful supply of supreme Ichi pills, providing a steady stream of medicine. His cultivation advanced rapidly and steadily, and the 7th level of Qi refinement was now within reach. He estimated that within 10 days or so, he might break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such a rate of progress was astonishing, far beyond what the inner sect's geniuses, even core disciples, could hope to match. He did not become arrogant. He continued to swallow the supreme spirit replenishing pills to further enhance his spirit root quality. However, once all 5 roots reached the upper grade, the pill's effect clearly weakened. Despite consuming great quantities of supreme pills, the 5 roots seemed to show no further change. Dong Rinchi had anticipated this to some extent. Supreme spirit roots of this caliber appeared only once in a century. They were not so easily attained. Among the Taiching sect's core disciples, only 3 possessed supreme spirit roots, and each of them was a peerless prodigy. Their names resounded not just within Taiching, but across the entire realm. They were Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng, the top 3 among Taiching disciples. Dong Rinchi remained unhurried. He followed his regimen each day: cultivate refined pills and take pills. With enough supreme spirit replenishing pills and no worry of pill toxin, he believed that even by piling up medicines, he could force his spirit roots to the supreme level. Time passes without notice, and 2 months slipped by in an instant. Shortly after ingesting a supreme pill, Dong Rinchi suddenly opened his eyes with a crazed joy upon his face. Over those 2 months, he had swallowed no fewer than 2,000 supreme spirit replenishing pills, finally forcing his metal spirit root to the supreme grade. More than 2,000 pills, an astonishing number. Even middle-grade spirit replenishing pills in that quantity would make one's scalp tingle. In the last half-month, he had even doubted whether the supreme pills could further improve his spirit roots to the supreme. He had almost given up, unwilling to waste more time refining pills. Fortunately, he granted himself one more chance and resolved to persist. After persisting for another half-month, he finally reaped the first supreme spirit root. The moment the supreme spirit root emerged, he was stunned to find the ambient metallic attributed spiritual energy spontaneously gathering from all directions and forcibly pouring into his body. So this is a supreme spirit root. Dong Rinchi's face lit with delight. He then opened the system panel. Host Dong Rinchi. Gender male. Cultivation aptitude upper grade. Cultivation 7th level of Qi refinement. Alchemy rank 4th level. Lifespan 13 years. Hundun Tunshin Ju Chaos Devouring Technique Inactive Activation Condition Foundation Establishment. Potential points 0. Indeed, only after obtaining a supreme spirit root did the system classify my aptitude as upper grade, Dong Rinchi murmured. The metal spirit root's elevation to the supreme grade invigorated him, his enthusiasm soared, and he threw himself once again into cultivation and pill refining with feverish energy. 10 days later, Dong Rinchi was practicing standing meditation and striking forms on a small flat plane when he sensed someone approaching and glanced up. From afar, a red gown drifted closer and alighted on the plane. Lu Honglu. Venerable ancestor. Dong Rinchi hurriedly seized his forms and offered a surprised salute. He had been waiting anxiously for news from Lu Honglu these days, and now at last it had arrived. Lu Honglu cast him a faint glance. You're still practicing a body cultivation technique. Just idle practice. Walking the stance a few times when bored. Dong Rinchi asked with hopeful eyes. Venerable ancestor, may I go see my sister now? Lu Honglu nodded. We can go to Sigua Valley now, but before we do, I must disguise you so no one recognizes. She trailed off, giving him a once-over, then changed her mind. Never mind. Compared to before, you are like a different person. Unless someone knows you intimately, they won't recognize you. Hurry, let us go to Sigua Valley. The two left the outer sect at a brisk pace and made for the main peak of the Taiching sect. Sigua Valley lay at the center of Taiching's 6 principal peaks, encircled on all sides. The entire valley was shrouded in dense white mist. Year-round clouds and fog obscured any view within. A spirit beast that has condensed a demonic pill guards the valley. Its strength far exceeds that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. The person I arranged can only hold that beast for a quarter of an hour. When the time is up, you must immediately exit. If the beast discovers you, not only will your life be in grave danger, but Lu Honglu and the expert I hired to guard Sigua Valley will suffer severe repercussions. Lu Honglu stood at the valley mouth and warned gravely. Do not worry, venerable ancestor, I will be out within a quarter of an hour. Dong Rinchi pledged repeatedly. He could feel how much effort and risk Lu Honglu had undertaken to arrange this meeting between him and Dong Luiyue. A moment later, a white-bearded elder walked out from Sigua Valley. The old man nodded to Lu Honglu, then fixed his gaze on Dong Rinchi. Is this the one? Yes, thank you. Lu Honglu answered softly. You only have a quarter of an hour. The elder shot Dong Rinchi a cold look, then turned and slowly walked back toward the valley. Venerable ancestor, I will go in first. Dong Rinchi saluted Lu Honglu and hurried to follow the white-bearded elder. Within the valley, the white mist billowed, reducing visibility to only a few paces. The moment he entered, Dong Rinchi sensed the valley had been completely stripped of any trace of ambient spiritual energy. Senior. Dong Rinchi attempted to ask after his sister, but the elder cut him off with a cold voice the moment he opened his mouth. Shut your mouth. After walking about 4 or 5 li, the elder halted and pointed to a stone cave beneath a cliff. The person you wish to see is inside. I will now lift the cave ceiling. You have 1/4 of an hour. He fixed Dong Rinchi with a sharp gaze. If not for a great favor I once received from Lu Honglu, I would never have allowed you into the valley. By letting you in today, I take a considerable risk. If you do not come out within a quarter of an hour, I will restore the seal and imprison you within the cave as well. Dong Rinchi understood the white-bearded elder was not joking. He was simply repaying Lu Honglu's debt of gratitude. It had nothing at all to do with him. If I fail to emerge from the stone cave at the appointed time, I will surely be sealed within. Do not worry, senior. You'll leave early, he promised. Dong Rinchi bowed to the elder. Thank you, senior. The white-bearded elder nodded slightly, turned toward the cave mouth, and began to trace seals with both hands. Soon a faint ripple of power shimmered at the cave's entrance. The cave's restriction has been temporarily lifted. Enter quickly, the elder intoned in a deep voice. Dong Rinchi did not hesitate. He lifted his foot and strode into the stone cave. Light inside was dim and the mouth narrow, but the passage grew steadily more spacious as he pressed inward. After walking roughly 6 zhang, the light ahead brightened, abruptly revealing before him a stone chamber about 10 zhang square. Stone table, stone stools, stone bed, stone cabinet. Every piece of furniture in the chamber had been carved. The chamber's height soared nearly 3 zhang. At the apex, a hole the size of a watermelon let a clear beam of light pour down. At that moment, in a corner of the chamber, a frail figure sat on the floor, endlessly etching patterns into the stone wall with a small knife. She was of course Dong Luiyue. Yet now she bore none of her usual ethereal grace, her hair unkempt and hanging loose over her shoulders, and the white dress soiled into a dingy gray. Sister. The instant Dong Rinchi saw Dong Luiyue's sourness pricked at his nose, and tears welled, moistening his eyelids. Hearing the voice, Dong Luiyue trembled. For a moment, she thought she had imagined it, then paused slightly before resuming her carving. Sister, it's me. Dong Rinchi forced back his tears and called again. Dong Luiyue snapped her head around. The moment she saw him, she sprang to her feet, eyes wide with shock, disbelief, and joy. Rinchi. Confirming it was him, Dong Luiyue flung aside the small knife and rushed toward him. Dong Rinchi moved faster and reached her before she could spring fully. Rinchi, why have you grown so thin? Dong Luiyue seized his hand and scanned him anxiously from head to toe. Rinchi, what happened? Why have you suddenly wasted away so much? Dong Rinchi stood dazed, watching his sister's face, his throat tightening once more. In just a few months apart, Dong Luiyue's cheeks had paled to an unhealthy yellow, her face had thinned to the size of a palm, and the once bright eyes had lost their sparkle, dim and listless. Sister, I succeeded at losing weight, Dong Rinchi said with a strained attempt at levity as he gripped Dong Luiyue's frail hand, guilt swelling in his chest. It's my fault. If not for me, you would never have been locked up here. Rinchi, don't talk nonsense. How could it be your fault? Dong Luiyue began, then suddenly remembered and grew alarmed. How did you come here? Were you imprisoned as well? Sister, do not fear. I was not imprisoned. Dong Rinchi reached out and gently tucked the loose black hair from Dong Luiyue's brow. Sister, I have little time. I can stay only a quarter of an hour. As for why I have appeared here, I will not explain. Just know that I am well, don't worry. Dong Luiyue exhaled a long breath and smiled. Rinchi, I told you once, if you slimmed down you'd be a handsome man. Indeed, across the entire Taiching sect one would be hard-pressed to find a man as comely as you. Sister, at a time like this you still jest, Dong Rinchi interrupted. I cannot yet free you from here, Dong Rinchi said. But rest assured, I am devising a plan. I will not let you remain in Sigua Valley forever. Rinchi, these days my greatest worry has been you. Now that you are safe, I am comforted. I am fine here, do not trouble yourself. Take care of yourself instead. Smiling, Dong Luiyue led him to the stone wall. Look, how do you think my carvings are? Dong Rinchi turned his gaze. The wall was filled with images, a man and a woman, plump and thin, clearly representing Dong Rinchi and Dong Luiyue. The etchings covered an entire wall, hand in hand, embracing, chasing, and teasing, carved over months as Dong Luiyue filled the stone with memories. I asked you, why are you dazing? How do you like what I carved? Dong Luiyue patted his arm. As Dong Rinchi looked at the panel after panel, a scene formed in his mind. In this cold stone chamber, the frail Dong Luiyue crouched beneath the wall, carving relentlessly, alone, day after day, without hope. Tears blurred his sight. Choking, he said, Sister, your carvings are beautiful. These are the most lovely stone reliefs I have ever seen. What are you doing? A grown man crying in front of his sister. Dong Luiyue said, feigning lightness as she observed his reaction. Rinchi, don't worry about me. I'm all right here. It's only 10 years of confinement. Once 10 years pass, I'll be free. Those casual words struck Dong Rinchi like a blade. 10 years, when Dong Luiyue was in the very bloom of youth. Dong Luiyue was in the prime of her beauty and yet would be locked away in this cold, lonely stone chamber for a decade. The thought convulsed him. Sister, I will never let you be held here for 10 years. Dong Rinchi waved his hand, and a pile of porcelain jars and a great heap of spirit stones appeared at his feet. So many spirit stones. Dong Luiyue's eyes widened. Rinchi, where did you obtain so many? Though the stones were all lower grade, there were nearly 10,000. Dong Rinchi had spent the past 2 months exchanging high-grade restorative pills at the treasure pavilion for them, all intended for Dong Luiyue. Sigua Valley lacked ambient spiritual energy. With spirit stones her cultivation could be maintained. Yet nearly 10,000 lower-grade stones, while substantial, would not suffice for 2 full years of training. Dong Rinchi had prepared more. He waved again and produced a porcelain jar, handing it to Dong Luiyue. Don't be astonished yet. Open it and see what is inside. Dong Luiyue removed the stopper, and at the sight of the pills her face registered fresh shock. Upper-grade Ichi pills. No, not just upper grade. Could these be supreme grade? Dong Rinchi smiled faintly. Indeed, they are all supreme Ichi pills, 3,000 in all. For a day will sustain you for 2 years. Coupled with the near 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, your cultivation will not lag behind the outside world, and may even accelerate. Rinchi, how can this be? Where did these spirit stones and pills come from? Supreme Ichi pills. Searching the whole sect would scarcely turn up many, Dong Luiyue said, both astonished and anxious. The spirit stones were exchanged at the treasure pavilion for pills, and the pills I refined myself, Dong Rinchi said with a faint smile. You refined them? Impossible. You couldn't even refine a first-grade middle-quality pill. How could you possibly produce supreme Ichi pills? Not to mention you. Even the sect's master alchemists must rely on luck to refine a supreme Ichi pill, Dong Luiyue scoffed. Sister, that's old history. Don't dredge it up. Dong Rinchi waved once more and produced another porcelain jar, setting it before her. Look, what is in this one? Dong Luiyue opened the stopper without hesitation. At the sight of the contents, she gasped, supreme root enhancement pills. Sister, 300 supreme root enhancement pills in total. They will raise your wind and thunder spirit roots from middle grade to upper grade, without fail. Dong Rinchi said, his face radiant with a smile. He beamed as he spoke. In matters of spirit root upgrading, he had ample experience, and Dong Liu's aptitude far surpassed his. 300 supreme root enhancement pills would be sufficient to elevate both her wind and thunder roots to upper grade. If both her wind and thunder header roots reached upper grade, her cultivation gift would place her among the sect's elite, rivaling even Long, Wu Yi Qingyu, and Ma Xiaofeng. Of course, he wished to lift her roots to the supreme tier, but under the present constraints he could offer only this many supreme root enhancement pills. Did you really refine all these pills? Dong Luiyue pinched her palm, half afraid she was dreaming. The sting of pain proved the reality. Of course I refined them, Dong Rinchi said, chest a little proud. Not just the Taiching sect. Throughout the world few could present so many supreme grade pills. Rinchi, tell me the truth. I almost suspect you are no longer my brother. Perhaps some strange spirit has taken your body, Dong Luiyue said, shaken into incredulity. She had been stunned into numbness by the day's revelations and scrutinized him as if searching for an impostor. Dong Rinchi, slightly guilty, cleared his throat. Sister, do not indulge wild thoughts. If some spirit had taken me over, I would not still be concerned for your welfare. Then how do you explain these supreme pills and the spirit stones? Dong Luiyue demanded, eyes fixed on him. Dong Rinchi had an answer ready and let out a chuckle. I was not possessed. I was fortunate to awaken memories of my past life. In that life, I was a master of alchemy. Refining supreme pills is effortless to me. Dong Luiyue eyed him suspiciously, unconvinced. After a pause, frowning, she said, your explanation might hold, but I must still confirm you have not been usurped. She cleared her throat and playfully began, knock knock knock. I'm a little fairy. Sister, stop. You're an adult, don't play such childish tricks, Dong Rinchi replied with an exasperated expression. Hurry, don't dither. Dong Luiyue scolded, brow creased. Dong Rinchi swallowed and helplessly going along responded, knock knock knock. I'm a little frog. The code matches. Dong Liu's face lit up with a radiant smile. I can now confirm that you haven't been possessed, you are truly my brother. Dong Rinchi looked at Dong Luiyue with a gaze full of melancholy. Sister, the replenishing spirit pills are only effective for chi refinement cultivators. Before these supreme grade pills are used up, you must not attempt foundation establishment. Stop worrying so much. Even if I wanted to establish my foundation, I'd need a foundation establishment pill first. Dong Luiyue replied with a light laugh. The corner of Dong Rinchi's mouth curled up slightly, and a white porcelain bottle materialized in his hand, which he then passed to her. A foundation establishment pill? Dong Luiyue asked softly. Why don't you open it and see? Dong Rinchi teased her. Dong Luiyue gently uncorked the bottle. When she saw 9 round lustrous pills inside, she gasped again, supreme grade foundation establishment pills. Rinchi, tell me, what level of alchemist are you now? Dong Luiyue began to feel she no longer understood. A foundation establishment pill is a 4th grade elixir. A supreme grade 4th grade pill and a supreme grade 3rd grade pill belong to entirely different categories. Among 4th grade pills, the foundation establishment pill is particularly difficult to refine. Even searching the entire Taiching sect, one would struggle to find 10 supreme grade foundation establishment pills. For now, I'm 4th grade. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. With your wind and lightning spirit roots elevated to high grade plus these supreme grade foundation establishment pills, sister has a tremendous chance of forging a high-quality multicolored spiritual foundation. When a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, a spiritual foundation is formed within the Danti. The quality of that foundation primarily depends on the cultivator's training aptitude and their accumulation during the chi refinement stage, but it is also significantly influenced by the foundation establishment pill taken at the time of breakthrough. The higher the quality of the foundation establishment pill, the greater the likelihood of forging a high-quality spiritual foundation. An ordinary foundation appears as a dull gray-white, while a high-quality one possesses more than 2 colors. The more colors, the better the quality. Legend speaks of a supreme foundation composed of all 7 standard colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Yet throughout history in this realm, no cultivator has ever forged a 7-colored spiritual foundation. Rinchi possessing supreme grade foundation establishment pills is something I never dared to imagine. Even prodigies like Long Wu can hardly obtain one from the sect unless they render extraordinary service. Dong Liu's hands began to tremble. Rinchi, these pills are far too precious. 2 should suffice for my breakthrough. I'll please take the rest back. You'll need them when you establish your own foundation. As she spoke, she started to pour out the pills. Sister, are you too overjoyed to think clearly? I refined these supreme-grade foundation establishment pills myself. Why would I lack pills for my own foundation? Dong Rinchi quickly stopped her and raised his voice. You are my sister, Dong Rinchi's sister. From now on I will make you the happiest and proudest sister in the world. Isn't the sect confining you to the Valley of Repentance? They'll let you enjoy cultivation resources there that no one else in Taiching's sect can possess. I can't wait to see when sister steps out of that valley with a multicolored spiritual foundation, if the sect's high-ranking elders will drop their jaws in shock and regret their decisions. Dong Luyue gazed at her brother, who had grown into a handsome young man full of vigor, and tears glistened in her eyes. Sister, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Don't be sad. They'll find a way to get you out of the Valley of Repentance as soon as possible. Seeing his sister's tears, Dong Rinchi grew flustered. Dong Luyue shook her head repeatedly. I'm not sad, I'm overjoyed. If mother were still here seeing you like this, she would be so happy. Dong Rinchi reached out to wipe the tears from his sister's cheek and said softly, Sister, after mother left you were the one who always protected me. From today onward, I will protect you. No matter who dares to bully you, I will make them pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold in the most grievous price. As he spoke, his tone shifted, and a look of shame came over his face. Sister, for now you'll have to endure staying here for another year or 2. You probably won't be able to participate in the sect's grand competition. But rest assured he'll find a way to get you a wind thundercat. Dong Luyue shook her head. Rinchi, with these supreme-grade replenishing spirit pills I can elevate my wind and lightning spirit roots to high grade. That already surpasses owning a wind thundercat. Don't keep worrying about me, take good care of yourself. Dong Rinchi nodded. You don't need to worry about me. He'll take care of myself. With that he took Dong Liyue's hand, his eyes filled with regret. Sister, it's almost time. I have to go. From now on I may not be able to visit you again. You must take good care of yourself. Don't worry. With these pills I can cultivate. Once I start, time won't feel so difficult, it will pass quickly. A brilliant smile spread across Dong Liyue's face. Dong Rinchi pulled his sister into a tight embrace, then turned and strode quickly toward the cave entrance without looking back. It wasn't that he didn't want to look back. He didn't dare. Tears were already streaming down his face. Dong Luyue quietly watched her brother leave, her lips curving upward, yet her face was covered in glistening teardrops. These were not tears of sorrow, but of happiness. When Dong Rinchi emerged from the cave, the white-beard elder was sitting cross-legged at the entrance, his expression solemn. Seeing Dong Rinchi come out, the elder let out a long sigh of relief and quickly rose to his feet. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Dong Rinchi bowed respectfully to the white-beard elder. The white-beard elder nodded. Not causing trouble for others is a valuable quality. When he spoke to Dong Rinchi now, his tone had softened noticeably and his face was no longer as stern as before. Senior, you have shown me great kindness today by granting me passage. I am deeply grateful and have no way to repay you, so I offer this pill as a token of my respect. Dong Rinchi held out a small white porcelain bottle with both hands and respectfully presented it to the elder. The white-beard elder glanced at the bottle but did not take it. He looked at Dong Rinchi with a cool gaze. Allowing you in today was merely to repay a favor I owed Lu Honglu long ago. You need not thank me. Keep your pill. Dong Rinchi understood that the elder likely thought he, an insignificant junior, could not offer anything worthwhile. So he extended the bottle even closer. It's just a small token of my esteem. Nothing too precious, merely a high-grade replenishing spirit pill. Please accept it, senior. If you have no use for it yourself, you could reward it to a younger disciple. A high-grade replenishing spirit pill, eh? The white-beard elder's expression changed. He quickly waved his sleeve, drew the bottle into his hand, and uncorked it to inspect its contents. Seeing that it was indeed a high-grade replenishing spirit pill, he immediately recorked the bottle, and without hesitation tossed it into his ring. Then when he looked back at Dong Rinchi, a smile had appeared on his face. He asked in a low voice, the person confined in that cave, is it a close relative or friend of yours? Dong Rinchi nodded. She is my dearest person. I want to accept your gift without giving something in return. They'll keep an eye on the person in that cave from now on. The white-beard elder lowered his voice and made a promise. Thank you, senior. Dong Rinchi quickly cupped his hands in gratitude, his face full of delight. The white-beard elder nodded slightly. Come, time is short. He'll lead you out of the valley. Moments later, guided by the elder, Dong Rinchi left the Valley of Repentance. The elder spotted Lu Honglu waiting outside the valley, gave her a slight nod, then turned and disappeared into the thick white mist of the Valley of Repentance. Seeing Dong Rinchi emerge safely, Lu Honglu let out an obvious sigh of relief. Thank you, ancestral elder. Dong Rinchi stepped close to Lu Honglu and offered his sincere thanks. Lu Honglu inclined her head. This place is too sensitive. Let's walk and talk. How is your sister inside? She's well. Now that I've seen her, I can focus on cultivation and alchemy. Dong Rinchi hurried along behind Lu Honglu. I heard from Uncle Chiu that you intend to participate in the sect's grand competition. Lu Honglu asked softly. Dong Rinchi nodded. The Taiching secret realm is a holy ground of the sect. I want to vie for a spot among the top 100 in the grand competition to enter that sacred place and broaden my horizons. From the way you speak, you make a top 100 finish sound as easy as reaching into a pocket. Lu Honglu turned her head slightly, her gaze cool as she looked at Dong Rinchi. I admit your alchemy talent is extraordinary, but whether in the grand competition or entering the Taiching secret realm, it's all about combat. With your 5 spiritual aptitude, that hardly seems suitable. From ancestral elders' tone, it sounds like you have no faith in me. Dong Rinchi countered. Not just no faith, very little faith. Lu Honglu's lips curled. To join the competition, you need at least the 6th level of qi refinement. It's still uncertain whether you can reach that before the competition begins. Talking about the top 100 is far too premature. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. Ancestral elder, just wait and see. When the competition comes, you must come watch how I dominate the arena. So confident. Have you improved the quality of your spirit roots? Lu Honglu asked suspiciously. At the same time, she reached out to probe the state of Dong Rinchi's body. But Dong Rinchi dodged aside in advance. It's still early, ancestral elder. There's no need to check now. Everything will become clear during the competition. With that, he changed the subject. Ancestral elder, aren't you going to ask about the progress on improving the ice spirit pill formula? Lu Honglu echoed his words. It's early. You said half a year, and only 2 months have passed. I'm not in a hurry, and I don't want to put too much pressure on you. You're very understanding, ancestral elder. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. Since I've seen you today, let me report my progress. I've already formed the general idea for improving the formula, just need to refine a few small details. In the remaining 4 months, I'm 90% confident I can develop an upgraded version of the ice spirit pill formula. Lu Honglu's face lit up with joy. I appreciate your hard work. Ancestral elder, how many times must I tell you not to be so formal with me? It is my honor to share your burdens and serve you. Dong Rinchi's smile was radiant. At that moment, Lu Honglu stopped at a fork in the road and looked up at Dong Rinchi. Would you like to return to Green Bamboo Peak for a visit? To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Dong Rinchi truly wished to follow Lu Honglu back to Bamboozle Peak. At that time, he had been driven out of Bamboozle Peak in a disgraceful manner, looking utterly pathetic. Now all he had to do was nod in agreement, and he could immediately be invited back by the golden core ancestor of Bamboozle Peak. What a glorious return it would be. That scene would undoubtedly serve as a means of redemption, allowing him to lift his head high and shock those who had ridiculed him before. However, upon a moment's reflection, Dong Rinchi dismissed this thought. Of course, he wanted to redeem himself and take revenge, but this was not the right time. He needed to wait a little longer. I appreciate the ancestor's kindness, I truly do. Dong Rinchi gave a slight bow to Lu Honglu, speaking earnestly. Right now, all I want is to expedite the development of the improved ice spirit pill formula, allowing the ancestor to rid himself of the affliction of fire poison as soon as possible. I cannot afford to delay. I must return to the outer sect and continue my research on the formula. Lu Honglu was clearly moved, her beautiful eyes fixed on Dong Rinchi for a full 3 breaths before she sighed. No matter when you wish to return and take a look, Bamboozle Peak will always welcome you with open arms. After saying this, she lightly lifted her foot and walked towards the path leading to Bamboozle Peak. Ancestor, whether I return to Bamboozle Peak is actually not important. The most crucial matter is that you must remember we still have a bet to settle. Dong Rinchi's voice rang out loudly from behind. Lu Honglu paused quickly, turning her head, her gaze cold, as she looked at Dong Rinchi. Yet Dong Rinchi wore a radiant smile, respectfully bowing to Lu Honglu, safe travels, ancestor. Lu Honglu appeared helpless, letting out a soft grunt, twisting her slender waist, and soaring into the air, disappearing in an instant. To get from the thoughtful valley to the outer sect, one must pass by Tianjian Peak. The 6 peaks of Taiching sect are Shouyang Peak, Tianjian Peak, Qinglu Peak, Bamboozle Peak, Luquan Peak, and Feipu Peak. Among them, Shouyang Peak is the foremost, headed by the sect master of Taiching sect. Tianjian Peak is the second strongest peak aside from Shouyang Peak, with numerous disciples and many strong practitioners. The Dong family has flourished at Tianjian Peak for hundreds of years, branching out and establishing deep roots. The key positions on the peak are all held by members of the Dong family. Most of the Dong family's younger generation cultivates at Tianjian Peak. However, Dong Rinchi is an exception. Ever since he was determined to have 5 spirit roots, Dong Wampeng looked at him with disdain, and the rest of the Dong family viewed him as a disgrace, a sight that was simply infuriating. Thus Dong Wampeng arranged for Dong Rinchi to be sent to Bamboozle Peak, making it easier for him to ignore him. Therefore, although he is a member of the Dong family, Dong Rinchi has little affection for Tianjian Peak. As he passed by the foot of Tianjian Peak, he merely cast a faint glance at the magnificent peak, which resembled a sharp sword piercing the sky, then continued on his way with no interest in looking back. After walking for about 2 miles, he saw a group of 5 young people walking briskly towards him, led by a young man in green robes, with a square face and fair complexion, who was none other than Dong Qianli. The 4 accompanying him were also members of the Dong family. "Oh, isn't that Dong Rinchi up ahead?" one of the Dong family disciples said uncertainly. "It really is. That waist has lost all that excess weight. I almost didn't recognize him," another Dong family disciple chimed in. Dong Qianli looked up and saw a young man with a tall stature and handsome features walking towards him quickly. Upon closer inspection, he, though reluctant to believe it, recognized that the approaching handsome man was indeed Dong Rinchi. His brow furrowed tightly, a flash of cold light passing through his eyes, but soon after a warm smile appeared on his face. "Cousin, long time no see." Dong Qianli stepped forward, smiling broadly as he approached Dong Rinchi. "It's been a few months, and cousin's appearance has changed so drastically that I almost didn't recognize you." Dong Rinchi had recognized Dong Qianli and the others from afar. The moment he saw Dong Qianli, his anger surged, wishing he could immediately strike him down on the spot. If it weren't for Dong Qianli withholding 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills, Dong Liuya wouldn't have ended up imprisoned in the Thoughtful Valley. However, he suppressed his fury and impulse, forcing himself to calm down. The sect prohibits internal conflict, and attacking Dong Qianli now would invite severe punishment from the sect. At the same time, he used his keen eyesight to assess the cultivation levels of Dong Qianli and the others. Even Dong Qianli, at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, was quite troublesome, not to mention the 4 Dong family disciples accompanying him, whose cultivation levels were also formidable, 1 at the 7th level and 3 at the 6th level of Qi refinement. If he acted now, Dong Rinchi had no chance of winning. "Your change isn't small either, cousin. You look radiant. I suppose something good has happened." Dong Rinchi's lips curled into a shallow smile. "Indeed, it's a good thing, and this good thing is related." Dong Qianli's smile visibly deepened. "A month ago my aunt had a baby brother for you. When the little brother was born, the skies were filled with brilliant light, and a dragon concealed in the clouds appeared. Even the ancestors who had been in seclusion were startled and came out to investigate. One of the nascent soul ancestors even took the little brother as a closed-door disciple on the spot, asserting that his future minimum achievement would definitely be nascent soul." Dong Rinchi slightly frowned. The aunt Dong Qianli referred to as the woman Dong Wanpeng married not long after Dong Renqi's mother passed away. As the head of the Dong family, Dong Wanpeng is nominally the second-in-command of Tianjin Peak of Taiqing sect, but in reality, he has the final say on all matters big and small at Tianjin Peak. The peak master assigned by the sect to restrain the Dong family had long been rendered powerless by him. On most days, he was either in seclusion cultivating or growing spirit herbs and nurturing spirit beasts. Dong Wanpeng wields immense power, but deep down he has always been troubled by a knot in his heart, a lack of. Dong Liuya as a daughter was directly excluded from the line of succession. Dong Qianli was favored by him, but after all he was just a nephew, and Dong Rinchi, whom he had high hopes for, turned out to be a waste with 5 spirit roots. This is also why after Dong Renqi's mother died, Dong Wanpeng hastily remarried, eager to produce an heir. However, for cultivators, having children is much more challenging than for ordinary people. Dong Wanpeng toiled for over a decade before finally achieving results. Heaven did not treat him unfairly, giving him another son who seemingly is a prodigy in cultivation. "Cousin, after the little brother was born, I specifically went to the miscellaneous peak to find you, eager to share this good news with you immediately, but unexpectedly Tong Qinghe said you had gone to the outer sect." Dong Qianli's face remained adorned with a smile. "I haven't had the chance to congratulate you, cousin, on your promotion to the outer sect, and you've also been noticed by Elder Qiu, who has taken you as a registered disciple. Your future is limitless." After hearing this, the 4 Dong family disciples behind him all focused their gaze on Dong Rinchi, their faces displaying contemptuous smiles. Dong Rinchi lifted his eyelids slightly coldly, saying, "You should go to the Thoughtful Valley to notify my sister and share this joy with her." Dong Qianli's expression froze, then he chuckled awkwardly. "Cousin, my sister's situation is something I couldn't help." Saying this, he glanced at the 4 Dong family disciples behind him. The 4 Dong family disciples understood, taking large strides to stop about 10 zhang ahead. "Cousin, after I took 10 high-grade spirit replenishing pills from you that day, I immediately went to see Uncle." Dong Qianli said here, first glancing around warily, then speaking in a lowered voice. "It's not that I wanted to withhold 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills, it was Uncle's intention. At that time my aunt was already in labor, and Uncle wanted to reserve the withheld high-grade spirit replenishing pills for the Suntoba-born little brother." Dong Rinchi quietly watched Dong Qianli, a cold smile curling on his lips. "Cousin, you still enjoy causing discord as always. Does Dong Wanpeng, who controls such a large Tianjin peak, really lack these few high-grade spirit replenishing pills? Cousin, you've absolutely misunderstood me this time." "Are you saying that it was Kang Huizhu who wanted to withhold 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills?" He knew that Kong Huizhu was capable of such things. Originally Kong Huizhu was Dong Renqi's mother's disciple, but after becoming Dong Wanping's wife, she made things difficult for Dong Renqi and Dong Liuya in every possible way, wishing to drive them out of Tianjin Peak. Now that Dong Renqi was in the outer sect and Dong Liuya was imprisoned in the thoughtful valley, Kong Huizhu had seemingly gotten her wish. Dong Qianli nodded. My sister has always treated me well. If it weren't for the pressure from uncle and aunt, how could I have withheld the pills? Dong Renqi's anger surged within him. He took a deep breath, quickly calming himself, and said softly, Kong Huizhu would indeed do such a thing, but based on my understanding of you, cousin, you must have pocketed at least 2 of those 5 high-grade spirit replenishing pills, right? Dong Qianli's expression froze, about to speak. Dong Renqi continued, Dong Wanping and Kong Huizhu are acting this way, how could they not seal your lips? Did you reveal this matter today out of a sudden awakening of conscience, or do you have ulterior motives? Dong Qianli's face turned ugly. Cousin, you really misunderstand me too deeply. I am blood related to you and my sister. Dong Qianli, I am no longer a member of the Dong family. Why do you still need to put on an act in front of me? Dong Renqi interrupted Dong Qianli with a wave of his hand, a mocking expression on his face. The reason you exposed Kong Huizhu and Dong Wanping today is that Kong Huizhu has revealed her fangs towards you after having a son, isn't it? When you and Kong Huizhu were making things difficult for me and my sister back, then did you never consider that one day Kong Huizhu would turn on you? Dong Qianli, you consider yourself clever, but in the end you are merely a tool to be used and discarded by others. Yet you remain unaware and are still thinking of instigating me to deal with Kong Huizhu. How laughable. Dong Qianli, I remember everything about my sister and the previous matters. Just wait, you will have to pay for all this. Dong Renqi finished speaking, lifted his foot, and walked forward. The expression on Dong Qianli's face changed rapidly, and finally, he stopped pretending and turned to glare at Dong Renqi's back. Dong Renqi, you are nothing but a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Stop bragging like a frog. I am standing right here motionless, letting you hit me. Can you even hurt me a single hair? Dong Renqi turned back. Have you finally stopped pretending? That's more like it showing your true colors. Now we can speak plainly. Dong Renqi, with your 5 spiritual roots, reaching the 3rd level of qi refining is your limit. You will forever look up to me. Dong Qianli's face showed a mocking expression. What's the use of your slight talent in alchemy? Your master Qiu Deliang is just a 4th-tier alchemist. In the future your achievements will only reach the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. A mere 4th-tier alchemist cannot do anything to me. If I were you, I'd swallow my teeth and tuck my tail between my legs, so as not to find trouble for myself. Dong Renqi's gaze turned cold. The sect competition will be held in more than 7 months. I will be waiting for you on the arena. A waste with 5 spiritual roots, and you still want to participate in the sect competition. Dong Renqi, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Dong Qianli laughed heartily. Dong Renqi said nothing, and directly turned around, striding towards the outer gate. With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, Dong Qianli shouted coldly at Dong Renqi's back, Dong Renqi, if you dare to appear at the sect competition, you will surely die. However, Dong Renqi did not respond again, and soon disappeared around the bend of the mountain road. After returning to his residence in the outer sect, Dong Renqi could not calm his emotions for a long time. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, but Dong Wanping is more vicious than a tiger. As Dong Wanping's son, Dong Renqi felt a deep sense of sorrow. Kong Huizhu, you wicked woman. My mother was strict with you, but she was still your mentor. Not only do you fail to uphold human decency, but you also treat me and my sister like this. Dong Renqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Just wait, this debt, I will make you repay it tenfold. After pausing for a moment, he continued coldly, Dong Wanping, treating my sister this way proves that you no longer have any fatherly feelings left. From now on I have nothing to do with you. I will repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. After calming down, Dong Renqi immediately began alchemy, refining high-grade spirit replenishing pills. In the Valley of Reflection, he had given all his spirit stones and chi replenishing pills to Dong Liuya. Now he needed to rebuild his resources and could not delay his cultivation progress. Time flowed like water, never to return. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Dong Renqi had raised his wood and fire spiritual roots to the top grade, and his cultivation level had also ascended to the 9th level of qi refining. Now his system panel had undergone significant changes. Host Dong Renqi, gender male, cultivation talent superior, cultivation level 9th level of qi refining, alchemy level 4th tier, lifespan 151 years. The chaos devouring heavens technique, not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points 0. Unfortunately, after more than half a year of cultivating the 7 treasures glazed body, he still had not made any progress, and could not cultivate to the copper body stage. People often say that body refinement progresses slowly, and he had experienced it firsthand. At the same time, Lu Honglu was right, cultivating the body consumes a large amount of blood energy. Now, even though he had not yet entered the cultivation phase, he needed to consume 6 high-grade blood-strengthening pills daily, to meet the blood energy requirements of the 7 treasures, glazed body. To produce 6 high-grade blood-strengthening pills, he would have to refine them twice. This meant that he needed to refine at least 2 batches of high-grade blood-strengthening pills every day. If he were to enter the copper body stage, the number of required blood-strengthening pills would likely double. Dong Rinchi now felt somewhat conflicted. He wanted to cultivate the 7 treasures glazed body to the copper body stage as soon as possible, but he was also worried that after reaching the copper body stage, he would not have enough high-grade blood-strengthening pills. He had too many things to attend to every day, cultivating the 10 transformations of Taiping learning spells, practicing the 7 treasures, glazed body, and refining spirit replenishing pills, chi replenishing pills, and foundation establishment pills. He simply had no extra time to refine more high-grade blood-strengthening pills. If after entering the copper body stage the number of high-grade blood-strengthening pills required each day was too much, he simply wouldn't have enough time. This must be the trouble of happiness. Now having reached the 9th level of Qi refining, Dong Rinchi tried out the 5 elements sword array again. To his disappointment, he found that even at the peak of Qi refining he still could not activate the sword array alone. His spiritual power was still insufficient. It seems that to control the 5 elements sword array during the Qi refining stage, I need to start compressing my spiritual power and make it more refined and pure. Dong Rinchi sighed softly and put away the 5 elements spiritual swords. At present he had another relatively urgent matter to deal with, which was Lu Honglu's Ice Spirit Pill. He promised Lu Honglu that he would develop the improved version of the Ice Spirit Pill within 6 months. Now more than 5 months had passed, and he needed to start implementing it. Naturally, he did not have the ability to improve the Ice Spirit Pill formula. He was relying on the system. However, to have the system upgrade the formula, he needed potential points. The Ice Spirit Pill is a 3rd-tier pill, and upgrading the formula requires 10 potential points. Now Dong Rinchi's potential points were 0. Therefore, he needed to find a way and cultivate a piece of land a few times. Counting on his fingers, he recalled the land he had previously cultivated. Zhao Xuefu had gone to the inner sect. Even if she hadn't gone, there was no longer a demand for high-grade spirit replenishing pills. It would be difficult to find her to communicate. Fang Xiaoro could be negotiated with, but she was also in the inner sect now. Going to the inner sect to find her would be too abrupt and could easily cause trouble. As for Lu Honglu, he didn't even dare to think about it. He was sure that if he dared to speak, he would definitely face a storm of beatings. The only remaining option was Dai Jiao Jiao. Although she was also in the inner sect, she was a disciple of Bamboozle Peak, and Dong Rinchi had a way to lure her to the outer sect. However, Dong Rinchi was not very interested in Dai Jiao Jiao, who was like a public bus. He had also pondered whether to use the same trick again to tempt a female disciple of the outer sect with pills and get 10 potential points first. But setting traps was time-consuming and labor-intensive, which would delay his cultivation. At this moment, he deeply felt that heaven was deliberately toying with him. He was given such an unorthodox system, but was not allowed to go to the Hahuan sect, instead being thrown into the Taiping sect, which prides itself on being the leader of the righteous path. What kind of thing is this? If he were in the Hahuan sect, would he worry about potential points? He would probably only worry that his body was not good enough, and that he didn't have enough supplements to drink. For a moment, he really considered betraying the Taiping sect and joining the Hahuan sect. For someone who had crossed over the labels of evil sects and evil cultivators meant nothing to him, and he had no psychological burden. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply and decided to ask Dai Jiao Jiao for those 10 potential points. Coincidentally, the sect competition was already open for registration, and he needed to find Xiao Deliang. Rinchi, half a year is almost up. Do you have any news about the Ice Spirit Pill? Xiao Deliang hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Dong Rinchi. Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise. Dong Rinchi smiled lightly. Did Elder Lu send you to remind me? In the past 3 months, Dong Rinchi had not seen Lu Honglu again. Xiao Deliang shook his head. The last time she came was more than a month ago. She took the Ice Spirit Pill and left without saying anything. She didn't come to find you or remind you about the pills. No, I haven't seen her for 3 months. Dong Rinchi replied. This girl, why is she so patient this time? When I was developing the Ice Spirit Pill, she would come every few days and pressure me each time. Xiao Deliang looked puzzled. If it were you, she wouldn't pressure you for months. Could it be that she doesn't believe that you can create the improved version of the Ice Spirit Pill? Dong Rinchi rolled his eyes at Xiao Deliang. On the contrary, Elder Lu trusts me enough to know that I can complete the task within the promised time, so she doesn't come to pressure me. Unlike some people, if they don't keep an eye on me for a day, their thoughts drift away and they become lazy. Who are you talking about? Xiao Deliang was not pleased. Dong Rinchi chuckled. Him talking about Zheng Bai from Bamboozle Peak. It's him who never lets Elder Lu rest easy, and even has the nerve to kick me out of Bamboozle Peak. Regardless of his shortcomings, Zheng Bai was once your master. Isn't it a bit unkind to speak about him like this behind his back? Xiao Deliang looked at Dong Rinchi sideways. Dong Rinchi raised his neck and said with conviction, he publicly scolded me for being lazy, and has done so many times. Can't I say a few words behind his back? Full of fallacies. Xiao Deliang helplessly shook his head. Do you want me to exchange for the herbs to refine spirit replenishing pills again? Dong Rinchi nodded. Besides exchanging for the herbs, I have 2 other requests. When you go to the main peak, please. The first request is to ask you to register me for the sect competition. The second request is... Before Dong Rinchi could finish, Chiu Deliang interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Wait a minute. I can register you, but have you reached the 6th level of chi refining? If I register you, and when you compete your cultivation is found to be insufficient, then both your face and mine will be lost. There are still 3 months until the competition. You have plenty of time to cultivate, focus on that, and reach the 6th level of chi refining first. Are you looking down on me too much? Dong Rinchi gave Chiu Deliang a sidelong glance. Old Chiu let me. As he spoke, he activated the spiritual power within him, causing a wave of spiritual energy to radiate from his body. Upon sensing this wave of spiritual energy, Chiu Deliang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 9th level of chi refining. How is that possible? How is that possible? You have truly cultivated to the 9th tier of chi refinement. Chiu Deliang scrutinized Dong Rinchi from head to toe, accurately sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the 9th tier emanating from him. Yet he still could scarcely believe it. Dong Rinchi smiled faintly. Can spiritual energy fluctuations be falsified? In just over half a year you advanced from the 3rd to the 9th tier of chi refinement. Even prodigies blessed with single-element roots would struggle to match such astonishing speed. Chiu Deliang stared at Dong Rinchi, as though gazing upon a monstrous anomaly. How exactly did you... Elder Chiu, we are alchemists. If I possess a high success rate in refining supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills, naturally my odds of refining supreme-grade chi-enhancing pills are equally favorable. Even granting you an abundance of supreme-grade chi-enhancing pills, your quintuplement root constitution has always been deemed fundamentally inferior. He paused, his expression suddenly shifting to one of dawning realization. Your spirit root's quality has improved. What is their current quality? Dong Rinchi could not reveal the truth, and replied with a light laugh. All 5 spirit roots have ascended to the mid-grade tier. All 5 spirit roots, now mid-grade. Chiu Deliang's face flushed with shock. Those born with quintuplement roots have never surpassed the low-grade tier. How on earth did you elevate all 5 to mid-grade? 5 mid-grade spirit roots combined may not rival the cultivation speed of a single-element prodigy, but they come remarkably close. Coupled with an ample supply of supreme-grade chi-enhancing pills, no wonder your progress has been so extraordinary. Hearing Chiu Deliang's deduction, Dong Rinchi inwardly rejoiced. His explanations had been spared entirely. How many supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills did you consume to elevate all 5 spirit roots to mid-grade? Chiu Deliang pressed further. Also, how many pills did you actually ingest? Not many. Roughly 500 or so, Dong Rinchi replied nonchalantly. 500. Chiu Deliang nearly leapt to his feet. In such a short span you've refined this many supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills. Splendid. You've produced so many supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills, yet the total you've handed me barely exceeds 30. I dare say you're miserly beyond measure. Elder Chiu, the distribution of refined pills was your own stipulation. A faint smile played upon Dong Rinchi's lips. Should you wish to reconsider, now is the time. Say we split evenly both the pills exchanged for spirit herbs at the sect, and all supreme-grade pills refined henceforth. What say you? Chiu Deliang pondered briefly, then shook his head vigorously. Far too risky. What if you fail an entire batch, leaving me with nothing but loss? Moreover, I cannot monitor you daily. Should you refine supreme-grade pills yet claim otherwise, and withhold them, I'd have no recourse, no place to seek justice. One cannot catch wolves without sacrificing lambs. To obtain more supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills you must dare to take risks. Dong Rinchi coaxed, eyes gleaming with mischief. Chiu Deliang shook his head like a drumstick. The moment I see that sly grin on your face, my confidence crumbles. One must know contentment. Steady, reliable gains of supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pills suffice me. Quantity matters less than consistency. Dong Rinchi sighed softly. Then please cease coveting my portion, elder. Chiu Deliang offered a gentle smile. Contentment brings lasting joy. His expression sobered. Rinchi, why do you persistently ignore what I instructed you earlier? In half a year you've ingested over 500 spirit-replenishing pills, and surely no small number of chi-enhancing pills besides. Do you realize even supreme-grade pills carry residual pill toxins? Having consumed so many pills in such brief time, toxin has already accumulated within your body. You must drastically reduce dosage. Once the toxins erupt, it will be too late. Dong Rinchi sensed Chiu Deliang's genuine concern. Now that I've reached the 9th tier of chi refinement, I'll deliberately slow my cultivation pace and cease such excessive pill consumption. A smile warmed his features. Elder Chiu, given my 9th tier cultivation, securing a spot among the top 100 in the sect's grand competition should pose no difficulty, correct? Chiu Deliang shook his head. Cultivation realm does not equate to combat prowess. Were it so, why hold competitions at all? We might simply select the 100 highest tier cultivators. He lowered his voice. How many rotations have you completed of the ninefold Tai Ching art? Dong Rinchi's expression turned sheepish. Not a single rotation. You've never compressed your spiritual energy. Xiao Deliang blinked, then exhaled a long weary sigh. No wonder your advancement was so rapid. You possess only the superficial rank of the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Yet in terms of spiritual energy density, you likely fall short even of a 6th tier cultivator who has completed 3 rotations. Worse still, your cultivation was artificially inflated by pills. So hollow is your foundation that surviving even the first round of the grand competition would be sheer fortune. Is the difference between rotated and unrotated cultivation truly so vast? Dong Rinchi asked, puzzled. Naturally, the ninefold Tai Ching art is the very foundation upon which our Tai Ching sect stands. Xiao Deliang puffed out his chest with pride. Among foundation establishment elders today, few surpass me in spiritual energy density, even at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Dong Rinchi raised a thumb in admiration. Elder Xiao, if the grand competition is still over 3 months away, I shall dedicate myself solely to compressing my spiritual energy, aiming for at least 3 rotations. Xiao Deliang sighed again. You're proceeding recklessly, digging your own grave. Compressing energy at the 1st tier is infinitely simpler than at the 9th. What you attempt now yields half the results for double the effort. Dong Rinchi well knew this truth, but with his remaining lifespan so slender, every moment counted toward breaking through and seizing additional years of life. This misfortune lies squarely with Zheng Bai. For 6 years I studied under him, and mastered not even a single principle. Dong Rinchi deftly shifted blame onto Zheng Bai. Xiao Deliang cast a sidelong glance at Dong Rinchi. That accusation holds no weight. You're quite famous across the sect. At Bijou Peak your days consisted solely of sleeping and eating. What precisely were you meant to learn? Dong Rinchi flushed with embarrassment and swiftly changed the subject. Now that I've attained the 9th tier of Qi refinement and qualified for the competition, Elder, when you next visit the main peak to exchange spirit herbs, please register my name. It will grant me peace of mind. Rest assured, I shall focus exclusively on compressing my spiritual energy, striving for as many rotations as possible. Xiao Deliang nodded. You mentioned there was a second matter. Dong Rinchi cleared his throat. The second concerns Elder Lu's ice spirit pill. My research has reached its critical stage, and now demands practical verification. During experimentation, I require someone nearby to record observations and assist with preparations. I hope Elder Chiu might borrow a disciple from Bijou Peak for this purpose. I myself can perform such tasks. Why summon someone from Bijou Peak? Xiao Deliang asked, perplexed. Dong Rinchi shook his head emphatically. Elder Chiu, I know you could assist, but this experiment may span several days. You're currently immersed in developing new pills. I dare not encroach upon your precious time. Xiao Deliang murmured acknowledgement, then added, there's no need to trouble Bijou Peak. I'll speak with Xiang Hong and request an outer sect disciple instead. Dong Rinchi shook his head once more. This experiment bears directly upon the successful refinement of the ice spirit pill. Thus I require someone meticulous, ideally familiar to me. If Master Xiang dispatches a clumsy novice, the entire endeavor may collapse. Indeed, Xiao Deliang conceded with a nod. Having laid sufficient groundwork, Dong Rinchi revealed his true intent. Dai Jiaojiao of Bijou Peak possesses both precision and wit. She is the ideal candidate. Borrowing her for a few days will save considerable time and effort. At dusk, as Dong Rinchi practiced martial stances and boxing forms upon the small flat ground, 2 figures emerged along the forest path. Leading the way was the disheveled Elder Xiao Deliang. Behind him walked a woman, clad in violet robes, full-figured and richly adorned. Dai Jiaojiao. Xiao Deliang handed Dong Rinchi hundreds of batches of spirit herbs for refining spirit replenishing pills. All arranged. The person is here. Do confirm. Is this indeed the one you requested? Dai Jiaojiao, having trailed silently behind Xiao Deliang, had kept her gaze lowered throughout, seemingly fearful of him. She had been summoned abruptly by senior sister Lu Honglu, then instructed to accompany Xiao Deliang and obey his directives without question. En route she dared inquire the reason. Yet Xiao Deliang remained silent, his face stern and voice. Her anxiety swelled, until at last she lifted her eyes. Upon seeing Dong Rinchi, her body trembled involuntarily, astonishment flooding her gaze. Dong Rinchi's appearance had transformed utterly, from a grotesque obese figure into a strikingly handsome young man. After her initial shock subsided, delight sparkled in Dai Jiaojiao's eyes. Xiao Deliang had made clear she was summoned at Dong Rinchi's behest. Simultaneously memory surged the incident in those woods months prior. Unbidden, a blush rose to her cheeks. Her eyes locked upon Dong Rinchi's noble visage, unable to look away. Yes, she is precisely whom I requested. Dong Rinchi bowed respectfully to Xiao Deliang. Thank you, Elder Xiao, for your tremendous effort. Qiu Deliang glanced dismissively at Dai Jiaojiao. Rinqi, are you certain? Is she truly meticulous and quick-witted? Based on decades of observation, she appears little more than a beautiful vessel devoid of intellect. Dai Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with indignation, but she dared not react, hastily bowing her head lower, still terrified he might detect her resentment. Dong Rinqi visibly faltered, clearing his throat repeatedly. Elder Qiu, she stands before us. Might you temper your words? Age grants no license to belittle others so freely. I speak plainly. This is judgment forged over decades. She is unreliable. Qiu Deliang frowned. I intervene not out of meddlesomeness, but because the ice spirit pill's refinement hinges upon absolute precision. Elder Qiu, never judge by appearances. Dong Rinqi placed a hand over his heart, vowing solemnly, trust me. I've chosen wisely. She is exactly the person I urgently require. Is everything really fine? Qiu Deliang looked visibly unconvinced, his gaze fixed intently on Dong Rinqi, seeking confirmation once more. Dong Rinqi's tone was resolute as he placed a hand on Qiu Deliang's shoulder, guiding him along the small path through the woods. Elder Qiu, you should hurry back to your business. Once the pill formula is ready, I will let you verify the refining process at the first opportunity. After escorting Qiu Deliang to the corner of the small path in the woods, Dong Rinqi turned back. Senior brother Dong. Dai Jiaojiao shyly called out as she saw Dong Rinqi approach, her face flushed. Junior sister Dai, I brought you here to assist me with alchemy. Dong Rinqi stated with utmost seriousness. If you need anything, senior brother, just instruct me, and I will do my utmost to assist. A seductive smile appeared on Dai Jiaojiao's face. Since the incident in the woods, Dong Rinqi's value in her eyes had skyrocketed, and combined with his handsome appearance, she had once again set her sights on him. Moreover, with a woman's intuition, she was 200% sure that Dong Rinqi, suddenly bringing her here, was definitely not just for alchemy. Not for alchemy. Dai Jiaojiao couldn't think of any reason apart from the matters between men and women. Let's go, follow me to the alchemy room. Dong Rinqi borrowed Dai Jiaojiao under the pretense of assisting with alchemy, and naturally, he had to go through the necessary formalities. Moments later, Dong Rinqi and Dai Jiaojiao arrived at the alchemy room. He pretended to introduce the situation in the alchemy room to Dai Jiaojiao, and had her help select and wash several spiritual herbs before he began the alchemy process. During this time, he deliberately assigned Dai Jiaojiao tasks that he could have done alone, putting on a show. Once a furnace of pills was completed, Dong Rinqi turned his back to Dai Jiaojiao to collect the pills, ensuring she wouldn't see his top-quality recovery pills. Immediately after, he led Dai Jiaojiao away from the alchemy room to implement his true plans. Junior sister Dai, my residence is newly built with only one bedroom and one bed. If you don't mind, would you like to squeeze in with me tonight? Dong Rinqi brought Dai Jiaojiao into the room, directly getting to the point. He believed this was the best way to communicate with her. Dai Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed with shyness. Senior brother Dong is the host, so I shall naturally follow your lead. Dong Rinqi smiled slightly and asked, how many days can you stay here? Dai Jiaojiao thought for a moment. The ancestor gave me 2 days, I can strive for one more day, totaling 3 days. I won't take advantage of you. 30 low-grade spirit stones a day for 3 days, I will give you 90 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Dong Rinqi asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Dai Jiaojiao's face showed an unmistakable joy. Although she was an inner sect disciple, the sect only provided her with 20 low-grade spirit stones a month. 90 low-grade spirit stones were not a small sum for her, as an ordinary disciple, without background. At the same time, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, from Dong Rinqi's tone, it was clear that he was using spirit stones to buy her body. After some hesitation, the desire for spirit stones overcame her shyness, and Dai Jiaojiao raised a finger. Add 10 more, making it a nice round number, totaling 100 low-grade spirit stones. Deal. Dong Rinqi readily agreed. Senior brother Dong, words alone are not enough. Oh, can you pay a portion of the deposit first? Dai Jiaojiao smiled. Since it is a transaction, it should be done this way. Dong Rinqi gently waved his hand and took out 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Half of the deposit. Is my sincerity enough? Dai Jiaojiao's face lit up with joy as she quickly counted the spirit stones, and then gave Dong Rinqi a flirtatious glance. Senior brother Dong is so sincere, I cannot fall behind. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her collar. For the next 3 days, apart from practicing the 10 transformations of supreme clarity, Dong Rinqi pretended to take Dai Jiaojiao to the alchemy room for a short while each day, while the rest of the time was devoted to diligently cultivating, seizing this rare opportunity to earn potential points. As for practicing 7 treasures, glazed body spells, and refining top-quality pills, he temporarily set those aside. Earning potential points was the priority. Moreover, most of these matters involved Dong Rinqi's secrets, which he needed to keep from Dai Jiaojiao. After the first day, Dai Jiaojiao regretted her low asking price. Compared to the last time in the woods, Dong Rinqi's combat power had soared several times. A battle could now last half an hour. Furthermore, his recovery ability was astonishing, allowing him to fight continuously 5 to 6 times. After battling in the morning, he could continue to exert himself at night like a tireless beast. On the evening of the third day, Dai Jiaojiao finally set off on her way home, her complexion rosy and her walk somewhat peculiar. Dong Rinchi watched her disappear around the corner of the path in the woods and sighed in relief. I'm exhausted. In 3 days, averaging more than 10 battles each day, he was literally risking his life to earn potential points. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 7 treasures glazed body, and his physique was no longer as weak as before. In fact, it had far surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level. Thus, he persevered through the high-intensity battles over 3 days and reaped considerable rewards, ultimately earning a total of 180 potential points. After spending 10 potential points to upgrade the formula for the Ice Spirit Pill to perfection, he still had 170 potential points left. These potential points were earned at the cost of his life, and he didn't want to use them up too quickly. He wanted to hold on to them for a while. He had also learned from experience, he couldn't always exhaust his potential points. He needed to save some for emergencies, so he wouldn't have to scramble to find ways to earn them when he needed them like this time. After upgrading the Ice Spirit Pill's formula, Dong Rinchi went to visit Xiao Deliang to request some spiritual herbs for refining the Ice Spirit Pill and began to attempt refining it. With the perfect formula for the Ice Spirit Pill, he could easily refine top-quality Ice Spirit Pills. However, he couldn't share the perfect formula with Xiao Deliang. He had to downgrade it. The perfect formula was simply too astonishing. It would be difficult for him to explain if he presented it. Therefore, he followed the method he used when refining the high-quality recovery pill, using the perfect formula alongside an ordinary one as a reference, and tried repeatedly. After refining 7 furnaces of pills, he finally produced a furnace of high-quality Ice Spirit Pills that could effectively expel the fire poison from Lu Hongla's body. At the Taiching sect, the vast majority of people only cultivated the Supreme Clarity technique to 2 or 3 transformations. Of course, this majority did not include prodigies like Long Wuyi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng. Long Wuyi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng had already reached the peak of qi refinement several years ago. Since then, they had been honing their skills at this level without attempting foundation establishment. The reason was twofold: to enter the Taiching secret realm and to allow the Supreme Clarity technique to undergo more transformations, making their spiritual energy denser and enhancing their foundation. Over the course of more than 3 months, Dong Rinchi set a minimum goal for himself. He must at least achieve 4 transformations of the 10 transformations of Supreme Clarity. 4 transformations would put him above most people, giving him a good chance to enter the top 100 in the sect's grand competition. Of course, if he wanted to achieve more and exact revenge during the competition, he would need to achieve several more transformations. The principle behind the Supreme Clarity technique's compression of spiritual energy is to use special means to mobilize the spiritual energy, forming a high-speed rotating vortex in the Dantian, drawing spiritual energy into it, and compressing and refining the energy with the vortex's rotational force. If one were at the first or second level of qi refinement, the Dantian would contain less spiritual energy, and there would be enough space to easily form a vortex. However, at the 9th level of qi refinement, the Dantian is already filled with spiritual energy, making it extremely difficult to form a vortex. Dong Rinchi tried for several days in a row, but was unable to form a vortex. Several times he almost succeeded, but as soon as the vortex began to take shape, it collapsed when he accidentally bumped into the spiritual energy in his Dantian. When the vortex shattered, Dong Rinchi's heart shattered along with it. Nonetheless, he did not give up, nor could he afford to. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to try again and again. After a full 6 days, Dong Rinchi's eyes were bloodshot as he finally formed a vortex over 2 inches tall in his Dantian. It finally worked. Dong Rinchi exclaimed with surprise, letting out a long breath. However, before he could enjoy the moment, as soon as the vortex exerted force to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it immediately exploded. Why? The spiritual energy at the 9th level of qi refinement was simply too vast compared to the newly formed vortex, which couldn't withstand the sudden influx of energy. Fortunately, having experienced the success of forming a vortex for the first time, he quickly formed a second vortex. However, the second vortex did not last long either and collapsed. Dong Rinchi felt a deep sense of frustration as he repeatedly formed a vortex, then painstakingly maneuvered it within his Dantian to avoid large surges of spiritual energy, gradually absorbing small amounts of wandering spiritual energy to slowly strengthen the vortex like a hen protecting her chick. As a result, the speed of his spiritual energy compression was very slow. After half a month, he had compressed less than 1% of the spiritual energy. At this rate, in 3 months, he wouldn't even be able to manage a single transformation, let alone 4. However, he was not anxious. Every beginning is difficult. As long as the vortex he nurtured grew to a certain level, he could absorb large amounts of spiritual energy directly, and the speed of compression would naturally increase. With only 3 days left until the 6-month deadline, Lu Honglu finally appeared at Dong Renqi's residence, accompanied by Qiu Deliang. Elder Qiu ancestor Lu, you arrived just in time, or I was just about to look for you. Dong Renqi spotted the two from a distance, immediately stood up, and said excitedly, I finally researched the improved pill formula. What a coincidence, if we hadn't come you wouldn't have figured it out. The moment we arrived you made a breakthrough. Qiu Deliang scoffed. I think you're just putting on airs waiting for us to ask you about it. Dong Renqi cried out in injustice, and looked at Lu Honglu with a beaming smile. I just had one last question holding me back, but the moment I saw Ancestor Lu approaching like a celestial fairy my mood lifted, and I immediately resolved that final issue. Lu Honglu lightly rolled her beautiful eyes and shot Dong Renqi a glare. Stop your babbling, and quickly write down the pill recipe. Dong Renqi immediately scampered into the room to fetch paper and pen. Qiu Deliang's face showed a look of doubt. He was quite familiar with Lu Honglu. Since experiencing the incident with Li Muyun, Lu Honglu had for the most part been serious and cold in front of us, especially towards the male cultivators around her. If they behaved inappropriately, she would scold them lightly or take harsher measures. Dong Renqi, as a junior, and previously Lu Honglu's disciple, clearly had a teasing tone in his earlier words, yet Lu Honglu showed no displeasure, almost as if she was accustomed to it. Elder Qiu ancestor Lu, please wait a moment, I will write the pill recipe right away. Dong Renqi brought over paper and pen and began to write. Lu Honglu walked slowly to Dong Renqi's side, tilting her body to carefully observe his writing, completely unaware that she was merely a step away from him. Seeing this scene, Qiu Deliang's gaze towards Dong Renqi and Lu Honglu became complicated, and a shocking thought flashed through his mind. Soon Dong Renqi finished writing the pill recipe and used his spiritual energy to dry the ink. Lu Honglu stretched out her hand, wanting to take the recipe. However, Dong Renqi handed the pill recipe to Qiu Deliang, saying, Ancestor, you can't refine pills, so it won't be useful for you to look at it. Lu Honglu immediately raised her eyebrows, clearly about to explode. Yet Dong Renqi was completely unfazed by her threat and continued to present the pill recipe to Qiu Deliang. Lu Honglu huffed lightly and turned her gaze to Qiu Deliang. Qiu Deliang was not as resolute as Dong Renqi. He quickly took the pill recipe from Dong Renqi's hands and promptly handed it back to Lu Honglu. Lu Honglu took the pill recipe and glanced over it quickly. It's all crooked and your handwriting is so ugly, who would want to see this? After saying that, she lightly pushed it back into Qiu Deliang's hands. Dong Renqi had clearly done this on purpose with the simple intent of testing Lu Honglu's limits and slowly closing the distance between them. Of course his actions were quite reckless. However, to take revenge for the 6 breaths grievance, he dared to take. Seeing Lu Honglu's reaction, Dong Renqi felt delighted. Although she was a golden core expert, her occasional behaviors revealed that she was just an inexperienced girl. This was quite normal, as many cultivators spent most of their time in solitary cultivation, rarely interacting with others, which made their social skills somewhat awkward. After obtaining the pill recipe, Qiu Deliang no longer paid attention to the unusual interaction between Lu Honglu and Dong Renqi, hurriedly scanning through the recipe. Soon a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he excitedly said, This change is excellent, I can't believe I didn't think of it before. He then punched Dong Renqi heavily on the chest, saying, You're impressive. I suspect it won't be long before you catch up. Dong Renqi chuckled. To be honest, I became a level 4 alchemist half a month ago. Hearing this, Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu were both taken aback. You really are a level 4 alchemist already? Qiu Deliang asked in shock. I just advanced and barely scratched the surface, if I can't compare to Elder Qiu at all. A level 4 alchemist under 20 is truly abnormal. With your rate of advancement, how can anyone else have confidence in refining pills? Qiu Deliang sighed dramatically, then gave Dong Renqi a glare. I'm off to refine the ice spirit pill. After saying that, he turned and left. Elder Qiu, wait for me. I want to refine pills with you. Dong Renqi pretended to follow him. Stay where you are. I don't want to see you now. Oh, I want to be alone. Qiu Deliang replied angrily. Dong Renqi feigned confusion, saying, Be alone. Elder Qiu, who is alone? Get lost. Qiu Deliang walked away, without turning back, quickly stepping onto the path through the forest. Dong Renqi, with your talent in alchemy, you shouldn't be distracted by cultivation. Becoming a master alchemist would far exceed the achievements of an ordinary cultivator. Once Qiu Deliang left, Lu Honglu spoke in a cold tone. Dong Renqi chuckled softly. Ancestor, didn't Elder Qiu tell you? I'm now a mid-grade 5 spiritual roots. My cultivation aptitude isn't bad, and my cultivation level has already caught up with my peers. It would be a shame not to cultivate. What you call catching up is merely reaching the same realm. In terms of foundation, you fall far behind those exceptional talents in the sect. It's tough for you to stand out in cultivation. Lu Honglu slightly lifted her eyelids. A person's energy is limited. You should focus your limited energy on alchemy. That path is the most suitable for you. Don't worry, Ancestor. I won't neglect my alchemical training. At this point Dong Rinchi grinned. Ancestor, am now a level 4 alchemist. Are you not afraid that I might become a level 5 alchemist before the bet expires and win against you? Lu Hongla's lips curled up. Who told you that becoming a level 5 alchemist means winning? I distinctly remember that you need to become both a level 5 alchemist and a golden core cultivator to win. Dong Rinchi was taken aback, then raised his voice saying, what we discussed earlier was a level 5 alchemist or a golden core cultivator. Do you have a witness? Lu Hongla's smile widened. Dong Rinchi looked indignant saying, Ancestor, as a dignified golden core elder, how can you go back on your word? Go back on my word. I am a dignified golden core cultivator. How could I go back on my word with a junior like you? You simply remembered it wrong, so stop whining about it here. Lu Honglu huffed lightly. Dong Rinchi, when the time comes, if you haven't become a level 5 alchemist and a golden core cultivator, return to by Bamboo Peak obediently. After speaking, she flew into the air towards Chiu Daliang's courtyard. Having flown about 10 zhang away, seeing Dong Rinchi standing still, she urged, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to check if Elder Chiu's medicine is ready. I'm not going. Dong Rinchi responded angrily. I don't feel like it right now, I want to be alone. Petty. Lu Honglu shot Dong Rinchi a glare and flew off. In the air, delighted giggles echoed. Lu Honglu certainly didn't expect that after she left, the irate Dong Rinchi slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Are you so sure that you have me in your grasp? I, Dong Rinchi, am destined to become a man with perfect 5 spiritual roots. With over a year left, even if I refine pills daily, I will reach the golden core stage. Honglu, oh Honglu, you're destined to be trapped in my 5-finger mountain. The following days saw Dong Rinchi return to his routine of cultivation and alchemy. After a full month, the whirlpool in his dantian finally grew and took shape, no longer needing to hide, and could fully absorb the spiritual energy around him without any reservations. At the same time, his fire and earth spiritual roots finally upgraded from upper grade to perfect grade, achieving perfect 5 spiritual roots. As the perfect 5 spiritual roots took form, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky above Taiching's sect. Dark clouds rolled, thunder rumbled, and lightning occasionally struck down, startling the people of Taiching's sect, who hurried to take cover indoors. Meanwhile, several figures shot out from the hidden corners of Taiching's sect, heading straight into the swirling dark clouds to search. Soon several voices rang out amid the thick clouds. This is a celestial phenomenon, not a disturbance from the demon clan. The ability to induce such celestial changes likely means a supreme cultivation prodigy has appeared within our sect. Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng are currently the most prodigious disciples of our sect. When they entered the sect, they did not cause any celestial change. Who could it be? Have you all forgotten about my newly accepted disciple? Are you implying that Dong Qingyuan caused today's celestial phenomenon? Besides Qingyuan, who else could it be? He was born amidst radiant light, spoke at 1 month, and walked at 2 months. He is the chosen one. Today's anomaly must be due to him. In a grove within the outer sect, a figure peered cautiously from behind a large rock, and it was none other. However, at this moment Dong Rinchi looked quite disheveled, his entire body charred, hair in disarray like a bird's nest, with dozens of large and small holes in his clothing, still emitting wisps of smoke. Damn it, did I just use pills to create a perfect 5 spiritual roots? Is it necessary to be so excited that you strike me with lightning? Seeing signs that the dark clouds above were dissipating, Dong Rinchi jumped out from behind the large rock, pointing at the sky and cursing. Earlier he had endured at least 6 bolts of lightning, which left him furious. However, just as his words fell, a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm struck down from above, sending him flying back several feet, tearing his clothes into shreds that fluttered like butterflies. With a thud, Dong Rinchi crashed down heavily, lying sprawled on the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably for a while, before finally settling down. After receiving that hit, he finally quieted down and dared not speak defiantly anymore. About half an incense stick's time later, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed. Only then did Dong Rinchi cautiously rise, and seeing no clouds above, he let out a sigh of relief, saying with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I practiced the 7 treasures glazed body for over half a year, otherwise I would have been charred by lightning today." Suddenly a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Without caring that he was left wearing only a pair of shorts, he began to practice 7 treasures glazed body, doing stances and practicing punches in the woods. Soon as he continued to throw punches, the charred skin on his body rapidly shed, and new skin quickly in less than 10 breaths, all the charred skin on his body disappeared, replaced entirely by fresh skin, rosy and vibrant. After another 3 breaths of time, as he continued to practice, his skin began to change color, turning into a bronze hue in an instant. I finally cultivated to the bronze body stage. Dong Rinchi stopped his punches and exclaimed in surprise. Gradually the bronze hue on his skin faded, and his skin returned to its normal color. Dong Rinchi never expected that a sudden lightning strike would bring him unexpected fortune, allowing him to finally grasp the basics of the 7 treasures, glazed body, reaching the first realm, the copper body realm. He quickly opened the system panel. Host Dong Rinchi, gender male, cultivation talent, exceptional spiritual energy, level 9th layer of chi, refining physical body, level copper body, realm alchemy, level 4th grade, lifespan 1. 49 years, chaos, swallowing heaven technique, not activated, activation condition, foundation establishment. Potential points, 170. Let's test the power of the copper body realm first. He smirked slightly, his figure suddenly lunging forward, his steps intertwining as he leaped a full yard, and then he threw a punch. With a loud bang, an old tree as thick as a man's waist fell abruptly, shattered in half by Dong Rinchi's punch. The first punch of the glazed body actually has such great power it might even rival any yellow level spell. Moreover, I have just entered the copper body realm. Once my physical body becomes stronger, the power of this punch will only increase. Dong Rinchi was overjoyed, feeling that after entering the copper body realm, his physical strength, speed, and resilience had multiplied several times. With only 2 months left until the sect competition begins, Dong Rinchi continued to train fervently. Since the vortex in his dantian had completely formed, his speed of compressing spiritual energy had greatly increased. In less than 3 days, he had compressed all the spiritual energy in his dantian, once making it noticeably more refined, successfully completing the first transition. At the same time, the originally full dantian had become much emptier due to the refinement of the spiritual energy. Next, he would continue to cultivate, replenishing new spiritual energy into the dantian, and then compressing it a second time. At this stage, the advantage of Dong Rinchi's top-tier 5 spiritual roots was clearly manifested. The 10 transformations of the Supreme Clarity technique operated at high speed, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment as if it were being swallowed by a whale. Simultaneously, he continuously consumed top-tier vitality pills, turning spirit stones into powder. An endless stream of spiritual energy was generated in the dantian, quickly drawn into the vortex for compression and refinement. In less than 6 days, he successfully completed the second transition of the Supreme Clarity technique. The cultivation and compression of spiritual energy had entered a steady path, showing significant progress. However, there were some minor issues with the cultivation of the 7 treasures, glazed body. Since advancing to the copper body realm, the consumption of top-tier strong blood required for cultivating the 7 treasures glazed body had tripled, now requiring 18 pills. 18 top-tier strong blood pills meant he would need to refine pills 6 times. With less than 2 months until the sect competition, Dong Rinchi had to focus on compressing spiritual energy and did not have enough time to refine the strong blood pills. In desperation, he had to temporarily suspend the cultivation of the 7 treasures glazed body and devote himself entirely to refining the 10 transformations of the Supreme Clarity technique. The quadrennial Supreme Clarity sect competition finally commenced. This time, almost all disciples who had been in closed-door training and those who had been out exploring appeared, making it far more lively than previous competitions. The reason being, those who achieved good rankings in this competition would not only receive generous rewards from the sect, but the top 100 would also gain entry into the Supreme Clarity secret realm. The spiritual energy within the Supreme Clarity secret realm is extremely dense, several dozen times richer than that of the Supreme Clarity sect's main peak. Cultivating there for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating on the main peak for a month. Additionally, the secret realm is filled with countless rare treasures, making it easy to obtain cultivation resources that are extremely difficult to acquire outside. Such opportunities are naturally coveted by the disciples of the Supreme Clarity sect. However, risks and rewards coexist. The predecessors of the Supreme Clarity sect placed numerous spirit beasts within the secret realm to maintain ecological balance. Although these powerful beings set up formations and restrictions in the secret realm to limit the growth of these spirit beasts, ensuring their strength remains at the chi refining stage. Over time, the geographical features of the secret realm have changed, and the restrictions and formations within are inevitably affected, making it possible for a small number of spirit beasts to break free from their constraints and possess foundation establishment level strength. Therefore, entering the Supreme Clarity secret realm presents both tremendous opportunities and significant risks. The sect competition is held in the square of the Supreme Clarity sect's Shoyang Peak. 10 enormous arenas have been set up, each surrounded by stands and waiting areas for contestants. Early in the morning, the square of Shoyang Peak was bustling with people. Dong Rinchi initially wanted to bring Xiao Deliang to Shoyang Peak, but Xiao Deliang was not particularly interested in the fighting and killing, advising Dong Rinchi to act according to his abilities, prioritizing safety before retreating to the alchemy room to focus on developing new pills. Before the competition begins, all registered disciples must undergo a cultivation test to eliminate those whose cultivation is below the 6th layer. The testing area is located on the west side of the square, where several sect stewards are seated in a line, each with a measuring spirit stone placed on their desks. The disciples of the Supreme Clarity sect participating in the test formed long lines waiting in order to have their cultivation levels assessed. Around them, many disciples gathered, forming circles to watch. That's Chu Feng with high-grade golden spiritual roots. In less than 2 years since joining, he has already reached the 8th layer of Qi refining, and his Supreme Clarity technique has reached the 4th transition. He will definitely make it into the top 100 in the competition. Chu Feng's cultivation speed isn't the fastest. Zhao Yinglong from Luchuan Peak is the truly fast one. In just 1 year, he has progressed from the 2nd to the 9th layer of Qi refining, and reportedly, his Supreme Clarity technique has also reached the 4th transition. Dong Renqi stood at the back of a line listening to the chatter of the surrounding Supreme Clarity sect disciples. Suddenly a somewhat surprised voice rang out behind him. Look, the person with a lump on his waist looks familiar. Are you blind? That's a storage bag. Another voice immediately retorted. I know it's a storage bag, but doesn't its color and shape look too much like a lump? Can you keep it down? Anyone with a storage bag is either powerful or has a strong background. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Dong Renqi naturally knew who they were talking about, and wished he could find a hole to hide in, silently cursing Qiu Deliang countless times in his heart. Why on earth did you have to make a perfectly good storage bag look like a lump? Is your head stuffed with something? In order not to attract more attention, he slightly adjusted his robe to cover the storage bag. Take a closer look. Doesn't this person look somewhat familiar? The first speaker spoke again, lowering his voice noticeably. What do you mean familiar? He looks quite unfamiliar. Have you forgotten? That's the fat guy who was expelled from the inner sect by Bamboozle Peak. Are you saying that's Dong Renqi from the Dong family? You really are blind. Dong Renqi's appearance was far from that of the others, and wait, he had to admit upon closer inspection, there was indeed a resemblance. Not just a resemblance, that's clearly him. Dong Renqi, after losing weight, looks just like this. Do men really gossip like this? Dong Renqi felt somewhat annoyed by the two behind him and prepared to turn around to give them a glare. But before he could turn around, he noticed the crowd begin to stir. Ma Xiaofeng is here. Heavens, it's senior brother Ma. I finally see him again today. Isn't Ma Xiaofeng supposed to be exempt from testing? Why is he here? As the crowd moved aside, various voices filled the air. Dong Renqi followed the direction of the crowd's movement and immediately saw a group of several people striding forward. Among them, 2 young men walked side by side at the front. The one on the left wore a white robe, tall and slender with thick brows like swords and a notably handsome face. He was Ma Xiaofeng, one of the 3 prodigies of the Supreme Clarity sect. Walking alongside Ma Xiaofeng was a man of medium stature, his face exhibiting a sickly pallor. He was none other than his brother Ma Tao. That night in the woods not far from the Supreme Clarity sect's night market, Dong Renqi had saved Feng Xiaoro from the clutches of Ma Tao. Ma Xiaofeng and Ma Tao strode confidently, not glancing aside, directly bypassing the long queue to reach the front. Uncle Master, please let my brother test his cultivation first. Ma Xiaofeng slightly cupped his hands towards a sect steward seated at the desk. The sect steward nodded in acknowledgement and then waved to the disciple at the front of the line. The disciple, filled with anger and resentment, dared not protest, silently stepping back 2 paces to make way. It's not surprising that one of the 3 prodigies of the sect would have such privilege. Even the elder of the sect gives him some leeway. Ma Tao is also fortunate to have such a brother basking in his glory. Indeed, Ma Tao relies on Ma Xiaofeng's backing to bully others in the sect's night market, engaging in numerous acts of oppression. As murmurs spread through the crowd, Ma Tao displayed a proud expression as he stepped up to the desk, placing his hand on the measuring spirit stone. Immediately, 8 beams of light shot up from the spirit stone. Ma Tao has actually reached the 8th layer of Qi refining. With at least 3 transitions of the Supreme Clarity technique, and at the 8th layer of Qi refining, Ma Tao's cultivation talent is quite impressive. Only compared to his brother, he inevitably pales in comparison. Dong Renqi withdrew his gaze and continued to wait in line. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Brother Dong. Dong Renqi turned around to find a petite girl standing at the back of the line. It was Feng Xiaoro. Sister Feng. Dong Renqi stepped forward to the back of the line, positioning himself behind Feng Xiaoro. Brother Dong, have you reached the 6th layer of Qi refining? Feng Xiaoro asked excitedly. Dong Renqi nodded with a faint smile, remaining silent. I knew it. Brother Dong is no ordinary person, and one day he will soar high. Feng Xiaoro's face was full of a knowing smile. Clearly, seeing Dong Renqi again brought her genuine joy. Dong Renqi frowned gently upon seeing Ma Tao approach. Back at the night market, Ma Tao had already coveted Feng Xiaoro. Now his arrival surely heralded nothing good. Moreover, judging by Ma Tao's tone, he and Feng Xiaoro had already crossed paths in the inner sect. At the sound of Ma Tao's voice, Feng Xiaoro trembled uncontrollably and instinctively moved closer to Dong Renqi, timidly hiding behind him. It was evident that she was very afraid of Ma Tao. Ma Tao noticed this and furrowed his brows tightly, glaring at Dong Renqi with ill intent. Step aside. "Oh, I have something to discuss with junior sister Fang." Dong Renqi cast a faint glance at Ma Tao before directing his attention to Ma Xiaofeng. Ma Xiaofeng stood quietly beside Ma Tao, his expression unchanged. However, the several men behind him wore grim expressions, their sharp gazes fixated on Dong Renqi. Before Dong Renqi could respond, Fang Xiaoro quickly stepped out from behind him, forcing a smile, as she said, "Brother Dong, I will talk with Brother Ma Tao for a bit, I will find you later." At this moment, with everyone watching, even if Ma Tao had ulterior motives, he dared not act excessively, so Fang Xiaoro would likely be safe. However, Fang Xiao's actions clearly indicated that she did not want to implicate Dong Renqi. Because of her action, Dong Renqi no longer hesitated, grasping Fang Xiao's hand and pulling her to his side. Fang Xiao's delicate face flushed red as she struggled gently for a moment before obediently standing close to Dong Renqi. "Kid, do you know who you are talking to? I told you to get lost. Get lost now." Ma Tao, seeing the closeness between Dong Renqi and Fang Xiaoro, was immediately consumed by jealousy and shouted in anger. Fang Xiaoro exerted force in her hand, trying to break free from Dong Renqi's grip, but he tightened his hold, preventing her from escaping. Dong Renqi did not even look at Ma Tao, instead directing his gaze at Ma Xiaofeng. "Ma Xiaofeng, your silence implies you support your brother's rudeness and arrogance." The surrounding disciples of the Taiqing sect were taken aback. They never expected that the seemingly unfamiliar Dong Renqi would dare to directly address Ma Xiaofeng's name, while also clearly criticizing him for his lack of discipline in allowing his brother to act wrongly. "Who is this kid? What a bold fellow to speak to Brother Ma like that. Look, he has an outer sect disciple's badge hanging from his waist. He is an outer sect disciple. No wonder he dares to speak to Brother Ma like this. It turns out he is just an ignorant outer sect disciple. This guy is bold but foolish, daring to provoke the Ma brothers. He will probably pay dearly for it. How dare you speak to my brother like that? Are you looking for death?" Ma Tao took a step forward, his spiritual energy surging around him. He was used to being domineering, and with many sect elders nearby, he actually intended to take action. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Dong Renqi's mouth, his voice suddenly dropping and becoming hoarse. "If it weren't for your brother's face with your actions tonight, I would have already crippled you." The crowd was confused, not understanding why Dong Renqi suddenly said such a thing. Ma Tao's expression shifted. "So it's you. You were the one hiding in the shadows that night." His face flushed with shame and anger. He never expected that the person who had startled him away in the woods was just an outer sect disciple. Strictly speaking, Dong Renqi had merely been a servant disciple at that time. "Yes, it is I." Dong Renqi's lips curled upward. "I spared you once last time, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Kid, you are doomed. Today no one can save you." Ma Tao, furious, took another step forward and swung his palm toward Dong Renqi. About 10 zhang away were the sect's stewards responsible for testing cultivation levels. As Ma Tao made his move, they all turned their gazes elsewhere, pretending not to see. Dong Renqi had been paying close attention to the stewards' reactions. Seeing them act this way, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly sprang into action. "Xiao Tao, be careful!" Ma Xiaofeng urgently called out as Dong Renqi moved. However, his warning came a beat too late. Before he finished speaking, Dong Renqi had already crossed half a zhang, suddenly appearing in front of Ma Tao with astonishing speed, shocking everyone present. In the next moment, a series of sickening cracking bones echoed as Ma Tao, having barely swung his hand halfway, let out a scream and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground 3 zhang away, without even a groan, directly fainting. The crowd fell silent, everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected that in front of Ma Xiaofeng, Dong Renqi would dare to strike Ma Tao, knocking him unconscious with a single punch, despite Ma Tao already being at the 8th level of qi refinement. "Xiao Tao." Ma Xiaofeng's face changed dramatically as he rushed to Ma Tao's side, propping him up, and he fainted just like that. The 8th level of qi refinement is too weak. Dong Renqi looked at his own fist, clearly surprised. He didn't consider that cultivators practicing spiritual energy might have physiques slightly stronger than ordinary people. He was practicing the quasi-immortal grade body refining technique, the 7 treasures glazed body, and had already made some progress. In terms of pure physique, Ma Tao was leagues behind him. Normally, when facing a body cultivator, a spiritual cultivator would typically keep their distance to avoid close combat, and use ranged attacks for suppression. Ma Tao had clearly been careless, not aware of Dong Renqi's true capabilities. If he had known that Dong Renqi had trained his physique, he would never have dared to approach. "You have some nerve to injure Xiao Tao. I will cripple you." Ma Xiaofeng handed the unconscious Ma Tao to a follower behind him, then slowly approached Dong Renqi, his face filled with killing intent. The surrounding disciples of the Taiqing sect saw the situation escalating and quickly retreated, fearing to get caught in the crossfire. "Junior sister Fang, you should step back too." Dong Renqi turned to Fang Xiaoro. She looked worried and did not retreat. "If you are beside me, I will have to divide my attention to take care of you." Dong Renqi patted her arm with a slight smile. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Fang Xiaoro hesitated for a moment and softly said, "Brother Dong, you must be careful." After saying this, she also retreated to the back with the crowd. Within moments, the Taiching sect disciples waiting in line for their cultivation test gradually left the queue and joined the onlookers. Since Ma Xiaofeng, one of the three great talents of the sect, was about to fight, the spectators naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to witness it. The dozen or so stewards responsible for testing cultivation levels exchanged glances and chose to. As a great talent of the Taiching sect, Ma Xiaofeng's future achievements were limitless. As long as he did not suffer any setbacks along the way, he would surely become a formidable figure with a prestigious status in the Taiching sect. For someone like him, these stewards naturally aimed to avoid offending him as much as possible. As the number of onlooking Taiching sect disciples increased, finally an inner sect disciple from the Bamboo Spring Peak recognized Dong Rinchi and exclaimed, "Isn't that Dong Rinchi? What happened to this guy? He actually lost a dozen or so pounds." In the crowd, many disciples from Bamboo Spring Peak voiced their surprise. Following this reminder, more disciples from Bamboo Spring Peak spoke up. It really is him. After being apart for over half a year, this big pig has actually lost weight successfully. To be honest, he looks quite handsome in this form. Wasn't he a waste with 5 spirit roots? How could he knock Ma Tao out with one punch? It's highly likely that this guy couldn't cultivate spiritual energy and switch to body cultivation. Oh, otherwise how could he have such punching power? This speculation has merit. He must have lost weight because he has practiced body cultivation techniques. Ma Xiaofeng stopped 10 steps away from Dong Rinchi, sizing him up. "You are Dong Rinchi of the Dong family." Though Ma Xiaofeng had not seen Dong Rinchi in person, he had heard of him. Dong Rinchi slightly lifted his eyelids. "Yes and no. I am Dong Rinchi, but I have severed ties with the Dong family." Ma Xiaofeng squinted his eyes. "I don't care whether you have ties with the Dong family or not, as since you dared to injure Xiao Tao, be prepared to be crippled yourself. You don't care about any reason." Ma Tao acted first, and he bullied others using his power. Dong Rinchi looked at Ma Xiaofeng with indifferent eyes. Although his expression was relaxed, he did not underestimate Ma Xiaofeng, who was radiating a strong wave of spiritual energy. The intensity of the wave was not much weaker than that of those at the foundation establishment stage. "You injured my brother, it is only right for me to cripple you. That is my reasoning." Ma Xiaofeng spoke coldly. "Where there is a brother, there is a brother. It seems that with someone like you, only using fists to reason will suffice." A cold smile appeared on Dong Rinchi's face. "Since you want to make a move, why stand so far away? Are you afraid of my fists?" The surrounding crowd was astonished at this, especially the disciples from Bamboo Spring Peak, who were all in disbelief. Is this really Dong Rinchi? How could he remain unfazed in front of Ma Xiaofeng? Why do I feel that the current Dong Rinchi seems unreal? Is this still the Dong Rinchi I knew? Ma Xiaofeng snorted softly. "Do you think that just practicing body cultivation for a few days makes you impressive? Let you savor your success for a bit." He quickly scanned the onlooking disciples of the Taiching sect. Soon his gaze landed on a pale-faced man in green robes with a square face, and he asked in a deep voice, "Will the Dong family intervene in today's matter?" Everyone turned to look, realizing the man in green robes was Dong Qianli. It was clear that despite Ma Xiaofeng's high reputation in the Taiching sect, he still had to consider the Dong family. Dong Rinchi also shifted his gaze and saw Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli met Dong Rinchi's gaze briefly and declared loudly, "Dong Rinchi has been expelled from the family. He has no ties with us. Today's matter has nothing to do with the Dong family. Dong Rinchi, without the Dong family backing you, you are nothing but an ant in my eyes." After receiving Dong Qianli's affirmative reply, Ma Xiaofeng's eyes glinted coldly. "Today, whichever hand you use to strike Xiao Tao, I will sever it." As he spoke, his aura suddenly surged several-fold. He raised his hands, slightly ready to strike. Dong Rinchi bent his knees, slightly preparing to act first, as well eager to test the combat prowess of the Liuli fist. Just then a figure flashed out from the crowd and stood between Dong Rinchi and Ma Xiaofeng. She was a woman clad in black tight-fitting attire, tall and slender with a narrow waist and broad shoulders. Her jet black hair was tied high, her lips were red, her teeth white, and her delicate eyebrows curved upward, a beauty tinged with an air of spirited valor. "Yi Qingyu!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. The spirited woman was none other than Yi Qingyu, one of the 3 prodigies of the Taiching sect. Those like Ma Xiaofeng and Yi Qingyu were exempt from the preliminary sect competition, yet today they both appeared at the testing grounds. A surprising sight indeed. "Ma Xiaofeng, the sect competition hasn't even started, yet are you already itching for a fight? Bullying an outer disciple is beneath you. If you want to fight, it'll be your opponent." Yi Qingyu stood with her back to Dong Rinchi, her gaze calmly fixed on Ma Xiaofeng. "Yi Qingyu, if you wish to fight, I'll meet you on the competition platform. For now, this matter has nothing to do with you. Step aside." Ma Xiaofeng frowned. "I'm sorry, but today's issue does involve me." Yi Qingyu turned her gaze to the still unconscious Ma Tao. "Your brother has been arrogant and bullying. Not long ago, he harassed a junior disciple of my Qinglu Peak. I was just about to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, this outer disciple behind me struck first, saving me the trouble. So consider your brother's injuries today as my doing. Whatever you want, name the terms. I Yi Qingyu will accept them all. Although Dong Renqi had never met Yi Qingyu before, he knew her reputation well. Despite being a woman, she was renowned for her fiery, decisive nature, her spirit far surpassing that of ordinary men. Today he found her indeed worthy of her fame. At the same time, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Judging by Yi Qingyu's stance, it seemed he would not have to fight Ma Xiaofeng today. Originally, if not for Fang Xiaoro, he would not have drawn so much attention or exposed his strength. He wanted to keep his abilities concealed for now and save some surprises for the competition. For instance, Dong Qianli, who stood amidst the crowd, his face showing disappointment at Yi Qingyu's appearance. Yi Qingyu, do you think I'm afraid of you? A flash of anger appeared in Ma Xiaofeng's eyes. If you insist on protecting Dong Renqi, then today, let me see how much you've improved these past few years. That's exactly what I intend. Yi Qingyu's lips curled upward, and a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from her. The three prodigies truly live up to their name. Dong Renqi stood only 6 paces away from Yi Qingyu, and could clearly sense the fluctuation of her spiritual energy. He noticed that Yi Qingyu's foundation was equally profound, her spiritual energy density rivaling that of foundation establishment cultivators. Ma Xiaofeng was already circulating his spiritual energy. The two prodigies were at daggers drawn, and a fierce confrontation seemed imminent. The surrounding Taiching sect disciples were all excited. They had not expected that before the sect competition even formally began, an ultimate showdown would break out early. Just then, over a dozen stewards who had been sitting behind a table all rose simultaneously. A senior steward spoke loudly. What are you doing? Private fights are forbidden in the sect. Cease immediately. Dong Renqi turned his gaze to the stewards, his eyes turning cold. Earlier, when Ma Xiaofeng had been about to attack him, those stewards had pretended to be deaf and blind, looking away, clearly reluctant to offend Ma Xiaofeng. Now that Yi Qingyu, of equal status to Ma Xiaofeng, had appeared, they immediately stepped in. Once these two started fighting, the commotion would be enormous, and they would not be able to settle it quickly. Intervening at this moment was a way to avoid offending either party. Since the stewards had spoken, Ma Xiaofeng and Yi Qingyu could not openly disregard their authority. They each gave a slight bow to the stewards and withdrew their spiritual energy fluctuations. Esteemed stewards, this man has unjustly injured my brother Ma Tao. I beg you to seek justice for my brother. Ma Xiaofeng, however, had no intention of letting Dong Renqi off, raising his voice to accuse him before the stewards. The senior steward turned his gaze to Dong Renqi and said coldly, "Do you admit your guilt?" Admit guilt. Indignation rose in Dong Renqi's heart. Senior, you haven't even asked for the cause, and yet you prepare to pronounce me guilty. You were seated right there. You must have seen everything that happened. Who was right and who was wrong should be clear to you. Insolence. A mere outer disciple dares to interrogate a steward like this. You are completely lawless. The senior steward's brows knitted, and he instructed 2 younger stewards beside him, seize him and take him to the disciplinary hall for judgment. The 2 younger stewards nodded slightly and were about to move to apprehend Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi raised his voice, speaking loudly. Senior, is it simply because I am an outer disciple that you disregard the facts and place the blame on me? Is this the rule of our Taiching sect? At this moment, anger burned within Dong Renqi, along with a growing disappointment toward the Taiching sect. An outer disciple assaulting an inner disciple is a grave offense. What need is there to ask for reasons? The senior steward said coldly. So it is deemed natural for inner disciples to bully outer disciples, yet when an outer disciple fights back, he must be punished by sect rules. A renowned righteous sect having such an unjust rule is truly disheartening. Dong Renqi said angrily. Among the onlookers there were also a few outer disciples. Upon hearing Dong Renqi's words, they deeply resonated with him, their faces showing indignation. However, their voices carried little weight, so they could only harbor silent anger. The senior steward barked, "How dare you spout nonsense here? Take him immediately. If he resists, show no mercy." The 2 younger stewards wasted no time and advanced toward Dong Renqi. Ma Xiaofeng, Dong Qianli, and the others saw this, and smirked, their faces showing gleeful satisfaction. Yi Qingyu frowned slightly, but made no move. Honored masters, this whole matter started because of me. Senior brother Dong is innocent. If anyone is to be punished, please punish me and spare senior brother Dong. Fang Xiaoro, seeing the stewards accuse Dong Renqi, was greatly agitated, her eyes filled with deep guilt. Now that the 2 stewards were barely 10 paces away from Dong Renqi, she rushed out of the crowd regardless, shouting urgently, while preparing to kneel before them. But Dong Renqi stepped forward and stopped her, saying in a low voice, "You don't need to kneel to them. Besides, kneeling won't help." Then he gave her a confident smile. "Don't worry, I can handle this. Senior brother Dong, this is all my fault." Fang Xiaoro was clearly worried. Dong Renqi had already turned around, staring directly at the approaching stewards, and declared loudly, "It's true that I am a lowly outer disciple, but I am also an alchemist, a 4th-grade alchemist." His voice was loud and infused with spiritual energy, carrying across the entire square. Instantly, those nearby stared at Dong Renqi in shock, and even those far away turned their eyes toward him, all converging. The senior steward's expression changed, and he hastily called to the two stewards already near Dong Rinchi Hole. Within the vast Taiching sect there were fewer than 100 fourth-grade alchemists, and their status far surpassed that of an ordinary steward like him. If Dong Rinchi truly was a fourth-grade alchemist, how could he dare to arrest him? Ma Xiaofeng was initially stunned by Dong Rinchi's claim, but quickly sneered. Master Dong Rinchi is nothing but a castaway from the inner sect. How could he become a fourth-grade alchemist? This man not only scoffs at sect rules, but also lies through his teeth. Please suppress and arrest him immediately. Yi Qingyu slowly turned around, finally facing Dong Rinchi fully, her slightly narrow eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Dong Rinchi, are you truly a fourth-grade alchemist? The senior steward frowned. If you dare deceive me, your punishment will be doubled. So if I am a fourth-grade alchemist, you dare not touch me. It seems your rules only look at status, not right or wrong. Dong Rinchi laughed scornfully. The senior steward's brows knitted tightly as he pressed. Dong Rinchi, I ask you again, are you, or are you not a fourth-grade alchemist? Since your eyes see only status, I will play by your rules. A cold light gleamed in Dong Rinchi's eyes. Are you even qualified to question whether I am a fourth-grade alchemist? The senior steward flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Just then a figure appeared silently on the scene. He wore a moon-white robe, was tall and lean with slightly graying temples. Seeing the old man, everyone present, including the dozen stewards, and Yi Qingyu, bowed respectfully. Master! Ma Xiaofeng hurried forward and bowed respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. The old man was none other than Zhu Getian, the peak master of Luquan Peak, and Ma Xiaofeng's master. Zhu Gishan's protectiveness of his disciples was known throughout the sect. Master, this man has unjustly injured Ma Tao, and now brazenly claims to be a fourth-grade alchemist to evade punishment. Ma Xiaofeng immediately reported to his master. Zhu Getian frowned slightly. Just an outer disciple. Can't you handle it yourself? Ma Xiaofeng's face reddened. To report to Master, Yi Qingyu interfered without cause and prevented me from avenging Ma Tao. Zhu Getian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yi Qingyu indifferently. Girl, this doesn't concern you. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, she gave a slight bow to Zhu Getian, cast a glance at Dong Rinchi, and turned to leave. Zhu Gishan's gaze shifted lightly, settling on Dong Rinchi. Instantly Dong Rinchi felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain bearing down on him, making his breathing falter. A fourth-grade alchemist? Zhu Gishan's face twisted into a sneer. You dare harm a disciple of my flowing spring peak? Even if you were truly a fourth-grade alchemist, so what? Surrender now, and confess your crimes at the law enforcement hall, and you may spare yourself some physical suffering. Dong Rinchi furrowed his brow. Zhu Gishan's cultivation was unfathomable, and even the status of a fourth-grade alchemist could not intimidate him. The current situation was perilous. Once dragged to the law enforcement hall, the consequences were unpredictable. The only certainty was that nothing good awaited him. Fang Xiao stepped forward, her voice trembling yet resolute. Peak Master, the fault lies with me. But before she could finish, Zhu Getian let out a cold snort. Her voice died in her throat, accompanied by a muffled groan. Her figure swayed violently, and her face turned deathly pale. Dong Rinchi swiftly moved to shield Fang Xiao, his voice icy, a peak master stooping to attack a junior disciple, disregarding all propriety. As a junior, she dared to speak out of turn when I had not addressed her. If her master failed to teach her manners, I as peak master shall do so in their stead. Zhu Getian looked at Dong Rinchi with disdain. If you wish to play the hero saving the damsel in distress, you'd best weigh your own worth. They'll give you half a breath. If you still refuse to surrender, I will personally suppress you. Dong Rinchi's mind raced. With his current strength, a direct confrontation with Zhu Getian would be like throwing an egg against a rock. He needed to seek powerful allies. Thus he prepared to shout with all his might, crying out injustice as loudly as he could, so that more people would hear, preferably those in the great halls beyond the square. This was Shouyang Peak, the foremost of the 6 peaks of Taiching sect. The sect leader presided here, surrounded by countless experts and powerhouses. Surely someone could overpower Zhu Getian, a fourth-grade alchemist under 20 with boundless potential. Someone in the sect would certainly protect him. Just as he was channeling his spiritual energy to cry out, 2 figures descended gracefully into the scene. They were 2 women, one in white and the other in red. The woman in the red dress was Lu Honglu. The woman in white had a slightly fuller figure with a round, baby-faced complexion that was fair with a rosy glow. After Lu Honglu and the woman in white landed, a black-clad figure hurried out from the crowd. It was Yi Qingyu who had returned. Master! Yi Qingyu bowed respectfully to the woman in white, then stood to the side, hands at her sides. So this baby-faced woman was actually Luo Faping, the peak master of Green Willow Peak. Yi Qingyu had not retreated earlier, she had gone to summon reinforcements. Dong Rinchi breathed a huge sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Honglu, and immediately turned his gaze to her. But Lu Honglu, after landing, stood there with a cold, proud expression, her eyes fixed solely on Zhu Getian, not even glancing at Dong Rinchi out of the corner of her eye. Peak Master Luo Jr. Sister Lu, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Gitian frowned slightly at the sight of Luo Faping and Lu Honglu arriving together. One was the Peak Master of Green Willow Peak, the other the second-in-command of Emerald Bamboo Peak. Their alliance naturally commanded Zhu Gishan's attention. We heard someone here loudly proclaiming himself an outer disciple, yet a fourth-grade alchemist, and I became curious. So Junior Sister Lu and I came to take a look. I didn't expect to find Peak Master Zhu here. Luo Faping's voice was exceedingly soft. She then turned her gaze to Dong Renqi. Were you the one shouting so loudly just now? Dong Renqi quickly replied with respect, reporting to Peak Master Luo, it was indeed me who spoke. If I disturbed anyone, I beg your forgiveness. Luo Faping waved her hand dismissively. Disturbance is hardly the word. Are you truly a fourth-grade alchemist? Dong Renqi nodded repeatedly. If Peak Master Luo has time, I could refine a batch of fourth-grade pills right before your eyes. I trust you wouldn't dare deceive me. Luo Faping gave Dong Renqi a cool glance, then turned to Lu Honglu with a slight smile. Honglu, it seems your Emerald Bamboo Peak has truly driven away an alchemy prodigy. Barely 20, and already a fourth-grade alchemist. Such an achievement has never been seen in our sect. This youth kept a low profile, but we of Emerald Bamboo Peak misjudged him. Lu Honglu paused, then glanced at Dong Renqi. However, it won't be long before he returns to our Emerald Bamboo Peak. Dong Renqi was about to retort, but seeing the sharpness in Lu Honglu's eyes, he wisely held his tongue. Luo Faping shook her head and chuckled. Why are you so quick to claim him? I never said I wanted to snatch him away. The two chatted back and forth, leaving Zhu Gitian completely ignored. Zhu Gitian stood by for a moment, unable to bear the slight any longer, and gave a heavy cough. Both of you, this outer disciple dared to injure a disciple of my Flowing Spring Peak. I am now taking him into custody and sending him to the Law Enforcement Hall for judgment. Luo Faping smiled faintly. Peak Master Zhu, it's merely a tiff among junior disciples. There's no need for such severity. Why involve yourself? The sect-wide tournament is about to commence, is it not? Let the disciples settle their differences on the arena platform. Lu Honglu added, senior brother Zhu, though Dong Renqi is currently an outer disciple, he is now a fourth-grade alchemist, and will soon rejoin the inner sect. Please grant us this small favor, and let today's matter rest. The grudges among disciples can be resolved during the tournament. Zhu Gishan's expression shifted several times before he finally said in a low voice, I certainly can't refuse the requests of Peak Master Luo and Junior Sister Lu. But can you both guarantee that Dong Renqi will participate in the sect tournament and not hide like a coward? Before Luo Faping and Lu Honglu could respond, Dong Renqi spoke calmly. Peak Master Zhu, on the tournament arena, I await anyone from Flowing Spring Peak. Interesting. Zhu Gitian let out a hearty laugh. Peak Master Luo Jr. Sister Lu, I've given you face today. If this boy dares to skip the sect tournament, you'll have to provide me with an explanation. With that, Zhu Gitian shot Dong Renqi a cold glare and strode away. Ma Xiaofeng likewise cast a sharp knife-like gaze at Dong Renqi, then carried Ma Tao and followed Zhu Gitian with his men. The senior steward bowed respectfully to Luo Faping, and Lu Honglu then announced loudly, disperse. Those who wish to participate in the tournament continue queuing to test your cultivation. Honglu, let's go. Luo Faping spoke softly, then instructed Yi Qingyu. Take Dong Renqi to finish his cultivation test, then bring him to us. Yes, master. Yi Qingyu nodded respectfully. Lu Honglu gave Dong Renqi an unreadable glance, then looked at Fang Xiaoro before turning to leave with Luo Faping. The disciples also dispersed, and the long queues quickly reformed. Yi Qingyu tilted her chin at Dong Renqi. Come with me to test your cultivation. With that, she selected a long line and walked straight to the front, clearly intending to cut in line for Dong Renqi, just as Ma Xiaofeng had done. Given such a convenient shortcut, Dong Renqi was not foolish enough to keep queuing. However, he did not immediately follow, but called out to Yi Qingyu. What's the holdup? Hurry up and test your cultivation with me. Yi Qingyu turned back, growing impatient. Dong Renqi smiled and pointed to Fang Xiaoro. Senior sister Yi, can she come along too? Fang Xiaoro shook her head repeatedly. Brother Dong, just go with senior sister Yi. They'll keep queuing. But Yi Qingyu waved her hand. Stop dawdling. Both of you come with me now. Soon under Yi Qingyu's guidance, Dong Renqi and Fang Xiaoro arrived at the very front of the line. Before Yi Qingyu could speak, and before the steward seated at the table could issue any instructions, several Taiching sect disciples at the head of the line stepped back a few paces, yielding their spots. Among them, some disciples even smiled and nodded at Dong Renqi, as if happy to let him cut in. Just now, Dong Renqi had knocked out Ma Tao with a single punch, and then stood firm against both Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Gitian, leaving a deep impression on many disciples present. Relying on Ma Xiaofeng's backing and Zhu Gishan's favoritism, Ma Tao had bullied many in Taiching sect. Those he oppressed, fearing Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Gitian, often swallowed their anger and dared not speak out. Today, Dong Renqi's single punch that knocked out Ma Tao vented the pent-up frustration of those bullied disciples, earning him much goodwill. Dong Renqi gave a slight bow to the Taiching sect disciples who had yielded their places. Peak Master Luo and Elder Lu are waiting for me. I dare not keep them long. I thank you for your time, fellow disciples. The several Taiching sect disciples quickly returned the bow, saying it was nothing. Many surrounding disciples saw this, and their favorable impression of Dong Rinchi grew. Both jumped the queue, but Ma Tao was arrogant and disdainful, while Dong Rinchi offered a courteous apology. The contrast was stark. Yi Qingyu glanced at Dong Rinchi. The coldness in her eyes was replaced by curiosity. Junior sister Fong, you test first. Dong Rinchi spoke softly. Fong Xiao nodded, and placed her hand on the spiritisting stone. 8 beams of light rose from the stone, in succession. Seeing this, the Taiching sect disciples around murmured, Qi refining 8th layer. Who would have thought this delicate girl is also at the Qi refining 8th layer? She's from Flying Waterfall Peak. I think she was an outer disciple before, only recently promoted to inner sect. No wonder Dong Rinchi defends her. They're both from the outer sect. But since she's from the outer sect, this Qi refining 8th layer is probably hollow. Just a realm without substance. I'd wager her Taiching art is at most 1 cycle. With such foundations, participating in the sect tournament will likely be a first-round exit. Fong Xiao heard these remarks, and her pretty face flushed with shame. These disciples guessed correctly. Fong Xiao's Taiching art had indeed only reached the first cycle. She had no hopes of entering the top 100 in the sect tournament, as she only wanted to gain some experience. Dong Rinchi patted Fong Xiao's arm gently. Junior sister Fong, some people just can't stand to see others do well. Think of them as stinky cabbages and ignore them. Fong Xiao nodded. Senior brother Dong, rest assured, I never hoped to enter the Taiching secret realm, I just wanted to see the world. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. Since you are involved, you must strive for a good ranking. I will first test my cultivation, and we will talk later. After saying this, Dong Rinchi placed his hand on the spirit stone. Subsequently, 9 beams of light rose from the spirit stone. 9th level of Qi refinement. Wasn't Dong Rinchi practicing body refinement? How did his spiritual power reach the 9th level of Qi refinement? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Fong Xiao and Yi Qingyu beside her were also quite surprised, and the sect elder sitting behind the desk showed a puzzled expression. What's so strange about that? Isn't he a 4th level alchemist? He consumes pills daily, and as long as his cultivation aptitude is decent, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement shouldn't be difficult. I dare say his Taiching technique is probably not turning at all. A self-righteous disciple of Taiching sect raised his voice slightly. You don't know the inside story, so don't talk nonsense. Dong Rinchi is notorious for being a 5-element root waste. After cultivating for 6 years on our bamboo's peak, he only reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. With such aptitude, even if he consumed pills day and night, he couldn't reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. A disciple from bamboo's peak raised an objection. You are unaware of something. I heard a rumor that Dong Rinchi has become a disciple of Elder Qiu from the outer sect. Elder Qiu has been frantically refining spirit replenishing pills for the past 6 months, and has produced quite a few high-quality pills, which are likely enhancing Dong Rinchi's spiritual root quality. A well-informed disciple announced authoritative news. What of his 9th level of Qi refinement? It's just a facade. I suspect the Taiching technique isn't turning at all, and with a realm built up by pills, his combat strength is extremely limited. Once he steps onto the arena, he will surely be eliminated in the 1st round. A disciple standing beside Dong Qianli spoke coldly. Eliminated in the 1st round. Did you not see? Ma Tao couldn't even land a punch on him. Someone rebutted. Another disciple from the Dong family took over the conversation. That was just Ma Tao being careless. As long as enough distance is maintained, Dong Rinchi's physical strength is no concern. In an instant, many people began arguing about Dong Rinchi's cultivation and combat strength. However, Dong Rinchi, the person in question, maintained an indifferent attitude, exchanging a glance with Dong Qianli, who was sharp-eyed in the crowd before leaving the scene, with Yi Qingyu and Fong Xiao. After a moment, the 3 arrived at a pavilion not far from the square. Senior sister, Yi, please wait for me a moment. I have a few words to say to junior sister Fong. Dong Rinchi slightly bowed to Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu glanced at Dong Rinchi indifferently. Make it quick. Master and Uncle Lu are still waiting. After saying this, she stepped forward and stopped 6 zhang away. Dong Rinchi led Fong Xiao into the pavilion. Junior sister Fong, are you alright? Fong Xiao shook her head. Senior brother Dong, don't worry. I'm fine. Dong Rinchi felt relieved, and then asked, has Ma Tao been bothering you? Fong Xiao nodded, her face showing anger. I have been in the inner sect for less than 2 months, and I encountered him by chance. Since then he has been lurking around me every few days, and sometimes he even goes to Feipu Peak to harass me, scaring me so much that I dare not go out. Did you not speak to your elders at Feipu Peak about this? Dong Rinchi furrowed his brow. Fong Xiao shook her head, showing a helpless expression. Ma Tao has been rampant in the sect, and he has the backing of Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Getian. Even if I tell them about this, the elders will most likely not offend Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Getian for a newly admitted disciple like me. Dong Rinchi fell silent for a moment. Having spent 6 years in the inner sect, he was familiar with the environment there, and knew that Fong Xiera's speculation was not wrong. Junior sister Fong, do not belittle yourself. You now possess a superior spiritual root and are a Nining body. Your aptitude and talent have already surpassed many inner sect disciples. Although you may be slightly behind now, you will soon catch up. Dong Renchi gave Fong Xiao an encouraging look. After today, Ma Tao will probably calm down for a while and won't bother you again. Fong Xiao nodded. Thank you very much, senior brother Dong, for today's matter. Dong Renchi shook his head slightly. Junior sister Fong, you need not be so polite with me. Today you have several times defended me without regard for your safety, we need not thank each other. However, in the future if such things occur again, please do not act so foolishly. I am a grown man, and how can I let you bear the responsibility for me? Fong Xiera's cheeks flushed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yi Qingyu cough heavily from a distance. Junior sister Fong, senior sister, Yi is already urging. I will keep my words brief. Dong Renchi gave Yi Qingyu an apologetic expression and then said to Fong Xiao, at night find an opportunity to come to the outer sect to see me. I have some things to give you. Seeing this, Dong Renchi realized that Fong Xiao might have misunderstood his intentions and sighed inwardly. Could it be that in her heart I only seek her for such matters? Am I such a person? Junior sister Fong, it seems our feelings are not quite right. You do not know me well enough. Senior brother Dong, if there are no other matters I will take my leave first. I will see you tonight. Fong Xiao said this while not daring to lift her head. Dong Renchi looked at her shy appearance, which was quite charming. His heart stirred, and he took a deep breath. See you tonight. Fong Xiao gently acknowledged, twisting her small waist, leaving the pavilion both shy and joyful. Her little face flushed, and her steps were light. Dong Renchi smiled as he watched Fong Xiao disappear. He left the pavilion and walked to Yi Qingyu's side. Is there something going on between you and her? Yi Qingyu tilted her head, scrutinizing Dong Renchi, speaking straightforwardly. Dong Renchi was taken aback for a moment, then showed a puzzled expression. Something? What aspect does senior sister you mean? Stop pretending. Yi Qingyu stepped forward, walking as she said. I can see that she likes you very much, and you treat her quite well. Senior sister, you don't say that. I have a pure relationship with junior sister Fong. The reason I helped her today is simply because we already knew each other in the outer sect. Dong Renchi's heart remained calm, then he quickly shifted the topic. Senior sister Yi, thank you for your help today. You need not thank me. Yi Qingyu lightly shook her head. I had no time to meddle in your affairs, it was Uncle Lu who asked me to help you. Dong Renchi suddenly realized. He had been puzzled why he and Yi Qingyu had not crossed paths before yet. Soon Dong Renchi followed Yi Qingyu into a side hall on Shouyang Peak. Inside the hall, Lu Honglu and Luo Feiping were seated opposite each other enjoying tea and chatting. Yi Qingyu entered the hall, greeted Luo Feiping, and Lu Honglu then stood behind Luo Feiping. Outer sect disciple Dong Renchi pays respects to Peak Master Luo and Ancestor Lu. Dong Renchi approached the tea table and respectfully bowed to Lu Honglu and the others. Luo Feiping nodded slightly. Dong Renchi, your actions today have offended Luquan Peak severely. You will probably face considerable trouble in the future. Not in the future, you already have significant trouble now. Given Luquan Peak's style, when the grand competition arrives, if you encounter disciples from Luquan Peak, they will definitely take lethal action. If given the opportunity, they will surely kill you on the arena. Lu Honglu added, indeed. The arena of the sect competition does not forbid killing. As long as one party does not concede, the battle can continue indefinitely. Are you advising me not to participate in the sect competition, Master and Ancestor Lu? Dong Renchi asked in a low voice. How can you not participate after boasting in front of so many people? Lu Honglu looked at Dong Renchi askance. Even if you do not participate, Zhu Getian will surely come after you. Therefore you must participate in the sect competition. But if you encounter disciples from Luquan Peak on the arena, surrender directly and step down. Ancestor Lu, won't it be too humiliating to simply concede, without even fighting? Dong Renchi quickly retorted. Which is more important, life or face? Lu Honglu said coldly. Ancestor, you seem to underestimate me too much. I am not as weak as you imagine. Dong Renchi replied softly. You seem to be quite confident in your own strength. Luo Feiping's lips curled slightly. Even if you can defeat 1 or 2 disciples from Luquan Peak, can you get past Ma Xiaofeng? Ma Xiaofeng treasures his younger brother. In the sect competition, he will surely find a way to face you on the arena. Dong Renchi bowed again. I understand what Peak Master Luo and Ancestor Lu mean. Thank you both for your kind reminders. I will be cautious of Luquan Peak. Honglu, it seems this is a hard case to persuade. There is only so much I can do. I won't interfere further. After finishing her tea, Luo Feiping stood up and smiled at Dong Renchi. Dong Renchi, Honglu rarely treats you with such favor. To go far and steady, one must heed the advice of elders. Dong Renchi grinned. In my eyes, you and senior sister Yi are equally young. If no one had reminded me, I would have thought you were sisters. Little brat, you speak well. These words are pleasant to hear. It was worth my effort to help you today. Luo Feiping giggled, then said to Lu Honglu, I'll leave the rest to you. I have many matters to handle it. After saying this, she lightly brushed her sleeve and walked away. Yi Qingyu bowed to Lu Honglu, glanced at Dong Rinxi, and then followed. Ancestor, if you hadn't arrived in time today, I might have been taken by that old bastard Zhu Getian to the law hall. Once Luo Faping and Yi Qingyu had left, Dong Rinxi immediately discarded his reserved demeanor, plopped down in front of Lu Honglu, and cursed. Zhu Getian is truly despicable. With such seniority and high cultivation, he actually personally came down to trouble two juniors. Before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Lu Honglu's eyes as she shouted coldly, "You be respectful and stand properly before the ancestor." Lu Hongluo's cold shout was clearly filled with anger and a powerful pressure. He could sense that Lu Hongluo was truly angry. Dong Rinxi, do you think you are the chosen one favored by heaven, able to turn danger into fortune in every situation? Lu Hongluo's gaze was icy. Do you know that if you were really taken to the law enforcement hall today, you would suffer greatly, if not die? Zhu Getian is notorious for protecting his own. Do you think that just because you reveal your identity as a level 4 alchemist you can protect yourself? You truly underestimate the situation. Master, I actually wanted to act discreetly, but Ma Tao has been too overbearing, and I couldn't help myself. Dong Rinxi responded cautiously. Lu Hongluo snorted lightly. Is it that Ma Tao is overbearing, or is it that you meddled in other people's business? You disregarded your own safety to protect that female disciple from Feipu Peak. Could it be that you have feelings for her? Dong Rinxi was slightly taken aback. He could clearly sense a hint of jealousy in Lu Hongluo's words. With such anger, could it be that Lu Hongluo is jealous? Dong Rinxi stole a glance at Lu Hongluo and hurriedly said, Master, you misunderstood. I am just ordinary friends with Feng Xiaoro. We have only met a few times outside the sect. Ma Tao has ulterior motives towards her. Although my abilities are limited, I am full of justice. How could I just stand by and watch a weak girl being bullied by him? What did I misunderstand? Do you need to explain yourself to me? Lu Hongluo's anger had slightly diminished, but her tone remained icy. Dong Rinxi, tell me the truth. If you face someone from Luquan Peak on the arena, would you admit defeat? Dong Rinxi hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, Master, since I've entered the sect competition, I still want to try my best to see if I can make it into the top 100 and visit the Ta Ching secret realm. Seeing Lu Hongluo's eyes narrow slightly, he quickly added, if my opponent's strength far exceeds mine, I will definitely prioritize my safety and won't joke with my life. I will admit defeat before they strike me down. Upon hearing this, the expression on Lu Hongluo's face softened slightly. Master, are you worried about my safety? Dong Rinxi smiled faintly. Lu Hongluo snorted lightly. If it weren't for Uncle Chio's orders, he wouldn't be here to watch the sect competition and to ensure your safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with your life or death. Dong Rinxi's face showed disappointment as he sighed. It's a shame that I worry about your fire poison every day. By the way, Master, how effective is the improved ice spirit pill? Can it eliminate the fire poison in your body? Lu Hongluo nodded. The effect is much better than before. The fire poison is diminishing. That's good to hear. Dong Rinxi smiled. Master, you just mentioned that Ma Xiaofeng would find a way to face me in the arena. Isn't the arena competition determined by drawing lots on the spot? Could there be some trick to it? Isn't it possible to manipulate the drawing lots on the spot? Lu Hongluo smirked. Given Ma Xiaofeng's status in the sect along with Zhu Gishan's support, it wouldn't be hard for him to find you in the competition. If that brat Ma Xiaofeng targets me in the first round, won't I be in trouble? Dong Rinxi frowned. As one of the 3 prodigies of Ta Ching's sect, Ma Xiaofeng's strength was beyond doubt. Dong Rinxi felt he had little confidence in winning against him now. If things go awry, he might indeed face an early exit in the sect competition. This outcome was something he was extremely unwilling to accept. He needed to go to the Ta Ching secret realm to catch the Wind Thundercat for Dong Luiyue, and to capture the little spirit monkey for Qiu Deliang. He also wanted to experience the Ta Ching secret realm. Lu Hongluo shook her head. Even if Ma Xiaofeng wants to target you, it will be after the top 100 is determined, because He Long Wu and Yi Qingyu are seed candidates and directly enter the top 100. Then I can rest assured. Dong Rinxi sighed in relief. Oh, as long as Ma Xiaofeng didn't come to obstruct him, he was confident in entering the top 100. Once he entered the top 100, if Ma Xiaofeng came looking for trouble, he could fight without any reservations. What a coward. Why are you so afraid of Ma Xiaofeng? Since you're afraid, why provoke others just now? Lu Hongluo rolled her eyes at him. Clearly she misunderstood Dong Rinxi's meaning. Dong Rinxi didn't want to explain, chuckling. Master, you must come to watch when I compete in the arena. With you by my side, I will feel at ease. I can't promise I will be free. Lu Hongluo replied softly. Master, please try to come, Dong Rinxi said with a grin. Lu Hongluo raised her eyes slightly. After today's incident, there will be more than just Luquan Peak keeping an eye on you. Now many people know that you have been training your physique, and if you still want to sneak attack, I fear you may no longer have that opportunity. If you want to win the competition, you still need to rely on spiritual power techniques. At this point her expression turned serious. Does your Ta Ching skill have any second transformation now? If you can achieve the second transformation coupled with your 9th level of Chi refining, you have a chance to enter the top 100. Master, when the time comes for you to see me compete, you will naturally know how many transformations I have. Dong Rinchi left a mystery. You're being cryptic. Lu Hongluo snorted. You should go back now. The competition officially starts tomorrow. I rest well tonight, and don't let those people say you are out in the first round. Please keep an eye out, Master. Dong Rinchi smiled, slightly bowed to Lu Hongluo, and stepped out of the side hall. After Dong Rinchi left, a figure silently appeared in front of Lu Hongluo. The newcomer was a man dressed in a black robe with a black beard on his chin and an elegant demeanor. Peak Master. Lu Hongluo nodded slightly upon seeing the man. It turned out that the man was Mo Chingsong, the Peak Master of Bamboo Speak Peak. Mo Chingsong sighed. Hongluo, if you were to recruit him back to Bamboo Speak Peak, you would simultaneously offend Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak. Have you thought this through? Peak Master, a level 4 alchemist under 20 years old. Such talent is unprecedented in our Ta Ching sect. What we are doing is to unearth talents for the sect. If Tianjin Peak and Luquan Peak blame us for this, it only shows their narrow-mindedness. Besides, Tianjin Peak and Luquan Peak have never been on good terms with our Bamboo Speak Peak. Letting them hold a grudge is of no harm. While that makes sense, this is a critical time. The sect is planning to establish the 7th peak. You are one of the candidates for Peak Master and should avoid making enemies whenever possible. Peak Master, I see the position of the 7th Peak Master clearly. Gaining it would be a blessing, losing it would be... Lu Hongluo said calmly. Our Bamboo Speak Peak has made a wrong decision before. This time we must summon Dong Rinchi back to Bamboo Speak Peak. Compared to Tianjin Peak, our Bamboo Speak Peak's combat strength is not much weaker, but in terms of alchemists we fall far short of them. Whenever we need high-level or rare pills, we have to beg others or offer a lot of resources in exchange. If our Bamboo Speak Peak could have a level 5 alchemist, this situation could be reversed. Mo Chingsong frowned slightly. Are you so sure that Dong Rinchi can become a level 5 alchemist? In the sect there are many alchemists who have been stuck at level 4 for their entire lives. Summoning him back to Bamboo Speak Peak at least gives us a chance to have a level 5 alchemist. Lu Hongluo replied firmly. Mo Chingsong sighed. Since you have thought this through, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Dong Rinchi bid farewell to Lu Hongluo and directly went to the treasure pavilion. Today most of the people from Ta Ching sect went to the Shouyang Peak Square, leaving the vast treasure pavilion empty, with only Sun Sihai sleeping soundly behind the counter. Elder Sun, it's turned cold. You should cover yourself with something while you sleep, lest you catch a cold. Dong Rinchi, who often visited the treasure pavilion, was already familiar with Sun Sihai. He approached the counter and knocked on the tabletop. I just came down from Shouyang Peak and have already tested my cultivation level, Dong Rinchi replied softly. Sun Sihai looked surprised. Are you really planning to participate in the sect competition? I registered and tested my cultivation level. Do you think I'm joking? With the way your kind of alchemists raise their realms using pills, 10 out of 11 are useless in combat. Sun Sihai shook his head. I advise you to honestly refine pills and not seek suffering in the competition. Be careful not to end up looking like a pig's head. Everyone looks down on alchemists. When the time comes, make sure to cover your chin so it doesn't drop in shock. After saying this, he took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to Sun Sihai. Sun Sihai opened one and exclaimed in surprise, so many superior spirit recovery pills. I dug out all of Uncle Chio's stock. Dong Rinchi chuckled. If my cultivation isn't enough, it'll make up for it. Elder Sun, can you list the spiritual weapons available for use during the Chi refining stage in the treasure pavilion? It would be best to have more that require less spiritual energy to activate while still being powerful. Sun Sihai shook his head helplessly, saying, cunning brat. Moments later the counter was piled high with various spiritual weapons and artifacts. Dong Rinchi picked and chose, selecting 4 high-grade yellow spiritual weapons, 2 for defense and 2 for offense. For a Chi refining stage cultivator, this was already top-tier equipment. In addition, he took a large stack of spirit talismans. Spirit talismans are one-time use spiritual weapons that burn up after use. However, they require little spiritual energy to activate and are quite effective, fitting Dong Rinchi's needs perfectly. Such a high exchange price makes many disciples of Ta Ching sect hesitate to use spirit talismans. Thus, even those who possess spirit talismans often treat them as last resort measures. Spirit stones. Such a high exchange price makes many disciples of Ta Ching sect hesitate to use spirit talismans. Thus, even those who possess spirit talismans often treat them as last resort measures. Especially for high-grade and powerful spirit talismans, they are not used lightly unless in dire situations. Clutching a premium-grade spirit restoration pill, Dong Rinchi flaunted his wealth, purchasing talismans not by individual sheets, but by the stack. After exchanging contribution points for 4 yellow-grade superior spirit weapons, he converted the remainder entirely into talismans. He exchanged everything usable by chi refining cultivators. Speed talismans, ice armor talismans, fire arrow talismans. Each type amounted to several sheets totaling over 100. Among them he specially acquired more of 2 types speed talismans and ice armor talismans. Both were yellow-grade mid-rank talismans. Speed talismans could temporarily enhance the user's movement speed, while ice armor talismans could form a suit of icy armor over the body bolstering defense. Using talismans in a duel is outright cheating. Winning that way is dishonorable. Sun Sihai shot Dong Rinchi a contemptuous glare. The tournament has no rule forbidding the use of talismans. Talismans are a type of spirit weapon and fall under overall combat capability. How could it be cheating? Dong Rinchi retorted with unyielding confidence. Sun Sihai squinted. No matter how many talismans you have, they'll at most help you edge into the top 100. Against truly formidable opponents, you stand no chance. Then aim for the top 100 first. Dong Rinchi laughed heartily, stowed away the spirit weapons and talismans, and sauntered off with a swaying gait. Sun Sihai watched Dong Rinchi gradually recede into the distance until he vanished, then shook his head helplessly and chuckled, thick-skinned, well-fed. The night was as cool as water. Dong Rinchi was cultivating the tenfold grand clarity art within his room when soft footsteps suddenly sounded outside. "Senior brother Dong, are you there?" Soon a gentle female voice arose from beyond the door. Fong Xiaoro had arrived. "Junior sister Fong, please come in." Dong Rinchi straightened his robes and rose. Fong Xiaoro, as before, entered nervously, her pretty face flushed, her hands unsure where to rest. Dong Rinchi knew that if he pressed just a little, earning a few more contribution points tonight would pose no great problem. But considering tomorrow's tournament, he needed to conserve his energy and avoid exhaustion. Moreover, toward a kind-hearted girl like Fong Xiaoro, he felt he ought to show restraint. Fong Xiaoro was different from Zhao Xuefu and Dai Jiaojiao. She could not be treated as a mere transaction. "Junior sister Fong, take a look at these 2 items. Do you like them?" Dong Rinchi composed himself and retrieved 2 spirit weapons from his storage pouch, a thin silk garment and a small hexagonal bell. Both are yellow-grade superior spirit weapons. Fong Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Dong Rinchi nodded. The ice silken garment can withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary chi refining cultivator. The soul-calming bell, when infused with a bit of spiritual energy, can shake an opponent's soul and disrupt their mind. With 1 defensive and 1 offensive item, these 2 spirit weapons will greatly smooth your path in the sect. Fong Xiao's initial delight gave way to fervent head-shaking. "Senior brother Dong, these 2 spirit weapons are too precious. I cannot accept them. Besides, you'll be participating in the tournament too. They would serve you better." Dong Rinchi shook his head. "I won't shortchange myself. Keep them. I have other spirit weapons for protection." "Thank you, senior brother Dong." Only then did Fong Xiaoro seize her refusal, stowing away the ice silken garment and the soul-calming bell. With another light wave of his hand, Dong Rinchi produced a thick stack of talismans, nearly 100 in number. With these talismans added, you should have no trouble breaking into the top 100. Dong Rinchi directly handed the talismans to Fong Xiaoro. Fong Xiaoro froze for a moment, then shook her head and waved her hands repeatedly. "Senior brother Dong, I already feel undeserving of 2 yellow-grade superior spirit weapons. How could I take your talismans? I know these talismans are worth even more than those spirit weapons." Dong Rinchi gave a slight smile. "Just take them. During the daytime, didn't those people say you'd only be a onati tourist in the tournament? Make them open their dog eyes and see how you charge into the top 100. Fong Xiaoro still shook her head. "These items are far too valuable. In participating in the tournament for the experience, I've never aspired to reach the top 100. Since you're participating, aim for the top 100. Dong Rinchi pressed the talismans into Fong Xiao's hand, leaving no room for refusal. With these talismans, as long as your luck isn't abysmal and you don't encounter the sect's top experts, you have a high chance of entering the Grand Clarity Secret Realm. You should know that 1 day of cultivation in the Secret Realm equals a month on the main peak. If you qualify to enter, you can stay there for an entire month. Even if you encounter no special opportunities, just cultivating there for a month equals nearly 3 years of bitter practice in the outside world." Fong Xiaoro still hesitated, wanting to return the talismans to Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi raised his voice. "Your current talent is no weaker than most inner disciples. You simply started a little slower. Entering the Grand Clarity Secret Realm will allow you to make up for that shortcoming. The reason they look down on you, the reason Ma Tao dares to bully you so brazenly, is ultimately because your strength is too weak. Enter the Secret Realm, increase your power, and they won't dare to despise you any longer, nor will Ma Tao dare to harass you easily." Hearing this, Fong Xiao's eyes flickered, and she finally silently tucked the talismans away. "According to the tournament's usual arrangement, you need to win only 10 matches to enter the top 100. These talismans are enough to sustain you through those fights. Don't be stingy. Use them without restraint. However, if you encounter an opponent that even the talismans cannot handle, don't be stubborn. Immediately concede and leave the platform to ensure your safety. The Grand Clarity Secret Realm is important, but safety is more important. Feng Xiao nodded, raised her eyes to Dong Rinqi, and gathered her courage to ask, "Senior brother Dong, why are you so good to me?" Dong Rinqi blurted out, "Because you remind me of my previous lives' ex." He caught himself and immediately clamped his mouth shut. Previous lives' ex. Feng Xiao looked puzzled. Dong Rinqi gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. "You know I have an elder sister, right?" Feng Xiao nodded. "I know. A senior sister from Flying Waterfall Peak told me. Your sister's name is Dong Luwa. She was imprisoned in the Valley of Reflection for stealing precious pills from the sect's treasury. My sister stole those pills for me." Dong Rinqi's gaze dimmed. He sighed softly. "You've sacrificed so much for your brother, just like my sister did for me. In you I see my sister's shadow." Hearing this, Feng Xiao lowered her head. After a long pause, she looked up, her eyes betraying undisguised disappointment. "Is it only because you see your sister's shadow in me that you're so good to me, eh?" Dong Rinqi caught the change in her expression. After a moment's thought, he said softly, "Not entirely. I was born and raised in the Grand Clarity sect, but in this vast sect those who truly care for and show me kindness are few, and you are one of them. Today at Shouyang Peak Plaza you defended me disregarding your own safety. I remember the malice others show me. One day I will repay it tooth for tooth and blood for blood. But I also remember the kindness shown to me, and I will repay it manifold." Feng Xiao took a light breath, the disappointment in her eyes quickly vanishing, a smile rising on her face. "Senior brother Dong am the same. Whoever is good to me, I will repay tenfold or 100-fold. My strength is weak now, so I can't help you. But with the spirit weapons and talismans you've given me, I will do my utmost to enter the sect's top 100, cultivate diligently in the Grand Clarity's secret realm, and grow stronger. Then in the future I will surely be able to help you. There's no need to wait for the future. You can help me now." Dong Rinqi murmured softly. "Senior brother Dong, what did you say?" Feng Xiao heard his mutter, but couldn't catch it clearly. "Nothing." Dong Rinqi shook his head repeatedly and changed the subject. "Junior sister Feng, if you suddenly possess so many spirit weapons and talismans, others will grow suspicious. If anyone asks, don't be secretive. Just say I gave them to you." Having decided to participate in the sect tournament, Dong Rinqi had already resolved to stop lying low. Coupled with the scene he caused today at Shouyang Peak, he felt that to gain more favor from the sect's higher-ups, and to secure a voice in the sect, it was time to reveal some of his edge. "Giving me so many valuable things will inevitably make people speculate about the relationship between us. If someone asks, how should I answer?" Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes were both nervous and expectant. Dong Rinqi pondered briefly. "Just tell them I'm your sworn brother, your elder brother." Seeing the disappointment creep onto Feng Xiao's face again, he added, "For now, let's say that. Let's focus on the tournament first." Feng Xiao nodded repeatedly, a flicker of joy passing through her eyes. At that moment, Dong Rinqi was absolutely certain that Feng Xiao had taken a liking to him. If he asked for her potential points now, she would most likely not refuse. The thought made his heart burn with eagerness. He almost yearned to pull her into his embrace. But mindful of tomorrow's tournament, he forcefully suppressed his impulse and said quickly, "Junior sister Feng, the formal tournament begins tomorrow. It's late, you should head back early." Feng Xiao clearly hesitated. After a moment's deliberation, she nodded softly. "Senior brother Dong, get some rest too. I wish you a triumphant victory tomorrow." "The same to you." Dong Rinqi nodded and personally escorted her to the end of the forest path. Watching the petite figure slowly disappear into the night, Dong Rinqi let out a long breath. "I nearly lost control. My self-discipline clearly needs work. In my past life, I was known for being pure-hearted and a true gentleman who could sit still amidst temptation. Now, after transmigrating less than a year, why can't I keep myself in check at the sight of any moderately attractive woman? But I can't really blame myself. I can only blame heaven for giving me such an unreliable and unscrupulous system." The morning sun began to rise. The square of Shouyang Peak at the Taiching sect was already bustling with people. On the highest platform in the center of the square, dozens of high-ranking members of the sect were seated. Among them, the burly middle-aged man seated at the center was Tang Minghai, the sect master of the Taiching sect. To his left and right were high-ranking officials of the 6 peaks of the Taiching sect, including Zhu Gitian, Imo, Qingsong, Luo Feiping, and Lu Honglu. Around the central platform, over 1,000 disciples of the Taiching sect participating in this grand competition were gathered, including Dong Rinqi. He looked up at the central platform, his gaze sweeping over the high-ranking officials one by one, finally resting on a middle-aged man in a purple robe with thick eyebrows like blades. This person was Dong Wanjun, the head of the Dong family, and the actual controller of the Tianjin Peak. Dong Wanjun sat to the left of Tang Minghai, and beside him was a beautiful woman in palace attire with a charming smile. The woman's name was Kong Huiru, the current wife of Dong Wanjun, and also the disciple of Dong Rinqi's mother, whom Dong Rinqi had previously referred to as sister. Although Kong Huiru was Dong Wanjun's wife in this capacity, she did not qualify to sit on the central platform today, let alone occupy the second position to the left of Tang Minghai. The reason she was able to sit there was twofold: first, because of Dong Wanjun's favoritism, and second, because she was holding a small infant in her arms, Dong Renqi's half-brother Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan had just been born, and was already taken as a disciple by an ancestor of the Taiqing sect with a nascent soul. A mother's child brings her status. Now with Dong Qingyuan in her arms, Kong Huiru sat on the central platform, and no one in the crowd dared to voice dissent, not even Tang Minghai, who could only turn a blind eye. In fact, it was somewhat inaccurate to say that Dong Qingyuan was a small infant. He was still several months away from being a year old, but he was already quite large, appearing nearly as big as a 3-year-old. Moreover, he had been able to speak and walk early. His demeanor and actions were already that of a toddler, showcasing exceptional talent. Dong Wanjun on the platform occasionally turned to tease Dong Qingyuan with a beaming smile. Dong Renqi had never seen this expression from Dong Wanjun in all his years. In his memory, every time Dong Wanjun saw him, he was always frowning with a gloomy face. At this moment, Dong Renqi realized that Dong Wanjun was in fact a loving father. At the appointed hour, a sect steward soared up to the platform and shouted, "Everyone silence." Immediately, the bustling Shouyang Peak Square fell silent. The steward then continued, "The time has come. The sect competition is about to begin. We invite the sect master." After a thunderous round of applause and cheers, Tang Minghai slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the central platform, his dark eyes sweeping slowly over the disciples below. Once again, the square fell silent, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes fixed on Tang Minghai. Tang Minghai waited for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice low and not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the square. He briefly narrated the historical evolution and rise of the Taiqing sect, then explained the significance of holding the sect competition before directly announcing the official start of the competition. Following another round of thunderous applause, Tang Minghai slowly retreated to his seat. The steward on the platform then spoke again, detailing the rules of the competition. The Taiqing sect competition was divided into 4 stages: the elimination rounds, the top 32 rounds, the quarterfinals, and the finals, with all stages conducted through a draw for matchups. The elimination round was a process of sifting through the sands, selecting the top 100. Entering the top 100 granted one the qualification to enter the Taiqing secret realm. Those entering the top 32 not only gained access to the Taiqing secret realm, but also received substantial rewards from the sect. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Among the over 1,000 disciples below, many aimed to pass the elimination round and enter the list of the 100 to secure a spot in the Taiqing secret realm. As for entering the top 32, most did not hold out much hope. Once the steward finished explaining the rules, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a light blue screen appeared in the air above the square, gradually revealing a series of names, each followed by a corresponding number indicating the contestants of the competition and their matchup numbers. Dong Renqi looked up and immediately saw his name, but when he looked at the matchup number behind it, his expression there right after his name was a 3-digit number, 438. Dong Renqi cursed and sent a string of insults towards the person who set this number. He was certain that this was no coincidence, someone had deliberately arranged it. Sure enough, before he could finish his tirade, he saw a group of people squeezing through the crowd, quickly approaching him. Dong Renqi recognized them as members of the Dong family, led by Dong Qianli. "Cousin, your number is quite impressive. It matches your temperament perfectly." Dong Qianli stopped in front of Dong Renqi, a smile on his face. "Dong Qianli, is this kind of trick amusing to you?" Dong Renqi suppressed his displeasure and replied coldly, "Cousin, you misunderstand me. This is not my doing. I lack the ability. This is a gift from Aunt to cheer you on in the competition." Dong Renqi frowned, turning his gaze to Kong Huiru seated on the high platform. He saw that Kong Huiru was also looking at him, and a smile was rising at the corners of her mouth, filled with disdain and mockery. At the same time, to Dong Renqi's surprise, Dong Qingyuan in Kong Huiru's arms was also staring at him, his innocent eyes carrying a fierce glint filled with intense hostility. Dong Qingyuan has issues. Dong Renqi immediately made a judgment, quietly activating his fire eye of insight. He suddenly saw a round ball wrapped in a layer of white film within Dong Qingyuan's body. Inside the ball, black energy surged, clawing and biting. Demonic energy. Dong Renqi's heart trembled. The black energy within the ball was indeed demonic energy, and extremely pure at that. To possess such pure demonic energy from birth, where did Dong Qingyuan come from? Dong Renqi suppressed his inner shock and directed his fire eye of insight towards Kong Huiru, but found no trace of demonic energy on her. Kong Huiru is fine, though only Dong Qingyuan is problematic. Dong Renqi's thoughts raced. Dong Qingyuan was likely a reincarnation of a formidable demon possessing a body. Once he grew up, he would undoubtedly become a major calamity, with the Taiqing sect being the primary target. Dong Renqi had little sense of belonging to the Taiqing sect, and felt some disappointment due to the conflict with Ma Xiaofeng yesterday. If Dong Qingyuan were to harm the Taiqing sect, he wouldn't care much. However, his sister Dong Liyue was within the sect, and since Dong Qingyuan was also his half-brother, he was worried that this guy might hurt Dong Liyue. Consequently, he could not sit idly by. He had considered exposing Dong Qingyuan, but the white film covering the demonic energy was likely some kind of seal. While he could see it with his fire eye of insight, others might not. If he spoke up now, most people would probably not believe him, instead thinking he was jealous of Dong Qingyuan. After all, Dong Qingyuan was a disciple of an ancestor of the Taiching sect. If he failed to expose him, Dong Rinchi might even incur a deadly threat. Thus, after a quick consideration, Dong Rinchi withdrew his gaze from Kong Huiru, deciding to hold off his actions and observe further. Cousin Aunt asked me to tell you that even if you are now a 4th-level alchemist or advanced to a 5th-level alchemist in the future, you can forget about returning to the Dong family. Everything you do now will not attract Uncle's attention. It is all in vain. Dong Qianli's tone was gentle, and his smile unwavering. Dong Qianli, are you trying to curry favor with Kong Huiru so she won't turn against you? Let me tell you, being a lapdog will ultimately lead to a tragic end. A mocking expression appeared on Dong Rinchi's face. Dong Qianli's smile quickly faded, and he coldly said, laughing at me for being a dog. Dong Rinchi, you should understand that you don't even qualify to be a dog. Huh. Dong Rinchi helplessly shook his head. I can tell that for you, being a dog to Kong Huiru is a At this point, let me make it clear, Dong Qianli, go back and tell your master that the things she cherishes are nothing but dung in my eyes. I have no ties to the Dong family anymore, nor any interest in returning, let alone attempting to attract Dong Wanjin's attention, and she should not think too much. Hypocritical. Dong Qianli raised his voice. If you truly didn't want to return to the Dong family, why would you go from the servant peak to the outer sect, becoming a 4th-level alchemist, and now wanting to participate in the sect competition? What you are doing is clearly to make Uncle reconsider and summon you back to the Dong family. Dong Rinchi, I advise you to give up on this hope, or just look at whether there is any place for you in Uncle's heart now. Dong Rinchi followed Dong Qianli's gaze, and saw Dong Wanjun on the central platform, holding Dong Qingyuan in his arms, smiling indulgently while teasing him. It seemed that he was completely oblivious to what was happening on Dong Rinchi's side, or perhaps he knew, but simply couldn't be bothered to take another look. Idiot. Whether or not I return to the Dong family has nothing to do with you. With Dong Qingyuan around, do you really think you still have a place in Dong Wanjun's heart? Dong Rinchi coldly glanced at Dong Qianli. If you have nothing else to say, then get lost. Being a human, yet acting like a dog, stop lingering around me, it offends my eyes. You. Dong Qianli was enraged, his veins throbbing, and he was about to unleash his spiritual power and raise his hand, but ultimately chose to endure, angrily stating, Dong Rinchi, wait for it. If we meet on the arena, I will make sure you have no chance to concede. After saying this, he turned to the Dong family members beside him and commanded, the mistress has issued a directive that whoever faces Dong Rinchi on the arena must hold nothing back. Whether they kill or maim him, there will be heavy rewards. All the members of the Dong family looked at Dong Rinchi with gleaming eyes, as if they believed that once they encountered him in the arena, the reward would be theirs. Dong Rinchi raised his thumb towards Dong Qianli and the other Dong family members, saying, with fools like you in the Dong family, it's clear that the end is near. Naturally, Dong Qianli was even more enraged and was about to speak when he noticed that names on the light screen above were rapidly disappearing, leaving only a single number. These numbers suddenly began to move quickly and chaotically, soon clustering into hundreds of groups of 10 on the light screen. Each group of numbers was labeled with a serial number ranging from 1 to 100. At the same time, the steward, who had been standing with his hands behind his back on the high platform, shouted again, the elimination round of this competition will be different from previous ones. Adjustments have been made. It will no longer be unknown battles, but rather multiple people will compete on stage simultaneously, and the ultimate victors will advance to the top 100. Upon hearing this, the entire square erupted in excitement. In the past, elimination rounds were unknown battles that often lasted several days. With this change, it was estimated that the top 100 could be decided in less than a day, leaving many participating disciples caught off guard. While the new rules saved a considerable amount of time, they also created numerous problems. Some quick-witted disciples quickly discovered loopholes and immediately called their friends, finding others assigned to the same arena, discussing how to band together to defeat others. Before long, the steward spoke again. The elimination round officially begins. Disciples from group number 1 hurry to the first arena. Moments later, there were people on all 10 arenas. The numbers varied, but each had around 10 participants. Most of the disciples from the Taiching sect stood at the edges of the arenas, avoiding exposing their backs to others while maintaining a certain distance from one another. There were also a few who gathered in small groups, forming temporary alliances. Dong Rinchi's number was in the 96th group, placing him at a disadvantage, so he would not participate in the battles for a while. Thus he searched around and finally focused his gaze on the third arena. There at the edge of the stage stood a petite girl, none other than Fang Xiaoro. At this moment, Fang Xiaoro looked timid and extremely anxious. Across from her stood a robust male disciple from Luchuan Peak. Yesterday, during the cultivation test, he had been following Ma Tao and Ma Xiaofeng. Little girl, you are truly ungrateful. Tao Gu has taken a liking to you, and it's your fortune, yet you still caused him to miss the competition. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Tao Gu. The sturdy male disciple glared fiercely at Feng Xiaoro and simultaneously cupped his hands to the others on the arena, saying, "Everyone, I am Su Jin from Luchuan Peak. Please give me a little face, and don't interfere with this woman, or I want to teach her how to be tamed. Alright, I will give you this face. Sure, I will step aside for you." The other Taiching sect disciples on the third arena were delighted to see Su Jin and Feng Xiaoro clash, and expressed their willingness not to interfere in their battle. Feng Xiaoro, seeing Su Jin's fierce expression, became even more nervous, her delicate face turning pale, looking pitiful. At that moment a voice sounded from behind Feng Xiaoro. "Feng Shimi, don't be afraid. He is just a bluffing fool." Feng Xiaoro turned around abruptly to see Dong Rinchi standing below the arena, looking at her with a gentle smile. In an instant her anxious expression vanished, and her lips curled into a radiant smile. "Don't hold back, finish it quickly." Dong Rinchi nodded, and said with a brilliant smile. With Dong Rinchi standing behind her, Feng Xiaoro felt greatly encouraged, and a fighting spirit surged within her. "Dong Rinchi, you really have an affair with this woman." Su Jin's gaze turned to Dong Rinchi, revealing a cruel smile, as he said, "Dong, weren't you going to protect her yesterday? Later I will make you watch her being humiliated. Tell me, should I break her legs first, or her arms?" "Another fool." Dong Rinchi responded with a mocking expression and raised his middle finger at Su Jin. "Dong Rinchi, you wait for me." Su Jin was furious, yelling, "When you get on the arena, well, see if you can still act so arrogantly." At this moment the steward on the high platform waved his hand. Began. Simultaneously battles erupted across all 10 arenas. Various spiritual weapons rushed out, and spells clashed violently. On the third arena, Feng Xiaoro suddenly pulled out 10 spiritual talismans from her sleeve, throwing them aimlessly in all directions. The 10 talismans immediately ignited in midair, followed by arrows of fire, ice blades, and water blades. 10 spells swiftly surged towards the arena, launching indiscriminate attacks on the participants. The casting time for the talismans was short, and in an instant the 10 spells confronted the other Taiching sect disciples. 2 weaker disciples were unable to activate their energy in time, and were knocked off the arena by a talisman, directly eliminated. Although others managed to block the talismans aimed at them, they were still drenched in cold sweat. However, before they could catch their breath, Feng Xiaoro waved her hand again, launching another 10 talismans. Moreover, this was far from over. She continued to wave her hand, sending out wave after wave of talismans, each wave consisting of 10. The Taiching sect disciples on the third arena were left dumbfounded as they watched the talismans rain down. Some cleverly chose to concede and jumped off the arena to avoid injury. Some unwilling disciples managed to withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 waves of talismans, but were ultimately knocked off the arena by the 4th, 5th, and 6th waves. It must be said that Su Jin had the audacity to withstand the 6th wave of talismans. While others were knocked off the arena, he still stood firm. However, he appeared rather disheveled, with his hair scorched by the fire arrows, and at least 10 bloodied cuts on his body and face. Feng Xiaoro finally ceased activating the talismans, her face slightly pale, and her chest heaving violently, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. While activating the talismans required much less spiritual energy than casting spells, continuously activating 60 talismans was still quite a burden for Feng Xiaoro. In the square, many gazes were drawn to the third arena, where Feng Xiaoro had thrown out 60 valuable talismans. Such a fighting style was unique among the 10 arenas, truly captivating attention. The Taiching sect disciples who were knocked off by the talismans shouted about unfairness, claiming that Feng Xiaoro had cheated. On the high platform, the steward, overseeing the competition, frowned, but remained silent. Tang Minghai and other high-ranking members of the Taiching sect had varied expressions, ultimately casting their gazes toward the master of Feipu Peak, Zhang Daoji. Zhang Daoji, an elderly man with white hair, usually wore a smile, and at this moment, he still wore a grin, pretending not to notice the unusual glances from the Taiching sect's high-ranking members, and he loudly proclaimed, "Indeed, Feng Xiaoro is quite impressive. It is worth it for this peak master to have recruited her from the outer sect. Master Zhang, to secure a spot in the top 100, you are investing so many talismans on a disciple who is clearly lacking in strength. It seems a bit of a loss, doesn't it?" Zhu Getian spoke with a harsh tone tinged with sarcasm. "This disciple has remarkable talent and is clever. She is a key focus of this peak master's training, so I must support her fully in entering the top 100. Zhang Daoji replied with a smile. In reality, he had only met Feng Xiaoro briefly when she first joined Feipu Peak, and had not paid attention. Although Feng Xiaoro had decent talent, her late start meant limited future achievements, and he naturally would not invest time and energy in her. However, seeing Feng Xiaoro throw out 60 talismans in one go, Zhang Daoji realized that he might have There is still a disciple from Luchuan Peak on the third arena. Whether she can enter the top 100 is still uncertain, so Master Zhang should not be too pleased. Zhu Getian snorted coldly. Zhang Daoji said nothing further, and turned his gaze back to Feng Xiaoro lost in thought. Not far from Zhang Daoji, Lu Honglu and Luo Feiping were sitting together, both of whom had noticed Dong Rinchi below the third arena. Honglu, that female disciple named Feng Xiaoro, nearly entered our Qinglu Peak. I have some understanding of her. Given her background and abilities, she shouldn't be able to produce so many talismans. It's Dong Rinchi who gave them to her. Lu Honglu spoke coldly, her tone extremely certain. They say alchemists have deep pockets, and it seems to be true. 60 talismans would require considerable contribution points and spirit stones. Dong Rinchi is truly willing to spend money just to please Feng Xiaoro. Moreover, this little fellow is quite charming. It seems Feng Xiaoro has already been won over by him. Upon hearing this, Lu Honglu's expression became noticeably darker. Luo Feiping's gaze remained on the third arena, and did not notice Lu Honglu's change in expression, continuing to speak. If Dong Rinchi really returns to Banju Peak, I must ensure that Qingyu visits Banju Peak less often, lest she falls for this little guy's tricks. He dares. Lu Honglu snorted softly. Luo Feiping turned to look at Lu Honglu in surprise, saying, "Aren't you someone who never involves yourself in the romantic affairs of disciples?" Lu Honglu realized she had not controlled her emotions well, cleared her throat, and said, "Dong Rinchi himself is a mud Buddha crossing the river, yet he gives so many talismans to Feng Xiaoro. He is clearly a reckless wastrel who values pleasure over life. If he dares to harm Qingyu, I will certainly not spare him." On the central high platform, besides Lu Honglu and Luo Feiping, 2 others were also watching Dong Rinchi. They were Dong Wanpeng and Kong Huiru. Husband Rinchi has signed up for the competition, and he is already a 4th-grade alchemist, having cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining. Kong Huiru gently patted the sleeping Dong Qingyuan. "I already know all of this. He just stumbled upon good fortune by catching Chou Deliang's eye using replenishment pills to slightly improve his spiritual root. His cultivation was forcibly built with pills. It's nothing worth mentioning." Dong Wanpeng's gaze fell on Dong Rinchi, his expression unreadable. Husband, since being cast out of the family, Rinchi seems to have awakened. Now through his own efforts he has entered the outer sect and shown excellent alchemy talent. He is proving himself through hard work. Would you give him a chance to return to the Dong family? Kong Huiru asked tentatively. Dong Wanpeng snorted coldly. He is not proving himself. He deliberately hid his alchemy talent and now reveals it, clearly to show off to me. This rebellious son thinks that becoming a 4th-grade alchemist gives him the right to challenge me. He doesn't know his place. Our Tianjian Peak has no fewer than 20 4th-grade alchemists. We don't need him. If he thinks he can return to the Dong family like this, he is dreaming. A flicker of joy passed through Kong Huiru's eyes. She continued, "Husband Rinchi is not yet 20 and is already a 4th-grade alchemist. Perhaps he might become a 5th-grade alchemist in the future. If you don't bring him back to the family, our Dong family might miss out on a 5th-grade alchemist." Dong Wanpeng chuckled softly. Though there's only 1 grade between a 4th and 5th-grade alchemist, the difference is like heaven and earth separated by an insurmountable chasm. Once an alchemist reaches the 5th grade, they are called grand alchemists, their status soaring. In our Taiching sect there are nearly 100 4th-grade alchemists, but 5th-grade ones can be counted on one hand. Even the Danding sect, renowned for alchemy, has very few 5th-grade alchemists. This shows that advancing from 4th to 5th grade is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Kong Huiru sighed deeply, a look of reluctance on her face. "Husband Rinchi is still your son, bound by blood. Are you truly not going to let him return to the Dong family?" Dong Wanpeng gave a light huff. "If he doesn't kneel and beg me, there's no chance of him returning to the family." A cold glint flashed in Kong Huiru's eyes, then she smiled. "Husband, I will go find Rinchi later and try to persuade him." Dong Wanpeng shook his head, repeatedly frowning. "Huiru, I know you are kind-hearted and always think of me. But this rebellious son has always treated you coldly. If you go to him, it will only fuel his arrogance. Don't interfere in this matter. Whether he can return to the Dong family depends on his own behavior." Kong Huiru shook her head with a long sigh. "If neither of you is willing to compromise, your relationship will only worsen. Husband, let me see Rinchi. If he refuses to listen, you can stick to your decision, all right." Dong Wanpeng hesitated briefly, then took Kong Huiru's hand, his expression tender. "You are always so kind. For your sake, I will give this rebellious son one more chance." Kong Huiru smiled faintly. "It is my duty to share your burdens." With that she cast her gaze toward Dong Rinchi, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. On the third arena, Su Jin quickly swallowed a healing pill, glaring viciously at Feng Xiaoro. "Damn woman, you've used up all your talismans now, right? Now watch how I crush you." With that he formed hand seals, about to unleash a powerful spell. Just then Feng Xiaoro took a deep breath and reached into her sleeve again. "More." Su Jin's face turned pale. The moment his words fell, Feng Xiaoro flung her hand, and 10 more talismans flew out swiftly. But this time the 10 talismans were different. They all pointed directly at Su Jin instead of scattering in all. Su Jin's face went stark white. He cried out frantically, "I concede." Before he could finish, the 10 talismans ignited simultaneously, 10 spells howling forward, crashing into Su Jin and engulfing him in an instant. After a series of miserable screams, Su Jin lay sprawled on the arena, his body smoking and twitching uncontrollably. But Feng Xiaoro showed no sign of stopping. She raised her jade hand again, producing another talisman, intent on finishing Su Jin off. Dong Renqi was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected that Feng Xiaoro, who seemed so gentle, would be so decisive in killing. At the same time, he felt it was a pity that the 10 talismans had failed to kill Su Jin. Now the chance was likely lost, because Su Jin had already said the word concede. Sure enough, just as Feng Xiaoro was about to activate the talisman in her hand, the referee below leaped onto the arena, blocking her path to Su Jin. Girl, you have a fierce killing intent. The black-robed referee frowned at Feng Xiaoro. He has conceded you cannot attack further. Yes, senior. Feng Xiaoro put away the talisman, bowed slightly to the black-robed referee, then turned to look at Dong Renqi. She saw Dong Renqi smiling broadly, giving her a big thumbs up. The third arena match ends. Winner Feng Xiaoro of Feipu Peak. The black-robed referee announced loudly. Instantly, the crowd's attention turned to the third arena. No one had expected that the first to break into the top 100 would be the little-known Feng Xiaoro. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Feng Xiaoro looked nervous and shy. She quickly jumped off the arena and hurried to Dong Renqi's side. Junior sister Feng, congratulations on being the first aside from the 3 prodigies to enter the top 100, Dong Renqi said with a smile. Thanks to senior brother Dong's talismans, otherwise I wouldn't have had a chance to reach the top 100. Feng Xiaoro beamed with joy, but soon her expression turned apologetic. Senior brother Dong, I've used most of the talismans you gave me, not many are left. It's fine as long as you made it to the top 100, Dong Renqi said with a slight smile. Junior sister Feng, you've achieved your goal. Don't take risks in the next matches, just concede directly. Feng Xiaoro nodded. He'll follow senior brother Dong's advice. Making it to the top 100 is more than enough. At that moment, the Taiching sect disciples who had been knocked off the third arena gathered together and shouted protests to the black-robed referee. Referee, I'm not convinced. Feng Xiaoro is weak. If she didn't use talismans, I could defeat her with one hand. Right, Feng Xiaoro won only by relying on talismans. External force, not true strength. I demand a rematch, banning her from using talismans. The black-robed referee frowned, not responding immediately. Seeing the referee's hesitation, the disciples grew bolder, turning their gazes to Feng Xiaoro and shouting, Feng Xiaoro, dare to fight me again. Without talismans, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Feng Xiaoro, confronted by so many people, showed signs of nervousness and fear. Dong Renqi stepped forward to shield Feng Xiaoro. He said disdainfully, the referee has already made a ruling. Why are you still making a fuss? A bunch of grown men losing a match and then making a spectacle of yourselves. The dozen or so Taiching sect disciples felt their faces burning, but someone retorted, what business is it of yours? If you want to play the hero, you've come to the wrong place. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to speak? Dong Renqi sneered coldly. If you're not embarrassed enough, I can play with you. Arrogant. Let me see what you're made of. A hot-tempered Taiching sect disciple immediately stepped forward and charged at Dong Renqi. Enough. Silence. The black-robed referee snorted coldly. Once the disciples quieted down, he turned his gaze to the central high platform. The steward on the high platform looked hesitant. After a moment's thought, he turned to face Tang Minghai and other Taiching sect high-ranking officials. At that moment, Feipu Peak's peak master Zhang Daoji stood up, angrily pointing at the area around the third arena and shouting, a bunch of sore losers. What are you yelling about? Why aren't talismans considered combat power? Can any of you produce so many talismans at once? On the path of cultivation, wealth, partners, methods, and land, none can be lacking. Do you think Feipu Peak is to be bullied? Anyone who dares to call for a rematch with Xiaoro, I'll throw you into the law enforcement hall. Zhang Daoji's outburst silenced the Taiching sect disciples. They hung their heads, no one daring to speak. The rebuked disciples came from other peaks, but the other high-ranking officials on the central high platform remained silent, making no comment. After all, Zhang Daoji's words made sense. Moreover, a mere spot in the top 100 wasn't worth falling out with him. Seeing this, the steward on the high platform announced loudly, the first match of the third arena ends. Winner Feng Xiaoro of Feipu Peak. The disciples of the 11th number group immediately take the third arena and prepare for the match. The dust settled, and the competition continued. Junior sister Feng, your peak master, is a good person worth befriending. His protection shows he values you, Dong Renqi said with a slight smile. Feng Xiaoro shook her head. I was only summoned by the peak master once when I first entered the inner sect, and I haven't seen him since. My start was too late, so my future achievements will be limited. The peak master spoke up just now only because I am a disciple of Feipu Peak, not because he values me. Dong Renqi shook his head. Junior sister Feng, you must have confidence in yourself. Even if Peak Master Zhang didn't think highly of you before, after today, he will pay attention and nurture you. At this point, he noticed several high-ranking officials leaving the central high platform, including Zhang Daoji, so he added, if I'm not mistaken, someone will probably come to find you soon. In less than 10 seconds a tall white-robed man pushed through the crowded throng and strode up to Dong Rinchi and Feng Xiao. Senior brother. Feng Xiao saw the white-clad man standing still and hurriedly bowed respectfully. It turned out that the tall white-clad man was Guan Tianqi, the eldest disciple of Feipu Peak. Guan Tianqi was also a talented disciple of the Taiqing sect, and in terms of reputation and strength he was only slightly weaker than Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng. Feng Jr.'s sister, congratulations on successfully entering the top 100. Guan Tianqi smiled faintly and said softly, the Peak Master wants to see you, a junior sister. Let's go quickly so we don't keep the Peak Master waiting. From beginning to end, Guan Tianqi's gaze was fixed solely on Feng Xiao, ignoring Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi originally wanted to greet Guan Tianqi, but seeing his attitude, he naturally ignored him and turned his gaze elsewhere. The Peak Master wants to see me now. Feng Xiao showed a look of surprise, then turned to Dong Rinchi, her face displaying a troubled expression. Only then did Guan Tianqi raise his eyes to look at Dong Rinchi, his gaze carrying a scrutinizing intent. Dong Rinchi withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly, saying, Feng Jr. sister, since your Peak Master has invited you, you should hurry and go. We can chat another day. Feng Xiao nodded. Senior brother Dong, be extra careful during the competition later. Guan Tianqi spoke up at this moment. Feng Jr. sister, Dong Rinchi is currently in a lot of trouble. You should avoid him in the future. Hearing this, Dong Rinchi was slightly surprised. He had not expected that Guan Tianqi actually knew him and seemed to have some understanding of his situation. Feng Xiao immediately frowned, ready to retort. Dong Rinchi patted Feng Xiao's arm, saying, Junior sister, hurry and see your Peak Master. If you're late it will seem disrespectful. Guan Tianqi frowned upon seeing the intimate gesture between Dong Rinchi and Feng Xiao and spoke in a condescending tone. Dong Rinchi, you are now being targeted by both Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak. You should minimize contact with Feng Jr. sister to avoid bringing her trouble. Dong Rinchi finally could not restrain himself and said coldly, Guan Tianqi, why do you meddle in everything, even my associations with others? Are you overstepping your bounds? You should know that you are merely the senior brother of Feipu Peak. In front of Feipu Peak disciples your status is somewhat acceptable, but outside of Feipu Peak no one will cater to you. Arrogant. Guan Tianqi was suddenly enraged, his aura surging violently. Dong Rinchi, don't think that just because you are a 4th level alchemist and have trained your physique for a few days you are impressive. If it comes to blows I can suppress you with just one hand. You can try? Dong Rinchi replied with a cold smile. The surrounding disciples of the Taiqing sect noticed the unusual atmosphere between Dong Rinchi and Guan Tianqi and turned their gazes toward them. One of them whispered, Dong Rinchi is facing off against Guan Tianqi again. While others pick soft persimmons to squeeze, he seems to actively seek out hard challenges. Ma Xiaofeng has already been thoroughly offended by him. Does he even care about a Guan Tianqi? Given such courage he deserves a thumbs up. However, in the upcoming grand competition, he would have to endure the consequences. With such a remarkable talent for alchemy, instead of focusing on refining pills, he insists on participating in the competition and offending so many talented disciples from various sects. Even if he is beaten to death or severely injured on the stage, it would be self-inflicted. As the saying goes, those who are arrogant will face calamity, and those who are reckless will encounter disaster. Dong Rinchi's actions in these past few days have been too reckless. It is inevitable that trouble will come. Feng Xiao was clearly worried about Dong Rinchi suffering losses, and hurriedly said, Senior brother Guan, the Peak Master is still waiting for us. We should hurry. Guan Tianqi hesitated slightly and coldly looked at Dong Rinchi, saying, just wait, you better pray that we don't meet on the stage. After speaking, he turned around angrily and strode away. Senior brother Dong, I'll go see the Peak Master first. Be careful during the competition. Feng Xiao had a worried expression. Dong Rinchi nodded, go ahead, don't worry about me. If the Peak Master asks about the spiritual talismans, or your ice silkworm silk garment, and soul bell being discovered later, just say I gave them to you, and that I am your sworn brother. Alright. Feng Xiao nodded, turned, and chased after Guan Tianqi. The battles on the 10 stages were underway with candidates for the top 100 emerging one after another. The pace of the matches was quick. Dong Rinchi estimated that he would not have to wait until noon to be called to the stage. So he stayed in the square waiting while watching the battles on the stages. He did not fixate on any particular stage, but selectively watched whichever stage had strong fighters. These experts could very well become his opponents later, so he naturally wanted to learn more about them. Just as he was focused on watching the battles at stage 6, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Rinchi. The voice was pleasant and gentle. Dong Rinchi quickly turned around and saw a beautiful woman in palace attire smiling at him. It was indeed Kong Huiru. Behind Kong Huiru were 5 or 6 experts from the Dong family, keeping others at bay. Rinchi, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a year you've slimmed down so much and grown more handsome. Kong Huiru's eyes were filled with tenderness. Alas, I told you not to be greedy and to work hard on your cultivation, but you didn't listen. After being punished to the miscellaneous peak and enduring hardship, you finally learned to cherish your blessings and work hard. You said that if you had listened to me back then you wouldn't have suffered this fate. Is there something you want? Dong Rinchi frowned slightly coldly, interrupting Kang Huiru. He knew her too well, as she was a woman with a warm facade but a cold heart. Previously at Tianjian Peak, and in the Dong family, Dong Rinchi and Dong Luiyue had not seen through Kang Huiru's true nature and had suffered many hidden losses while still remembering her kindness. Since realizing Kang Huiru's true nature, both Dong Rinchi and Dong Luiyue had kept their distance from her. Despite this, Kang Huiru relentlessly created various troubles, causing Dong Wanpeng to resent Dong Rinchi and Dong Luiyue. Seeing Kang Huiru's customary gentle smile, Dong Rinchi felt a surge of disgust and anger. At the same time, a thought rapidly sprouted in his mind: should he extract some potential points from Kang Huiru for revenge? As soon as the thought arose, he quickly internally chanted, "Umitba Dong Rinchi, you truly are a beast to even entertain such thoughts. No matter how malicious Kang Huiru is, she is still your stepmother." Pausing for a moment, he immediately began to shift the blame. "What a Sinnoh system, look what you've done, twisting my humanity into this shape." Dong Rinchi's thoughts stemmed mainly from his status as a transmigrator, having no recognition of Dong Wanpeng whatsoever. At the same time, although Kang Huiru was his stepmother, she was not much older than him, being less than 10 years older, beautiful and graceful, possessing quite a bit of charm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to captivate Dong Wanpeng so completely. Kang Huiru, facing Dong Rinchi's cold demeanor, still wore a bright smile. "Rinchi, I know that over the years you and Luiyue have disliked me because you believe I betrayed your mother. Let's get down to business. If you've come just to say these useless things, don't waste my time watching the matches." Dong Rinchi recalled that his sister was still imprisoned in the Sigua Valley, and his anger surged, causing his tone to— "It seems that your misunderstanding of me is too deep." Kang Huiru sighed deeply and turned her gaze to the central high platform. There, Dong Wanpeng, holding Dong Qingyuan, was looking over with intense eyes. After locking eyes with Dong Wanpeng, Kang Huiru shook her head helplessly. Dong Wanpeng immediately frowned, his anger evident in his eyes. Seeing Dong Wanpeng's expression, a barely noticeable cold smile flashed at the corner of Kang Huiru. Dong Rinchi saw Dong Wanpeng as well as the fleeting cold smile at Kang Huiru's lips, and he immediately understood that she had come to find him with some ulterior motive. However, he was not interested in whatever Kang Huiru's motive was. In the Dong family, apart from Dong Luiyue, anyone or anything was irrelevant to her. Kang Huiru naturally had no idea of Dong Rinchi's thoughts. She turned around with a beaming smile and said, "Rinchi, your father has decided to sever ties with you and will no longer have any dealings with you. But out of respect for my master's kindness, I have pleaded with your father for you to have another chance. All you need to do is swear that you will serve me as you would serve your mother and loyally assist Qingyuan, who is your younger brother, and I will persuade your father to allow you to return to the Dong family." Hearing this, Dong Rinchi found it quite laughable. He slightly raised his eyelids, looking at Kang Huiru with an indifferent gaze. "I want to give you 4 words. Can you guess what they are?" Without waiting for Kang Huiru to respond, he continued, "You're asking for too much." After saying that, he directly turned around and strode away. Kang Huiru's smile finally faded, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Dong Rinchi's back, her teeth grinding together. "Dong Rinchi, I have already given you a chance. Since you do not appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless." The battles on the 10 stages continued one after another, with candidates for the top 100 emerging continuously. As Dong Rinchi had predicted, it wouldn't be necessary to wait until noon for the elimination rounds to conclude. With 15 minutes left, a chaotic battle at stage 9 concluded, and yet another contestant made it into the top. As soon as the fight ended, the referee responsible for stage 9 shouted loudly, "Contestants from the 96th number group, hurry up to stage 9 and prepare for battle." Hearing the announcement, Dong Rinchi immediately walked briskly toward stage 9. He leaped lightly onto the stage, only to find that there was no one else on it. The other contestants had not yet appeared. Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qinli stood on either side of the arena, slightly raising their heads, their gazes fixated on Dong Rinchi with malice. "Just in time, I'm here to send you off," Ma Xiaofeng smirked mockingly. "Cousin, how dare you insult Aunt? Uncle is very angry now, and the consequences will be severe." Dong Qinli's face was filled with cold laughter. "You two, one directly entered the top 100, and the other has already secured a spot in the top 100. What are you shouting about here? Just go do what you need to do. Stop disgusting people here." Dong Rinchi spoke impatiently. Ma Xiaofeng laughed heartily. "I've already said I'm here to send you off." Upon finishing his words, 6 disciples from Luchuan Peak jumped up onto the arena in unison. At the same time, Dong Qinli also laughed heartily. "I just said if you dare insult Aunt, the consequences will be severe." Following that, 5 disciples from the Tianjian Peak jumped onto the arena as well. Dong Rinchi cursed inwardly. He had anticipated that his elimination match might be tampered with in secret, but he never expected the opponent's schemes to be so blatant and audacious. At the same time, on the central high platform, Lu Hongla's expression changed as her cold gaze swept over Dong Wanpeng and Zhu Getian. She nearly stood up to rush to the 9th arena, but struggled to suppress herself, her eyes anxiously watching Dong Rinchi on the stage. Only the disciples of Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak are out to eliminate Dong Rinchi. If he does not concede, he will likely be killed on stage in an instant. Luo Faping frowned. They are overestimating Dong Renqi. Sending out so many people is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Dong Renqi was able to knock out Ma Tao, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining with one punch, indicating that his physical cultivation has already reached a fundamental level. For these lower-level disciples, physical cultivation holds a certain advantage in arena battles. With so many people crowded together, Dong Renqi's advantage becomes even greater. The grand display put on by Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak is to deny him any opportunity. Lu Honglu spoke softly. Luo Faping shook her head. Dong Wanpeng is indeed ruthless even again. Lu Honglu's brows furrowed tightly. I hope Dong Renqi can be wise and not act foolishly. 1 against 11, and among them there are no weaklings. Dong Renqi shouldn't be that foolish, he will concede, right? Luo Faping's gaze also fell on Dong Renqi. Lu Honglu shook her head. If it were someone else they would definitely concede, but with him who knows what he will choose. On another side, Kong Huiru grabbed Dong Wanpeng's arm, pleading earnestly, my husband, please give the Dong family disciples in order to slightly teach Renqi a lesson, that's all. Do not take his life. The reason he insults me is probably because I gave birth to Qing Yuan, taking away his position as the heir of the Dong family. He holds resentment, which is human nature. Dong Wanpeng interrupted Kong Huiru with a wave of his hand, coldly stating, this beast has already been expelled from the Dong family, has lost his right of inheritance, oh, what does he have to be resentful about? To dare insult you like this, he is indeed worse than a beast. Keeping him alive is a disaster. Do not persuade me further, my mind is made up. My husband, you are father and son, you cannot bear the infamy of killing your own child. If Renqi dies on the arena at the hands of the Dong family disciples, people will stab your back behind your back. Kong Huiru urgently urged. Dong Wanpeng gently patted Kong Huiru's back, speaking softly. I know you are considering me. Rest assured, I have reached an understanding with Zhu Getian. This little beast will not die at the hands of my Dong family disciples. The disciples of Luchuan Peak will take his life. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Getian, who also looked over at the same time. The two exchanged quick glances before swiftly looking elsewhere. On the 9th arena, 6 disciples from Luchuan Peak and 5 disciples from the Dong family fixed their fierce gazes on Dong Renqi. The referee reiterated the rules of the match, just about to announce the start, when Dong Renqi stood tall, his gaze calm and unwavering, showing no signs of conceding. Seeing this, Lu Honglu quickly turned her gaze to the not-so-distant Mo Qingsong, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Mo Qingsong hesitated for a moment, respectfully clasped his hands to Tang Minghai, and said in a deep voice, Master, it seems there is an issue with the 9th arena. Aside from Dong Renqi, the participants are either disciples of Luchuan Peak or Tianjin Peak. Tang Minghai raised his eyelids slightly, and instructed the steward standing at the edge of the central high platform, do not rush to start the match on the 9th arena. The steward nodded respectfully, and quickly ordered in a deep voice, the disciples on the 9th arena should wait for a moment. Upon hearing this, the competitors on the 9th arena and the surrounding audience turned their gazes towards the central high platform, all showing looks of confusion. Zhu Getian, Dong Wanpeng, and Kong Huiru also frowned, their gazes all fixated on Mo Qingsong. Mo Peak Master, what issue does the 9th arena have? Please elaborate. Tang Minghai sat upright in his high-backed chair, speaking lightly. Mo Qingsong cleared his throat. The elimination matches of this grand competition are nearing their end. With over 90 matches, each match has seen the 6 main peaks and outer sect disciples evenly distributed. Yet in this instance, the 9th arena has only disciples from Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak aside from Dong Renqi, which is rather unusual. Before Tang Minghai could respond, Zhu Getian snorted coldly. Does Mo Peak Master suspect that there is something shady about the 9th arena? Mo Qingsong smiled slightly. I just find it a bit unusual. As for whether there is anything shady, I do not know. Perhaps some people do. Mo Qingsong, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Zhu Getian raised his voice, his expression unfriendly. It's nothing more than the literal meaning. If someone insists on making connections, I can't stop them. Mo Qingsong maintained a faint smile. Zhu Gishan's anger flared. The 6 disciples from Luchuan Peak on the 9th arena are all elites. If they went to other arenas, they would have a great chance of securing a spot in the top 100. Yet now they gather at the 9th arena to clash with Tianjin Peak. Even if they win, they can only secure 1 spot in the top 100. Mo Qingsong, if I tampered with the 9th arena like this, are you foolish, or am I foolish? Mo Qingsong shook his head and laughed. Zhu Peak Master, I have never mentioned your name. Why are you so Zhu Peak Master, the arrangement of the elimination matches was conducted under the eyes of everyone. We were all present. If there were tampering, wouldn't anyone be able to see it? Dong Wanpeng interjected, looking darkly at Mo Qingsong. The 5 disciples of Tianjin Peak on the 9th arena are also elites. They are those I hold great hopes for, wishing they could secure a spot in the top 100. Now they gather together to compete with Luchuan Peak for a single spot. In the end, the personnel arrangement in the ninth arena is the most unfavorable for both our Tianjian Peak and Luchuan Peak. Zhu Peak Master and I consider the overall situation and have not raised objections. On the contrary, you have no one related to you from Bamboozle Peak on the ninth arena, yet you jump out to stir trouble. Could it be that Bamboozle Peak has only had 10 disciples break into the top 100 so far, and feeling dissatisfied you wish to create chaos? Mo Song was struck at the crucial point. The smile that had been on his face finally disappeared. He snorted softly about to speak. But Lu Honglu interjected first. Dong senior brother, your words are mistaken. There is someone on the ninth arena related to our Bamboozle Peak, and that is Dong Rinshi. He is a disciple of our Bamboozle Peak. Lu junior sister, your memory may not be very good. Dong Rinshi has already been expelled from your Bamboozle Peak, Zhu Gitian scoffed. Lu Honglu shook her head. You may not know, but our Bamboozle Peak has already decided to re-invite Dong Rinshi. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed surprised expressions to recall an expelled disciple, and within a year this is a first in the history of Taiching sect. Dong Rinqi's heart is not bad. He just has a somewhat rebellious character. After going to the miscellaneous peak, he reflected deeply and has already repented. He is now diligently cultivating, which is why our Bamboozle Peak decided to recall him. Lu Honglu added. Lu junior sister saying so much, the reason your Bamboozle Peak wants to recall Dong Rinqi must be because of his status as a level 4 alchemist, right? Who doesn't know that Bamboozle Peak has the least number of alchemists and their ranks are not high? Zhu Gitian scoffed. But you just said it was a recall, not yet a recall. Dong Rinqi currently has no relationship with your Bamboozle Peak. Even if there is no relationship with our Bamboozle Peak, all participants in the arena are disciples of our Taiching sect. Any inequity in the match is related to me. Lu Honglu retorted coldly. Your Bamboozle Peak is clearly protecting Dong Rinqi, disrupting the rules of the match. Zhu Gitian countered. Moreover, Dong Rinqi also shares the surname Dong. He is paired with the 5 disciples from Tianjian Peak, perfectly matching our Luchuan Peak's numbers. Where is the inequity in that? Dong Rinqi has long been expelled from the Dong family, and has no ties to them anymore. Lu Honglu quickly followed up. Junior sister Lu, he has also been expelled from your Bamboozle Peak. Dong Wamping spoke up. Lu Honglu turned her gaze to Dong Wamping. We expelled him, but have the intention to recall him. If your Dong family also wishes for him to return to the family, we Bamboozle Peak will not have any objections regarding the matters of the ninth arena. Dong Wamping snorted coldly. Dong Rinqi is a beast that disrespects his elders and knows no shame. He will never return to my Dong family in this life. Dong senior brother's intense hostility towards Dong Rinqi, the disciples of Tianjian Peak on the ninth arena, have probably received some kind of instruction from Dong senior brother. Their appearance on the arena is not coincidental, right? Lu Honglu spoke with a cold smile. Lu Honglu, stop slandering here. Dong Wamping exploded with anger. Seeing the Bamboozle Peak arguing with Tianjian Peak and Luchuan Peak Master Tang, Minghai sat calmly in his chair, showing no intention of speaking, completely adopting a posture of watching the tiger fight. At this moment, Luo Faping, the master of Qinglu Peak, lightly cleared her throat. Whether the disciples of Tianjian Peak are targeting Dong Rinqi, I do not know. However, the disciples of Luchuan Peak will definitely not spare Dong Rinqi. Yesterday, during the cultivation assessment, I personally witnessed Dong Rinqi and Luchuan Peak form a grudge. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Zhu Gitian. I remember Zhu Peak Master was also present, right? Luo Faping's statement clearly indicated her support for the Bamboo's Peak. Zhu Gitian and Dong Wamping furrowed their brows in unison. Qinglu Peak and Bamboo's Peak had allied together, rendering the current situation a standoff of 2 against 2 equally matched. Kong Huiru, who had remained silent and out of place to speak, suddenly nudged Dong Wamping's arm, signaling him with a glance. Dong Wamping understood, and then slightly clasped his hands towards Tang Minghai, saying, Master, please revise the rules of the elimination round. This is a decision we have deliberated on, and we ask for your approval. Now, with Bamboo's Peak opposing, it was evident that their discontent stemmed from having the fewest disciples enter the top 100, and they aimed to hinder the smooth progress of the competition. Dong Wamping, stop slandering us here. Mo Song exclaimed angrily. I agree with senior brother Dong's statement. Zhu Gitian raised his voice. The number of the top 32 in the competition will determine the distribution of resources among our 6 peaks. Only 10 disciples from Bamboo's Peak made it into the top 100, and it was likely that no more than 3 would reach the top 32. It was no wonder that Bamboo's Peak was questioning the fairness of the competition. Nonsense. It is clear that you from Tianjian Peak and Luchuan Peak have ulterior motives. Lu Honglu responded angrily. As both sides' tempers flared, Tang Minghai remained silent. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair returned to the central high platform. It was Zhang Daoji, the master of Feipu Peak. As soon as Zhang Daoji settled in, Tang Minghai immediately spoke up. Master Zhang, what is your opinion on the matter regarding the 9th arena? Zhang Daoji appeared somewhat confused, staring blankly at the high-ranking officials on the platform. Masters Mo and Lu believe there is an issue with the personnel arrangement in the 9th arena, suspecting foul play. Tang Minghai's words were concise. Zhang Daoji turned his gaze to the 9th arena and spoke without hesitation. There are 6 disciples from Luquan Peak, 5 from Tianjian Peak, and 1 outer disciple. Is there any need to ask? There must be a problem. This arrangement is incredibly unfair to that outer disciple. I believe we should redraw lots. Everyone was taken aback as Zhang Daoji usually wore a cheerful demeanor and avoided involvement in the conflicts between the 6 peaks, never taking a side. However, today he unexpectedly took a clear stance alongside Bamboo's Peak, much to everyone's surprise. The elimination rounds are about to conclude. How can we redraw lots now? Are we supposed to have these disciples fight again? That would be child's play. Zhu Gitian immediately opposed. Since it is a lottery, such situations are inevitable. How can we change the entire rule because of Dong Rinqi alone? Dong Wampeng echoed immediately. Master Zhu, senior brother Dong, you both just said that too many of your elite disciples gathered in the 9th arena, losing several spots in the top 100. Now that we are discussing a redraw, wouldn't that also benefit you? Why have you refused outright, without consideration? Mo Qingsong chuckled coldly. We are prioritizing the greater good, not wanting to cause trouble for the sect. Zhu Gitian replied solemnly. We don't need to redraw everything. There are still over 60 disciples who have not participated in the competition. Let them regroup for a rematch to decide 5 spots in the top 100. Luo Faping spoke softly. I support this plan. Mo Qingsong immediately expressed his agreement. Zhang Daoji nodded. This method is good, it's not troublesome, and does not affect the results of the previous matches. 3 of the 6 main peaks of Taiqing sect had already expressed their agreement to redraw lots. As the sect leader, Tang Minghai often adhered to the principle of majority rule when faced with contentious issues. Based on his past experience in handling such matters, he would undoubtedly cast his vote from Shouyang Peak in favor of Mo Qingsong, Luo Faping, and Zhang Daoji, and then make a final decision to end the debate. Just as Tang Minghai was about to straighten his posture and speak, Zhu Gitian slammed the armrest of his chair and resolutely declared, I disagree. Dong Wanpeng's face darkened as he coldly remarked, No, we cannot change the established rules at will. If so, who would adhere to the sect's regulations? This matter concerns the stability of the sect, and cannot be negotiated. It must not be changed by voting. Dong Wampeng, it is merely a trivial adjustment. You are overreacting and raising alarm unnecessarily. Mo Qingsong retorted. Zhu Gitian raised his voice. A dam can collapse from an ant's nest. Senior brother Dong's words are by no means an overreaction. Kong Huiru had been holding back for a long time. Seeing that Dong Rinqi might escape a calamity, she finally could not hold back any longer, and said apologetically, Master, esteemed Peak Masters, this is originally not a place for me to speak, but because Rinqi is indeed of the Dong family bloodline, this matter concerns us as well. If the competition rules are changed because of Rinqi, what would the eliminated disciples think? They would certainly believe that our Dong family is abusing privileges. In this way, it would be detrimental to both the Dong family and the sect, becoming a talking point for others. Kong Shiji, since you know it's inappropriate for you to speak here, why do you still open your mouth? Lu Honglu looked coldly at Kong Huiru. You must not keep bringing up Dong Rinqi. He has severed ties with your Dong. Why do you defend him so much? What relationship does he have with your Bamboo's Peak? Kong Huiru countered. The central high platform had once again fallen into an argument. The disciples of Taiqing sect surrounding the 9th arena looked up, their faces filled with confusion. Although they did not know what the high-ranking officials on the platform were discussing, they could tell that the leaders were agitated, seemingly arguing. The discord among the 6 peaks was known to most of Taiqing sect, but it was the first time that many high-ranking officials were arguing in front of the public. At this moment, Dong Rinqi was also quite puzzled. He had prepared for a bloody battle, but unexpectedly the sect had suddenly interrupted the competition without any explanation or conclusion. He turned his gaze towards Lu Honglu, who was looking at him and shaking her head repeatedly. Seeing her motion, he was fairly certain that the discussion on the central high platform was mostly about him. Simultaneously, due to the unusual situation in the 9th arena, more and more gazes were directed towards the central high platform, and the situation was escalating. Enough. Stop arguing. There are so many disciples below. Do you intend to argue in front of them until your faces are red, and even come to blows? Tang Minghai finally exerted the authority of the sect leader, waving his sleeve lightly, his gaze sweeping across the various peak masters. The high-ranking officials on the central high platform immediately fell silent and bowed to Tang Minghai. Dong Rinqi. Tang Minghai looked towards the 9th arena. Your 5 spiritual roots were removed from the Dong family genealogy because you openly opposed the master and were expelled by Bamboo's Peak to the miscellaneous peak. In less than a year, you advanced to the outer sect and became a 4th-grade alchemist, reaching the 9th level of chi refinement, causing 5 main peaks to argue heatedly because of you. Everyone here has cultivated for decades, or even centuries, and they know there is nothing new in the cultivation world. This young lad is either pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or has stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity. I am aware of what you are all thinking. At this point he slightly raised his voice. You are high-ranking officials of the sect, and every move you make represents the image of the sect. Being in your position naturally grants you certain privileges over others. However, there must be a limit and a boundary to everything. There are some matters I can turn a blind eye to, but do not go too far. Hearing this, both Zhu Getian and Dong Wanpeng's expressions changed, and they lowered their heads even more. How about this? Since this matter arose because of Dong Rinchi, let us give him the choice, whether to continue the competition or to redraw lots. Let him decide for himself, shall we? I am also curious about what choice Dong Rinchi will make. Tang Minghai wore a faint smile, his gaze casually sweeping over the high-ranking officials, as if discussing. However, the high-ranking officials showed no hesitation and bowed in unison, responding, "We will follow the sect leader's arrangements." Then a steward standing at the edge of the central high platform produced a spiritual weapon resembling a banana leaf and leaped into the air, soaring above the ninth arena. The numerous disciples all looked up at the steward in the air, their faces filled with envy. Flying using objects is a capability that only Foundation establishment cultivators possess. Dong Rinchi, the sect leader, gives you two choices. The steward with white beard looked down at Dong Rinchi and spoke in a deep voice. Either start the competition now or redraw lots with the remaining 60 disciples who have not participated in the elimination round to compete for 5 spots in the top 100. Upon hearing this, the disciples near the ninth arena immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. The sect's high-ranking officials actually want to redraw lots for the remaining disciples. Why are they specifically asking Dong Rinchi's opinion? What's the reasoning behind this? Isn't he just a 4th-grade alchemist? To give him such preferential treatment is truly incomprehensible. Just a 4th-grade alchemist. This is a 4th-grade alchemist under 20 years old, but don't be sour, just watch the show honestly. Have you not noticed? There is something going on in the ninth arena. At this moment, Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli were standing just below the ninth arena, prepared to witness Dong Rinchi being defeated or injured. However, the sect's high-ranking officials suddenly interrupted the competition, leaving them puzzled and confused. Now the steward in the air actually let Dong Rinchi make a choice, which turned their confusion into anger. They looked towards the central high platform only to see Zhu Getian and Dong Wanpeng ignoring them entirely, their faces dark. Thus they immediately understood that this matter had become a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. Ma Xiaofeng, however, was not willing to give up. Considering himself one of the sect's 3 great prodigies, he stepped forward and called out coldly to Dong Rinchi. Dong, if you choose to redraw lots, even if you luck into the top 100, you will still be a coward and not qualified to be my opponent. The steward in the air frowned slightly, but remained silent. After all, he was one of the sect's 3 great prodigies, and he had to give him some face. Dong Qianli saw that the steward had not reprimanded Ma Xiaofeng, and he stepped forward as well, loudly shouting at Dong Rinchi, "Cousin, why are you, an alchemist, running to participate in the grand competition? Now the sect has to change the competition rules because of you. You may have gained face, but isn't it unfair to those eliminated disciples?" It must be said that Dong Qianli had learned a bit of Kong Huiris essence from being around her. The white-beard elder in midair noticed Dong Qianli stepping forward to provoke, his brows furrowing tighter, but in the end he held back and remained silent. "Senior, this person talks too much, affecting my decision." Dong Rinchi observed the change in the elder's expression and immediately voiced his displeasure, pointing at Dong Qianli. Hearing this, the white-beard elder coldly fixed his gaze on Dong Qianli. "If you dare to shout and provoke again, I will immediately strip you of your qualification in the top 100. Dong Qianli's face turned pale, at once hurriedly retreating back into the crowd, no longer daring to make. With a mocking smile in his eyes, Dong Rinchi looked at Dong Qianli. "Remember, you must always weigh your own worth. Some things can be said by others, but you cannot say them." Dong Qianli's face transitioned from white to red, filled with anger, yet he dared not respond. At that moment, the white-beard elder coldly spoke. "Dong Rinchi, how long will you consider?" Dong Rinchi slightly cupped his hands. "I have made my decision." Hearing this, the disciples of the Taiching sect around the ninth platform and the high-ranking members on the central platform all turned their gaze towards Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi glanced around quickly, sweeping his gaze over Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli, and then turned to the central platform, suddenly raising his voice so that everyone in the square could hear him. "Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak have sent dozens of disciples to ambush me. They truly overestimate Dong Rinchi. Although I find your actions extremely disgraceful, I cannot allow personal feelings to change the rules of our sect's competitions. That would be unfair to other disciples. Therefore, people of Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak, listen up. If you want to fight, then fight. No matter what despicable means you employ, I, Dong Rinchi, will accept it." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue shook, and even those engaged in battles on other platforms stopped to direct their gazes towards the ninth platform. Dong Rinchi's declaration was clearly a challenge to Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak. How audacious for an outer disciple to dare declare war against the two main peaks. At the same time, he did not forget to seize the moral high ground, shifting the responsibility onto Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak, seeking the goodwill of the other peaks. Dong Renqi's actions were not impulsive. Given the current situation, reconciliation with Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak was no longer possible. These two peaks would surely use various means to deal with him in the future. It is easier to dodge an open attack than to defend against a hidden arrow. Rather than guarding against their underhanded tricks daily, it is better to publicly clarify the conflict, forcing them to confront him openly. Dong Renqi is talking nonsense. Little beast. Zhu Gitian and Dong Wanpeng both shouted angrily, then turned their gazes towards Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qinli beneath the 9th platform. The two understood and discreetly issued commands to the disciples of Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak. The 6 disciples from Luquan Peak and 5 from the Dong family on the 9th platform immediately revealed chilling expressions, waiting for the referee's command to strike Dong Renqi down. Foolish. Lu Honglu exclaimed anxiously, her face filled with worry. Stupid. Mo Qingsong and Luo Feiping almost simultaneously voiced their concerns. Zhang Daoji shook his head at the same time, still too young, easily impulsive. Interesting. Tang Minghai smiled slightly. Dong Renqi has made his choice. Hey, everyone please focus on the battle. The white-beard elder stepped on a banana leaf and returned to the central platform, and the referee of the 9th platform immediately announced loudly, the competition begins. The moment the referee's words fell, the 6 disciples from Luquan Peak and 5 from the Dong family unleashed their respective spells directly at Dong Renqi. They had long been gathering spiritual energy in secret, waiting for the referee's command. Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak are indeed teaming up against Dong Renqi. With 11 skilled individuals attacking simultaneously, even the 3 great talents of the sect would likely have to exert themselves to respond. Dong Renqi has cultivated his skills with pills. How can he withstand this? Very well, let's do it this way, and kill this arrogant little brat. Alas, Dong Renqi is a man with guts. Oh, what a pity. Even if he survives today, he will still be crippled. The disciples of the Taiching sect in the square all voiced their opinions, with disciples from Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak displaying delight, already certain that Dong Renqi would surely die. However, many others felt pity for Dong Renqi. On the central platform, Lu Honglu clenched her hands tightly, too nervous to even breathe. Zhu Gishan's eyes revealed pleasure. Dong Wanpeng's expression was bland and devoid of emotion, while Kong Huira's lips curled into a faint cold smile. On the 9th platform, as 11 spells came crashing down, a spiritual talisman suddenly ignited beside Dong Renqi. It was an ice armor talisman meant for defense. Subsequently, a solid ice armor rapidly manifested on Dong Renqi. As the ice armor fully formed, the 11 spells rained down upon him with loud crashes. The wind blade technique struck the ice armor, causing shards of ice to scatter. The fireball technique hit the ice armor, rapidly melting chunks of ice. The spiritual sword technique struck the ice armor, directly creating cracks in it. The defense of the ice armor talisman was considerable, but after blocking 3 spells it shattered with a cracking sound. Following that, the remaining 8 spells continued to strike Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi is finished. Many shook their heads in lament. Die, the arrogant little brat. A disciple from Luquan Peak on the platform let out a sinister laugh. In the next moment, several spells exploded on Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward. His blue robe was instantly torn and shredded, revealing a close-fitting white garment underneath, firmly protecting his body. Dong Renqi is wearing a top-quality ice silkworm silk garment. First the ice armor talisman, now the ice silkworm silk. Both are top-tier equipment usable in the chi refining stage found in the treasure vault. It is said that alchemists are wealthy. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration. Although the defense of the ice silkworm silk is good, it cannot withstand 7 powerful spells. Dong Renqi won't survive this trial. No matter how good the spiritual weapon is, it is ultimately just an external object. One must forge oneself strong. Many spectators murmured upon seeing the ice silkworm silk. Their judgment was not wrong. Although the defense of the ice silkworm silk was strong, after blocking 6 spells it developed dozens of cracks and lost all defensive capability. Without the cover of the ice silkworm silk, Dong Renqi's muscular physique immediately presented itself before the spectators. Some female disciples' eyes lit up. Since Dong Renqi successfully lost weight, he has transformed into a graceful young man, and with his well-defined muscles he has a considerable appeal to some infatuated women. At the same time, the last 2 spells heavily struck Dong Renqi. These were 2 wind blade techniques executed by 2 disciples from Luquan Peak at the 8th level of chi refinement, possessing immense power, almost materialized. Dong Wanpeng and Zhu Getian had already conspired. Dong Renqi must not die at the hands of the Dong family disciples. Hence, when the 6 disciples from Luquan Peak attacked, they deliberately slowed down their movements, allowing the Dong family disciples to strike first before they harvested Dong Renqi's life. With the ice armor talisman and ice silkworm silk, both broken. Dong Rinchi was now left defenseless, and everyone thought he was beyond saving. With two muffled thuds, the two wind blades ruthlessly struck Dong Rinchi's chest. Instantly, 2-foot-long gashes appeared on his chest, flesh rolling over, blood gushing. Simultaneously, he coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, his figure staggering backward until he retreated to the edge of the platform, nearly stepping into the void and falling directly, but in the end he managed to stand firm, albeit swaying. How is this possible? Dong Rinchi actually withstood the wind blade techniques of two 8th-level chi refinement cultivators with his own body. Both of these individuals have already completed the third transformation of the Tai Ching technique. Is this the power of a body cultivator? Their defensive capabilities are astonishing. Below the platform, exclamations erupted. On the central platform, the high-ranking members were also quite astonished. The 6 disciples from Luquan Peak on the 9th platform were quite surprised to see Dong Rinchi still standing. However, after a brief moment of surprise, they immediately mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing to eliminate Dong Rinchi. Brother Dong, quickly concede. A panicked voice called out from below the platform. Feng Xiaoro had arrived. She was delayed after being summoned by Zhang Daoji, and then held up by Guan Tianqi. However, before her words could fall, 2 spiritual talismans lit up beside Dong Rinchi. This time, it was still the Ice Armor Talisman, and the other talisman was the Swift Movement Talisman that increased speed. In the next moment, another set of ice armor rapidly formed on Dong Rinchi. At the same time, without yet stabilizing his stance, Dong Rinchi suddenly kicked back, forcefully propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards the 6 disciples from Luquan Peak. His speed was astonishingly fast, leaving a blur on the platform. So fast. Once again, gasps echoed from below the platform. Those who recognized the situation spoke up. The Swift Movement Talisman indeed greatly enhances speed, but if it were used on us, it would definitely not achieve such speed. It's the combination of body cultivation speed and the Swift Movement Talisman that allows Dong Rinchi to be this fast. On the platform, only one disciple from Luquan Peak cast the fireball technique, which hit Dong Rinchi, and was easily blocked by the ice armor. Before the others could unleash their spells, Dong Rinchi had already arrived before them. The 6 individuals all changed their expressions drastically, hurriedly abandoning their attacks and dodging. However, their meager evasion speed was utterly insignificant before Dong Rinchi. The first punch of Liuli. Dong Rinchi's gaze turned cold as he activated the chi of the 7 treasures, Liuli body, a flash of bronze color appearing on his fist. The next moment, his fist smashed heavily into the chest of one disciple from Luquan Peak. With a crack, the disciple's chest instantly caved in, and he flew backward, landing heavily beneath the platform, not even letting out a groan, his head tilted, breath gone. Not long before, in the previous assault, this person had been the last to use the wind blade technique, aiming to take Dong Rinchi's life. He's dead. A cultivator at the 8th Chi refinement realm, struck down in a single punch by Dong Rinchi. Spectators surrounding Arena 9 stood frozen in disbelief. The 5 disciples from Luquan Peak and the 5 scions of the Dong family, standing upon the arena, were equally stunned. After a brief moment of shock, they all surged backward, desperate to widen the distance between themselves and Dong Rinchi. But Dong Rinchi granted them no such opportunity. Empowered by a spirit step talisman, his figure blurred across the arena, leaving behind afterimages as his fists cut through the air like gales. A succession of agonized screams erupted from Arena 9. Dong Rinchi surged through the ranks like a wolf among sheep. Every disciple from Luquan Peak or scion of the Dong family who drew within his reach was struck down with a shriek, sent hurtling backward, and perished instantly upon impact. Some died from a single blow, others endured 2 or 3 strikes, but none survived beyond the 3rd. Toward those who sought his death, Dong Rinchi showed not the slightest mercy. His 7 treasures lapis body art blazed at its peak, each strike delivered with absolute unrestrained force. The disciples from Luquan Peak and the Dong family, now paralyzed by terror, had lost all will to resist, cowering, scrambling, fleeing blindly from Dong Rinchi's relentless pursuit. Yet the arena was finite. Within mere breaths, 5 bodies flew from the platform to their deaths. 3 from Luquan Peak, 2 from the Dong family. The survivors paled as if drained of blood, trembling in abject fear. Spectators encircling Arena 9, and senior elders seated upon the central dais, watched in profound astonishment. None had foreseen that Dong Rinchi's physical cultivation would be so formidable, capable of overturning an otherwise certain demise. Nor had anyone anticipated the sheer ferocity of his slaughter, 5 lives extinguished in mere breaths. And still he pressed forward, showing no hesitation, no restraint. Though fatalities occurred regularly during the Tai Ching sect's grand competition across generations, never before in history had 5 competitors fallen dead on a single arena within such a short span. No one imagined Dong Rinchi could be so overwhelmingly powerful, victorious in an Ani against 11 duel using nothing but his bare fists. Though many assumed his ninth chi refinement cultivation had been artificially elevated through pill consumption, and that his Tai Chi cultivation art likely remained unrefined, rendering his spiritual combat power feeble. His terrifying physical might rendered such weaknesses irrelevant. He could still carve his way into the top 100, and even advance further deep into the top 32. Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qinli stared at the arena, scarcely believing their eyes. Fools! Why don't you yield and descend? Do you truly wish to die? Ma Xiaofeng swiftly regained composure and bellowed toward the Luquan disciples still on the arena. He recognized that both his fellow peak disciples and the Dong Scions had lost all fighting spirit. Continuing the match would surely end in total annihilation. Hearing his shout, the disciples from Luquan and Tianjin peaks finally snapped back to awareness, clamoring in frantic unison. I yield. I surrender. Referee, I yield. Before the words fully left their mouths, 6 of them leapt off the arena, tumbling to the ground and scrambling desperately behind Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli, their faces still contorted with lingering terror. Dong Rinchi sighed inwardly, lowered his fists, and seized his stance. The glacial armor shimmering over his body dissolved, and he withdrew a robe from his spatial pouch, draping it over his shoulders before swallowing 2 blood-stanching pills. At that moment his robe hung loosely over one shoulder, his frame streaked with crimson, his expression cold and unyielding, murderous intent coiling about him like mist. Senior Brother Dong looks utterly commanding. How irresistibly captivating. Had I known of Senior Brother Dong's latent potential earlier, I'd have seized him without hesitation, even when he was still stout. Wouldn't you fear being crushed beneath him? A chorus of female disciples erupted into excited murmurs. At that moment the black-robed referee leapt onto Arena 9 and declared in ringing tones, the match is concluded. The victor, Outer Sect disciple Dong Rinchi. His proclamation ignited waves of jubilation across the plaza. Dong Rinchi has broken into the top 100. How many years has it been? At last, an Outer Sect disciple has entered the grand competition's top 100. Dong Rinchi, you've done us proud. Clearly these cheers rose from the Outer Sect disciples. Though Outer Sect disciples vastly outnumbered their Inner Sect counterparts, their limited cultivation aptitude and scarce resources relegated them to mere spectators in every grand competition, never once securing a place among the top 100 nor earning entry into the Tai Chi secret realm. Dong Rinchi's breakthrough into the top 100 became a monumental source of inspiration for the Outer Sect, a long-awaited vindication, a triumphant exhalation after decades of silent endurance. This disciple thanks you, Elder Uncle. Bowing respectfully to the referee, Dong Rinchi vaulted lightly from the arena. Wherever he landed, surrounding Tai Chi sect disciples instinctively stepped back, granting him ample space, a silent gesture of reverence. In that instant Dong Rinchi had not only earned recognition through sheer strength, but also instilled awe and trepidation through ruthless, unflinching dominance. Lifting his foot to stride forward, toward Fang Xiaorou's position, he was intercepted by 2 figures rushing toward him, Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli. Ma Xiaofeng led, Dong Qianli followed closely behind. Dong Rinchi, you dared slay 3 of my Luquan Peak disciples. Mark my words, in the top 100 elimination rounds, I shall cut you down. Murderous intent flared in Ma Xiaofeng's eyes as he spoke icily. Do not mistake your fledgling physical cultivation for supremacy. Against true masters your talismans, and your flesh itself, will prove nothing but farce. I know well your disappointment and fury, that you deployed so many against me only to be routed utterly shamefully, and without reprieve. Have you felt not the faintest trace of shame? A mocking smile curled at Dong Rinchi's lips. I already declared it plainly, Luquan Peak may unleash any technique it possesses. I shall meet them all, including you, Ma Xiaofeng. Spare your breath for posturing. I await you in the top 100. Having secured qualification for the Tai Chi secret realm, Dong Rinchi had achieved his sole objective in the grand competition. For disciples of the other 6 major peaks, however, entering the top 100 was merely the prelude. Their true aim lay in breaking into the top 32, thereby securing greater resources for their respective peaks. As an Outer Sect disciple, even should Dong Rinchi advance to the top 32, no additional resources would be allocated to him. Only the standard rewards for that rank. Those rewards held little allure for him. Indeed, contribution points held far greater value than any prize offered to the top 32. Thus Dong Rinchi stood at ease, unburdened, unafraid, ready to face any opponent, even the so-called 3 great prodigies, including Ma Xiaofeng himself. Ma Xiaofeng clenched his fists until bone cracked, then snorted contemptuously. Let us see whether your tongue remains so sharp on the arenas ahead. With that he whirled sharply and strode away. Dong Rinchi responded with a chilling smile, and turned his gaze upon Dong Qianli. You also have something to say. Dong Qianli's face burned with rage. Dong Rinchi, you just slaughtered Dong family science. They bear the same surname as you, Dong. You strike down your own kin without hesitation. Auntie was right. You are a feral pup, untamable, ungrateful. Unless removed, you will bring calamity upon the Dong family. Remarkable. Your skill at twisting truth has improved yet again. Dong Rinchi sneered, his disdain palpable. Shall I stand idly by and await my own execution? Dong Qianli, I state it once more, and you shall convey it to your uncle and aunt. I bear the name Dong, but I am severed from the Dong family of Tianjian Peak utterly and irrevocably. I slew your kinsman. If vengeance is your desire, then come claim it. Cold light flickered in Dong Qianli's eyes. Dong Rinchi, do you truly believe your entrance into the top 100 grants you license to swagger? Silence. Dong Rinchi cut him off coldly. Cease your empty rhetoric. I have no time for it. If you dare urge your esteemed uncle to intervene, let him arrange a match with me in the top 100. Then we shall see whether my confidence is arrogance or justified strength. Dong Rinchi, you'll regret this. I swear I shall grant your wish, and you shall bitterly regret it when the time comes. Dong Rinchi's lips curled upward in a sharp, wordless smirk, and he strode forward directly toward Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli's face drained of color. He recoiled sideways in haste. Having just witnessed Dong Rinchi's overwhelming physical might firsthand, he dared not risk bodily collision. Coward! Dong Rinchi tossed the word over his shoulder, cold, dismissive, and marched onward. Taiching's sect disciples parted before him like water. Among them numerous female disciples beamed openly, some boldly waving and calling out his name. Though his heart quickened at such eager prospects, Dong Rinchi maintained an impassive, stern countenance, his stride unwavering, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Upon the central dais, senior elders wore divergent expressions. Zhu Getian glared at Dong Rinchi with smoldering fury. Dong Wanping's face darkened to slate gray, his fists locked tight. Beside him, Kong Huiru cradled Dong Qingyun, her jaw clenched, eyes flashing with icy resolve. Tang Minghai's lips curved faintly, his gaze inscrutable. Imo Qingsong smiled openly, clearly pleased with Dong Rinchi's performance. Lu Honglu, at last unburdened of tension, shone with genuine delight. Luo Faping glanced toward Lu Honglu and sighed softly, a fourth-rank pill master, with such extraordinary combat prowess and latent potential. If you hadn't already resolved to reinstate him under Bamboo Grove Peak, I would certainly have claimed him for Green Willow Peak. Zhang Daoji gently stroked his long beard, a serene smile ever present. Senior Sect Master Zhang, you possess deep expertise in body cultivation. In your estimation, what art does Dong Rinchi practice? Tang Minghai turned his gaze upon Zhang Daoji. Zhang Daoji paused thoughtfully. Was his body cultivation art acquired from the treasure vault? Indeed. Tang Minghai nodded. I received word that half a year ago Dong Rinchi exchanged for a body cultivation art from the treasure vault. The precise identity remains unspecified. The elder steward did not elaborate, nor did I press for details. Given your comprehensive study of all body cultivation arts housed therein, you likely recognize which one he practices. Zhang Daoji smoothed his beard again. Body cultivation progresses slowly. In half a year he should barely have entered its foundational stage. Yet even at this nascent stage his physical combat power nearly overwhelms disciples of the Qi refinement realm, proof that his chosen art belongs to an exceptionally high tier. If my deduction holds true, he cultivates the Lapis sect's ancestral art, the Seven Treasures Lapis Body, Qi Bao Liuli Shan, Seven Treasures Glazed Body. The senior figures upon the central dais of the Taiching sect all uttered surprised exclamations. Dong Rinchi now dares to cultivate a forbidden art. He must be severely punished. Zhu Getian said. Lu Honglu snorted softly. The Seven Treasures Glazed Body was exchanged from the treasure pavilion. If Dong Rinchi cultivates it, what crime has he committed? If other sects learn that disciples of the Taiching sect have practiced a forbidden art, it will surely harm our reputation, Zhu Getian added swiftly. Zhang Daoji spoke gently. Peak Lord Zhu, you worry too much. The Lioli sect collapsed centuries ago. The Seven Treasures Glazed Body has long been a matter of old history. Even if this spreads, the impact will be limited. His tone was light and measured. Dong Wampong cleared his throat. Although the Lioli sect fell, you must know that the sect's founder, who created the Seven Treasures Glazed Body, was descended from both the demonic race and human cultivators. If this art is taken to its extremes, it may lead one to demonic corruption. He warned Dong Rinchi's cultivation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Body is a grave hidden danger. Should he reach profound mastery, he could become a tremendous threat to the Taiching sect. The claim that the Seven Treasures Glazed Body inevitably leads to demonic corruption is mere conjecture unproven. The Lioli sect endured for millennia and produced many powerful cultivators who upheld the righteous path. Mo Qingsong said in a low voice. Therefore the fall of the Lioli sect was not solely caused by that art. Seeing a quarrel about to flare, Tang Minghai waved his hand lightly. Let us not bicker over this. The copy of the Seven Treasures Glazed Body in our treasure pavilion is incomplete. Even if Dong Rinchi practices it, he cannot attain anything extraordinary. Do not become entangled in this matter. Then his tone shifted. You have all seen Dong Rinchi's potential. Keeping him in the outer gate is no longer fitting. He should be recalled to the inner disciples. We must not let talent slip away. Before he finished, Imo Chingsong hurriedly said, Sect Lord Senior Sister Lu and I have decided to recall Dong Rinchi to Bijou Peak. Hearing this, Zhu Gitian and Dong Wampeng both knit their brows. Master Mo, as the saying goes, a fine horse does not return to past pastures. Bijou Peak expelled Dong Rinchi before, now you wish to recall him. Will he even be willing to return? Zhang Daoji bowed slightly to Tang Minghai. Sect Lord Feipu Peak is willing to take Dong Rinchi on. Lu Honglu followed. Peak Lord Zhang, I have already spoken with Dong Rinchi. He has expressed a desire to return to Bijou Peak. Zhang Daoji kept a smile on his face. Senior Sister Lu speaks of desire, which implies Dong Rinchi has not yet made a firm decision to return to Bijou Peak. I trust that if Feipu Peak extends an olive branch, he will consider it. Lu Honglu frowned slightly. The matter of returning to Bijou Peak has long been discussed between Dong Rinchi and myself. It is Peak Lord Zhang who, upon seeing his potential, now seeks to recruit him. In sincerity, Bijou Peak far surpasses Feipu Peak. If Dong Rinchi lacked potential, I would not bother competing with Bijou Peak for him. Zhang Daoji stroked his beard softly. This is not merely about sincerity, the final choice of which peak he joins will depend on our merits. He added, let us see who can truly earn him. Luo Feiping hesitated briefly, offering Lu Honglu an apologetic look. If this will be decided by merit, Qinglu Peak will join the contest as well. For a time, Bijou Qingliu and Feipu Peaks each voiced their claims, all vying to recruit Dong Rinchi. Tianjin and Luquan Peaks watched coldly from the sidelines, their displeasure obvious upon their faces. Enough. We will not decide which peak Dong Rinchi joins now. Oh, let us postpone this until after the grand tournament. Tang Minghai waved to end the debate. The elimination round is nearly finished. Prepare for the upcoming top 100 bouts. On the west side of Shouyang Peaks Plaza, along a tree-lined path, Dong Rinchi and Fang Xiao walked side by side at an easy pace. Brother Dong, you are incredible. Fang Xiao looked at him with adoring eyes. You defeated 11 opponents single-handedly, and all with your bare fists. You should not forget yourself either. You tossed every opponent off the stage as well. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly. Fang Xiao's cheeks flushed. I relied on spirit talismans. If it were a fair fight, I would be defeated at... Dong Rinchi replied quickly. Your peak lord said just now that spirit talismans count as combat power. Fang Xiao blushed deeper. Dong Rinchi changed the subject with a soft laugh. What did peak lord Zhang? Fang Xiao gathered her thoughts and spoke gently. The peak lord congratulated me for entering the top 100, encouraged me to remain humble and continue improving. Then he asked about the origin of my spirit talismans. She continued, I followed your instructions and said you gave them to me and that you are my sworn elder brother. So it was about the talismans after all. Dong Rinchi nodded. From now on you must change the way you address me. You must call me Ji elder brother. Fang Xiao shy and delighted murmured Renkage. Dong Rinchi deliberately raised his voice. Xiao, I have now made powerful enemies in Tianjin and Luquan Peaks. If you call me Ji at this time, are you not afraid they might seek revenge against you as well? Fang Xiao shook her head resolutely. I am not afraid. I am already an inner disciple, and my peak lord promised to take particular care of my development. I have a backing now, and they cannot bully me. And I believe you will like today defeat Tianjin and Luquan Peak time and again. Dong Rinchi could only smile wryly. Your faith in me seems stronger than my own. Of course, Fang Xiao returned with a smile. One often cannot see oneself clearly, outsiders perceive the truth more plainly. I know, Renkage, that you will soar to the heavens like a true dragon. Tianjin and Luquan Peaks are merely whetstones on your path. Xiao, I did not know you were so skilled at flattery. Dong Rinchi laughed heartily. I mean every word. They come from the heart. Fang Xiao said, turning her gaze upon him. Renkage, with the abilities you displayed, you are fully qualified to return to the inner disciples. If you join a peak and gain a patron, you will no longer need to fear Tianjin or Luquan. Have you thought of petitioning a peak lord to accept you, or asking Elder Chiu to recommend you? Dong Rinchi looked toward the distant central dais. You make sense, but this matter can wait. Let us consider it after the grand tournament ends. At 12:15 the Taiching sect's elimination round concluded. 100 disciples advanced to the top 100. With Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng included, a total of 103 were granted entry to the Taiching secret realm, drawing much envy. After the white-whiskered attendant on the central dais announced the end of the eliminations, he immediately explained many matters concerning the top 100 contest, procedures much the same as in previous years. When he finished, the sect disciples dispersed across the plaza. Dong Rinchi bade farewell to Fang Xiao and left Shouyang Peak to return to his outer gate residence. His spectacular performance on the stage made his name resound through the sect, and many outer disciples already hailed him as a hero. To avoid fuss and disturbance, he slipped away from the descending throng and vanished into a copse at the foot of Shouyang Peak, where no one noticed him. There he sat cross-legged and cultivated the tenfold Taiching skill. About an hour later, when the paths had mostly cleared, he emerged from the grove and walked slowly toward the outer gate. Not half a li from the grove, the sound of wind breaking announced someone's arrival behind him. He turned swiftly. An elder with a faint smile hovered before him. Peak Lord Zhang Daoji of Feipu Peak. Are you here to see me? Dong Renqi was slightly startled. Outer disciple Dong Renqi pays respects to Peak. Seeing Zhang Daoji land before him, Dong Renqi stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. No need for formalities. Zhang Daoji waved gently, his face full of praise. Others would have been dancing with joy at advancing to the top 100, perhaps too excited to sleep tonight. Yet you, having reached the top 100, still seized every minute to cultivate. That mind alone surpasses most. In my view, your advancement was no stroke of luck, but the inevitable result of your nature. You flatter me, Peak Lord Zhang. Dong Renqi replied respectfully, inwardly surprised. He had not expected that his secret retreat to the grove had been observed so plainly by Zhang Daoji. Do not feign modesty. Excessive modesty is another form of pride, Zhang Daoji said, stroking his long beard. You are the sworn elder brother of our Feipu disciple Fang Xiaoro, and you spared no cost to help her reach the top 100, so Feipu Peak has some connection to you. I will be frank, I have come to invite you to cultivate at Feipu Peak. On the stage you routed disciples of Tianjian and Luquan Peaks. Your father and Zhu Getian will surely not let this pass quietly. If you join Feipu Peak, I will guarantee your safety and provide the finest cultivation and alchemical environment for you. Your kindness overwhelms me, Peak Lord. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Dong Renqi bowed again with sincere thanks. He added, however, Elder Lu mentioned returning me to Bijou Peak earlier. I made a wager with her. If I lost to him, I would go back to Bijou Peak. Until the wager's time limit expires, I must decline your gracious offer. A wager? Zhang Daoji frowned. What wager did you make with senior sister Lu? Dong Renqi showed a pained expression and apologized. Please forgive me, Peak Lord. That matter is a small secret between Elder Lu and myself. Zhang Daoji slightly lifted his eyelids, a frown creasing his brow as he looked at Dong Renqi. When will there be a result for your wager with junior sister Lu? Dong Renqi quickly replied respectfully, there is still a little over a year left. Zhang Daoji's frown tightened noticeably, then he said in a low voice, I fear you may not wait until the wager's deadline before being forced back to the inner sect. Dong Renqi displayed a look of confusion, but Zhang Daoji showed no intention of explaining. He continued, Dong Renqi, a good horse does not turn back to eat old grass. Are you truly planning to return to Bamboozle Peak? Dong Renqi hesitated slightly. Master Zhang, whether or not I return to Bamboozle Peak is not a matter of will, it is the wager I have with Ancestor Lu. If I lose regardless of my willingness, I must return to Bamboozle Peak. If I win, I will certainly consider joining Feipu Peak. Zhang Daoji nodded. Good, I do not expect you to declare your stance right now. Oh, it is enough that you say this. At this point he changed the subject. The Seven Treasures glazed body you are practicing is an incomplete version, and because the glazed sect was once the public enemy of the cultivation world hundreds of years ago, continuing to practice it will bring you some trouble. If you wish to continue delving into physical cultivation, it is best to switch to a different technique. Dong Renqi thanked Zhang Daoji respectfully. Thank you for your reminder, Master Zhang. Zhang Daoji smiled slightly. Rest assured, your sworn sister is a good seedling, and I will do my utmost to nurture her. After saying this, he directly took to the skies, flying into the distance. Once Zhang Daoji was out of sight, Dong Renqi murmured, although the Seven Treasures glazed body is incomplete, I have a system. This is not a problem. Bringing me trouble. Just having reached the copper body realm allows me to crush cultivators in the chi refining stage. With such formidable power as the Seven Treasures glazed body, how could I stop practicing just because of a little trouble at Tianjian Peak? Dong Wanpeng and Kong Huiru sat in the main seats, while Dong Qianli stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. Uncle Ant, just now, when Dong Renqi stepped down from the platform, he shouted at me saying that in the upcoming battles he would kill anyone from the Dong family, without exception. Dong Qianli voiced his indignation. This little beast. Dong Wanpeng scolded angrily. Kong Huiru shook her head, her face filled with sorrow as she said, Husband, I truly did not expect him to turn against his own kin. Why has he become so cruel? Dong Wanpeng sighed lightly. Huiru, it is you who are too kind, still hoping to give this little beast a chance. Husband, what should we do now? Kong Huiru's face showed worry. Dong Renqi is a fourth-grade alchemist, and he has displayed such strong combat power today. He has already caught the attention of the sect master. If he returns to the inner sect or attains a higher position within the sect, it will be difficult for us to deal with him later. Dong Wanpeng furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. Kong Huiru slightly turned her gaze, giving Dong Qianli a knowing look. Dong Qianli stepped forward confidently and said, Uncle Dong Renqi is merely practicing physical cultivation techniques, and his physique is somewhat stronger than others, but his spiritual power is negligible. If Uncle can arrange for me to face him in the upcoming battles, I guarantee I will cripple him or kill him. Dong Wampang hesitated slightly, lifting his eyelids. This little beast not only has a stronger physique than you, but he also possesses numerous spiritual weapons and talismans. Do not underestimate him. Dong Qianli nodded heavily, saying arrogantly, Uncle, rest assured. Although I have only been in the 9th layer of Qi refining for 3 months, my Ta Qing Gong has already reached the 6th transformation. Among the young disciples of the entire Ta Qing sect in terms of the depth of spiritual power, those who can surpass me are definitely no more than a handful. As long as Dong Rinchi faces me in the ring, I am completely confident I can kill him. Husband Dong Rinchi is already our family's enemy. We cannot give him any chance to grow. Let Qianli kill him on the platform to eliminate future troubles. Kong Huiru added. Dong Wampang nodded. I will arrange this matter, but remember, once you make a move it must be decisive and clean, leaving no opportunity for this little beast to surrender. That goes without saying. Once on the platform I will ensure he has no chance to speak. A glint of cold light appeared in Dong Qianli's eyes. Dong Wampang paused for a moment, his thoughts shifted, and he took out a talisman from his storage ring, presenting it to Dong Qianli, his eyes gleaming coldly. Take this immobilization talisman. Since you are going to do this, it must be foolproof. Dong Qianli was first taken aback, then his face showed ecstatic joy as he exclaimed, Uncle, with this immobilization talisman Dong Ranki's physical advantage will be rendered null. I guarantee I will slay him on the platform. The immobilization talisman is a heavenly level talisman that can prevent cultivators at or below the golden core stage from moving their bodies for 10 breaths. Kong Huiru frowned slightly and waved her hand towards Dong Qianli. You still have a match tomorrow, return and rest now. Dong Qianli responded respectfully, cherishing the talisman as he joyfully left. Although he was a member of the Dong family, he had only seen the highest grade talismans at the mystic level, and he had never even seen an earth level one, let alone a heavenly level talisman. Now that he possessed a heavenly level talisman, he was naturally overjoyed. Alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, and talisman masters are considered rare existences in the cultivation world. Whether it is alchemy, artifact refining, formation arranging, or talisman drawing, it is easy to enter, but difficult to master, requiring exceptional talent to achieve success. In today's cultivation world, talisman masters who can inscribe heavenly level talismans are few and far between. This is why Dong Qianli was so shocked and excited to receive a heavenly level talisman. Husband, this is a heavenly level talisman that you obtained with great difficulty. Is it too wasteful to use such a precious talisman just to kill a Dong Rinchi? Kong Huiru spoke with a frown after Dong Qianli had left, clearly reluctant. Dong Wampang shook his head. This little beast dares to insult you, and even kill his own kin, committing such a heinous crime. He must die. The sect master has previously mentioned that this little beast has undergone such significant changes in a short period. He is either pretending to be weak to deceive us, or has encountered some fortuitous event, so he may have some hidden trump cards. With this immobilization talisman, regardless of what hidden cards he has, he must die. At this point he held Kong Huiru's hand. As long as it can ease your anger, I would be willing to pay any price, even for a heavenly level talisman. Kong Huiru smiled sweetly. Thank you, husband. Dong Wampang turned to look towards the inner room. I will go check on Xing Yuan. Kong Huiru waved her hand. He is already asleep. Do not disturb him. Dong Wampang had already risen. Today has turned colder. I will add another blanket for him. Lucian Zhu Getian wore a sullen expression, remaining silent, while Ma Xiaofeng stood quietly behind him. In front of the 3 corpses lay on the ground in a row. 3 disciples of Lucian Peak bowed their heads, standing beside the 3 corpses, trembling in fear. Useless, all a bunch of useless trash. Zhu Getian slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair. So many people cannot take down a Dong Rinchi. The heads of the 3 disciples of Lucian Peak lowered even further, and their bodies began to tremble. Master, this cannot be entirely blamed on them. Dong Ranki's physique is indeed extraordinary, and with his spiritual weapons and talismans the resulting situation is somewhat understandable. Ma Xiaofeng spoke gently. Do not make excuses for them. 3 of our fellow disciples were killed right before their eyes, yet they only thought of fleeing. Such uselessness and cowardice must be heavily punished. Zhu Gishan's voice was cold and stern. Master, please spare us, we won't dare again. Master, please give us another chance. The 3 disciples of Lucian Peak immediately knelt on both knees, pleading for mercy. Master, they have already done their best, please spare them this once. Ma Xiaofeng stepped closer to Zhu Getian, saying gravely, I promise I will personally slay Dong Rinchi in the upcoming battles. Zhu Getian snorted coldly. Considering that Xiaofeng pleaded for you, I will let you go this time. The 3 disciples of Lucian Peak felt as if they had received a great pardon, repeatedly thanking Zhu Getian and Ma Xiaofeng before each taking a corpse and swiftly leaving the room. Master, I want to face Dong Rinchi in the first match tomorrow. I will kill him on the platform to avenge Xiao Tao and my 3 fellow disciples. Ma Xiaofeng's voice carried a coldness. Do not rush. Zhu Getian shook his head. Disciples who can enter the top 100 are not weaklings. Let Dong Renchi fight a few matches first to assess his capabilities. If he proves to be a useless scoundrel, killing him would be akin to using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. At the same time, Dong Wampung treats Kong Huiru as a treasure, and Dong Renchi has insulted Kong Huiru and killed 2 of our Dong family disciples. The Dong family is now more eager to kill Dong Renchi than we are. Let them act first. Master, I cannot quell my hatred without personally slaying Dong Renchi. Ma Xiaofeng said resentfully. Zhu Getian waved his hand slightly. Today the sect master has shown great interest in Dong Renchi and has decided to summon him back to the inner sect. If you kill Dong Renchi at this time, it will leave a bad impression of you and our Lucian Peak in the sect master's mind. Let the Dong family make a move first. If they cannot deal with Dong Renchi, it will not be too late for you to act afterwards. Ma Xiaofeng nodded after a slight hesitation, but his expression was clearly reluctant. Zhu Getian looked at Ma Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, your cultivation talent surpasses all in Taqing sect, and your future accomplishments will be remarkable. However, you must learn to broaden your perspective. You also know that the 7th peak will soon be established, and the selection of its peak master has yet to be decided. Currently, there are 2 proposals within the sect. The first is to select a golden core cultivator with good connections and prestige to manage the 7th peak, with Lu Honglu of Bamboozle Peak being the most favored. The second is to promote a young person with charisma and influence to inject fresh vitality into our Taqing sect. However, this young person must have at least reached the foundation establishment stage, and their talent for cultivation must be outstanding, making the achievement of the golden core a matter of course. Among the current disciples of the sect, these young ones in the foundation establishment stage, in terms of talent and influence, are no match for Yu Longwu and Yi Qingyu. You reached the peak of qi refinement years ago, and your Taiqing Gong has already been cultivated to the 8th transformation. Once you emerge from the Taiqing secret realm, you can establish your foundation at any time. Zhu Getian got up and patted Ma Xiaofeng on the shoulder, saying, if we go with the second plan, you will have an excellent chance to take control of the 7th peak. Ma Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. If I can take control of the 7th peak, it will surely follow Master's lead. Zhu Getian showed a satisfied smile and reminded, the sect master has not yet made a final decision on which plan to choose. Moreover, even if the second plan is chosen, you still have 2 formidable competitors, Long Wu and Yi Qingyu. Hearing this, Ma Xiaofeng frowned. Therefore, if Dong Wampang can resolve the matter concerning Dong Renchi, that would be the best scenario. If the Dong family cannot resolve it, you can act later. Zhu Getian spoke softly. Ma Xiaofeng nodded heavily. Master, I understand. When Dong Renchi returned to the outer sect's residence, he saw 2 people standing on the small flat ground in front of the residence, namely Qiu Deliang and Lu Honglu. Where have you been? You just got back now. Qiu Deliang seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, and upon seeing Dong Renchi, he voiced his displeasure. Dong Renchi greeted Qiu Deliang, and Lu Honglu in turn then said, on my way back, the master of Feipu Peak Zhangfeng came to find me and took up some time. What did he want from you? Qiu Deliang asked, confused. He probably wanted to recruit you into Feipu Peak, Lu Honglu interjected. Dong Renchi chuckled and gave Lu Honglu a thumbs up. Old ancestor Liu's calculations are remarkable, a guess that hit the mark. Tsk tisk, half a year ago you were someone everyone disliked, but now you've become quite popular. Qiu Deliang scrutinized Dong Renchi from head to toe. You really are impressive, managing to defeat 11 opponents and proudly stepping into the top 100. Just lucky, merely lucky. Dong Renchi smiled lightly and then bowed to Lu Honglu. Thank you, old ancestor Lu, for speaking up for me before the duel. But what good does that do? Lu Honglu huffed lightly. You still ended up without a choice but to draw lots again and continued the duel. Old ancestor, it's not that I want to disappoint your goodwill. Dong Renchi quickly explained. At that time there were already only 60 or so people left. Even if I drew lots again, I would still have to face the disciples from Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak. It would just be slightly fewer in number. Rather than that, it's better to go all out and make a name for myself to intimidate Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak. Intimidate. Lu Honglu tilted her lips. The 11 people you defeated today, although not weak, would only rank in the middle tier at Tianjin Peak and Luquan Peak. What you accomplished today did not serve to intimidate. Instead, it has incited their greater anger, making your subsequent duels extremely perilous. Dong Renchi smirked nonchalantly. My purpose in participating in the grand competition is solely to enter the Taiqing secret realm. Now that I have achieved my goal, whether I can win the following matches or not, I can simply concede and step down from the stage safe and sound. What an ambition. Lu Honglu rolled her beautiful eyes. Since you have already entered the top 100, you must take every subsequent duel seriously and strive for a better ranking. Why is that? Dong Renchi asked, puzzled. Earlier you were always against me participating in the grand. Back then I didn't realize how deeply you were hiding your strength. Lu Honglu replied with a sidelong glance. Dong Renchi chuckled. I just refined my physique for a few days. It's merely about being toughened. Your excuses would have worked before, but not now. As cultivators, we all have our secrets and trump cards. I don't intend to pry into your secrets, so you need not be nervous or feel the need to explain yourself. Lu Honglu brushed her hair which had been tousled by the wind, and continued. The reason I want you to take the upcoming duel seriously and strive for better rankings is that it may benefit you in rescuing your sister. You can rescue my sister. Dong Renqi's eyes lit up. Lu Honglu nodded. The sect is about to open the 7th peak, and the choice of the peak master has not yet been decided. It is possible that a young disciple will be selected as the peak master. Old ancestor, are you suggesting that I compete for the position of peak master? Dong Renqi shook his head repeatedly. I had no good reputation in the inner sect before, and my influence and appeal are almost zero. Please don't joke with me. What was true in the past is not necessarily true now, Lu Honglu said, her eyes sparkling. The so-called appeal and influence are not limited to the inner sect, but include the outer sect and the miscellaneous peak. You have risen from the miscellaneous peak to the outer sect, and entered the top 100 of the sect competition as an outer sect disciple. You already have many supporters in both the miscellaneous peak and the outer sect. Your influence and appeal are sufficient. This is why I believe you have a chance to take control of the 7th peak. Old ancestor, you just mentioned that selecting a young disciple to manage the 7th peak is only one option, and there's another option to appoint a renowned Golden Core elder such as yourself. I believe the likelihood of appointing a Golden Core cultivator to manage the 7th peak is higher. After all, the new peak is just being established, and without strong power it is hard to command respect and maintain the interests of the 7th peak. What you say makes sense, Lu Honglu nodded. Among the Golden Core cultivators, the one most likely to take charge of the 7th peak is me. However, I come from the Bamboo Speak peak. How can the other peaks be willing to let me take charge of the 7th peak? If the younger generation is selected to manage the 7th peak, Long Wu from Shouyang Peak, Yi Qingyu from Qinglu Peak, Ma Xiaofeng from Luquan Peak, and Guan Tianqi from Feipu Peak all have opportunities. Dong Renqi pondered for a moment and quietly asked, does the ranking in the sect competition relate to becoming the peak master of the 7th peak? Indeed, choosing the second plan is high. Dong Renqi pondered for a moment and quietly asked, does the ranking in the sect competition relate to becoming the peak master of the 7th peak? Indeed. Lu Honglu slightly raised her eyelids. If you can win first place in the sect competition, you will have a greater chance of becoming the peak master of the 7th peak than others. Old ancestor, do you think too highly of me? The 3 top talents of the sect are like 3 towering mountains. My chances of taking first place seem quite slim. Dong Renqi was somewhat troubled. Do you not want to rescue your sister? Lu Honglu asked coldly. Of course. Dong Renqi sighed lightly. But when I first started cultivating, I constantly heard of their reputations. I really have little confidence in defeating them. If you don't try, how will you know if you can't win? Xiao Deliang couldn't hold back any longer, and said impatiently, stop dawdling here, can't you be a bit more confident? I wish I could be more confident. Dong Renqi said with a pained expression, Long Wu, Yi Qingyu, and Ma Xiaofeng have long been famous, and their strength is formidable. They must have formidable spiritual weapons bestowed by their masters. I, a lone wolf, have only managed to exchange for an ice silkworm silk armor from the treasure pavilion, which was then shattered in battle. Leaving aside cultivation, just considering the equipment, the gap is so wide, how can I compete with them? Xiao Deliang blinked. So you're saying I didn't provide you with suitable weapons? Old Xiao, I didn't mean that, please don't misunderstand. Dong Renqi said while glancing at Lu Honglu. Xiao Deliang scratched his head. As a pill refiner, I really don't have any suitable spiritual weapons for you. How about this, I'll take you to the treasure pavilion, and you can pick 2 spiritual weapons that you can use. I'll cover the contract. Dong Renqi sighed deeply. Old Xiao, most of the spiritual weapons in the treasure pavilion are mass-produced. How can they compare to the weapons of Long Wu and the others? Without good spiritual weapons, combat power will indeed be greatly diminished. What should we do? Xiao Deliang frowned, then suddenly his eyes lit up as he turned to Lu Honglu. Lu Honglu looked at Dong Renqi with a smirk. If you want spiritual weapons, just say so. There's no need for all this beating around the bush. Dong Renqi chuckled, but dared not respond. Honglu, if you have any suitable spiritual weapons for him, just bring them out. If this kid really becomes the peak master of the 7th peak, I could benefit from it too. Xiao Deliang laughed at Lu Honglu. If I move my little nest to the 7th peak, you can come to find me much more. Lu Honglu waved her hand lightly, and 3 spiritual weapons appeared in front of Dong Renqi. The Mother-Child Chasing Wind Ring, a low-grade, Shin-level spiritual weapon intricately linked, designed for agile attacks. The 100 Binding Red Ribbon, another low-grade, Shin-level spiritual weapon, made from an unknown material capable of entangling enemies for offense, and forming a fast-rotating red shield for defense. The last spiritual weapon was a black rod less than half a meter long, made from an unknown material, nameless and unknown in grade, but incredibly hard and heavy. Even with Dong Renqi's current physique and strength, holding the rod felt somewhat burdensome. Low-grade Shin-level spiritual weapons are the limit that Chi refinement cultivators can activate, and both the Mother-Child Chasing Wind Ring and the 100 Binding Red Ribbon are low-grade Shin level. Lu Honglu continued directing her gaze at the black rod. This item was obtained by my master in the wasteland. I don't know what it is, only that it is incredibly hard and heavy. When infused with spiritual power, it becomes even harder and heavier, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Its power is comparable to that of low-grade, Shin-level spiritual weapons. However, my master once told me that this rod seems to be damaged, having lost its original form and powers. You can choose one of the 3 spiritual weapons. Can't I take them all? Dong Rinchi said with a beaming smile. Greedy. Lu Honglu huffed lightly, pretending to take back the 3rd-grade spiritual weapon. Dong Renqi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly spoke. Old ancestor, please don't be angry, I was just asking. I'll choose right away. Dong Rinchi crouched in front of 3 spiritual weapons, feeling somewhat indecisive. He had originally set his sights on the versatile Bacon Hongling, but the weapon was too feminine. Then his gaze fell upon the Zimu Jue Feng Huan, preparing to select it. Rinchi, I think you should choose this firewood stick, suggested Xiao Deliang. Is there a reason? Dong Rinchi tilted his head and asked. Without hesitation, Xiao Deliang replied, it's sturdy. Dong Rinchi was quite speechless. Master, this black stick is not simple. Although it is damaged, I can repair it. The system connected with Dong Rinchi. Without any hesitation, Dong Rinchi grabbed the black stick from the ground, saying, Master Lu, I choose this one. Lu Honglu nodded, putting away the Zimu Jue Feng Huan and Bacon Hongling. Dong Rinchi tried to probe his spiritual energy into the black stick, and sure enough, as soon as the energy entered the already incredibly heavy stick, felt even heavier. What kind of weapon is this? It's quite strange. He played with the black stick for a while before putting it into his storage bag. Lu Honglu approached Dong Rinchi and said, Alright, I've given you my spiritual weapon. Now you should tell me how you responded to Zhang Daoji's invitation. Naturally, I refused. I have a bet with the ancestor. How can I go to Feipu Peak? Moreover, isn't it time to establish the 7th peak? I certainly can't agree to him now. At this point he chuckled. Master, are you worried that I would be taken by Zhang Daoji to Feipu Peak, which is why you advised me to fight for the 7th peak? Lu Honglu replied calmly. Regardless, you are from our Buju Peak. If you can become the master of the 7th peak, it would be a good thing for Buju Peak. So you're not planning to send me to Buju Peak. What about our bet? Dong Rinchi seemed a bit anxious. Lu Honglu rolled her eyes. The bet remains. If you lose, I will propose new conditions. Hehe, if I win, it will still be the same condition as before. Dong Rinchi chuckled. Lu Honglu snorted heavily and said nothing more. A bet? What did you bet on? Xiao Deliang inquired curiously, looking confused. Old Xiao, this is a secret between me and Master Lu. Please don't pry. Dong Rinchi smiled broadly. Xiao Deliang, filled with curiosity, wanted to know more after seeing Dong Rinchi's smile. Just as he was about to ask further, Lu Honglu waved her sleeve and changed the subject. Dong Rinchi, I've given you the spiritual weapon. You must give it your all. Rest assured, Master, I will do my utmost to achieve a better ranking in the competition. Dong Rinchi patted his chest in assurance, then paused to ask, Master, do you know how many turns Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng have cultivated in Taiqing Gong? Lu Honglu pondered for a moment. Long Wu has been cultivating deep within Shouyang Peak. It is possible that even the sect leader might not know how many turns she has reached in Taiqing Gong. As for Ma Xiaofeng, this person has always been secretive. Buju Peak and Luquan Peak have always been at odds, so I don't know the extent of his Taiqing Gong cultivation either. I only know that Qingyu has already reached 8 turns with a little distance remaining to the 9th turn. The 3 of them are of similar strength, and Long Wu and Ma Xiaofeng are likely at least at 8 turns. 8 turns, huh? Dong Rinchi rubbed his forehead. That sounds a bit tricky. Rinchi, you're not planning to back out just because you got Lu Honglu's weapon, are you? Xiao Deliang looked at Dong Rinchi sideways. Lu Honglu's gaze also sharpened. Old Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? I, Dong Rinchi, have declared my intent with determination. I will not go back on my word. Having said that, Dong Rinchi cupped his hands toward Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu in succession. Old Xiao, Master Lu, do you have any other matters? If not, I must excuse myself. I need to train hard. Tomorrow is the competition. What more do you need to train for? Xiao Deliang responded impatiently. Dong Rinchi chuckled a little. Last-minute sharpening is still beneficial. Once Xiao Deliang and Lu Honglu left, Dong Rinchi immediately entered the room and quickly took the black stick out of his storage bag. System, does this black stick have any special features? Dong Rinchi summoned the system. Master, this spiritual weapon was originally an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. The system responded quickly. An Emperor-level spiritual weapon? Dong Rinchi exclaimed. In the entire cultivation world, the number of Emperor-level spiritual weapons is certainly not even in double digits. It was unexpected that such an unremarkable black stick was once an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. After calming himself down, he quickly asked, System, how many potential points are needed to repair it? The system responded swiftly, 1100. As expected, it's around 1000. Dong Rinchi sighed lightly. Repairing the quasi-immortal technique 7 treasure glazed body requires 1,000 potential points, so he speculated that repairing an emperor-level spiritual weapon should also require around 1,000 potential points. He looked at the system panel. He only had 170 potential points, which was far from enough to repair the black stick. Furthermore, given his current spiritual energy reserves, even if he repaired the black stick, he would probably be unable to use it. Master, there is actually another way to repair it that does not require so many potential points, the system said gently. Tell me about it, Dong Rinchi said with interest. I can transform it into a growing spiritual weapon. As long as the master continually nurtures it with spiritual energy, it can keep growing and leveling up, the system responded quickly. Can it eventually grow to emperor level? Dong Rinchi followed up with a question. The system said firmly, of course, as long as the master is strong enough and continuously nourishes it with spiritual energy, it can grow to emperor level and even break through to immortal level, divine level, or even chaotic level. "50, the system replied softly. Then what are we waiting for? Repair it using the second method. Dong Rinchi urged. Master, according to the second method of repair, the initial level of the black stick will change to yellow grade high quality. Are you sure you want to repair it? Moreover, whether it can become chaotic level in the future is uncertain, or it depends on the master's cultivation timing and various other conditions, the system kindly reminded. Repair it. Dong Rinchi's attitude was exceptionally firm. Even if it can't become chaotic level, becoming divine level, or at least immortal level, would be acceptable to me. Then with the sound of ding echoing in his mind, 50 potential points were deducted, leaving Dong Rinchi with only 120 potential points. At the same time, he felt the black stick in his hand tremble slightly before quickly settling down. Dong Rinchi looked down at the black stick. Although its appearance had not changed much, it was noticeably lighter. System, does it not have a name? Dong Rinchi asked while inspecting the black stick. Master, it has now severed ties with its past, and is a completely new spiritual weapon, so it naturally has no name, the system explained. The system paused for a moment before continuing. If the master needs me to name it, I can do so, but it will require 10 potential points. Stop. I'll name it myself. Dong Rinchi quickly interjected, fearing that the system would directly deduct 10 potential points. The system chuckled. Dong Rinchi weighed the black stick in his hand, pondering. What should I name it? Big Black, Divine Stick, Dog Beater. Upon hearing these names, the system could no longer hold back, and said, Master, let me name it instead. Oh, I will give you a 50% discount, 5 potential points. How about that? Not even 1 potential point. Dong Rinchi was extremely resolute, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. How could I forget the Monkey King? Golden Cudgel. What a magnificent name. But then he frowned again. The weapon of the great sage is golden and shiny. Calling my black stick Golden Cudgel would not be appropriate. After some thought, he suddenly slapped his thigh, his face lighting up with joy. Black Cudgel. Yes, that name is quite good. The system let out a long sigh and fell into silence. At this moment, Dong Rinchi was immersed in excitement and did not notice the system's reaction. He swung the black cudgel in his hand twice and exclaimed, From now on you shall be called Black Cudgel. Accompany me in battles everywhere. I will become an immortal, and you will be the ancestor of weapons. The black cudgel seemed to understand Dong Rinchi's words, quivering slightly, and a faint black light flashed by. Dong Rinchi was even more delighted. He then sat cross-legged, placing the black cudgel in front of him, and began to cultivate the 10-turn Taiching Gong. The next day at Chin Hour, the top 100 competition of the Taiching sect kicked off in the plaza of Shouyang Peak. 103 disciples of the Taiching sect were competing for 32 positions. At this moment, these top competitors gathered below the central platform, forming 7 distinctly defined. The disciples from the 6 main peaks who entered the top 100 gathered together, forming 6 formations, while the last formation was simply one lonely person who was naturally Dong Rinchi from the outer sect. Because of this, he attracted extra attention. Under the gaze of many, Dong Rinchi stood tall with his head held high, his expression remarkably calm. Dong Rinchi's gaze shifted lightly, finally landing on the disciples participating in the 100-strong competition at Shouyang Peak. He realized that even now Long Wu had not appeared. Among the 3 great talents of the Taiching sect, Long Wu is the most mysterious one, rarely showing herself in public. Dong Rinchi had heard many rumors about Long Wu, but until now he had never seen her. Dong Rinchi had a great interest in Long Wu. Why? Many people were spreading rumors that Long Wu was an unparalleled beauty. It is instinctive for men to be drawn to beautiful women. More importantly, Long Wu possessed a special physique, the ancestral dragon body. Cultivating together with someone of such a unique constitution could yield additional rewards, which naturally made Dong Rinchi pay special attention to her. In the past, the gap between him and Long Wu was too great, and he could only dream of her. Now, standing on the stage of the 100-strong competition, he could slowly turn his thoughts into reality. Unfortunately, Long Wu had not shown up. Just as Dong Rinchi sighed in disappointment, the elder with white beard on the central platform began to announce the specific rules of the competition. 103 participants will compete, with 32 advancing to the next round. The battle method will be decided by random drawing. The 103 contestants will each be randomly assigned. When the competition begins, the sect leaders will draw lots pairing the contestants for their duels. From the 103, 32 will be selected through 2 rounds of competition. The first round will determine 52 participants, with 1 contestant getting a bye to the second round. In the second round, 12 will be selected from the 52 to directly advance to the 32 strongest, with each peak sending 2 participants. This ensures that at least 2 from each peak can enter the top 32. The remaining 40 will duel 2 by 2 to determine the final 20 spots. After seeing this competition structure, Dong Rinchi secretly sighed. Outer sect disciples truly have little presence within the sect. This qualification for direct advancement had nothing to do with the outer sect. After finishing the rules, the elder with white beard respectfully bowed towards the right side of the central platform, saying the subsequent battles will be presided over by Elder Yang. Please welcome Elder Yang. Then a tall, thin elder in a black robe floated onto the platform. He first bowed to Tang Minghai and other high-ranking sect leaders before turning to the contestants below the platform. As the elder ascended the stage, Dong Rinchi immediately frowned, for the elder was none other than Yang Qingqi, the second uncle of Yang Wei. Yang Qingqi is one of the elders of the law enforcement hall of the Taiqing sect. It was his insistence that Dong Lu Yu was imprisoned in the Reflecting Valley. Now, with Yang Qingqi presiding over the subsequent battles, Dong Rinchi felt an ominous sensation rise within him. He speculated that this was likely not a coincidence. Yang Qingqi was probably here to target him. Yang Qingqi was very protective of his nephew Yang Wei, and Dong Rinchi had previously frightened Yang Wei to the point of losing control. If Yang Qingqi were to learn about this matter, he would definitely seek revenge and would not let Dong Rinchi off the hook. Of course, he also believed that this incident was too embarrassing, and there was a good chance Yang Wei would not inform his uncle. However, even if Yang Wei did tell Yang Qingqi, Dong Rinchi did not care. Having already offended Tianjian Peak and Luchuan Peak, he was not afraid of adding another Yang Qingqi to the list. I am Yang Qingqi, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall responsible for presiding over the upcoming battles. I hope you all adhere to the rules, perform well, and strive for good results. Yang Qingqi's eyes lightly scanned over the more than 100 disciples of the Taiqing sect below the stage, and then he waved his hand gently. A layer of light blue barrier appeared above the square of Shouyang Peak. On the barrier, names began to appear consecutively, each followed by a numerical identifier. The first 3 names to appear were Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng, with their identifiers clearly being 1, 2, and 3. When these 3 names appeared, the barrier flickered noticeably a few times as if to signal everyone about the extraordinary nature of these names. After that, when the subsequent names appeared, the barrier fell silent. The disciples waiting to participate in the 100-strong competition all looked up at the sky, eager to see their own identifiers. The other onlooking disciples also gazed up, their faces showing expressions of envy. They all understood that those who appeared on the barrier were the outstanding figures of the Taiqing sect. It wouldn't be long before they became the backbone of the sect. Names continued to appear one after another, and when the identifier reached 30, Dong Rinchi inexplicably felt a tightening in his heart. In the elimination rounds, his identifier was 438, and he had received quite a bit of ridicule. He did not want to have any association with 38 in the 100-strong competition. However, what he feared came true. 38 ultimately landed on Dong Rinchi. With the elimination round being 438 and the 100-strong competition being 38, those with good memories or who had paid some attention to Dong Rinchi immediately burst into laughter. Especially the disciples of Luchuan Peak and Tianjian Peak, their laughter was particularly loud. Dong Rinchi raised his eyes to the central platform, casting a cold gaze on Yang Qingqi. Yang Qingqi happened to look towards Dong Rinchi, a mocking smile clearly visible on his lips. At this moment, Dong Rinchi had basically confirmed that Yang Qingqi was indeed targeting him. After about a stick of incense worth of time, all 103 names appeared on the barrier. I will give you a moment to remember your identifiers. Soon this elder will draw lots for you. Yang Qingqi shouted aloud. Just after the moment had passed, 2 agile men flew up to the central platform, one carrying a triangular wooden frame about half a person's height, and the other holding a black square box. The black box was tightly sealed on all 6 sides, with only a hole the size of a bowl opened at the top, just enough to fit one hand inside. The triangular wooden frame was quickly set up, and the square box was placed steadily on top of the frame. After the 2 men set up the frame, they respectfully bowed to Yang Qingqi, and then descended from the central platform. Yang Qingqi lightly waved his hand, and the black square box slowly floated up and began to turn. Then a white sphere the size of an egg rolled out of the box, but it did not fall onto the platform. Instead, it floated in the air. Each white sphere had a number written on it ranging from 1 to 103. I will take out 2 spheres from the box each time. Those whose identifiers match the numbers on the spheres will duel. Yang Qingqi continued speaking. After finishing, he waved his hand again. The black box slowly turned over and floated back to the top of the wooden frame. Yang Qingqi shouted loudly, striding to the triangular wooden frame, looking down at the stage, and reached into the black box, quickly pulling out 2 white spheres. The 2 spheres had the numbers 23 and 65 written on them. Contestants number 23 and 65 quickly come to arena number 1. Yang Qingqi spoke again. As soon as his words fell, a disciple from Feipu Peak and a disciple from Shouyang Peak stepped out one after the other, leaping onto arena number 1. Soon the first battle of the 100-strong competition officially began. Yang Qingqi did not pause, immediately reaching into the black box again. In less than 4 breaths of time, 10 arenas began to fight in succession, with 20 of the best contestants embroiled in fierce combat. Dong Renqi was slightly surprised. He thought he would definitely be called up to the arena first, but to his surprise, in the first 10 battles his name did not appear. Moreover, Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli, who had taunted him the most yesterday, had both taken to the arena and were currently fighting. Ma Xiaofeng, as one of the 3 great talents of the sect, immediately made his opponent cry out in misfortune as soon as he stepped onto the arena, choosing to concede without a fight. Dong Qianli also won quite easily, knocking his opponent off the stage with a lightning strike in less than 3 rounds. After winning their battles, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding, immediately turning their gazes towards Dong Renqi, their eyes filled with mockery and provocation. Dong Renqi cursed them silently, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. After one arena determined, its victor Yang Qingqi would immediately draw 2 white spheres from the black box, allowing another pair of contestants to step into the arena. At the same time, the name of the person who lost in the battle would gradually fade from the barrier in the air until it disappeared completely. The battles proceeded quickly, and in less than half an hour they had already reached the 30th match. Dong Renqi waited and waited, but instead of being called, he saw Fang Xiaoro stepping onto the stage. Fang Xiaoro went up to arena number 7, and surprisingly her opponent was also a disciple from Feipu Peak, making it a familiar face. Originally she had no hope of winning, and upon seeing her fellow Peak brother as her opponent, she decisively chose to concede, leaving the arena gracefully, while also giving a favor to the other party. After Fang Xiaoro left the arena, she saw Dong Renqi already at the foot of the stage about to greet him, but Guan Tianqi appeared first, intercepting her and taking her to the area where the disciples of Feipu Peak were. Moreover, Guan Tianqi did not forget to shoot a fierce glare at Dong Renqi. Seeing this maneuver from Guan Tianqi, Dong Renqi was basically certain that Guan Tianqi was interested in Fang Xiaoro. However, it was still uncertain whether Guan Tianqi was attracted to Fang Xiaoro as a person or to her Nining body. The Nining body could bring immense benefits to both parties during their first dual cultivation. At the same time, the Nining body is also an excellent partner for dual cultivation. If there is a suitable dual cultivation technique, both parties' cultivation can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Watching Guan Tianqi's figure grow further away, Dong Renqi sighed, "Poor little Guan, in this competition, you have chosen the wrong opponent. The competition hasn't even begun yet, and you've already lost." Just as Dong Renqi sighed, Yang Qingqi, on the central platform, took out 2 white spheres from the black box, one marked with 46, and the other with 38. "Finally, it's my turn." Dong Renqi was becoming impatient. As soon as he saw the 38 ball being drawn, he stepped forward quickly toward the recently concluded arena number 10. Meanwhile, there was a stir in the square of Shouyang Peak as the crowd surged towards arena 10. Brother Dong is about to step onto the stage. "Quick, let's go to arena 10 to grab a good spot. I'm looking forward to seeing which Peak's disciples Brother Dong's first battle will suppress." The majority of those rushing towards arena 10 were outer sect disciples, all of them excited and loudly cheering for Dong Renqi. Clearly they had already regarded Dong Renqi as the pride of the outer sect. In an instant, the No. 10 arena in the plaza of Shouyang Peak was surrounded, packed with layers of spectators inside and out. Dong Renqi stood on the arena, gazing at the crowd below, hearing the thunderous cheers of the outer disciples, feeling somewhat surprised. To be honest, he had little affection for the outer sect, having only spent a little over half a year there and hardly interacted with its members. At this moment, the enthusiasm and expectations of the outer disciples made him feel somewhat embarrassed, yet also slightly touched. On the central high platform, Tang Minghai and other high-ranking officials were equally surprised, having not anticipated that Dong Renqi would possess such great influence in the outer sect. The people from Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak observed this scene, their brows furrowed, glaring at Dong Renqi with hostility, wishing to devour him. The middle-aged referee in a blue outfit saw the increasing commotion below and immediately leaped onto the No. 10 arena, shouting loudly, "Silence." With that, the area around the No. 10 arena finally quieted down. Thousands of outer disciples dared not shout, but waved their fists to cheer for Dong Renqi. "Number 46, hurry up to the No. 10 arena. If you don't get on the stage now, it will be deemed a forfeit," the blue-clad referee coldly announced when he saw Dong Renqi's opponent had not yet arrived. After about a breath's time, an anxious female voice rang out from below the arena coming. Please wait a moment, Matt. A girl in a blue dress was seen straining to push through the crowd, but with so many spectators around the no. 10 arena, she struggled to move quickly. Dong Rinchi directed his gaze towards his opponent, discovering she was a stunning beauty with a slim waist and delicate willow-shaped eyebrows. To his surprise, the girl in blue was neither from Tianjian Peak nor Luquan Peak, but a disciple of Qinglu Peak. Aren't Luquan Peak, Tianjian Peak, and Yang Qingqi planning to make a move against me in the top 100 competition? Dong Rinchi pondered inwardly. Soon he vaguely guessed the reason. The spots in the top 32 would determine the resource allocation for the 6 peaks for the next 3 years. At this moment, Tianjian Peak and Luquan Peak must be striving to secure a place in the top 32, temporarily setting aside their own matters. Simultaneously, these 2 peaks likely wanted to assess their true strengths. Why are you all crowding so tightly? Let her get on the stage. The blue-clad referee scolded the spectators, blocking the way of the girl in blue, who still hadn't reached the arena. The crowd quickly parted and the girl in blue let out a sigh of relief, quickly making her way to the bottom of the arena. After that, she leaped up lightly onto the arena and immediately bowed respectfully to the blue-clad referee, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle." The blue-clad referee nodded and scanned Dong Rinchi and the girl in blue. "Are you both ready?" After seeing them both nod, he solemnly declared the match begins. The girl in blue then stepped back 2 large paces and slightly cupped her hands towards Dong Rinchi, saying, "I am Su Ku from Qinglu Peak. Please enlighten me." Dong Rinchi lifted his gaze slightly, noticing a fine sheen of sweat on Su Ke's smooth forehead. Clearly her journey to the arena had not been easy. However, that was not the main focus of Dong Rinchi, was primarily drawn to Su Ke's beauty. Su Ke's figure was neither too tall, nor too short, curvy where it should be, and slim where it should be, making her appearance quite striking. At the same time, she seemed to be of an age that was no longer youthful, at least older than Fang Xiaoro and Zhao Xuefu. However, compared to Lu Honglu, she was certainly quite young. A woman of this age was already quite mature. Dong Rinchi could make an accurate judgment based on his past life experiences coupled with Su Ke's physique and demeanor. For this type, Dong Rinchi was relatively fond. Thus, he lightly cleared his throat, smiling gently. "Outer disciple Dong Rinchi, I request guidance from senior sister Su. Please." Su Ku replied in a low voice without an ounce of politeness, directly taking out a spirit talisman. The talisman instantly ignited and a sturdy ice armor quickly formed around her body. This was the ice armor talisman. Su Ku was quite cautious using an ice armor talisman right from the start to protect herself. Then she swiftly formed seals with her hands, and a fireball the size of a watermelon immediately appeared in front of her. It must be said that those who could enter the top 100 were certainly no ordinary practitioners. Su Ke's spellcasting speed was rapid. The fireball technique was unleashed in less than half a breath, far surpassing the disciples from Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak that Dong Rinchi faced in the elimination round. The gigantic fireball shot out with a whoosh directly aimed at Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi was not slow either. As Su Ke conjured the fireball, he also pulled out 2 spirit talismans, the ice armor talisman and the Shunhung talisman. Soon sturdy ice armor appeared on his body as well. Then with a swift motion he charged towards Su Ke like. However, just as he dashed halfway, the watermelon-sized fireball crashed heavily into him. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, sending sparks flying. The ice armor on Dong Rinchi's chest was dented, its thickness reduced to less than 2 inches. Nevertheless, he only paused briefly before immediately continuing to charge towards Su Ke. Su Ke frowned slightly, yet her hands did not slow down at all. As she rapidly formed seals, her second spell quickly took shape. Suddenly thunder rumbled above the no. 10 arena and 3 lightning bolts, each as thick as a pinky finger, appeared out of thin air, directly shooting towards Dong Rinchi. Such a rapid spellcasting speed. Dong Rinchi was slightly surprised, but seeing the 3 bolts of lightning approaching overhead, he showed no intention of dodging. When he forcibly raised his 5 spirit roots to the peak level, with a top-grade spirit replenishing pill, the thunderbolts striking him were as thick as bowls, and they came one after another. Although he was struck and left charred on the outside but tender on the inside, he ultimately managed to endure. Therefore, he did not take Su Ke's summoned lightning bolts to heart, allowing them to strike down upon him while he charged. As long as he got close to Su Ke, the battle would essentially be over. Why isn't Brother Dong dodging? This is a powerful lightning spell. Brother Dong, hurry and dodge. Many outer disciples shouted anxiously from below the arena. Dong Rinchi, however, remained unfazed, continuing to charge towards Su Ke. In the next moment, a crackling sound erupted. The 3 lightning bolts almost simultaneously struck Dong Rinchi. Immediately, white smoke rose from Dong Rinchi, and the ice armor on him emitted a series of cracking sounds, fracturing all over before completely shattering. The 3 lightning bolts were blocked by the ice armor, and although their power was significantly reduced, they still landed ferociously on Dong Rinchi. His clothes were instantly burned with 3 charred holes, and at the same time Dong Rinchi's figure swayed, nearly stumbling. Suka showed a hint of joy, yet she did not let her guard down, continuously forming seals with her hands to prepare her third spell. Below the arena, many outer disciples gasped in astonishment. On the central high platform, the high-ranking officials of the Taiching sect had varied reactions. Some frowned, some sighed in regret, and others sneered. Among the disciples of Luquan Peak and Tianjian Peak, some laughed arrogantly, while others mocked loudly. So-called body cultivators are nothing special. I thought he was something great. He's just a fool relying on thick skin and tough flesh. The top 100 is already his limit. With such strength, he dares to challenge Brother Ma. What a joke. The battle on the No. 10 arena, however, had not stopped. After a brief stagger, Dong Rinshi quickly steadied himself and dashed forward again, still aiming for Suko. Surprisingly, his speed increased rather than decreased, and within 2 breaths he had already reached Suko. 3 bolts of lightning struck him, yet he wasn't seriously injured. Seriously injured? Look at his speed. Does he look like he's hurt? What a powerful physique. If it were me, a single lightning bolt would probably take half my life. As the audience below the arena was astonished, Suku on the arena had lost the joy on her face, replaced by panic. Because Dong Rinchi's fist was already thrust before her. Yesterday Dong Rinchi had taken down 5 opponents in a row on the arena using just his bare fists. Though Suka had not witnessed it firsthand, she had heard vivid accounts. Now with the fist approaching, she was natural. However, with the protection of the ice armor, after a brief moment of panic, she continued to form seals with her hands, urging the third spell. In the next moment, Dong Rinchi's fist landed on Suke's chest with a crackling sound, where cracks immediately appeared and rapidly spread outward. Then the cracks rapidly widened, and the cracking sounds grew louder. Finally, with a loud bang, Suke's ice armor shattered into pieces and fell onto the arena. At the same time, Suko let out a muffled groan and staggered back 6 steps, before finally steadying herself, her face pale and blood visible at the corner of her mouth. What immense punching power! He actually broke the ice armor created by the ice armor talisman with a single punch. Many people in the plaza couldn't help but gasp. Although Suke's ice armor was destroyed, her third spell finally took shape. A wind blade half a foot long held out fiercely, slashing towards Dong Rinchi. Dong Rinchi finally halted his advance, quickly flipping his right wrist, and a spirit talisman appeared out of thin air. The talisman ignited rapidly, and a fire arrow shot out. Then the wind blade and fire arrow collided violently. Sparks flew as the fire arrow was dispersed by the wind blade, but the wind blade size was also significantly reduced, less than half of its original size. The wind blade continued to slash towards Dong Rinchi, but its power had diminished greatly and was shattered by Dong Rinchi's punch without any hesitation. Dong Rinchi did not pause, swiftly moving forward directly towards Suku. Suke's face turned pale, wanting to retreat. However, her speed was utterly insignificant compared. Before she could even take half a step back, she suddenly saw Dong Rinchi's fist crashing towards her, fast and precise, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, aimed straight at her head. The power of Dong Rinchi's punch was immense. If it struck Suke's head, he would undoubtedly die, and the manner of his death would be indescribably tragic. Suku was powerless to deflect the punch and had no time to concede defeat, so he simply closed his eyes in despair. Meanwhile, the outer disciples surrounding the arena held their breath, many showing expressions of pity. Although the outer disciples hoped for Dong Rinchi's victory, seeing Suku, a delicate girl about to perish beneath his fist, inevitably made them feel a pang of regret, sensing the cruelty of the situation. However, the gruesome scene they anticipated did not unfold. Just as the fist was about to strike Suke's face, it came to an abrupt halt. Suku felt the rush of wind, but did not experience the expected pain, and hurriedly opened her eyes. She saw a massive fist frozen right before her, almost touching her nose. Realizing that Dong Rinchi had spared her, joy sprang into her eyes as she exhaled a sigh of relief. The warm breath brushed against the fist, causing a tingling sensation in Dong Rinchi's hand. This feeling was delightful, but he did not linger. He quickly withdrew his fist, took a large step back, and slightly cupped his hands towards Suku, saying, "Thank you, junior sister Su, for your graciousness." Suku promptly returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you, brother Dong, for showing mercy." She then cast a deep glance at Dong Rinchi and jumped down from the 10th arena. Dong Rinchi wins. The referee in green immediately announced the result of the match. The outer disciples around the 10th arena erupted in excitement, all shouting loudly, "Brother Dong is mighty. Brother Dong possesses both strength and grace." The disciples from Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak, however, wore expressions of anger, muttering sour remarks. "It's just relying on his tough skin and the few spirit talismans he is winning by sheer luck. What's there to be happy about?" If Suke's strength had been a bit stronger, and she could have cast a spell, Dong Rinchi would have surely lost. Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qinli stared fixedly at Dong Rinchi, their eyes glinting with cold light. Feng Xiaoro and the disciples from Feipu Peak stood together, their faces adorned with proud smiles. In the area where the top 100 disciples of King Liufeng gathered, Yi Qingyu quietly watched the direction of the 10th arena, softly murmuring, "Dong Rinchi You did not harm Junior Sister Su today. If we meet in the subsequent matches, I will also show you mercy. Dong Rinchi repeatedly bowed his hands in thanks to the surrounding outer disciples, then stepped down from the arena, heading towards the waiting area. As he neared the waiting area, a young woman with a radiant smile appeared before him. She was enchanting and heavily made up, none other than Dai Jiaojiao. Having not seen each other for several days, Dai Jiaojiao seemed to have filled out a bit more, particularly in the areas that should be fuller. Brother Dong, congratulations. Dai Jiaojiao stood before Dong Rinchi with a beaming smile, saying, I was delayed yesterday due to some matters and could not come to Shouyang Peak. I heard that Brother Dong made it into the top 100, and I am truly happy for you. Today, seeing Brother Dong win the first match of the top 100, I can hardly contain my excitement, so I came to congratulate you. You are too kind. Dong Rinchi smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and prepared to leave. Brother Dong, wait a moment. Dai Jiaojiao cautiously glanced around. Besides congratulating you, I have something very important to tell you. Dong Rinchi responded, oh, please go ahead. Dai Jiaojiao glanced at the central high platform again, lowering her voice. Yang Wei told me yesterday that Elder Yang will take action against you during the competition. How will he take action? Dong Rinchi asked curiously. Dai Jiaojiao appeared somewhat embarrassed. I asked Yang Wei, but he did not elaborate. I suspect he only knows that Elder Yang will act, but the specifics are likely unclear to him. I understand now. Dong Rinchi smiled slightly and asked straightforwardly, you sold out Yang Wei, what do you? Dai Jiaojiao's smile became even more radiant. If Brother Dong has any spare spirit talismans, could you lend me a couple? My abilities are weak, and having a few spirit talismans would provide some self-defense. Dong Rinchi replied, without hesitation, you are safe within the sect. There is no need for spirit talismans. Dai Jiaojiao seemed to have anticipated Dong Rinchi's refusal, and quickly said, if I were staying within the sect, I wouldn't come to ask you for spirit talismans. But a few of us from Buju Peak plan to undertake a sect mission, which requires us to leave the sect for a while. Is that so? Dong Rinchi raised his eyelids slightly. When are you leaving? Dai Jiaojiao's face lit up with hope. In a few days. We will have to wait until the sect competition is over at the very least. Alright, thank you, Brother Dong. Dai Jiaojiao hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Dong Rinchi's lips curled slightly, as he added, remember, come in the evening. Dai Jiaojiao's face flushed, and she shot a flirtatious glance at Dong Rinchi. The matches of the top 100 continued, and Dong Rinchi returned to the waiting area, awaiting the second round of the competition. Approximately half an hour later, the first round concluded with 52 participants advancing to the second round. Among those who did not compete in the first round was Long Wu. Dong Rinchi knew this was no coincidence, it was a prearranged script. No wonder Long Wu had not appeared until now, as she had known all along that she would not need to compete in the first round. At this point, only 52 names remained on the blue translucent screen in midair. Simultaneously, the numbers behind the names changed, with the highest number reducing from 103 to 52. However, there were 4 individuals whose numbers did not change. Long Wu, Yi Qingyu, and Ma Xiaofeng retained numbers 1, 2, and 3 respectively. The one who remained unchanged was Dong Rinchi, who was still number 38. Inevitably, Dong Rinchi once again became the focus of attention, and many could not help but laugh, including outer disciples. However, unlike the derision from Luchuan Peak and Tianjian Peak, the laughter from the outer disciples was friendly. Dong Rinchi cursed Yang Qingqi 100 times in his heart as he felt the gazes directed at him. He forced himself to appear calm, wearing a faint smile, while repeatedly murmuring in his mind, I am not embarrassed, it is others who should be. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Sister Long Wu. Sister Long Wu has arrived. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards the central high platform. There on the central high platform behind Tang Minghai appeared a woman dressed in a light yellow fitted gown. Her figure was exceptionally tall, and the long legs revealed by the slit in her dress clad in light yellow stockings were particularly striking. Her oval face was as smooth as jade, her high nose was exquisitely upturned, and her eyes resembled 2 pools of clear spring water, sparkling with brilliance. This was Long Wu, the foremost among the 3 prodigies of Taiching sect. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Long Wu's stunning face showed no sign of disturbance as she calmly looked ahead with a detached demeanor. Such a figure, such beauty, truly extraordinary, and well-deserved of her reputation. Coupled with her indifferent expression, one word suffices: stunning. Dong Rinchi scrutinized Long Wu from top to bottom, almost inspecting her inside and out, forming a judgment in his heart. At the same time, he set a bold goal for himself to win over Long Wu and claim the system's additional rewards. After the first round of the top 100 concluded, a brief rest of 15 minutes followed, and the second round began immediately. The 6 main peaks each selected 2 participants to directly enter the top 32, while the remaining 40 continued to draw lots to pair off for battles. Each main peak strategy in selecting participants was the same, choosing the 2 relatively weaker individuals first to secure 2 spots in the top 32, while the remaining individuals would compete for the remaining slots. Soon 12 individuals were chosen from the 6 peaks, and Yang Qingqi quickly approached the black box to draw. 2 white balls were drawn, and by coincidence Long Wu was the first to be drawn, and she would face a disciple from Feipu Peak. Following this, Yang Qingqi continued to draw 9 more lots from the black box, selecting the contestants for the 10 arenas, among whom Dong Rinqi was absent. Coincidentally, Long Wu Yi Qingyu Ma Xiaofeng, Guantianqi Dong Qianli, and the top disciple from Buzhu Peak Ling Feng were all drawn. Moreover, they did not face each other, avoiding a preemptive clash of strong contenders. Hence the so-called coincidence was most likely a deliberate arrangement. Soon battles erupted simultaneously across all 10 arenas. On arena number 1, the disciple from Feipu Peak had barely managed to cast a fireball technique when he was sent flying out of the arena, regrettably eliminated without even seeing Long Wu's moves. The disparity in strength between the two was simply too great. The battle on arena 1 concluded in less than 2 breaths of time. Before the referee could announce the result, Long Wu gracefully descended from the arena, not greeting anyone or returning to the central high platform. With her head held high and her eyes straight ahead, she strode towards the depths of Shouyang Peak. Her demeanor was both cold and aloof, stirring a feeling in Dong Rinqi akin to a cat scratching at his heart. Just as the battle on Arena 1 concluded, 2 other arenas nearly simultaneously wrapped up their fights, those being the arenas of Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng. They cleanly and decisively defeated their opponents, advancing into the top 32. This clearly demonstrated that the combat prowess of Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng was indeed at the top tier among the younger generation of Taiqing sect, far surpassing others. The powerful advancement of the 3 prodigies caused a stir in the square, with many disciples of Taiqing sect cheering repeatedly, paying great respect to the 3 prodigies. With the winners determined in the 3 arenas, Yang Qingqi did not immediately draw lots, but waited quietly for the results from the other arenas. Soon Guantianqi and Dong Qianli successively defeated their opponents, entering the top 32. Finally, it was Ling Feng from Buzhu Peak who fought for more than 10 exchanges before securing his victory. Ling Feng was the top disciple of Buzhu Peak and the foremost among the younger generation, but judging by his recent performance, he was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Guantianqi and Dong Qianli. Dong Rinqi was quite familiar with Ling Feng. Back when they were at Bamboozle Peak, Dong Rinqi spent his days either eating or sleeping. After 6 years of cultivation, he was still at the first level of qi refinement, disliked by everyone. Ling Feng, as the eldest disciple of Bamboozle Peak, often educated Dong Rinqi. Of course, if Dong Rinqi weren't a member of the Dong family, Ling Feng's education would have turned into reprimands. At that time, to Dong Rinqi, Ling Feng was a cultivation genius high above him, someone he could only look up to and accept his teachings. But looking at Ling Feng, now Dong Rinqi no longer felt any sense of reverence. The second round of the 100-strong battle continued, with the remaining 4 matches being fiercely contested between equally matched opponents. After a full quarter of an hour, the 4 battles finally concluded, and 4 more participants advanced into the top 32. Immediately after, Yang Qingqi reached into the black box again, drawing out the remaining 10 pairs of contestants in 10 successive grabs. To Dong Rinqi's surprise, his opponent turned out to be someone from Bamboozle Peak. Moreover, this person was an old acquaintance of his former second senior brother Zhang Fangliang. Among the younger generation at Bamboozle Peak, this person was second only to Ling Feng in strength. However, unlike Ling Feng's restrained teachings, Zhang Fangliang was extremely sarcastic towards Dong Rinqi. Every time Dong Rinqi made a mistake, as long as Zhang Fangliang was present, he would add insult to injury. Dong Rinqi never expected to encounter Zhang Fangliang on the stage. He sighed inwardly. Truly, karma is a good cycle, and now is the perfect time to settle scores. When Yang Qingqi drew Dong Rinqi's number, the outer disciples erupted in cheers, rushing towards not only the outer disciples, but also core disciples like Ma Xiaofeng, Dong Qianli, Guantianqi, and some inner disciples went to the 7th stage. On the central high platform, Zhu Getian turned his gaze towards Mo Qingsong and Lu Honglu, laughing heartily. This match on stage 7 is quite interesting. The duel between the second disciple of Bamboozle Peak and the discarded disciple of Bamboozle Peak. Who knows who will win? Mo Qingsong snorted lightly, remaining silent. Lu Honglu focused her gaze on the 7th stage, her brow furrowed. No matter who won this match, she would. When Dong Rinqi stepped onto the 7th stage, a young man of medium build with a waxy yellow complexion was already standing there. Zhang Fangliang, the second disciple of Bamboozle Peak. Dong Rinqi, you've been hiding quite well, Zhang Fangliang said with a smile before Dong Rinqi could even stabilize himself. The sarcasm in his smile was unmistakable. Dong Rinqi cast a faint glance at Zhang Fangliang, remaining silent. Considering we are fellow disciples, why not surrender? I wouldn't want to injure you. Zhang Fangliang spoke in a condescending tone. You seem quite confident in your strength, senior brother Zhang. Dong Rinqi responded expressionlessly. Zhang Fangliang's brow furrowed. You've only defeated a Su Ku. Your confidence is quite inflated. Do you really think you can compete with me just because you have thick skin and a few spirit talismans? You're truly dreaming. Dong Rinqi shook his head, Senior brother Zhang, I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Look at your bamboozle peak. Apart from those two who were directly advanced to the top 32 and Ling Feng, you're the only one left with a chance to enter the top 32. If you can't make it Bamboozle Peak, we'll only have 3 people in the top 32. Bamboozle Peak has already achieved the worst results in this competition, and you still have the nerve to boast here. Zhang Fengliang's face flushed. You think you can compete with me for a spot in the top 32? Your dream. Dong Renqi smirked slightly, ignoring Zhang Fengliang, and respectfully bowed to the referee at the edge of the stage. Master, I am ready. The referee nodded and turned his gaze to Zhang Fengliang. And you? I'm also ready, Zhang Fengliang replied in a deep voice, his eyes coldly fixed on Dong Renqi. Seeing this, the referee shouted, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fengliang immediately took out a spirit talisman and threw it into the air. It was a god travel talisman. After the god travel talisman quickly ignited, he swiftly retreated to the edge of the stage, his speed enhanced several times under the talisman's effect. Once both talismans took effect, he charged towards Zhang Fengliang. Down below, someone shouted, again with the spirit talismans and reckless charges. Doesn't Dong Renqi have? Dong Renqi's expression did not change in the slightest. He also took out a couple of spirit talismans, 2 to be precise. One was the God Travel Talisman, and the other was the Ice Armor Talisman, executing the same tactic as before. Once both talismans took effect, he charged towards Zhang Fengliang. Down below, someone shouted, again with the spirit talismans and reckless charges. Doesn't Dong Renqi have any other tricks? He relies on his tough skin and spirit talismans. What new tricks could he possibly have? Dong Renqi's 2 moves are fine against weaker opponents, but when facing a master, he can only be bullied. Just wait and see how Zhang Fengliang teaches him a lesson. Most of those shouting were from Flowing Spring Peak and Heavenly Sword Peak. The outer disciples were indignant, but dared not voice their objections. On the stage, Dong Renqi had barely taken 5 steps when a wind blade technique struck violently against the sturdy ice armor on him. The ice armor blocked the wind blade, and after a brief pause, Dong Renqi continued his charge towards Zhang Fengliang. However, after just 4 more steps, Zhang Fengliang's second spell attacked again, a half-foot-long ice sword whistling towards him. Dong Renqi, just like against Su Ku, showed no intention of dodging and continued to charge towards Zhang Fengliang. In the next moment, the ice sword struck his shoulder. The ice sword shattered, and the ice armor on Dong Renqi also splintered. Zhang Fengliang's face lit up with delight as the third spell quickly took shape, aiming to take Dong Renqi down in one blow. However, before he could unleash the third spell, Dong Renqi swiftly drew another spirit talisman. Instantly, a new ice armor formed around him, and he continued his reckless charge towards Zhang Fengliang. Zhang Fengliang was momentarily stunned, his joyful expression freezing on his face as he forgot to release the third spell. It wasn't until Dong Renqi was only 10 steps away from him that he reacted, hurriedly throwing out the third spell while moving to the opposite side of the stage. Thus the scene on the 7th stage unfolded. Zhang Fengliang darted around the stage while unleashing spell after spell, continuously striking Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi, however, did not evade at all, repeatedly charging towards Zhang Fengliang, occasionally producing an ice armor talisman to protect himself, resisting Zhang Fengliang's spells. From the sidelines, it appeared that Dong Renqi was being bombarded by spells, groaning under the strikes and seemingly at a disadvantage. Yet the consumption of spiritual energy from using the talismans was minimal. Zhang Fengliang believed he had the upper hand in offense, but his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. In time, when Zhang Fengliang could no longer keep his distance from Dong Renqi due to severe energy loss, that would be the moment of his defeat. For Zhang Fengliang to win this duel now, he had only one method: to use sufficiently powerful means to directly break through Dong Renqi's ice armor and severely injure him. As the second disciple of Bamboozle Peak, Zhang Fengliang naturally had the strength to do so, but he planned to reserve his strongest techniques for later battles against those he deemed truly formidable rather than against Dong Renqi. Thus Zhang Fengliang was still waiting, hoping to exhaust Dong Renqi's ice armor talismans. Time slowly passed. Battles on other stages had gradually concluded while the fight on the 7th stage continued. Dong Renqi's ice armor talismans came one after another, seemingly endless. Zhang Fengliang, due to his continuous spellcasting, was significantly drained, his face starting to grow pale with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. On the 7th stage, the scene remained unchanged. Zhang Fengliang was both fighting and retreating, while Dong Renqi was using ice armor talismans to fend off Zhang Fengliang's attacks, pursuing closely. The spectators below, having watched for a while, inevitably grew bored. Seeing Zhang Fengliang's energy waning, the disciples from Flowing Spring Peak and Heavenly Sword Peak began to loudly shout, "This isn't fair. This is cheating. This is a battle of strength, not a contest of who has more talismans. Dong Renqi's tactics are too unscrupulous. Relying on talismans to win doesn't count as skill." On the central high platform, Mo Qingsong and Lu Honglu remained silent, both frowning deeply. Zhu Getian spoke, Sect Master, this duel concerns the quota for the top 32. If Dong Rinchi wins relying on talismans, it may be hard to convince the crowd. Tang Minghai smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards Zhang Daoji. Zhang Daoji hadn't intended to chime in, but he had previously expressed his views on talismans when Fang Xiaoro entered the top 100. So he cleared his throat. Master Zhu, talismans are also a part of strength. Did you not see? It's not just Dong Rinchi using talismans, as Zhang Fangliang is using them as well. Moreover, he has already used 3 god travel talismans. Zhu Getian frowned, rendered speechless. Once this door is opened, it's likely that disciples will imitate this in future competitions. Dong Wampeng spoke. Imitate. Zhang Daoji shook his head. To imitate Dong Rinchi is very difficult. First of all, who among ordinary disciples can afford such a large number of spirit talismans? Secondly, having spirit talismans alone, without the necessary strength to back it up, making it into the top 100, is already the limit. Although Dong Rinchi has used spirit talismans, the combat power he has displayed now is evident for all to see. He has already shown the capability to push into the top 32. Zhu Getian was about to speak again, but Mo Qingsong interjected. There's no need to argue further. Talismans are ultimately external tools that can only be borrowed, not relied upon. If he can't solve it with a few ice armor talismans, then Zhang Fangliang is not worthy of entering the top 32. On the 7th stage, Dong Rinchi calmly took out another ice armor talisman and formed a set of ice armor. Though his expression was relaxed, he felt a bit anxious inside. Zhang Fangliang's spiritual energy was surprisingly robust. With only 2 ice armor talismans left, if Zhang Fangliang continued to bombard him relying solely on his physique, he feared he wouldn't be able to win and would have to reveal some of his strength and employ his spiritual techniques. Dong Rinchi had consistently refrained from using his spiritual techniques, intending to surprise Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli and the others. Of course, if Zhang Fangliang proved too difficult, he wouldn't mind revealing 1 or 2 spiritual techniques now. His thoughts were similar to those of Dong Rinchi. Once the power of this teleportation talisman was exhausted, Dong Rinchi still had the ice armor talisman. He would have to reveal his trump card early and suppress Dong Rinchi in one fell swoop. Time flew by. When Dong Rinchi used the last ice armor talisman on him, Zhang Fangliang's teleportation talisman also lost its effect. Without the enhancement of the teleportation talisman, Zhang Fangliang could no longer maintain distance from Dong Rinchi, and his spiritual power was running low. He could no longer afford to wait. Continuing to do so would surely lead to defeat. As he saw Dong Rinchi rushing toward him, Zhang Fangliang gritted his teeth and swirled his right hand, summoning a 2-foot-long black square-headed hammer into his grasp. Mountain Breaking Hammer. An intermediate mystical weapon. Zhang Fangliang actually possesses an intermediate mystical weapon, but with his mere qi refining cultivation, he cannot fully unleash the power of the Mountain Breaking Hammer. What is he planning to do with it now? There is a possibility that he has reached the 7th transformation of the Taiping technique. Otherwise, the Mountain Breaking Hammer in his hands would be less effective than an inferior mystical weapon. Zhang Fangliang's strength is impressive, surpassing most others, but his Taiping technique seems to be only at the 4th transformation, which cannot allow the Mountain Breaking Hammer to exert its true power. Below the arena, someone recognized Zhang Fangliang's weapon at a glance. The moment Zhang Fangliang summoned the Mountain Breaking Hammer, Dong Rinchi felt a chill in his heart, sensing a threat from the weapon. Thus he immediately stopped in his tracks, eyeing Zhang Fangliang with caution. Dong Rinchi, you're forcing my hand. Zhang Fangliang glared fiercely at Dong Rinchi and suddenly struck his chest with a fist. Then with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood toward the Mountain Breaking Hammer. The blood landed on the hammer and was immediately absorbed, while the hammer simultaneously emitted a strange oppressive aura. Feeding a mystical weapon with essence blood. Zhang Fangliang is actually using his own essence blood to nourish the Mountain Breaking Hammer. It's just an intermediate mystical weapon. He is foolishly using his essence blood to sustain it, which is not worth the cost. Those knowledgeable quickly voiced their thoughts. Nourishing with essence blood is a method used by cultivators to cultivate mystical weapons. A mystical weapon nourished with essence blood can establish a mysterious connection with its owner, enabling it to unleash greater power in battle. After being nourished by Zhang Fangliang's essence blood, even if his cultivation was insufficient, as long as he offered a certain amount of essence blood, he could unleash the full might of the Mountain Breaking Hammer. However, for a cultivator to use this method means they have regarded this mystical weapon as their primary weapon. But given Zhang Fangliang's potential, he had no issues with foundation establishment and had a high chance of achieving Golden Corso. He would certainly not choose an intermediate mystical weapon as his main weapon. His actions had only one purpose: to achieve a good ranking in this sect competition. On the central high platform, Mo Qingsong angrily exclaimed, "Foolish! To waste essence blood and time on an intermediate mystical weapon." Zhu Getian laughed heartily. "Elder Mo, do not be angry. Zhang Fangliang is earnest. He wants to win so badly. At this point it's a shame This is only the top 100 competition, and he has already resorted to his trump card. Even if he advances to the top 32, with such a depletion of essence blood, he will likely miss the top 8. Truly man's calculations cannot match the heavens. Mo Chingsong snorted heavily, choosing not to respond to Zhu Gitian, instead directing his gaze to the 7th arena. Once the intermediate mountain-breaking hammer absorbs the essence blood, it can unleash its full power. Dong Renki's ice armor cannot withstand the mountain-breaking hammer, and he may be in grave danger. Luo Faping furrowed her brows and looked toward Lu Honglu. Lu Honglu remained silent, her anxious gaze fixed on the arena, silently urging hurry and forfeit the match. Elder Luo need not worry. In addition to the ice armor, Dong Renki's physique is exceptionally strong. Even if the ice armor is shattered, his body may withstand the mountain-breaking hammer. Zhu Gitian continued cheerfully. However, Luo Faping completely ignored him. Surrounding the 7th arena, disciples from Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak, such as Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qinli, were all smiles. The more fierce the battle between Dong Renqi and Zhang Fangliang, the happier they became. On the side of Feipu Peak, Fang Xiaoro clenched her hands tightly together, her small face beginning to pale. On the arena, Dong Renqi's expression was grave, his legs slightly bent, ready to pounce. The oppressive feeling from the mountain-breaking hammer gave him immense pressure, preventing him from acting rashly. For this competition, I have spent a significant amount of time and my own essence blood to nourish the mountain-breaking hammer, all to achieve a good ranking. At the very least, I need to make it to the top 4. Zhang Fangliang glared ferociously at Dong Renqi. But you, oblivious to your own limitations, seek your own death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, he activated the spiritual power within him, frantically pouring it into the mountain-breaking hammer. The hammer immediately trembled violently, and a dark light flashed at its head. Around the arena, the crowd held their breath, feeling the immense oppressive force emanating from the mountain-breaking hammer. This pressure was already akin to that faced by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Dong Shixiang quickly forfeit the match. Fang Xiaoro could no longer contain her anxiety, shouting. Before her words could finish, Zhang Fangliang shouted loudly, sending the mountain-breaking hammer soaring through the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a thunderous sound aimed at Dong Renqi, the momentum truly terrifying. The crowd below the arena erupted in astonished gasps as the power of the mountain-breaking hammer exceeded their expectations. Seeing the mountain-breaking hammer rushing toward him, Dong Renqi's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating or dodging, he stepped forward decisively, swiftly operating the chi to activate the 7 treasures glazed body, and then unleashed a powerful punch, the first punch of glazed body. Is Dong Renqi looking for death? How dare he clash with the mountain-breaking hammer, using his fist? He truly is unaware of his own limitations, thinking he is invulnerable. I reckon his hand will be smashed to pieces by the mountain-breaking hammer in an instant. Surrounding the 7th arena, the disciples of Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak, who were closest to the arena, sneered at Dong Renqi's audacity to confront the mountain-breaking hammer with his bare hands. Dong Qinli and Ma Xiaofeng wore cold smirks. In their view, Dong Renqi would either die or be heavily injured today. In the distance, Fang Xiaoro dared not look any longer and closed her eyes. Lu Honglu held her breath, not daring to make a sound. In the next moment, the fist and the mountain-breaking hammer smashed together fiercely. Dong Renqi let out a muffled grunt as the force of the first punch of glazed body was instantly shattered by the mountain-breaking hammer, his right hand being knocked back. However, the scene expected by the disciples of Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak did not unfold. Though the back of Dong Renqi's right hand was bloodied and injured, it was not crushed by the mountain-breaking hammer. The mountain-breaking hammer broke through the first punch of glazed body and knocked Dong Renqi's fist aside, pausing momentarily before charging forward with great speed, crashing heavily into Dong Renqi's body. With a crisp snap, the solid ice armor covering Dong Renqi shattered, sending ice shards flying. At the same time, Dong Renqi let out a poof as he violently spat out a mouthful of hot blood, his entire body flying back nearly 2 zhang. When he landed, he staggered back 5 steps before finally stabilizing himself. If he had retreated 2 more steps, he would have fallen off the arena. However, before he could regain his balance, a smug-looking Zhang Fangliang coldly laughed. You overestimate yourself, it's over. With that, the mountain-breaking hammer continued to roar toward Dong Renqi. Although its power was not as before, it still carried a formidable sense of oppression. Dong Renqi's ice armor had been shattered, and he was significantly injured. Everyone believed he could not withstand the second strike of the mountain-breaking hammer. As the mountain-breaking hammer was about to strike Dong Renqi, a half-hanglong black stick suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the black staff. Then he roared, suddenly leaping into the air, swinging the black staff with both hands, and smashing it fiercely toward the mountain-breaking hammer. Seeing this action from Dong Renqi, the surrounding disciples of Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak burst into laughter. Has Dong Renqi been knocked silly? How could he use a firewood stick to strike an intermediate mountain-breaking hammer? Does everyone see? This is what we call running out of tricks. The more arrogant he was before, the more miserable he will be now. Before the laughter could die down, the black staff collided violently with the mountain-breaking hammer. With a clang, Dong Rinchi staggered back again, one heel already off the ground, just a hair's breadth away from falling. To everyone's shock, the intimidating mountain-breaking hammer was also sent flying back by the impact. The dark light on its head ceased to flicker. In contrast, the seemingly inconspicuous black staff in Dong Rinchi's hand showed no signs of damage. Indeed, there was not even a trace of collision. At the moment the mountain-breaking hammer was sent flying, Zhang Fangliang let out a muffled grunt, his figure swaying violently as blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mountain-breaking hammer, nourished by his essence blood, was connected to his mind. Sustaining a heavy blow, he was also injured. How is this possible? Zhang Fangliang caught the returning mountain-breaking hammer. The smug smile on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by disbelief as he stared at Dong Rinchi. However, before he could finish speaking, Dong Rinchi leapt in front of him, swinging the black staff fiercely toward him. Zhang Fangliang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly poured all the remaining spiritual power from his dantian into the mountain-breaking hammer, summoning it once more. This time the power of the mountain-breaking hammer was noticeably weaker, both in speed and momentum, significantly inferior to before. With another clang, the black staff collided with the mountain-breaking hammer once again. The mountain-breaking hammer was once again sent flying directly out of the arena. Zhang Fangliang let out a muffled grunt, staggering back, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. Dong Rinchi did not show mercy, swinging the black staff down again toward Zhang Fangliang. The latter's face was filled with terror as he hurriedly attempted to dodge. However, his speed was already inferior to Dong Rinchi's, and now that his spiritual power was exhausted and he was injured, there was no way for him to escape. In the next moment, the black staff held down upon him. If this strike lands, Zhang Fangliang's head would surely be crushed. Seeing his life in peril, he hastily cried out, "I concede." But his concession came too late. Before he could finish the word forfeit, the black staff had already come crashing down with a sharp whistling sound. As the black rod was about to crash onto Zhang Fangliang's head, some people around the arena had already turned their heads away, not wanting to witness the horrific scene of a watermelon exploding. On the central high platform, both Mo Qingsong, Zhang Fangliang was the second disciple of Banju Peak with talent and combat power, only second to Ling Feng. If he were to die in the arena, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for Banju Peak, which was already facing a generational gap. At the same time, if Dong Rinchi killed Zhang Fangliang in the arena, he would also make an enemy of Banju Peak, losing any chance of returning there. The other high-level figures showed expressions of surprise as they had not anticipated that Dong Rinchi could turn the tables and make it into the top 32. Disciples from Lushui Peak and Tianjin Peak around the arena gaped, frozen in disbelief. On the arena, the black rod had touched Zhang Fangliang's hair and was about to smash his skull, but it came to a sudden. Dong Rinchi timely restrained his strength, coldly gazing at Zhang Fangliang, deliberately raising his voice to say, "Banju Peak has imparted great teachings to me. Killing you would be an act of ingratitude. I, Dong Rinchi, am not one to be ungrateful, so today I will spare you." At this point he turned to the central high platform and said, "Elder Lu Honglu, you are highly respected. Even though I have been expelled from Banju Peak, you have still guided and cared for me, encouraging and helping me out of life's difficulties. You are a revered elder in my sect. In consideration of Elder Lu, I will not take the lives of Banju Peak's disciples." Thus all eyes in the square turned towards Lu Honglu. What initially sounded like flattering words made Lu Honglu feel something was amiss. Then Dong Rinchi lightly tapped Zhang Fangliang's head with the black rod, saying, "You can leave now." Zhang Fangliang's face turned red with shame. He dared not linger and hurriedly left the arena. Below the arena, the disciples of Lushui Peak and Tianjin Peak had already retreated in defeat, including Ma Xiaofeng and Dong Qianli. The outer disciples surged around the arena, gazing at Dong Rinchi with admiration, and began to cheer. "Dong Shixiang is mighty. Dong Shixiang is powerful. Dong Shixiang is warm-hearted. Dong Shixiang is graceful." The referee leaped onto the arena and waved to silence the cheering outer disciples, announcing loudly, "On arena no. 7, the victor is Dong Rinchi." With this announcement, the competition for the top 100 officially concluded, and the top 32 were all determined. From Shouyang Peak, there were 7 disciples, from Tianjin Peak 6, from Lushui Peak, Feipu Peak, and Qinglu Peak 5 each, and 3 from Banju Peak, along with 1 outer disciple, Dong Rinchi. From this distribution, one could see the strength of the 6 main peaks of Ta Qing sect to a certain extent. On the central high platform, Yang Qingqi cast a cold glance at Arena No. 7 and said in a deep voice, "The top 100 competition is now over. Tomorrow at Shen hour the battle for the top 32 will commence." Before Dong Rinchi returned to his outer disciple residence, he made a trip to the treasure pavilion. Although he achieved victory in today's battle, he had exhausted all his ice armor talismans and needed to replenish his stock. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the hall remained desolate, with only Sun Sihai sitting behind the counter clicking away at an abacus. I didn't expect you to make it into the top 32. You truly deserve admiration. Sun Sihai said, immediately putting aside the abacus and smilingly observing Dong Rinchi as he entered. It was merely luck, and it was thanks to the talismans exchanged from Elder Sun. After being modest, Dong Rinchi suspiciously asked, Elder Sun, you didn't watch the competition, how did you know I made it into the top 32? I told him. At that moment, a sweet, clear voice came from behind the curtain in the treasure pavilion. Following that, a young woman dressed in a green front-opening robe walked out from behind the curtain. She was of medium height, with slender brows and bright, shining black eyes. Sister Sun, Dong Rinchi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the woman. The woman was Sun Fian, an inner disciple of Banju Peak. Previously at Banju Peak, she often played tricks on Dong Rinchi, always sneaking dogtail grass into his ears or nostrils while he was asleep. However, her pranks were not malicious, purely meant to joke with him, unlike others who treated him with mockery. Thus, among the few who could converse with Dong Rinchi at Banju Peak, Sun Fian was one of them. At this moment, upon seeing Sun Fian emerge from the back of the treasure pavilion, Dong Rinchi immediately guessed one thing: Sun Fian was Sun Sihai's granddaughter. He truly did not expect that the unassuming Sun Fian at Banju Peak had a wealthy grandfather who managed the treasure pavilion. Dong Rinchi, you really kept it deep. I didn't expect you to defeat Zhang Fangliang, Sun Fian remarked, as she quickly walked behind the counter, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Sister Sun is the one who kept it deep. With such a wealthy grandfather, you didn't let out a hint of your background, Dong Rinchi replied with a laugh. Sun Sihai continued. It's not that she kept it deep. I've repeatedly reminded her not to reveal her identity. Otherwise, who knows how many ill-intentioned bad guys would be flocking around her every day. Sun Fian frowned, casting an unkind glance at Sun Sihai, who immediately chuckled and quickly closed. Dong Rinchi also laughed, saying, Elder Sun, now that I know your relationship with Sister Sun, don't you fear that I will flock around her every day? Sun Sihai rolled his eyes. You are now a 4th-level alchemist. How could you be close to Fian for spirit stones or contribution value? Sister Sun is a beauty. If I want to get close to her, it certainly isn't just for spirit stones and contribution value, Dong Rinchi replied, without hesitation. Dong Fatty, you dare to tease me now? Are you getting a bit too bold? Sun Fian shot him a sidelong glance. Dong Rinchi chuckled and changed the subject, saying, Sister Sun, Elder Sun has been giving you high-grade spirit replenishing pills these days. Has your spiritual root quality improved? Sun Fian sighed. High-grade spirit replenishing pills are good, but they are also based on probability. I've already taken no less than 200 high-grade spirit replenishing pills, and there are no signs of improvement in my spiritual root quality. Fian, you have taken too many spirit replenishing pills lately. You cannot continue to take more. If you do, it will harm you. Sun Sihai smiled at his granddaughter. Your medium-grade spiritual root quality is already good. Coupled with the spirit weapons and talismans I prepared for you, your combat power among your peers is definitely outstanding. In this grand competition, you easily made it into the top 100, didn't you? Sun Fian nodded. I no longer plan to take spirit replenishing pills. After exiting the Taching secret realm, I will begin foundation establishment. At this point, she turned her gaze to Dong Rinchi. Dong Fatty, you came to the treasure pavilion at this time because you ran out of talismans, right? Sister Sun, you are truly sharp. You guessed it right. Dong Rinchi replied with a smile and added, I'm not fat at all now. Shouldn't your nickname for me change? Sun Fian looked Dong Rinchi up and down. I never noticed before. After losing weight, you actually have a good appearance. Many of the sisters from Banju Peak are regretting it now, lamenting that they didn't capture you earlier. Fian, girls shouldn't speak like that, Sun Sihai admonished. Sun Fian stuck out her tongue and changed the subject. Dong Rinchi, your combat power is so strong now. How about teaming up with us for a sect mission, and also venture outside the sect to see the scenery? A sect mission that requires leaving the sect. Dong Rinchi immediately thought of Dai Jiao, paused, and asked quietly, what mission needs a team to do? Sun Fian raised her brow. Jiong City has sent a distress signal to the sect saying that evil cultivators have appeared in the city and are causing trouble, asking the sect to send people to eliminate the evil cultivators. As a righteous sect, Taching sect has the responsibility to protect the peace of the world, and it is common to eliminate evil cultivators. Dong Rinchi, having crossed over, certainly wants to see more scenery outside Taching sect. However, he had more important matters to attend to. He needed to rescue his sister Dong Luiyue from the Thought Reflection Valley first. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. My alchemy skill has just advanced to the 4th level. I need time to consolidate, and can only decline Sister Sun's kindness. Sun Fian showed a disappointed expression. What a shame, we could have used an extra strong hand. Fian, you might as well not go. This sect mission only rewards 20,000 contribution points. With so many of you sharing, each person would barely receive a few contribution points. Sun Sihai showed a worried expression. 20,000 contribution points. Dong Rinchi felt slightly surprised. For him, 20,000 contribution points equated to just 7 high-grade spirit replenishing pills. But for an ordinary disciple of Taching sect, it was an astronomical number. A reward of such magnitude indicated that the task was not simple. Grandfather, this isn't just about contribution points. Sun Fian raised her voice. In my entire life, the farthest I've been is the small town at the foot of the mountain. Going to Jiyoung City am not after the contribution points. I want to see the outside world and broaden my experience. You often tell me that cultivators cannot just close themselves off and cultivate in solitude. They need to experience the world to reach greater heights. Sun Sihai frowned. That's true, but after all you will be dealing with evil cultivators. Evil cultivators never consider the consequences and employ ruthless means worried. Grandfather, please don't worry, Sun Fian interrupted Sun Sihai. The letter from Jiyoung City has clearly stated that the two evil cultivators have only recently established their foundation. Those who accompany me include 3 who also made it into the top 100 in this grand competition. Like me, they will immediately begin foundation establishment after exiting the Taqing secret realm. We have 4 foundation establishment cultivators and several Qi refining stage companions. Are we afraid of 2 early stage evil cultivators? What the letter states may not align with the actual situation. Sun Sihai clearly seemed uneasy, but Sun Fian boldly stepped out from behind the counter directly, heading toward the door saying, Grandfather, it's settled. After I complete my foundation establishment, I will go to Jiyoung City. Sun Sihai still wanted to speak, but saw Sun Fian had already gracefully stepped over the threshold and disappeared around the corner. Dong Rinchi exchanged some ice armor talismans in the treasure pavilion, chatted with Sun Sihai for a moment, and then returned to his residence. After a brief grooming, he sat cross-legged on the bed and raised his right hand before him. To his surprise, the back of his hand, which had been brutally injured by the smashing hammer in the arena not long ago, had already formed scabs without the use of any healing medicine. The bronze body realm of the 7 treasures glazed body not only greatly enhanced Dong Renki's physical strength, speed, and resilience, but also significantly improved his recovery ability. Just as he was preparing to cultivate the 10 transformations of supreme clarity, footsteps sounded outside the door. An old voice called from outside, Rinchi, are you back? Hearing it was Qiu Deliang, Dong Rinchi quickly got up and hurried out. He saw Qiu Deliang standing outside with messy hair, holding 2 porcelain vials. Here, this is the healing medicine Hong Lu sent you. Qiu Deliang handed one of the porcelain vials to Dong Rinchi. Did old Master Lu come by? Dong Rinchi took the vial and asked softly. He did, but since you weren't here, he left. Qiu Deliang blinked. It seems that Hong Lu is a bit too concerned about you. She rushed over to deliver medicine right after the competition ended, which is rather unusual. Old Qiu, your suspicion is too strong. Dong Rinchi shook his head. Old Master Lu isn't overly concerned about me. It's a matter of reciprocation. I solved the fire poison that troubled her for many years, and she is grateful to me. Is that so? But I can't shake the feeling that there's something going on between you two, Qiu Deliang said with evident suspicion. Old Qiu, do you know why your research on new pills never seems to progress? Dong Rinchi shot him a sideways glance. Why not? Qiu Deliang asked promptly. Dong Rinchi cleared his throat. Because you have too many distractions and aren't focused enough, spending too much energy on unrelated matters. Qiu Deliang's eyes shifted, as if he was deep in thought. Old Qiu, did old Master Lu leave any messages for me when he left? Dong Rinchi changed the subject. Qiu Deliang nodded. He told you that the upcoming matches will be against skilled opponents, and you need to be careful of the Luquan Peak disciples not to act recklessly. Oh, Dong Rinchi responded, feeling a bit downcast. Rinchi, I've developed a new type of pill. Could you take a look for me? Qiu Deliang's eyes clearly brightened as he opened the other porcelain vial and poured out a black pill that was noticeably larger than an ordinary pill. Dong Rinchi took the pill and immediately felt that this pitch-black pill was not only large, but also heavy, emitting a strong sulfuric odor. What is this? Dong Rinchi asked in confusion. Qiu Deliang showed excitement on his face. Don't ask yet. Inject your spiritual energy into it, and then throw it as far as you can. Dong Rinchi had his doubts, but followed his instructions, first injecting his spiritual energy into the pill, then throwing it away with a flick. The black pill flew swiftly, and upon reaching a distance of 3 zhang, exploded with a loud bang. The explosion was deafening and created a violent shockwave that caused the clothes of Dong Rinchi and Qiu Deliang, who were 3 zhang away, to flap wildly. At the same time, below the explosion, the entire treetop of an old tree was blown apart, debris flying everywhere. What the? A grenade. Dong Rinchi was utterly shocked. The explosive power of this pill was no less than that of a hand grenade. Old Qiu, do you have any more of this kind of pill? If you do, quickly give me 10 or so. Dong Rinchi became excited. I do. Qiu Deliang, without a moment's hesitation, took out a large porcelain vial and handed it to Dong Rinchi. There are 20 of these pills inside. Great. Dong Rinchi eagerly took the vial and hugged it close, feeling overjoyed as he said, with such a powerful weapon, the first place in this sect competition is surely mine effortlessly. At that moment, Qiu Deliang suddenly said awkwardly, Rinchi, you need to calm down a bit. This kind of pill has a slight issue that I need to tell you about in advance. A slight issue. Seeing Qiu Deliang's expression, Dong Renki's heart sank. He was sure that the slight issue Qiu Deliang mentioned was far from trivial. Qiu Deliang coughed lightly. I call this kind of pill a thunder pill, which is roughly a level 4 pill. It currently has two minor issues. First, when thrown it might not explode. A dud. Dong Rinchi interjected. What dud? I'm talking serious business here, don't interrupt. Qiu Deliang shot Dong Rinchi a glance. The second issue with the thunder pill is that sometimes just as you inject your spiritual energy into it, it might explode right away, potentially injuring yourself. Dong Rinchi was taken aback and quickly shoved the vial back into Qiu Deliang's hands. Old Qiu, this treasure is better off with you. I can't handle it. Qiu Deliang's face flushed. Rinchi, I came to see if you could find a way to improve the thunder pill and solve these two. If these two issues can be resolved, having a dozen thunder pills on hand would allow him to contend against golden core cultivators. Dong Rinchi thought for a moment. Let me take a look at the pill recipe. Qiu Deliang had come prepared, pulling out 2 sheets of yellow paper filled with black characters. Dong Rinchi quickly skimmed through the recipe and immediately contacted the system in his mind. System, how many potential points are needed to perfect the thunder pill? 200 potential points, the system replied succinctly. 200. Why does it require so many? Upgrading a level 4 foundation establishment pill recipe to perfection only needed 30 potential points. Why does perfecting a thunder pill need 200 potential points? Dong Rinchi questioned in dissatisfaction. Master, the thunder pill belongs to the attack type pills, which are rare, and its explosive power raises some concerns about cheating, so the cost is naturally higher. You're the biggest cheat. Dong Rinchi coldly retorted, directly cutting off contact with the system. Looking at the 120 potential points on the system panel, Dong Rinchi sighed helplessly. If he could use the thunder pill in the sect competition, even against the 3 great talents like Long Wu, it would be a matter of just 2 or 3 pills. Unfortunately, he still had an 80-point gap, and he found himself in a difficult situation. Of course, if he really wanted to concoct the thunder pill, there was still some possibility, and that was to seek Dai Jiaojiao. 80 potential points meant 16 attempts. Considering the time, he should be able to make it to the daily matches. However, whether his body could withstand it, and whether Dai Jiaojiao would be willing was uncertain. Additionally, after improving the pill recipe, he would still need time for alchemy. After some thought, he abandoned this crazy and somewhat reckless idea and decided to handle the thunder pill matters after the competition ended. The reason for this decision was due to another more important factor. Having reached the top 32 matches, he was no longer inclined to hide and planned to surprise the Luquan Peak. Furthermore, to gain a higher status and voice within the Taiching sect, he needed to demonstrate convincing strength. Rinchi, can't you perfect the thunder pill recipe? Qiu Deliang, seeing Dong Rinchi, Sai asked with some disappointment. Dong Rinchi returned the recipe to Qiu Deliang. Old Qiu, this is a level 4 pill. The difficulty of perfecting it is certainly higher than the ice spirit pill. I can't guarantee that I can perfect it, so please give me some time. Alright, just keep it in mind. Qiu Deliang's face showed a hint of joy. Don't worry, after the competition ends I will devote all my efforts to studying the thunder pill. Dong Rinchi nodded. Then I won't disturb your cultivation and rest any longer. Qiu Deliang stepped forward and walked toward the forest path. Just 10 steps out, he turned back and said, Rinchi, you must keep this in mind. If the thunder pill becomes a success, I will have the ability to spar with golden core cultivators. As he said this, his tone noticeably lifted. At that time, let's see if those oldtimers in the sect dare to mock me again. Although my talent for cultivation is lacking, I can compensate for it with my alchemical talent. Seeing Qiu Deliang's excited and proud expression, Dong Rinchi patted his chest. Old Qiu, you can rest assured. As long as there's a glimmer of possibility, I will definitely perfect the thunder pill recipe. The next day at the hour of Chun, the top 32 competition officially commenced, hosted once again by Yang Qingqi. 2 of the 10 arenas in the Shouyang Peak Square had been dismantled overnight, leaving 8, which freed up considerable viewing space. Yang Qingqi first gave a slight bow to the higher-ups of the Taiching sect, such as Tang Minghai, then turned to the 32 participating disciples below the high platform. In the 32 to 8 round, you will be divided into 8 small groups, with each group determining a first place entering the top 8. The grouping method will still be determined by drawing lots. After speaking, he waved his hand grandly. Then a light blue screen appeared in the air above the Shouyang Peak Square, gradually revealing 30 names, which were the top 32 of this competition, with a number assigned to each name. This time Dong Rinchi's number was slightly more normal, 27. Make sure you see your number clearly. Yang Qingqi coldly finished speaking and strode to the black box at the edge of the central high platform, reaching in to grab. 4 balls were grabbed: number 5, number 16, number 19, and number 27. Dong Rinchi's premonition came true. He was the first to be drawn out, with number 5 being Dong Qianli and numbers 16 and 19 being disciples of the same sect. As in the elimination rounds, the first match of the top 32 would once again see the disciples of Luquan Peak teaming up to attack Dong Rinchi. Although the numbers were reduced several times, it was far more perilous than the elimination rounds. After all, those who made it to the top 32 of the Taiching sect competition were not weaklings. However, what surprised Dong Rinchi slightly was that among these two disciples of Luquan Peak, there was no Ma Xiaofeng. Dong Rinchi is up against Dong Qianli. This is going to be a spectacle. It's not just Dong Qianli. There are two other formidable disciples from the Tianjian Peak on the no. 1 arena. Dong Rinchi's underdog journey may come to an end. It's not just an underdog journey that is at risk, his very life is in danger. He has killed disciples from both the Tianjian Peak and the Luquan Peak in the elimination rounds. How could they possibly not take revenge? I wouldn't be so sure. Dong Rinchi managed to defeat Zhang Fangliang, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Who knows, he might just turn the tide. As the 4 participants of the first group were drawn, the square instantly erupted in excitement. On the central platform, the leaders of the Taiqing sect wore varied expressions. Tang Minghai sat at the center, his face expressionless. Mo Qingsong and Lu Honglu clearly showed anger on their faces, while Zhu Gitian and Dong Wampeng wore faint smiles. Kong Huiru, who had not attended the fight yesterday, sat quietly beside Dong Wampeng today, a subtle smile gracing her lips, without Dong Qingyuan. Luo Feiping and Zhang Daoji maintained calm expressions, gazing indifferently at the bustling crowd below the platform. The first group of the top 32 had been selected, but Yang Qingxi did not allow them to engage in battle immediately. Instead, she continued to draw lots. Soon, all 8 groups of participants were drawn. As expected, Long Wuyi, Qingyu, Ma Xiaofeng, Guan Tianxi, and Ling Feng were staggered, avoiding encounters on the same arena. With all 8 groups now in place, Yang Qingxi finally issued the command to begin the battle. As before, due to Dong Rinchi being on the no. 1 arena, it attracted the most spectators, the majority of whom were outer disciples. They eagerly watched Dong Rinchi, cheering him on. 8 arenas pairing off in duels would first determine 2 victors, who would then battle against each other to decide the group champion and qualify for the top 8. Thus, each arena would have 3 battles. Simultaneously, the battle order for each group would proceed in accordance with their assigned numbers. For example, in the no. 1 arena where Dong Rinchi was located, the 4 participants were numbered 5, 16, 19, and 27, meaning the first battle would be between 5 and 16, followed by 19 and 27. The final battle would then have the victors from the first 2 battles face off. Just as the referee of the no. 1 arena announced the command, Dong Qianli began to engage with the Luquan Peak disciple numbered 16. Although Tianjian Peak and Luquan Peak intended to cooperate against Dong Rinchi, in this moment of confrontation neither side held back, launching full-force assaults from the very start. Dong Rinchi quietly activated his fiery eyes, observing that Dong Qianli had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, with Taiqing skill having 6 transformations. His opponent also was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, but had only 3 transformations of the Taiqing skill. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Relying solely on spiritual power, Dong Qianli could easily crush his opponent. The outcome of the battle was unsurprising. Dong Qianli, armed with far more robust spiritual energy, unleashed spells one after another, leaving the Luquan Peak disciple with only the ability to defend. After gritting his teeth and holding on for nearly 10 breaths, he surrendered outright. Dong Qianli easily claimed victory, a look of pride on his face as he provocatively stared at Dong Rinchi below the arena. Many disciples from Tianjian Peak were exceptionally excited, cheering loudly for Dong Qianli. On the central platform, Dong Wampeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Not bad, this child. Qianli has great talent and works hard. He will surely achieve golden core in the future. Indeed, Qianli is truly impressive." Kong Huiru, with a beaming smile, continued, then shifted the topic. "Husband, the ancestor has said that our Qing Yuan's future achievements will at least reach the nascent soul. At that time, with Qing Yuan presiding and Qianli assisting, the Dong family would be as secure as an iron fortress, ensuring prosperity for at least hundreds of years." Dong Wampeng nodded repeatedly, his smile radiant. As Dong Qianli stepped down from the arena, Dong Rinchi immediately ascended to the No. 1 platform, closely followed by a woman in a loose black robe appearing before him. The woman was tall and slender, with a fair face sprinkled with a few freckles on her cheekbones. While her features were just average, her curves were strikingly alluring. Upon stepping onto the arena, she fixed a hostile gaze on Dong Rinchi, not bothering to conceal her animosity. Dong Rinchi looked at her calmly and quietly activated his fiery eyes. The woman was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, surprisingly having reached 5 transformations in the Taiqing skill, making her even stronger than Zhang Fangliang. "Dong Rinchi, I want you to die clearly. My name is Wang Xiling, and today I will take your life to avenge Xiao Tao." She pointed at Dong Rinchi with her chin, speaking coldly. Dong Rinchi raised his eyelids slightly. "What is your relationship with Ma Tao?" Wang Xiling snorted. "I have no relationship with Ma Tao. Oh, I am destined to be Ma Xiaofeng's Dao partner." Upon hearing Wang Xiling's almost declarative statement, those near the arena were greatly astonished. However, the disciples from Luquan Peak seemed unfazed, their expressions remaining unchanged. Seeing this scene, Dong Rinchi immediately recalled a story circulating within the Taiqing sect. There was a female disciple from Luquan Peak who was infatuated with Ma Xiaofeng to the point of obsession, declaring her love multiple times despite being rejected, yet she remained undeterred. Moreover, this woman was not only skillful, but also domineering in character. After Ma Xiaofeng rejected her, she proclaimed that he could only belong to her, threatening anyone who dared pursue him as her mortal enemies. Additionally, she didn't just say it, she acted on it. Once a female disciple from Luquan Peak was severely injured for getting too close to Ma Xiaofeng, nearly dying on the spot, and never daring to approach him again. Furthermore, despite her actions being in violation of the sect's rules, she faced no punishment, which illustrated her significant backing. No need to think hard, Wang Xiling was the protagonist of that story. Not bad looking, but clearly has the brain of Dong Renqi gave Wang Xiling a pig-brained evaluation, then asked lightly, you would harbor such murderous intent over a potential future partner. It's not a potential future, it's a definite future. Wang Xiling glared coldly at Dong Renqi. Not only did you kill Xiao Tao, but you also killed 3 of my junior brothers from Luquan Peak in the arena. Hence you must die today. She spoke, loudly, not caring about the referee nearby. The middle-aged referee, however, turned his head away, pretending not to hear. Even the sect elders had to give her face, indicating Wang Xiling's significant backing. However, Dong Renqi, unperturbed about offending both Tianjin Peak and Luquan Peak, did not regard Wang Xiling's connections with concern. This is a sect competition, not a life-or-death battle. Are you sure you must kill me? Dong Renqi asked, his expression unchanged. Today our battle will determine both victory and life or death. Wang Xiling replied coldly. As her words fell, the crowd around the one arena erupted in surprise, all eyes focused on Dong Renqi, eager to see how he would respond. Dong Renqi sighed lightly. In that case, there's no room for negotiation. He then bowed to the referee, raising his voice. Master Uncle Sister Wang insists on a life-or-death duel with me on the arena. Is that in accordance with the rules? The middle-aged referee hesitated, casting a glance at Wang Xiling. You need to think carefully. Once the duel is changed to a life-or-death battle, it means there's no turning back. Even if you admit defeat, it won't guarantee your life, and I will not intervene. Wang Xiling snorted. Master Uncle, you should tell this to Dong Renqi. The middle-aged referee frowned and asked Dong Renqi, are you certain you want to engage in a life-or-death duel with Wang Xiling? Dong Renqi smiled faintly. I only wish for a normal competition, but if Sister Wang insists on a life-or-death duel, am I as a man to fear a woman? At this moment beneath the arena, many male disciples burst into laughter. Some female disciples blushed while others covered their mouths, stifling giggles. Wang Xiling's eyes turned icy. Dong Renqi, you've added another reason for your death. The middle-aged referee looked up at the central platform, respectfully bowing to Yang Qingqi, reporting, to Elder Yang, Wang Xiling wishes to engage in a life-or-death duel with Dong Renqi, who has already agreed. Please make a decision. On the central platform, many high-ranking members showed looks of surprise. Life-or-death duels were not uncommon in the Taiqing sect. When conflicts were irreconcilable, such battles served as a final resolution. However, Wang Xiling demanding a life-or-death duel with Dong Renqi right after stepping onto the arena was somewhat unexpected. A fleeting look of joy crossed Yang Qingqi's face before she turned to Tang Minghai. Tang Minghai pondered for a moment, and then turned his gaze to Zhu Getian. Zhu Peak Master, since Wang Xiling is your disciple, and also your niece, you should decide on this matter. So Wang Xiling was Zhu Getian's niece. No wonder she acted so recklessly and domineeringly. Zhu Getian's eyes shifted lightly, then he stood up and called out towards the one arena. Xiling, don't be foolish. A life-or-death duel is no trivial matter. Originally, he and Dong Wampeng planned for it to be best if Wang Xiling could kill Dong Renqi. If that was not possible, she should aim to exhaust his energy, handing over the killing task to Dong Qianli. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiling took it upon herself to demand a life-or-death duel with Dong Renqi. Had it been any other disciple from Luquan Peak, Zhu Getian would have readily agreed. However, Wang Xiling was his niece, and he could not allow any mishaps. Uncle, don't worry. Killing a waste relying on tough skin and a few spirit talismans will be as easy as pie. A proud expression appeared on Wang Xiling's face, as if killing Dong Renqi was the simplest task imaginable. Uncle. So Wang Xiling is Zhu Gishan's niece. Dong Renqi's lips curved slightly upward. He had harbored a tiny bit of worry, concerned about offending another high-ranking figure within the Taiqing sect. Now knowing Wang Xiling's backing was Zhu Getian, he felt no burden whatsoever. Xi Ling, cease this folly. Engage in proper combat. Zhu Getian clearly remained uneasy. Yet before Wang Xiling, he seemed to command little authority. Before his words had fully faded, Wang Xiling declared resolutely, Uncle, please refrain from interfering. I swear, within 10 breaths I shall slay Dong Renqi upon the arena platform and restore the prestige of Luquan Peak. Zhu Getian's brow furrowed and relaxed, tightened, and eased again. Then he lowered his voice gravely, do not grow careless. With that he sank back into his seat, eyes burning with intensity as they locked onto Arena 1. Master Zhu need not fret. Xi Ling ranks among the top 20 cultivators of her generation. Defeating Dong Renqi is well within her reach. Kong Huiru offered a gentle smile. Zhu Getian nodded silently. Wang Xiai Ling and Dong Rinqi are permitted to engage in a life-and-death duel. As soon as Zhu Getian settled into his seat, Yang Qingqi seized the moment and announced without delay, as though fearing he might rescind his consent. The arena referee then intoned solemnly, life-and-death duel. Commence now. With those words he glided lightly off the platform. Dong Rinqi, you have 10 breaths left to live. Wang Xiai Ling made no haste to strike. Her expression was haughty, her lips curled in a disdainful sneer. You speak like a swine with a human head, and yet you chatter endlessly. Dong Rinqi bristled at Wang Xiai Ling's condescending air, letting out a cold snort before drawing 2 spirit talismans. One for swift steps, one for ice armor. The talismans flared and vanished in an instant. A suit of gleaming ice armor coalesced around his body while his frame grew astonishingly light. Then without hesitation he surged forward, straight toward Wang Xiai Ling. That same stale trifecta again. Watching Dong Rinqi fight is utterly tedious. From elimination rounds to the top 32 his tactics remain unchanged, not a single variation. I've grown weary of it. Wang Xiai Ling is no Zhang Fangliang. Tilling smirk crossed her face. Her hands wove in. The moment Dong Rinqi moved, voices erupted from the crowd below, the majority hailing from Luquan Peak and Tianjin Peak. Wang Xiai Ling watched him charge forth, and a chilling smirk crossed her face. Her hands wove intricate seals in rapid succession, and a surging wave of spiritual energy rippled outward from her form. Dong Rinqi pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Within 2 breaths, he closed the distance, stopping just 10 paces short of Wang Xiai Ling. Only then did a melon-sized fireball coalesce before her. Fireball technique. Why does Wang Xiai Ling require so long to conjure a mere fireball? A voice rose from the crowd in open skepticism. Indeed, her incantation time far exceeded the norm, utterly incongruous with her cultivation level and prowess. Yet before such doubts could settle, a second fireball shimmered into existence before her. And still it was not over. Swiftly a third fireball materialized between her palms. 3 fireball techniques cast in a single breath. Her spiritual energy runs remarkably deep. This demands not only profound reserves, but also extraordinary soul control and absolute mastery over spellcraft. I recall now, Wang Xiai Ling possesses a superior grade fire spirit root. She enjoys an innate advantage when wielding fire-based arts. To unleash 3 fireballs at once is the perfect counter to Dong Rinqi's style. No wonder she dared accept this life-and-death duel. She came prepared. A ripple of agitation spread through the crowd. You wretched woman. You waited here just for me. Though startled, Dong Rinqi pressed onward, his pace not slackening but accelerating. In the next instant 3 melon-sized fireballs advanced in perfect alignment, a lethal straight-line assault aimed directly at Dong Rinqi. Without warning, a black iron staff, half a zhang in length, materialized in Dong Rinqi's grip. He spun it in a full circle, then struck with explosive force. A thunderous boom echoed across the arena. The leading fireball shattered instantly under the blow, scattering embers like dying stars. What manner of artifact is this staff? Yesterday it sent Zhang Fangliang's mountain-splitting hammer flying. Today it shatters Wang Xiai Ling's fireball technique. It merely dispelled 1 fireball, the other 2 remain. Gasps reverberated through the crowd. Upon the central dais, Lu Honglu frowned faintly. Something about the black iron staff felt subtly altered from before. Though it had shattered the first fireball, the recoil sent Dong Rinqi staggering backward 2 steps. Then the second fireball struck his ice armor with devastating force, burning a gaping hole through the chest plate, charring his outer robe, and scorching the flesh beneath to jet black ash. Almost without pause, the third fireball followed, hurtling unerringly toward the very breach torn open by its predecessor. As the fireball loomed, Dong Rinqi dropped low and rolled forward, ungainly perhaps, but undeniably effective in evading the blast. The third fireball missed entirely, then whirled sharply, reacquiring its target and hurtling back toward Dong Rinqi. He had not anticipated dodging it this way. He only sought to close the distance to Wang Xiai Ling. That roll carried him to within 5 paces of her. Sensing the fireball's searing presence behind him, he ignored it entirely, planted both feet, drove backward with explosive power, and lunged forward, swinging the black iron staff in a crushing overhead arc. Though this sequence of maneuvers sounds drawn out, it unfolded in the span of mere heartbeats. Wang Xiailing's strength was formidable, surpassing Zhang Fangliang's without question. Yet her battlefield experience was shallow, and her arrogance unmistakable. She believed that unleashing 3 fireballs in succession would leave Dong Rinqi either dead or utterly incapacitated. When he breached her guard, she recoiled in genuine surprise and alarm, retreating hastily. Simultaneously, a blade of glinting frost shot forth from her storage ring, streaking toward Dong Rinqi's chest. The sword was peerlessly sharp, its surface roiling with spiraling spiritual energy, a grade-downgraded mysterious deer spirit weapon. Dong Rinqi, however, had anticipated this. At the very instant the blade flashed forth, he gripped the black iron staff and struck again, harder than before. A ringing clang split the air, the sword was sent spinning away. Dong Rinchi grunted, stumbling back, 3 paces, nearly losing his grip on the staff under the violent backlash. Where the blade had struck the black iron staff bore not a single scratch, its surface flawless, untouched. Yet even as Dong Rinchi regained his footing, the third fireball, relentless and unerring, slammed in. The ice armor melted instantly, revealing a charred crater in his flesh. Robe and skin alike reduced to brittle, blackened ruin. Staggering briefly, Dong Rinchi wasted no time. He planted one leg, thrust backward with savage force, and launched himself forward in a blinding lunge, raising the black iron staff high for another devastating blow. Wang Xiailing's composure shattered. Panic flooded her gaze. In that instant, a spirit talisman flickered into her palm and ignited with urgent speed. Instantly, a thick amber-hued bell-shaped barrier enveloped her, impenetrable, seamless, complete. Golden Bell Talisman. A grade-downgraded Earth-tier talisman. A connoisseur in the crowd cried out in astonishment. Within the Taiching sect's treasure pavilion, the highest-grade talismans available for exchange were merely grade-upgraded yellow-tier. None even approached the realm of mysterious tier, let alone Earth-tier. That Wang Xiailing wielded an Earth-tier talisman. Crowd cried out in astonishment. Dong Rinchi, however, showed no trace of surprise. As one of the Taiching sect's most elite young cultivators, and niece to Zhu Getian, it was only natural she possessed life-saving trump cards. In the next heartbeat, the black iron staff crashed against the bell-shaped barrier. A deep, resonant dong shook the arena. The barrier caved inward, violently warping grotesquely as a sonorous chime echoed endlessly. When the barrier had buckled inward by 1 qi, and the staff's tip hovered less than half a qi from Wang Xiailing's throat, the distorted dome suddenly rebounded with tremendous force, hurling the staff aside and snapping back into its original shape. Yet the amber hue of the barrier had visibly faded, and its thickness diminished markedly. Undeterred by failure, Dong Rinchi raised the staff once more and struck again, without pause. The barrier warped anew, then snapped back, dimmer and thinner still. A few more blows, and it would surely... All traces of Wang Xiailing's earlier composure and arrogance had vanished, replaced by raw terror. Dong Rinchi's ferocity had paralyzed her will. Her eyes darted wildly, her mind adrift in panic. Spectators encircling Arena 1 stood stunned. None had foreseen such a reversal. Moments ago, Wang Xiailing had been a ruthless wolf-like predator. Now she resembled nothing so much as a trembling cornered hare. At that moment, many realized a sobering truth: Wang Xiailing's power was real, but fragile. Like a flower nurtured in a greenhouse sheltered from wind and storm, she crumbled at the first true gale. Seeing his niece's imminent defeat, Zhu Getian cried out urgently, "Dong Rinchi, cease at once. This round is yours." He feared for her life. In his prior 2 matches, Dong Rinchi had spared Su Ku of Qinglu Peak and Zhang Fangliang of Bijou Peak. Now that Zhu Getian himself intervened, all assumed Dong Rinchi would relent. Yet they had forgotten the very first match of the elimination rounds, when Dong Rinchi slaughtered 5 disciples from both Tianjian Peak and Luquan Peak in swift, merciless succession. Though Dong Rinchi heard Zhu Getian's plea, he did not slow. Instead, he accelerated, delivering 3 rapid, thunderous strikes in quick succession, each one shaking the Golden Bell barrier until its radiance trembled on the verge of dissolution. Fury contorted Zhu Getian's face. He shot upright from his seat, ready to rush the arena. When Tang Minghai spoke, calmly, "Sit down. This is a sanctioned life-and-death duel, and you granted your consent. Should you intervene now, what shred of authority will remain for either of us within the sect?" Zhu Getian's lips twitched violently. Then, teeth clenched, he sank back into his seat. Across the plaza, astonishment reigned. None had imagined Dong Rinchi would defy Zhu Getian so brazenly, his decree rendered utterly meaningless. Above Arena 1, the Golden Bell barrier had lost all luster, reduced to a translucent paper-thin veil, trembling on the edge of annihilation. "Dong Rinchi, stop striking. You've won, I yield." Wang Xiailing, sensing the cold hand of death closing upon her, abandoned all pride and dignity. Her voice cracked with surrender. "Did you not just declare you would subdue me within 10 breaths, eh?" Dong Rinchi let out a cold snort. "If the tables were turned and you held the advantage, would you truly spare me? Would my begging avail me anything?" With that, he swung his black circlet staff down once more, fiercely, unrelentingly. A soft pop echoed as the bell-shaped light barrier, struck 9 times by the black circlet staff, finally shattered. The black circlet staff, howling like a gale, halted mere inches above Wang Xiailing's head. Her entire body stiffened, her face paled to ash, frozen in terror. She dared not even twitch. Dong Rinchi gazed upon her with detached indifference. "So, you can feel fear." Wang Xiailing's cheeks flushed crimson as fury flared across her face. "Dong Rinchi, I have already surrendered. If you kill me, the sect will punish you severely, and my uncle will never forgive you. Have you forgotten? This is a life-and-death contest." Dong Rinchi spoke slowly, a faint chilling curve lifting the corner of his lips. Zhu Gutian could no longer contain himself. He roared again, Dong Rinchi. Dare you harm Xiling, and this peak master shall. But before he could finish, Dong Rinchi swept the black circlet staff sideways in a brutal arc, striking Wang Xiling squarely across the waist. How could her slender frame withstand such a blow? A grating, sickening crack of bones snapping echoed through the arena. Her body folded sideways at the waist, then hurtled off the platform, slamming onto the ground with a heavy thud. Not a single cry escaped her lips. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices. Her breath ceased instantly. She's dead. Wang Xiling is dead. A spectator cried out in shock from below the arena. Most others stood transfixed. Not on the fallen girl, but on Dong Rinchi, who now stood serenely atop the platform, having already sheathed his black circlet staff, calm as drifting clouds. Moments earlier, nearly everyone had assumed Dong Rinchi would spare her. Yet his strike had been decisive, merciless, devoid of hesitation or remorse. Dong Rinchi, you court death. Zhu Gutian's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed, surging to his feet once more. At that instant, Tang Minghai emitted a sharp, thunderous snort, his gaze flashing with icy light. Zhu Gutian froze mid-motion, paralyzed by sheer dread. Kong Huiru's expression darkened markedly the moment Dong Rinchi struck down Wang Xiling. She sensed a genuine threat emanating from him. As Zhu Gutian fell silent, Kong Huiru gently nudged Dong Wanpeng with her elbow. After a brief hesitation, Dong Wanpeng turned his gaze toward Elder Yang Qingqi. Elder Yang, the first 2 matches on Arena 1 have concluded. Please begin the 3rd match without delay. Senior brother Dong Rinchi has just finished combat. Forcing him into another bout without pause seems deeply unfair. Lu Honglu voiced her objection. Unfair? When facing a true enemy, who grants you time to catch your breath? Zhu Gutian retorted coldly, his glare fixed venomously upon Arena 1. This is the sect's grand competition, not mortal combat against an enemy. Lu Honglu shot back fiercely. Dong Rinchi just murdered my niece. Zhu Gutian raised his voice further. Mo Qingsong interjected calmly. Peak Master Zhu, it was your niece who proposed this life-and-death duel. In such contests, fate decides. Life or death rests solely with heaven's decree. To lose is to forfeit one's life. That is the natural order. Enough. Tang Minghai's brow furrowed tightly. His piercing gaze swept swiftly across the assembled elders until silence reigned. Then turning to Elder Yang Qingqi, he murmured quietly, begin the 3rd match on Arena 1, now. Lu Honglu wore a look of bewilderment, about to speak, when she saw Tang Minghai suddenly raise his hand. She immediately clamped her mouth shut. Elder Yang Qingqi welcomed the directive eagerly, and promptly signaled the arena referee with a wave. The middle-aged referee frowned in confusion, then leapt onto the platform and boomed, Dong Rinchi. Dong Qianli. Ascend the arena immediately. Prepare for combat. Dong Rinchi, who had only just stepped down from the platform, visibly recoiled at the command. Spectators surrounding the arena exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, after such a fierce contest, and so early in the day, Dong Rinchi deserved respite before fighting again. Yet this was the elder's decree. Though bewildered, no one dared question it. Dong Rinchi lifted his eyes toward the central dais, where 3 pairs of eyes burned intently upon him, Zhu Gutian, Dong Wanpeng, and Kong Huiru. A faint knowing smile curved his lips, and with a single bound he landed back upon Arena 1. No sooner had he steadied himself than a young man with a square jaw and fair complexion vaulted onto the platform, Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli surveyed Dong Rinchi with undisguised contempt. Elder cousin, your tactics seem second nature now. Truly unstoppable, aren't they? But this farce ends here. He lifted his chin, leaning in with a whisper laced with malice, and so does your life. Indeed, it is time we settled our accounts. Dong Rinchi met Dong Qianli's gaze with serene detachment, neither sorrow nor joy clouding his features. Settle accounts. Dong Qianli sneered. Blind to your own doom, and still dreaming of vengeance. How utterly foolish. Just then the middle-aged referee called out, are you both prepared? Uncle, I am ready. Combat may begin at any moment, Dong Qianli declared loudly. Dong Rinchi merely nodded softly. I am ready. The referee acknowledged them both, and declared them. He employed his familiar strategy, instantly drawing forth an ice armor talisman and a spirit step talisman. As shimmering ice armor coalesced over his body, and the talisman's energy surged through his limbs, he charged forward, straight toward Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli stood motionless, arms folded behind his back, gazing down upon Dong Rinchi with haughty disdain, making no move to evade or counter. What is Dong Qianli doing? Is he truly that arrogant? Even if his cultivation is superior, letting Dong Rinchi close the distance is reckless. He is a sect prodigy. Surely he has a plan. Cease your fretting and watch closely. Below the arena, spectators stared in shared astonishment at Dong Qianli's utter stillness. Dong Rinchi too felt doubt, but he did not slacken his pace. He pressed onward unwavering. For regardless of Dong Qianli's intent, closing the gap favored him. In less than 2 breaths he crossed half the arena, drawing ever nearer. A few more strides, and he would be within striking range. At that precise moment Dong Qianli smiled faintly, and produced a yellow spirit talisman. Then with a triumphant curl of his lips he uttered a single word, bind. The yellow talisman ignited instantly, and an invisible crushing force erupted from all directions, slamming into Dong Rinchi, and freezing him rigid mid-stride. Dong Rinchi's face contorted in alarm. His legs felt leaden, immovable. Not just his legs. The weight of 10,000 Jin pressed upon every limb, every sinew pinning him utterly in place. A body-binding talisman. Dong Qianli possesses a celestial rank talisman. Heavens, this is a life-saving celestial rank artifact. To waste it on a sect competition is sheer sacrilege. Gasps rippled across the arena. On the central dais, Lu Honglu fixed Dong Wanpeng with blazing fury. Senior brother Dong, you gave Dong Qianli the body-binding talisman, so you truly intend to see your own son slain. Dong Wanpeng snorted coldly. Dong Rinchi has been stricken from our clan register. He bears no relation to the Dong family whatsoever. In a single sect competition, he has already slain 6 cultivators. Such a ruthless, monstrous figure poses an existential threat. If left alive, he will become a calamity for the entire sect. My actions serve to purge this blight. Sect Master. Using a celestial rank talisman in a battle between Qi condensation disciples is profoundly unjust toward Dong Rinchi. I urge you to halt the match immediately. Lu Honglu abandoned her quarrel with Dong Wanpeng and turned her gaze directly to Tang Minghai. Ridiculous. Dong Rinchi has used countless talismans throughout these matches. Why should Dong Qianli be forbidden from using one? Zhu Gutian seized the opening. Peak Master Zhang stated clearly. Talismans are part of one's cultivated strength. Dong Rinchi earned his talismans through his own relentless effort. Lu Honglu raised her voice sharply, but Dong Qianli's talisman was bestowed, specifically to destroy. Elder Sister Lu, please refrain from baseless accusations. Did you witness Dong Rinchi earning those talismans yourself? Or do you possess tangible proof? Zhu Gutian smirked icily. You claim Dong Qianli's talisman was gifted to slay Dong Rinchi. What evidence supports that? Moreover, Dong Rinchi's mysterious black staff. If my memory serves, that artifact was retrieved by your master from the desolate wastes, and gifted to you. You may bestow your own divine weapon upon Dong Rinchi, yet deny others the right to aid Dong Qianli. Elder Sister Lu, is such conduct not excessively domineering? Lu Honglu faltered, speechless, momentarily stunned. Enough squabbling. How many times must you bicker during a single sect competition? Dong Rinchi remains immobilized, but he retains his voice. Should he declare surrender, his life remains secure. Tang Minghai's tone grew impatient. This is a contest among juniors. Watch with focus. If you truly wish to argue, do so elsewhere. Do not disrupt the spectator's experience. Hearing this, Dong Wanpeng, Zhu Gutian, and Lu Honglu bowed their heads in unison toward Tang Minghai, and fell silent. On Arena 1, Dong Qianli delayed his attack, instead savoring Dong Rinchi's helplessness with a self-satisfied grin. Your physique is formidable, is it not? Yet now you cannot even twitch. What use is brute strength when you are utterly paralyzed? This body-binding talisman holds you fast for 10 breaths, more than enough time to kill you 100 times over. Dong Qianli threw back his head and laughed. Elder cousin, you spent these past days scheming tirelessly for Uncle's attention. How pitiful. Uncle's heart holds not a trace of you anymore. You are now a stranger to him, a sworn enemy he longs to eradicate without delay. All your efforts, utterly wasted. Dong Rinchi shook his head, slowly exhaling a quiet sigh. Since he has severed all ties so utterly, I am freed from any lingering burden of conscience. When death is imminent, you still speak useless words. Dong Qianli glared at Dong Rinchi with murderous intent. Since you understand clearly, now you may go to your death. At this point his lips curled into a smirk. Of course you can also admit defeat now. If you surrender I can spare your life, but I must destroy your Dantian. Without a Dantian, whether in spiritual cultivation or physical training, you will have no chance. From now on, becoming a true waste should be your best fate. You hesitate to strike just to humiliate me a little longer. Do you not know that in my eyes you have always been a clown, a dog wagging its tail in submission? Dong Rinchi's face revealed a cold smile. If you delay any longer, are you not afraid that your master will be angered by you? Dong Qianli unconsciously glanced towards the central high platform just in time to see Kong Huiru and Dong Wanpeng looking at him with displeasure. He knew that his prolonged inaction against Dong Rinchi had provoked the anger of Dong Wanpeng and Kong Huiru. Thus Dong Qianli's gaze turned cold as he spoke harshly. Dong Rinchi, since you wish for a quick death, I shall grant it to you. With that he hurriedly formed hand signs, and a fireball the size of a watermelon quickly formed between his hands. Dong Rinchi, I will use this fire to send you off, burning away any trace of you in this world. Dong Qianli slowly raised his right hand, lifting the fireball up, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Dong Rinchi, hurry up and admit defeat. Seeing Dong Rinchi in imminent danger, Lu Honglu couldn't care less about her identity and shouted urgently. At that moment, the previously immobile Dong Rinchi suddenly raised his hands. Dong Rinchi has been struck by the immobilization talisman, yet he can still move. How is that possible? Someone beneath the arena exclaimed in surprise. On the central high platform, the high-ranking members also displayed expressions of astonishment, with Dong Wanpeng looking especially incredulous. Meanwhile, Dong Renki's hand skin began to rapidly change color, and in an instant it turned entirely bronze. In such a short time, he has actually cultivated the 7 treasure glazed body to the copper body stage. How did he do that? Zhang Daoji's face showed a shocked expression, and he then said the copper body stage of the 7 treasure glazed body far exceeds our golden core cultivators. If he channels all his physical strength into his hands using the technique, he can free his hands from the constraints of the immobilization talisman. Upon hearing this, Kong Huira's expression visibly relaxed. He can only move his hands, he still can't approach Dong Qianli. There's nothing to be surprised about. A Dong Rinchi is still just a living target. However, just as her words fell, Dong Rinchi began to form hand signs on the arena, his movements fluid and unhurried. What is Dong Rinchi trying to do, casting a spiritual technique? Haha, with his cultivation base built up through pills, he dares to compete with senior brother Dong. It's simply self-inflicted humiliation. Why mock him? He is currently immobilized by the talisman. No matter how tough his skin or flesh, it won't help him. He can only resort to using spiritual techniques, which is also a last resort. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, won't it? Under the arena, the disciples of Luchuan Peak and Tianjian Peak laughed heartily, ridiculing him to the outer sect disciples standing further away showed anxious expressions, but dared not make a sound, fearing being targeted by the disciples from Luchuan Peak and Tianjian Peak. Dong Qianli was initially shocked to see Dong Renki's hands could still move, but upon seeing Dong Rinchi casting spiritual techniques, his expression immediately relaxed, filled with disdain. Dong Rinchi, are you still trying to struggle in your dying moments? 9th level of Qi refining. Haha, cultivated with pills to reach the 9th level, he probably hasn't even completed the first cycle of Tai Ching skill. With such a cultivation level, you dare to embarrass yourself? Now let me show you just how great the gap is between you and a true cultivation genius. With that, he slammed his right hand forward, and the fireball above his head whistled towards Dong Rinchi. Dong Renki's face showed no change in expression as he continued to form hand signs, seemingly ignoring the fireball hurtling towards him. It's over. Dong Shixiang can't get through this. Dong Shixiang, hurry and admit defeat. Some outer sect disciples showed anxious expressions, whispering. Dong Qianli's fireball was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was barely 3 feet away from Dong Rinchi. At that moment, a fireball suddenly appeared in front of Dong Rinchi. However, this fireball was a full double the size of Dong Qianli's fireball, and the flames within it were even more solid. Is this the fireball technique? Why is the fireball Dong Rinchi cast so much larger than ours? Below the arena, many disciples of Tai Ching sect were dumbfounded. The increased size of the fireball and the denser flames indicate that Dong Renki's spiritual energy is exceptionally abundant. Zhang Daoji on the central high platform was once again shocked and incredulous. Tianqi's Tai Ching skill has already reached the 7th cycle, and when casting the fireball technique, the fireball will be slightly larger than that of ordinary disciples, but it is not as large as Dong Renki's. Could it be that Dong Renki's Tai Ching skill has reached the 8th cycle? Luo Feiping shook his head. Qingyu has already reached the 8th cycle of Tai Ching skill, yet she cannot cast such a large fireball. Could it be that Dong Renki's Tai Ching skill has reached the 9th cycle? On the central high platform, everyone was astonished. Impossible. Dong Rinchi is just a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Zhu Getian firmly spoke. Uncle Chiu has been almost exchanging all the spiritual herbs in the sect for refining spirit replenishing pills, and he must have refined quite a few high-quality spirit replenishing pills, probably all of which were used on Dong Rinchi. Therefore, Dong Renki's spiritual root quality must have improved, no longer being 5 spiritual roots. Tang Minghai gently shook his head. That Dong Rinchi can cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining proves this point. It is true that spirit replenishing pills can enhance spiritual root quality, but it is probabilistic. Even if his spiritual root quality has improved, reaching mid-grade quality is probably the limit. Dong Wampeng picked up the conversation. Yi Qingyu possesses a top-grade water spiritual root. Her aptitude is already exceptional, and she cannot cultivate the Tai Ching skill to the 9th cycle. How can Dong Rinchi achieve that? Many felt Dong Wanpeng's words made sense, and all displayed puzzled expressions as they turned their gazes towards Arena No. 1. They could never have imagined that the reason Dong Renki's fireball was so large was related to the abundance of his spiritual energy, but not solely due to that. The truth was that he was not casting the fireball technique at all, but an upgraded version of it. At this moment Dong Renki's fireball had fully taken shape. He waved his hand gently, and the large fireball quickly surged forward, pouncing towards Dong Qianli's small fireball. In the next moment, the two fireballs, one large and one small, collided violently. Boom! Dong Qianli's small fireball exploded with a loud bang. Dong Renki's large fireball paused slightly, before continuing to roar forward rapidly, heading towards Dong Qianli. How is this possible? Dong Qianli's expression changed drastically, and he quickly formed hand signs, casting the water shield technique, swiftly condensing a water shield in front of him. In the next moment, the large fireball crashed heavily into the water shield. Sparks and water splashed everywhere, steam rising. After the collision, both the fireball and the water shield rapidly weakened. In the end, the fireball extinguished, the water shield vanished, both sides suffering injuries. How is this possible? Dong Renki's fireball technique actually blocked two of Dong Qianli's spells. Am I seeing things? Isn't Dong Renki a 5 spiritual root? How can his spiritual energy be so strong? Everyone beneath the arena was in shock. On the arena, Dong Qianli was even more filled with fear and astonishment, staring blankly at Dong Renki, eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the gap you wanted me to see? Dong Renki smirked. I stand here without moving an inch. Oh, let's see if you can harm me in the slightest. Dong Qianli's eyes turned red as he roared in anger, flipping his wrist to reveal a handful of slender silver needles, their tips darkened, evidently soaked in deadly poison. You will die for me. At this moment, Dong Qianli wished he could swallow Dong Renki whole. He suddenly raised his hand, and dozens of silver needles shot out, aimed straight at Dong Renki. As Dong Qianli unleashed the Breaking Spirit Needle, someone in the square revealed its identity: Breaking Spirit Needle. A low-grade Xian-class spiritual weapon, this needle is extremely vicious. The poison on its tip specifically targets a cultivator's spiritual energy. Once struck, the spiritual energy will become tainted and unable to operate smoothly, leading to a decrease in cultivation, or worse, poisoning the dantian and losing one's cultivation. Moreover, the needle also has a certain corrupting effect on spiritual weapons. Using a spiritual weapon to counter the Breaking Spirit Needle may very well injure the spiritual weapon. Isn't this needle prohibited from cultivation by the sect? What is prohibited is for those of us without backgrounds, not for talents like Dong Qianli, who stand behind powerful figures. Dong Renki had also heard of the Breaking Spirit Needle. Seeing dozens of long needles rushing towards him, he quickly formed hand signs and summoned another large fireball. The fireball roared and soon collided with the Breaking Spirit Needles. However, the fireball did not block the needle. Dozens of long needles pierced through the fireball. Although the needle bodies turned red from the intense heat, they continued unimpeded towards Dong Renki. Seeing the Breaking Spirit Needles only half a yard away, Dong Renki's mind raced. He had only one chance to. If he failed to stop the Breaking Spirit Needles this time, and they struck him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The needles continued forward, and were now only 2 feet away from Dong Renki. Dong Renki made a quick decision. A spiritual talisman and a black staff simultaneously appeared in his hand. With the black staff in hand, he swiftly spun it to form a tightly woven windmill in front of him, blocking the advance of the Breaking Spirit Needles. The Breaking Spirit Needles were too strange. Even the large fireball could not stop them, and the likelihood of his other means being effective was low. His only hope lay in the unknown black staff. Dong Renki was also worried about the black staff being damaged, but with his life at stake, he could not afford to think too much. At the same time, the previous ice armor talisman had already expired, and a new ice armor talisman quickly ignited, forming another layer of ice armor around Dong Renki's body. If the black staff could not stop the Breaking Spirit Needles, the ice armor would be the last line of defense. Although this final layer of protection also seemed very unreliable, having it was better than nothing. As soon as the ice armor was formed on Dong Renki's body, a series of clanging sounds echoed as the Breaking Spirit Needles collided with the black staff. The black staff spun rapidly in front of Dong Renki, forming a black shield that water could not penetrate. Dozens of broken spiritual needles pierced the black shield one after another, and without exception, they were all sent flying by the black staff, splashing in all directions. Some even flew off the arena, heading towards the crowd below. The spectators displayed expressions of terror, hurriedly dodging, fearing being injured by the malicious broken spiritual needles. After a series of clinking sounds, all the broken needles were knocked away. Dong Renki quickly stopped, swiftly directing his gaze at the black staff in his hand. To his surprise, the areas struck by the broken needles on the black staff showed no damage, not even a mark. The broken needles could defile spiritual weapons, but they had no effect on the black staff, further proving its exceptional nature. With the broken needles destroyed, Dong Qianli's expression changed drastically as he repeatedly formed seals with his hands and cast spells once more. The immobilization talisman only lasted for 10 breaths, and due to his earlier delay, not much time remained. Following that, various spells were consecutively summoned by Dong Qianli, including Fireball Technique, Wind Blade Technique, Ice, Sword Technique, and more. Indeed, Dong Qianli's spiritual power was profound. Within less than 3 breaths, he unleashed 6 spells in one breath, all aimed directly at Dong Rinchi. The 6 different spells came almost in quick succession, crashing towards Dong Rinchi, without a moment's pause, creating a dazzling spectacle that left the onlookers in awe. Dong Rinchi's response was rather simple and mundane. He continuously formed seals, conjuring 3 large fireballs in succession. However, although his response was simple and unexciting, it proved highly effective, as the 3 large fireballs effortlessly negated all 6 spells from Dong Qianli. As Dong Qianli grew increasingly alarmed and apprehensive, just as he prepared to conjure his 7th spell, Dong Rinchi made his move. The moment the immobilization talisman lost its effect, Dong Rinchi charged out, like a cunning rabbit and a ferocious tiger, reaching Dong Qianli's side in the blink of an eye. Dong Qianli's face turned pale, but he remained composed. He instantly summoned 2 spiritual talismans, specifically the Ice Armor Talisman and the Swift Movement Talisman that Dong Rinchi often used. As the solid ice armor enveloped him, Dong Qianli, under the enhancement of the Swift Movement Talisman, swiftly retreated. During his retreat, he continued to form seals, conjuring a water shield in front of him. Facing the escaping Dong Rinchi, Dong Qianli refrained from launching another attack, and immediately shifted to defense, directly enhancing his protection with 2 barriers. However, just as his water shield was forming, a massive wind blade swiftly slashed down, easily slicing through his water shield. Is that the wind blade technique? Why is Dong Rinchi's wind blade twice the size of mine? The fireball is big and so is the wind blade. How is he always bigger than us? Dong Rinchi unleashed the wind blade technique upgraded by the system, which immediately broke through the defenses of many disciples from the Taiching sect present in the square. On the arena, the water shield was instantly shattered. The wind blade paused slightly before swiftly cleaving towards Dong Qianli once more. With a crack, the ice armor covering Dong Qianli shattered into dozens of pieces, crashing down to the ground. Dong Qianli let out a muffled groan, staggering back repeatedly. Before he could stabilize himself, a black staff came crashing down from above, striking him. The speed of the black staff was too fast. Even with the use of the swift movement talisman, Dong Qianli could not evade it. Left with no choice, he braced himself to withstand the blow. Suddenly, a triangular bone shield appeared in his right hand out of thin air. This was a spiritual weapon made from the shoulder blade of a spiritual beast, the Ironback Bull, classified as a lower-grade Shin-level weapon. Dong Qianli had gone to great lengths to acquire it for this competition, enlisting the help of experts to hunt down an Ironback Bull, and spending considerable effort and finances to have it crafted. The bone shield was not only defensive but also offensive, making it a formidable tool for both attack and defense. He had originally planned to use it against Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng in the top 8 or top 4 matches, but unexpectedly, he had to reveal it now. As the black staff was about to fall, Dong Qianli suddenly raised the bone shield above his head. The next moment, with a loud clang, the black staff struck heavily against the bone shield, producing a dull metallic sound. Dong Qianli let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 steps, but he managed to block the attack of the black. Moreover, as the bone shield was struck by the black staff, a gray light flashed, and a bull-shaped phantom, half a zhang tall, suddenly emerged from the shield. Dong Rinchi was highly alert. The moment the bone shield emitted light, he leaped away, retreating over 2 zhang before halting. A beast soul. The bone shield actually sealed a beast soul. With a beast soul in a spiritual weapon, one can harness part of the spiritual beast's power, significantly increasing its might by at least 1 grade. The power of the bone shield is equivalent to that of an earth-level spiritual weapon. No, this is merely a juvenile Ironback Bull, and the beast soul is clearly incomplete. Although the power of the bone shield is enhanced, it can at most reach the standard of a top-grade Shin-level weapon. Even a top-grade Shin-level spiritual weapon cannot be resisted by a Qi refining stage cultivator. The appearance of the beast soul stirred a commotion among the spectators. Dong Qianli glared at Dong Rinchi with glaring, killing intent. To think you forced me to reveal the bone shield. I must say you have surprised me, but this farce must come to an end. Having spoken, he abruptly thrust the bone shield forward. The Ironback Bull beast soul hovering above him immediately lowered its head, aiming its sharp horn at Dong Rinchi before charging forward. A beast soul. A hint of mockery surfaced at the corner of Dong Rinchi's mouth. The black staff had the potential to evolve into a chaos-level spiritual weapon, but infusing spiritual power into it only made it heavier, with no other special abilities, seemingly unworthy of its identity. In truth, how could such a highly evolved spiritual weapon be ordinary? It could not only attack physical bodies but also break spells, and it possessed formidable lethality against souls. At this moment, the Ironback Bull beast soul belonged to the realm of the soul. The speed of the ironback bull beast's soul was astonishing. In an instant it charged towards Dong Rinchi. Its two sharp horns glimmered with dark light, piercing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, exuding overwhelming pressure and momentum. An adult ironback bull's strength was equivalent to that of a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Though the ironback bull before them had not yet matured, its power exceeded that of a chi refining stage cultivator comparable to a beginner in Foundation establishment. Its powerful strike would be difficult for even Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng to withstand. Dong Qianli's eyes sparkled with delight and hatred as he stared at Dong Rinchi. Killing Dong Rinchi would certainly relieve his grievances. However, each time the beast's soul was activated, its power would diminish. After this battle, the Bone Shield's power would be greatly reduced, leaving him without the confidence to compete with Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng. In the next moment, the ironback bull beast's soul was only half a zhang away from Dong Rinchi. Suddenly, Dong Rinchi leaped into the air, swinging the black staff in a wide arc, and struck fiercely at the beast's soul. The beast's soul's attack is a dual assault of spiritual energy and soul. Dong Rinchi should not hastily use his black staff to attack the beast's soul without securing his mind and defending against its assault with spells. It's truly foolish. Such a shallow understanding, coupled with his formidable physique and profound spiritual power, is a sheer waste. Below the arena, disciples from Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak began to shout again. On the central high platform, the higher-ups silently focused on Arena 1, no one daring to speak. In the past few days, Dong Rinchi had given them numerous surprises. Until a clear victor was determined, they did not dare to make a sound, fearing they would be smacked in the face. In the next moment, the black staff struck down on the beast's soul's head. Everyone thought that the black staff would surely pass through the beast's soul without causing any harm. But soon an unexpected event occurred once again. The moment the black staff made contact with the beast's soul's head, the beast's soul's rapid charge abruptly halted, and its form trembled violently, as if experiencing immense pain. Before anyone could react, Dong Rinchi swung the black staff down fiercely. After 3 consecutive strikes, the ironback bull's beast soul could no longer withstand it, and it disintegrated. The beast's soul has been extinguished. How is that possible? What exactly is this black staff? It can not only break spells, but also deal with beast souls. Everyone in the square was astonished. At the same time, a female disciple, too surprised to think, exclaimed, Dong Rinchi's black staff is remarkably powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads, and those nearby directed their gazes towards the female disciple. She quickly realized, and blushed hurriedly, hiding herself in the crowd. With the beast's soul forcefully destroyed, Dong Qianli's last trump card was overturned, and his face turned pale, panic evident in his eyes. Simultaneously, after extinguishing the beast's soul, without any pause, Dong Rinchi swiftly dashed forward, reaching Dong Qianli's side, and swinging the black staff down with ferocity. Dong Qianli's face turned fearful as he hurriedly raised the bone shield to defend. The sounds of clashing echoed on the arena as Dong Qianli was repeatedly struck back, and the bone shield in his hands began to crack. Kneel. After striking 6 times, Dong Rinchi felt it was insufficient. He suddenly leaped into the air, gripping the black staff tightly, and with all his might, he brought it down towards the bone shield. With a crack, the bone shield was forcefully smashed in half. Dong Qianli let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and then he buckled, kneeling before Dong Rinchi. He intended to rise, but the black staff came crashing down heavily onto his right shoulder. A sound that made one wince echoed, and Dong Qianli's entire right shoulder collapsed with 9 out of 10 bones shattered. His right shoulder was nearly shattered, and Dong Qianli could hardly bear the pain, crying out in agony. Dong Rinchi, however, showed no mercy or hesitation, swiftly striking again with the black cudgel, caving in Dong Qianli's left shoulder. Dong Qianli was on the verge of fainting from the pain, but he knew well that Dong Rinchi had already set his heart on killing him. Even if he fainted, escaping death would be impossible. Thus he gritted his teeth against the piercing pain and exclaimed, "Cousin, please stop. I admit." Before he could finish the word admit, Dong Rinchi struck like lightning, gripping his throat tightly, causing him to gag and emit croaking sounds, unable to utter a complete word. With the binding talismans, the spirit-breaking needle, and the bone shield, you clearly never intended for me to leave the platform alive. Now you wish to admit defeat and save your life. Oh, what do you think you're doing? Dong Rinchi held Dong Qianli by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Dong Qianli, for all the things you've done against me, I could let you live for the sake of our second uncle. But you should never have withheld those 5 high-grade spirit recovery pills, causing my sister to be locked away in the Reflection Valley. Dong Qianli's eyes were filled with terror and despair, his legs thrashing wildly as he struggled with all his might to pry open Dong Rinchi's grip, but it was futile. Dong Rinchi, enough. Let go of Qianli. Dong Wampang could no longer sit still, standing up abruptly and shouting in anger. Dong Rinchi turned to face Dong Wampang, a smirk forming on his lips. Elder Dong, I'm afraid your words. Before he finished speaking, he exerted his strength, directly snapping Dong Qianli's neck. Dong Qianli's head fell limp, no longer breathing, his wide-open eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Then Dong Rinchi flipped his wrist and casually tossed Dong Qianli's lifeless body onto the platform like throwing a broken sandbag. Dong Wanpeng's face twitched in anger as he roared, "Unfilial son, you are simply insane." Before Dong Wanpeng could finish, Dong Rinchi shrugged and coldly replied, "Elder Dong, you seem to have forgotten something. I, Dong Rinchi, have no ties with you or the Dong family of the Tianjin Peak anymore. If you continue to call me an unfilial son, don't blame me for not giving Elder Dong any face. You beast." Dong Wanpeng trembled with rage, then turned to Tang Minghai and bowed deeply. "Master Dong Rinchi is ruthless and merciless, having killed 7 disciples of the Taiching sect in 5 matches. Such behavior is akin to that of a demonic cultivator. I implore you to capture and subdue him to prevent future troubles." Just as Lu Honglu was about to speak, Dong Rinchi looked up at the central high platform. "May I ask, Elder Dong, did I violate any sect rules or contest regulations during those 5 matches?" Dong Wanpeng was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. "I did not violate any contest regulations or sect rules. The grand competition does not prohibit killing. Elder Dong, do you wish to take me down because of personal grievances?" Dong Rinchi wore a mocking smile. Sharp-tongued. Kong Huiru, seeing her husband at a disadvantage in the argument, immediately chimed in. "Dong Rinchi, as an outer disciple, who gave you the audacity to speak like this to an elder of the sect?" Before Kong Huiru could finish her sentence, Dong Rinchi laughed heartily. "So what if I am an outer disciple? Everything I do is within the rules of the sect. Should I disregard the sect's rules just because Dong Wanpeng is an elder? If that's the case, should we Taiching sect disciples follow the orders of the elders or abide by the sect's rules and regulations?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire plaza of Shouyang Peak fell silent, with all the disciples directing their gazes towards the sect leaders on the central high platform. Among them, the outer disciples concealed their anger in their eyes. Within the sect's rules, the status of outer disciples should not be as lowly as it is today. It is only due to the corrupt practices of certain sect leaders that have gradually eroded and destroyed the sect's regulations, leading to the current situation where outer disciples are oppressed by their inner counterparts. Moreover, within the inner sect, it is common for inner disciples with backgrounds to bully their fellow disciples. This phenomenon is clear to everyone from the highest levels of Taiching sect down to the lowest servant disciple, yet no one dares to mention it publicly. Today, although Dong Rinchi did not explicitly say so, he had already torn off the glamorous facade of Taiching sect, exposing the festering wounds beneath. On the central high platform, the leaders remained silent, their expressions grim, while Lu Honglu repeatedly cast glances at Dong Rinchi, signaling him to stop talking. Having been expelled from the inner sect and forced to become a servant disciple, Dong Rinchi became increasingly dissatisfied with the practices and atmosphere of Taiching sect. The conduct of the stewards responsible for testing during the grand competition further fueled his discontent. During the subsequent matches, the intentional targeting of Dong Rinchi by Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak became blatant, yet no one intervened. At this moment, Dong Rinchi spoke out, both out of anger and a desire to see whether Taiching sect could still be salvaged. As a transmigrator, Dong Rinchi held no strong feelings toward Taiching sect and was not bound by any moral constraints. If he felt uncomfortable in Taiching sect, he could easily choose to leave. Moreover, with his current abilities, even if he left Taiching sect, he could still thrive. Seeing that the high-ranking officials of Taiching sect remained silent, and Lu Honglu kept signaling him, Dong Rinchi decided to stop, refraining from further exposing the sect's wounds. However, he had no intention of stopping his speech, turning his gaze towards Kong Huiru. "You just said that as an outer disciple I should not be disrespectful to the elders, but what identity do you have to say such things to me? Are you a senior official of the sect?" With that, Dong Rinchi shook his head. "Your true identity is merely an inner disciple of Tianjin Peak, which is not much higher than my status as an outer disciple. What qualifications do you have to stand on the high platform and say such things to me? Is it merely because you are Elder Dong Wanpeng's wife?" Upon hearing this, Kong Huira's face flushed red. "Shut up!" Dong Wanpeng roared. "You little beast, how dare you speak to her like that? The one who should shut up is you." Dong Rinchi suddenly raised his voice, coldly interrupting Dong Wanpeng. "Since you expelled me from the Dong family tree, you and I have been strangers, let alone her, Kong Huiru. In the grand competition, I can say that I have not violated any rules during the matches I experienced. It is certain individuals who seem to be abusing their power and disrespecting the sect's rules. Arrogant. A mere outer disciple dares to make such bold claims here. Do you think that just because you entered the top 8 the sect will tolerate your disrespect towards the elders? Where are the law enforcement disciples? Immediately capture this madman." "Wait." Lu Honglu immediately spoke up. "Dong Rinchi did not violate any sect rules during the matches. We have no reason to apprehend him. He disrespected Elder Dong, and that is the reason." Zhu Gitian retorted angrily. "There is a reason for his disrespect." Lu Honglu raised her voice. "Lu Honglu, are you really going to oppose me for Dong Rinchi?" Cold light flickered in Zhu Gishan's eyes. Enough, Tang Minghai called out in a low voice, his brows furrowed. Zhu Getian and Lu Honglu both fell silent and quickly bowed in apology to Tang Minghai. Tang Minghai then turned his gaze to Dong Renqi. I have watched all 5 of Dong Renqi's matches, and he did not violate any sect rules. Upon hearing this, Lu Honglu's face lit up with joy, while Zhu Getian, Dong Wanping, and Kong Huira's expressions turned grim. Dong Renqi was slightly surprised. He had not expected Tang Minghai to stand so firmly on his side. Originally, he thought that Tang Minghai was the primary cause of Taiqing sect's corruption, and he was prepared for it. But now it seemed that the problem did not lie with Tang Minghai. Just as Dong Renqi's thoughts were swirling, Tang Minghai spoke again. However, while Dong Renqi did not violate any rules during the matches, his disrespect towards Elder Dong is a fact. Considering his youth and the reasons behind it, I will handle this lightly. Tang Minghai looked directly at Dong Renqi. You will immediately apologize to Elder Dong, and this matter will be considered resolved. Dong Wanpeng and Zhu Gishan's faces darkened immediately, clearly disapproving of Tang Minghai's approach, but they did not dare voice their objections at this moment. Dong Renqi hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands towards Dong Wanpeng. Disciple admits that my words were excessive and disrespectful, and I ask Elder Dong for forgiveness. Lu Honglu then turned her gaze to Yang Qingqi softly, reminding him, Elder Yang, the match on Platform 1 has already concluded. Only then did Yang Qingqi face the direction of Platform 1 and loudly announce the match on Platform 1 has ended and Dong Renqi has advanced to the top 8. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples in the plaza cheered in unison. Dong Shixiang has made it to the top 8. Dong Shixiang is amazing. He is the pride of our outer sect. Dong Shixiang is mighty. Dong Shixiang is dominating. Meanwhile, among the other 7 platforms, 3 had already determined their winners, with Long Wu Yi Qingyu and Ma Xiaofeng securing their spots in the top 8. During the confrontation between Dong Renqi and Dong Wanpeng, these 3 had been watching from a distance. At this moment, their gazes towards Dong Renqi carried a sense of gravity. Dong Qianli had employed the binding talisman, spirit-breaking needle, and bone shield, yet he was still subdued by Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi's strength had gained their acknowledgement. Dong Renqi glanced down at the platform. Wang Xiling and Dong Qianli's bodies had already been removed. The disciples from Luchuan Peak and Tianjin Peak had also disappeared, leaving only excited outer disciples. He slightly cupped his hands towards the outer disciples and jumped down from the platform. The outer disciples voluntarily moved aside, giving him a wide path. As Dong Renqi left Platform 1 and headed towards the waiting area, a voice called out from behind him, Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi quickly turned around, confused to see a short and stout woman he had never seen before running towards him, panting heavily. You're moving far too quickly. I've been chasing you all the way and I'm utterly exhausted, said the short, plump woman as she halted before Dong Renqi, clearly winded. Senior sister, did you seek me for a purpose? Dong Renqi studied the woman carefully. He was certain he had never laid eyes on her before. Of course I have business with you. Why else would I waste precious energy sprinting after you? The stout woman cast him a sidelong glance. My name is Zhang Qingqing. I'm Xiao Rou's friend. Yesterday our peak master sent Xiao Rou to seclude herself in the forbidden zone of Feipu Peak to cultivate intensively, hoping she might strengthen both her cultivation realm and combat prowess before entering the Taiqing secret realm. Xiao Rou had no time to inform you personally, so she entrusted me to deliver this message. Dong Renqi, who had been wondering why he hadn't seen Fang Xiao Rou today, now understood. She was indeed in seclusion. Many thanks, senior sister Zhang. Dong Renqi clasped his hands respectfully toward Zhang Qingqing in gratitude. Well then, I've delivered my message. I'll be off. Zhang Qingqing was refreshingly direct. The moment her words were spoken, she turned on her heel and departed with. After taking 3 steps, she suddenly recalled something, pivoted back, and raised a thumb high toward Dong Renqi. Dong Renqi, our sect is riddled with injustice, yet you are the first to speak it aloud publicly. Dong Renqi offered a faint smile, about to reply, only to find Zhang Qingqing had already turned away again and strode forth with confident strides. This young lady is rather intriguing. He murmured softly to himself, then turned to resume his path toward the waiting area, only to pause mid-turn upon spotting 2 women approaching him side by side. One wore a flowing violet gown, tall, graceful, and strikingly beautiful. The other possessed a slender waist, delicate willow leaf brows, and a figure perfectly balanced, neither tall nor short, neither plump nor thin, and carried the quiet allure of matured grace. Dong Renqi recognized both. The one in violet was none other than Zhao Xuefu, long absent, yet once a generous source of potential points for him. The second, that radiant woman in full bloom, was Su Ku from Qinglu Peak, whom Dong Renqi had faced and eliminated during yesterday's martial contest. Senior brother Dong, it seems you're quite popular among senior sisters and junior sisters alike. Zhao Xuefu first regarded Dong Renqi with a bright, knowing smile, then let her gaze drift toward Zhang Qingqing's retreating silhouette. Yet your taste in companionship appears rather unconventional and frankly questionable. Zhao Xuefu, please refrain from baseless slander. Senior Sister Zhang and I share no connection whatsoever. She merely delivered a message on behalf of another. Dong Renqi coughed awkwardly. You already know her name, and claim there's nothing between you. Zhao Xuefu gave a soft, dismissive hum, tinged perhaps with the faintest trace of vinegar. Unwilling to dwell further on the matter, Dong Renqi shifted his attention to Su Ku and offered a respectful bow. Senior Sister Su, what a pleasure to meet you again. Suka hastily returned the gesture, lowering her voice. I had no idea your strength ran so deep. During yesterday's match you clearly held back. I thank you sincerely for your restraint. Cousin, you clearly know him well, so why insist I introduce you? It's entirely unnecessary. Zhao Xuefu interjected, her tone edged with mild irritation. Xuefu, truly, I'm not acquainted with Senior Brother Dong. This matter requires your help to broach. Suka's cheeks flushed faintly as she gently grasped Zhao Xuefu's hand, her eyes pleading. Dong Renqi was mildly surprised. He had not known Su Ku and Zhao Xuefu were cousins. Zhao Xuefu finally broke into a dazzling smile and addressed Dong Renqi directly. Senior Brother Dong, I've brought my cousin here to ask, do you still possess any premium spirit replenishing pills? After emerging from the Taiching secret realm, cousin Su intends to undergo foundation establishment, and before that she wishes to test whether her spiritual root quality can be enhanced. Su Ku hurriedly added, Senior Brother Dong, I'll gladly purchase them with spirit stones. Dong Renqi furrowed his brow, slightly remaining silent. With premium spirit replenishing pills at his disposal, acquiring spirit stones would be effortless, but what he truly sought were potential points. Moreover, Su Ku, the very archetype he cherished across both lifetimes, held a rare fascination for him. Yet such unwholesome thoughts remained unspoken, not out of moral scruple, but fear of rejection, and after all he now stood as a paragon among the disciples of the Taiching sect, a figure burdened with the weight of idolatry, obliged to safeguard his own reputation with care. Senior Brother Dong, do you or do you not still have premium spirit replenishing pills? Seeing Dong Renqi's prolonged silence, Zhao Xuefu grew impatient and spoke up. Dong Renqi cleared his throat. With some effort I could procure them, but it won't be easy. Suka's eyes lit up. Senior Brother Dong, please, you must help me. Name your price in spirit stones. I'll pay without hesitation. Dong Renqi sighed softly. Senior Sister Su, I truly wish to assist you. Yet you know well acquiring premium spirit replenishing pills transcends mere spirit stones. You're scheming again, eyeing my cousin, aren't you? Zhao Xuefu flashed him an elegant, exasperated eye roll. Hearing this, Su Ku's face flared crimson as she swiftly lowered her head. Dong Renqi, equally flustered, hastened to defend himself. Junior Sister, Zhao, please don't fabricate falsehoods. I am above all an upright and honorable man. Don't pretend. You know full well I've recounted everything that transpired in the outer sect to my cousin. Dong Renqi recoiled, eyes widening in shock. You actually dared speak of such matters openly. We've grown up together since childhood. What could possibly be too sensitive to share? Zhao Xuefu tugged lightly at Su Ku's sleeve. Cousin, you've already had a cultivation partner before. You're hardly an untouched maiden. What is there to blush over? Senior Brother Dong's intentions are unmistakable. He seeks no spirit stones. What he desires I've already told you plainly. Now that the matter stands revealed, the rest is yours to negotiate. Just don't linger too long. There are plenty of watchful eyes nearby. With that, Zhao Xuefu stepped aside. Senior Brother Dong, I'm willing to exchange for your premium spirit replenishing pills, just as Xuefu did. Though her cheeks remained rosy, Su Ku now met Dong Renqi's gaze with quiet resolve. Dong Renqi had not anticipated such fortune arriving unbidden. Gazing upon this woman in full bloom, her shy, blushing beauty igniting a fierce heat within him, he nearly burned with the urge to whisk her away to some secluded place and consummate their transaction immediately. It took considerable effort to suppress that inner fire. Clearing his throat, he replied, though obtaining premium spirit replenishing pills is arduous for Senior Sister Susake, I shall spare no effort. How many pills do you require? A flush of delight rose to Su Ku's face. If possible, might you provide 6? 6? Dong Renqi frowned thoughtfully. If 6 proves excessive, 4, or even 3, would suffice. Suka hastily amended, misreading his hesitation. Dong Renqi wasn't weighing the pills themselves, but calculating how many potential points